我身为堂堂镇国公世子，却为了讨好当过8次寡妇的未婚妻，不仅每天给她洗200条苦茶子，还变卖了所有家当送她去战场完成梦想，更是不惜一切代价放弃镇国公之位，助她成为义军主帅。可3年后，她凯旋归来成为女后，做的第一件事就是带着相好和我解除婚约，甚至还扬言我是个废物配不上她。对此，我刚想喊出大爷，你个烂，不要飞快的闭上了嘴巴，因为我竟意外觉醒了最强选择系统，只要做出选择就可以获得对应的奖励。而此时面对未婚妻赵如雪的咄咄逼人，系统适时的给了我2个选择：选择1，继续做舔狗默默付出，奖励传世绿帽子1顶；选择2，从此1刀2断，奖励猛虎之力1拳可抵万金。请宿主做出选择。果然女人只会影响我拔刀的速度。看到选项我忽然大笑起来，随即望着赵如雪冷声道：“你身负婚约却勾搭其他男人，根本不配做我战家儿媳。”说罢，在所有人的注视下，我从怀中掏出那张贴身保管的婚约，马上撕成碎片抛向空中。记住，今日是我休了你这浪荡的泼妇，从此之后你与我镇国公府再无瓜葛。众人见状，顿时爆发出一阵叫好之声。恭喜宿主做出抉择，系统奖励已下发。伴随着系统声音落下，我只觉得鲜血都沸腾了起来，下一瞬浑身上下便充满了力量，就像一只蓄势待发的大象。正当我感受着体内的澎湃翻涌时，赵如雪冰冷的声音传来：“你要是现在给我道歉，我看在往日的情分上还能原谅你，否则别怪我不客气。”听到这话，我只觉得太搞笑。你以为你是谁？在我眼里，你连屁都算不上。说罢，我转身就要离开。此刻我迫不及待，想要感受自己刚刚获得的力量。你别走，赵如雪在身后大喊：“我可以答应跟你解除婚约，但是2天后的皇宫凯旋宴上，你必须对着天下人宣布，是你自己主动要求解除婚约，而非是我忘恩负义。到时候我自会用我这3年军功，再向陛下请来一道圣旨，成全我与裴郎之间的感情。虽然我解除婚约他求之不得，但是却不能以这种方式，要不然别人会怎么看他？他还怎么成为天下女子的表率？闻言我头也不回的离开。对于他的话嗤之以鼻，既想当婊子又要立牌坊，天底下哪有这样的好事？这时系统的声音却再次响起：宿主触发选择，选择1，拒绝赵如雪的要求，奖励白银5000人；选择2，答应赵如雪的要求，坦然赴宴揭开她的虚伪面目，奖励方天画戟并附赠霸王戟法。请宿主做出抉择，但凡有一点的犹豫，这都是对方天画戟的不尊重。我脚步一顿，冷声道：“2天后的庆功宴上，我会亲自昭告天下，是我主动放弃了婚约。不过你也记住，从今天开始，你我之间1刀2断。”说罢，我直接转身离去。同时，方天画戟和霸王戟法也成为了我囊中之物。望着我消失的背影，赵如雪一脸愤怒：“3年不见，脾气渐长。2天后，我必让你后悔。那时候，皇上和大理国的高官都会到场，我要让所有人知道，你那脆弱的自尊到底有多可笑。”这边我刚返回自己的住处，便立刻走到院子中央，随即五指握拳，口中大喝一声，向着面前的参天大树轰去。只听一阵巨响，这棵参天大树直接被我拦腰轰断，旋即我又从系统空间中召唤出方天画戟，长戟漆黑如墨，在日光之下散发着无尽寒光。而那霸王戟法，在我接触方天画戟的一瞬间就映入了脑海之中。我握住长戟在院落之内挥动起来，一时间飞沙走石，好不壮观。我双眼放光，有这一套霸道的戟法和自己这一身的万金之力，天下何处去不得？不过眼下还有更重要的事情去做。只见我转身进入房间内，从床底拉出一个木箱子，这是我唯一从镇国公府带出来的东西，里面摆放着一套闪烁着寒光的酸泥甲。我没有丝毫的犹豫，立刻将甲位穿戴整齐，而后走出院子，向着皇宫的方向出发。大理皇宫门前，守卫见到一身盔甲斗篷，没有任何盘问，直接打开宫门。这就是镇国公3个字所代表的无上尊荣。皇
皇城养心殿内，此刻大力皇帝正在潜心作画。当值的总管太监曹公公躬身轻言道：“启禀陛下，郑国公世子战天在殿外求见，听到蜀话，皇帝的手微微一颤，本来好好一幅虎啸山林，却是瞬间作废。他怎么又来了？难道是要正把郑国公的爵位也赏赐给他的那个未婚妻子吗？”曹公公闻言也是尴尬苦笑：“我一般情况下从来都不进宫，只要是进宫，那就必然是给赵如雪要好处的。要不是看在老爹的面子上，皇帝早就把我给流放8000里，眼不见为净。这是皇帝一把扔掉手里的话，这个月已经是第3回了吧？做人岂能如此贪得无厌？郑国公何等的英雄！”话没说完，一想到自己那位战死多年的老友，皇帝终究还是没有狠下心，让他进来吧。片刻后，一身甲胄的我走进养心殿内，阳光从我的后背照入，让我的身影有几分的模糊。这一瞬间，皇帝竟然有微微的愣神，仿佛又看见了那个战无不胜的郑国公。微臣拜见陛下。直到我的声音传来，皇帝这才回过神来，看着身披战甲的我，他的内心又是一阵的触动，仿佛又回到了那天晚上。战鹰手持一把长枪，带着他一路杀入皇宫中，辅佐他登基称帝。原本那些想要呵斥的话，终究是化为一声长叹。说吧，今天过来又想为你那个未婚妻要是什么？我当即开口道：“微臣发现以前实在是太过荒唐了，今时今日方才醒悟。身为大理一员，自当上报国家开疆拓土，下至黎庶保境安民，故而恳请陛下允许臣重开大理郑国公府，在这我战家百战赫赫之威名。”短暂愣神之后，皇帝看向我的眼神有些怜惜。这孩子虽然顽劣了一些，但怎么说都是自己看着长大的。虽然做事荒唐，但是品行端正。一面之词，皇帝的声音也是软了下来。你可知道重开郑国公府意味着什么？当年我的父亲战鹰为了将他捧上皇位，这一路不知道杀了多少族党，将整个朝廷世家都得罪了干净。虽然明面上没人敢对战家出手，背地里小动作却从来没有停过。我自然明白皇帝的意思，但是我却眼神坚定。臣愿意承先父之遗志，便是前路艰难，臣自当披荆斩棘，重振战家声威。见我如此执着，皇帝似乎在我的身上看到了故人的身份。其实，在老爹战死之前，皇帝早就想要把郑国公府传给我，不过我为了给赵如雪谋求一个统帅之位，竟然连国公的继承权都不要。
Although Muzian has made a comeback, we can't let him regain his inheritance rights so easily. We must give him a proper lesson, otherwise, he will never realize that there are always those more capable than him, and that the sky is not the limit. With this thought in mind, the emperor spoke. However, since you previously renounced your claim to the title of Prince of the State, how can you now so easily reclaim it? As the words fell, the emperor gave a meaningful glance. Chao Gonggang, standing nearby, immediately understood and signaled. A burly man in armor entered from the door. This is Shin Kangwu, commander of the Imperial Guard, paying my respects to His Majesty. Shin Kangwu was the martial arts champion personally selected by the emperor, with martial arts skills that had reached the pinnacle of perfection, making him unmatched among the Imperial Guards. Across the entire capital, when it came to combat prowess, Shin Kangwu was second to none. In contrast, Mu Ziyan had spent all his time trying to curry favor with Lu Yunxue. Having been born into a life of luxury, he had never trained in martial arts. He wouldn't even last 2 moves against Shin Kangwu, let alone 10. There is nothing that brings more growth than a single failure, the emperor said, coughing lightly as he looked at Mu Ziyan. Let me see how determined you are to inherit the title of Duke of the State. If you can withstand 10 rounds without being defeated under his hands, I will grant your wish. Upon hearing this, Mu Ziyan's lips curled slightly upward. He had been looking for someone to test his newly acquired strength. Shin Kangwu was the perfect target. Mu Ziyan turned toward Shin Kangwu and bowed his fist. I humbly seek your guidance. Shin Kangwu glared at Mu Ziyan with disdain. He had heard of this renowned figure, the first in the capital known for his deep affection. He felt a deep loathing for Mu Ziyan. The Prince of the State was the ultimate role model for all martial artists in the entire Great Li Kingdom. As the son of the Prince of the State, Mu Ziyan had utterly disgraced that title. Not only was he a sycophant, but he had even closed down the Prince of the State's mansion. With this thought, Shin Kangwu spoke coldly. Prince, be careful. Fists and feet have no eyes, be careful not to hurt yourself. Mu Ziyan smiled slightly, not waiting for Shin Kangwu to react. A punch, accompanied by a whistling wind, was already heading straight for his face. The emperor, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but feel shocked, for he realized that the Mu Ziyan before him seemed to have truly changed. Decisive and ruthless, he seemed to catch a glimpse of Mu Zhenaying's shadow. Facing the punch, Shin Kangwu was also startled, but as the commander of the Imperial Guard, his martial arts were no slouch. In his eyes, though the punch was decisive and ruthless, Mu Zian was merely a pampered nobleman with no real strength. Even if he had the upper hand, what could he do? As Shin Kangwu crossed his arms to block the punch, Mu Zian's strike was wide and open, leaving numerous vulnerabilities. If Shin Kangwu could block this blow, he was confident he could end the fight with a single strike. As this thought crossed his mind, a faint smile appeared on Shin Tsongwu's lips. However, the next moment, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. Shin Kangwu felt as though he had been struck by a speeding carriage. First, there was a cracking sound from his arms, followed by his entire body being flung backward uncontrollably. Like a soccer ball kicked into the air, he crashed through the wall of the Hall of Cultivating the Heart. Emperor? Chao Gonggang. Watching Shin Kangwu being knocked flying by a single punch, the emperor felt as though his brain had frozen. When did this kid become so powerful? Mu Zian shook his hands and calmly looked at the emperor and asked, "Your Majesty, does this mean you've passed the test?" The emperor snapped back to reality, staring at Mu Zian as if he were a monster. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. The first martial arts champion of the Great Li dynasty. The commander of the Imperial Guard. And he was sent flying with a single punch? And judging by Mu Zian's expression, he hadn't even used his full strength. The emperor felt a dryness in his throat and unconsciously sat up straight. Alright, I will issue an edict shortly. Within the next few days, I will personally announce to the entire realm the restoration of your title as the Crown Prince of the Jingwa Duke. You may withdraw for now. The emperor needed time to process this utterly shocking scene. Thank you, Your Majesty. Mu Zian bowed deeply and turned to leave, the clinking sound of his armor echoing through the hall. The emperor watched Mu Zian depart, and the entire hall of Cultivating the Heart fell silent. After a long while, the emperor finally spoke to Chao Gonggang. What happened here today must not be revealed to anyone, not a single word. Chao Gonggang nodded hurriedly upon hearing this. How could the commander of the Imperial Guard be knocked down by a mere young upstart? If this were to get out, where would the imperial family's reputation stand? Also, go investigate what happened to Mu Zian. To be honest, his earlier willingness to agree to reopen the Jingweigong mansion for Mu Zian was merely to honor the memory of his deceased friend. However, it now seemed that Mu Zian might bring him even greater surprises. The emperor's gaze fell on the unfinished painting, murmuring to himself. A young tiger roars in the valley, and all beasts tremble in fear. Chao Gonggang. Your servant is here. How is the investigation into the death of the prince of the state going? Your Majesty, there are some leads. Investigate thoroughly. No matter who is involved, I will not spare anyone. I would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one slip through. If I find out that any of them are colluding with foreign powers or betraying their country for personal gain, I will execute their entire clan. No, 10 clans. The emperor's voice was icy, and a chilling atmosphere filled the entire hall of Cultivating the Heart. Just then, a clear voice rang out from outside the door. Father, I've prepared some snow pear soup to help you cool down. Please drink it while it's still hot. A graceful figure entered from outside. Upon recognizing the visitor, Chao Fuan immediately bowed in respect and said, "This old servant pays his respects to the ninth princess." The ninth princess waved her hand, signaling Chao Fuan to rise, then took the teacup from a palace maid and handed it to the emperor. The emperor, who had been looking so fierce moments ago, now appeared extremely kind. The ninth princess sat beside the emperor, reached out to massage his shoulders, and teased with a playful smile. "Father, I just saw Mu Zian leave the palace. Do you know what Mu Zian did today?" The emperor, upon hearing this, became curious and asked, "What big thing?" The ninth princess laughed. Today, at the gate of the Lady General's mansion, Mu Zian tore to shreds the marriage contract he had finally managed to obtain from you. The ninth princess explained the entire situation to the emperor. The emperor's expression turned cold upon hearing this. What an ungrateful wretch. If it weren't for Mu Zian's repeated pleas on her behalf, how could a mere woman like her have risen to such a position? Yet with a little bit of merit, she dares to act so arrogantly. Go inform the Ministry of War to re-evaluate Lu Yunshua's military merits. I want the most accurate assessment with no falsification. Withhold all her rewards for now, and as for the victory banquet in 2 days. The emperor pondered for a moment before speaking. Let Xiao Jiao go in my place. Chapter 4, A Clean Break, Halting Work and Demanding Payment. Mu Zian returned from the palace. As soon as he reached the courtyard gate, he saw a crowd gathered there. Upon seeing Mu Zian return, they all rushed forward to pay their respects. At the front was a burly man who had once been a household guard of the prince of the state. After being wounded in battle, he had retired from the military and, through his business in building materials, had become a wealthy local figure over the years. Zhao Dahu pays his respects to the young master. Mu Zian opened the door and walked into the courtyard. The others quickly followed Zhao Dahu into the courtyard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw the once towering ancient tree lying horizontally on the ground. Mu Zian removed his armor, and Zhao Dao hurried forward to assist him before saying, "Reporting to the young master, the main structure of the lady's mansion is now complete. It is time to purchase timber. There isn't much high-quality timber around the capital, so if we want to meet the young master's requirements, we'll have to import a batch from Jiaoji." Mu Zian neatly folded his armor and said calmly, "From now on, the affairs of the lady's marquee mansion have nothing to do with me." To help Lu Yunxue build the Jingu mansion, Mu Zian had spared no effort to achieve perfection, with construction standards rivaling those of the imperial palace. To the point where he had nearly drained the entire foundation of the Jingui Gong mansion and even accumulated a significant amount of debt. However, at this moment, the two had already severed all ties, and Mu Zian naturally would not continue pouring money into this bottomless pit. Upon hearing Mu Zian's words, Zhao Dao's face did not betray any disappointment. Instead, he looked quite excited. "So you've come to your senses, young master?" Mu Zian nodded. Zhao Dao, upon hearing this, immediately slapped his thigh and exclaimed with great satisfaction, "Young master! I always knew that woman wasn't a good person. I dared not say anything before, fearing you would blame me. Today, I heard on the street that you tore up the marriage contract, so I hurriedly brought the brothers over to take a look, fearing you might do something foolish. Now it seems I was overthinking things. Young master, you are the only son of the Duke of Jinghua, a top-tier noble in the Great Li dynasty. You could have any woman you want. Liking her is just giving her face. You think you've achieved some military glory on the battlefield and have become so arrogant you've lost your mind. You're really taking advantage of her kindness." As he spoke, Zhao Daha spat on the ground beside him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. "Since there's nothing to it, we'll be on our way. We'll go tell that old fool from the Tang family. Don't ever think about making money off our young master again." As soon as Zhao Daha finished speaking, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Choice triggered. Choice 1, follow Zhao Dao to the Lu mansion and tell the Lu family in person that all ties are severed. Reward, archery technique 100 steps, piercing the willow. Choice 2, stop Zhao Dao from causing trouble and let the Lu family part ways amicably. Reward, armor a set of high-quality chain mail. Please make your choice, host. Mu Zian immediately called out to Zhao Dao, who was about to leave with his men. "I will go with you to the Lu mansion. There are some things that need to be clarified." Ding! Congratulations, host, for making your choice. The reward has been distributed. The system's voice echoed. In an instant, Mu Zian felt as though everything before him had become 10 times brighter. Even the tiniest ant 100 meters away was clearly visible to Mu Zian. Moments later, inside the Lu family mansion, Lu's grandmother glared at Mu Zian with anger. "Mu Zian, what do you mean by this? After all these years, I've been speaking highly of you in front of Schwer, and this is how you repay me? You ungrateful wretch! You ungrateful wretch!" Mu Zian nearly laughed out loud in anger. If one were to talk about ingrates, the entire Great Li Kingdom couldn't find a family more deserving than the Lu family. Over the years, while Lu Yunxue was away on military campaigns, the entire Lu family had relied on Mu Zian for support. The Lu family was known for their extravagance. For the matriarch's birthday alone, they spent 30,000 taels of silver, and the other expenses added up to nearly 500,000 taels, which was almost 1/10 of the annual revenue of the Great Li dynasty. Zhao Dahu couldn't hold back any longer and burst out cursing. "You old hag! You have no shame. If it weren't for my young master taking you in, you would have starved to death long ago. You said your daughter would marry my young master after returning from the battlefield. And now, despite being betrothed, she's gone to seduce another man. She's nothing but a promiscuous woman. Calling her a fickle woman is giving you too much credit. She is nothing but a whore. Worse than a whore." Mu Zian didn't want to waste any more words on them. In their eyes, their sacrifices were only natural, and they never felt the slightest bit of shame. "From today onward, the Lu family won't get a single silver coin from me. And every single penny you've borrowed from me over the years, I remember clearly. I'll have someone deliver the ledger to your mansion personally. The Lu family won't owe me a single penny." With that, Mu Zian turned and left, ignoring the old matriarch of the Lu family as she wailed in the hall. A short while later, Lu Yunxue returned home from military duty. As soon as he reached the door, he was immediately pulled in front of his grandmother. Lu Yunxue looked at his grandmother lying on the bed, moaning in pain, and asked in confusion, "What happened?" The Lu family matriarch angrily recounted everything Mu Zian had just come to tell her, explaining the entire situation in detail while complaining all the while. "I told you those Mu family members are nothing but ungrateful dogs. Just because you refused to marry him, he dared to say he'd halt the construction of our and demand we repay the money he spent earlier." Lu Yunxue scoffed dismissively. "Grandmother, please calm down. Don't you and I know what kind of person Mu Zian is? He is just driven by jealousy and now wants to use money to threaten me. But he doesn't realize that there are some things in this world that money can't buy. It's just building a marquis mansion. If he doesn't want to do it, he can just pay for it himself. Does he really think I, Lu Yunxue, care about his measly money? After speaking, Lu Yunxue summoned the foreman of the laborers and asked, "How much silver is still needed to complete the Marquis's mansion?" The foreman pondered for a moment before replying. "Reporting to the Lady Marquis, we still need 30,000 taels of silver." "What? 30,000 taels of silver?" Lu Yunxue's grandmother, who had been lying in bed, nearly jumped up upon hearing this. "Oh my, Schwer, go quickly and comfort Muzian. 30,000 taels of silver is no small sum. Even if we sold the entire Lu family, we couldn't come up with that much." Lu Yunxue was also startled by the figure. "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Or did you take a cut?" Lu Yunxue's voice was icy cold, as if she were about to draw her sword and kill the person in front of her at any moment. The foreman was so frightened that he immediately knelt down and bowed his head. "No way. This project for thee is personally supervised by Mu Gonzi, and all the materials are top-notch. If we follow the blueprints, there's no way we can finish it without 30,000 taels of silver." Lu Yunxue's expression turned cold instantly. She couldn't possibly agree to her grandmother's suggestion. The construction of the Marquis's mansion must not be halted, and it must be completed to the highest standards. Otherwise, if construction were to stop, where would she, the first female general of the Great Li dynasty, put her face? How would she ever establish herself in the officialdom in the future? Money is trivial, reputation is everything. With this thought in mind, Lu Yunxue comforted her grandmother, who was emotionally agitated on the bed. "Grandmother, please rest assured. This time, I will return victorious, and the emperor's rewards will be generous. 30,000 taels of silver is nothing to speak of. Moreover, Pei Lang's family is also very wealthy. Even if the reward is insufficient, I can always borrow some from him. Why bother asking Muzian, that petty and selfish playboy?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxue's grandmother finally relaxed and spoke to her with a heavy heart. "The future of the Lu family rests entirely on your shoulders. Muzian, that ungrateful wretch, is utterly unworthy of being the son-in-law of the Lu family. Today has truly revealed his true nature. He is not a man worth relying on. Grandmother trusts your judgment, Snow. It must be uniquely discerning. As for Pei Lang, he is a rising star. Grandmother trusts you to be with him." Lu Yunxue nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Pei Lang is well-read and courteous, with martial arts skills that far surpass those of Muzian by 100-fold. After talking for a long time, Lu Yunxue finally left. As for the matter of the 30,000 taels of silver, she didn't give it a second thought. After all, since she had entered the town lord's mansion, she had never worried about money again. As night fell, in the small courtyard, Muzian was packing his belongings to move out while trying to process the memories still lingering in his mind. After deleting all information related to Lu Yunxue, his mind felt instantly relieved. Things that the original owner had once cared little about began to surface gradually. And the first thing was about the death of his father, Mu Zheneying. As the first general of the Great Li dynasty, Mu Zheneying's martial arts were already extraordinary. Though he couldn't single-handedly defeat 1,000 enemies, he was a one-man army capable of holding off hundreds. On the battlefield, there was no one who could stand against him. Whenever his father went on a military campaign, he was accompanied by personal guards from the frontline brigade, ensuring he could retreat safely even in defeat. Moreover, as a seasoned general with 100 battles under his belt, his instinct for war was unmatched. If there was no conspiracy behind his father's death, Muzian would never believe it. However, with all the strange circumstances surrounding him, Muzian had no idea where to begin his investigation. Just as Muzian was lost in thought, a faint sound suddenly reached his ears. The next moment, a long sword, emitting a faint glow, darted toward Muzian's back from outside the window. Fortunately, Muzian had noticed it in time and dodged, the sword grazing his cheek. Muzian kicked the square halberd lying in the corner. He then gripped the halberd's handle and swept it horizontally, deflecting the sword. "Who dares to attack me in the dead of night?" A dark figure flickered under the moonlight. Muzian snorted coldly, then gripped the halberd handle and charged forward. Bawang spear technique. First move, demon subduing whirlwind. The 100-pound square halberd in Muzian's hands now felt as light as a toothpick. With a swing of the spear, a gale of wind swept through, destroying stone walls and wooden doors in its path. The Black Shadow was clearly taken aback by Muzian's relentless assault, which came like a storm. It was this momentary lapse in concentration that Muzian seized upon. He raised the Fong Tian Huaji in the air, forming a full moon, and then brought it crashing down toward the Black Shadow. Bawang spear technique. Split heaven and earth. This strike, combined with Muzian's immense strength, crashed down like a mountain collapsing from the sky, roaring toward the Black Shadow. Chapter 5, Old friends reunite under the moonlight. The next day, the villain arrives. As it was about to strike, the dark figure hurriedly shouted, "Don't hit me! It's me!" The mist dissipated, and moonlight poured down. There stood a strikingly handsome face, with long hair casually tied behind, exuding an air of elegance. Mu Ziyan, seeing this, forced his wrist in mid-air, causing the Fong Tianhuaji to graze the person's cheek before crashing heavily into the ground. With a loud crash, it was shattered into pieces, leaving a large crater. Mu Ziyan sheathed his halberd and looked at the man before him with a playful expression. "Oh, Li the Great Sword Immortal? What are you doing barging into someone's home in the middle of the night? Don't you know that according to the laws of the Great Li Kingdom, trespassing into someone's home is punishable by death?" The man before him was none other than Li Jiushuan, known as the first sword of the Great Li dynasty, and also one of Mu Ziyan's childhood friends. Li Jiushuan stared at Mu Ziyan as if he had seen a ghost. "When did you become so strong, you brat?" Mu Ziyan slung the Fong Tianhuaji onto his shoulder and laughed. "There's still so much you don't know. Hurry up and tell me why you came here today." Li Jiushuan sat casually on a stone chair in the courtyard and laughed. "Why can't an old friend come over to catch up?" As he spoke, Li Jiushuan pulled out a jar of wine and placed it on the table. "Fine peach wine. You're in for a treat today." Mu Ziyan struck the square halberd with all his strength, embedding it into the green stone slab. Li Jiuxian stood beside him, speechless. The green stone slab before Mu Ziyan seemed as fragile as foam. What kind of immense strength could possibly achieve such a feat? If he had been hit by that, he would have been dead on the spot. Mu Ziyan sat across from Li Jiuxian and didn't hesitate, grabbing the peach wine and drinking it in big gulps. "Catching up? I think you're here just to mock me." Li Jiushuan's expression grew peculiar, but he quickly snatched the peach wine from Mu Ziyan's hand and took a large gulp before saying, "Humph. If you knew this would happen, why bother back then? You were a prodigious talent in martial arts. If it weren't for her dragging you down, you'd be achieving great deeds and making a name for yourself on the battlefield by now." Mu Ziyan replied with great composure. "The past has gone wide well on it. As the saying goes, drink today as wine today, and worry about tomorrow as sorrows tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Li Jiuxian was startled for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Everyone says you're good for nothing, but today I see you're just hiding your true abilities. You fooled me so badly." Mu Ziyan laughed. "There are beautiful flowers everywhere under the sky, why fixate on just one? Before, I was narrow-minded. I had an entire garden, yet I wasted my time on a single weed." "Well said. Since you've made up your mind, I can rest easy. However, since you've severed ties with Lu Yunxue, the matter of learning swordplay from Professor Lu Ming should also come to an end. The two siblings from that family, one arrogant and the other heartless, are cut from the same cloth. If it weren't for your sake, teaching them would have been a disgrace to my sword skills." Lu Ming is Lu Yunxue's older brother and the only son of the Lu family in this generation. Back then, Mu Ziyan begged Li Jiuxian for 3 months, almost kneeling before him, just to curry favor with Lu Yunxue. Only then did Li Jiuxian reluctantly agree to teach him. Mu Ziyan took another sip of wine and said indifferently, "Do as you see fit. From now on, the affairs of the Lu family have nothing to do with me." Li Jiushuan looked at Mu Ziyan in surprise upon hearing this. "The world says you are deeply affectionate, but now I see you are nothing but a cold-hearted man." Mu Ziyan rolled his eyes at Li Jiushuan in silence. The moonlight was as smooth as water, and the cold night was as sharp as a knife. After a long silence, Mu Ziyan suddenly spoke up. "The Jinguigong mansion has been dormant for far too long. It is time for it to see the light of day once more." Li Jiushuan, who was drinking, startled and nearly choked on the peach wine. "You want to reopen the Jinguigong mansion?" "That's correct. What about the emperor?" "The imperial edict will arrive within the next few days." Li Jiushuan laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent! It seems that you and I, as brothers, will have the opportunity to fight side by side in the future. Refreshing! Refreshing!" The two of them drank for an unknown amount of time. The next morning, when Mu Ziyan awoke from his sleep, Li Jiushuan had already disappeared. Before Mu Ziyan could recover from his hangover, there was a loud knocking at the door. "Open the door! Open the door! Mu Ziyan, don't play dead. I know you're in there. I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't open the door, I'll break down your door, you hear me? 3, 2. The commotion outside the door made Mu Ziyan frown. That voice was all too familiar. It was Lu Yunxue's older brother, Lu Ming. Just as Mu Ziyan was about to open the door, the wooden gate of the courtyard was kicked down with a single blow. In the next moment, dozens of men flooded into the small courtyard. The leader was a burly man with a large head and thick neck, resembling a chimpanzee. However, he was wearing a scholar's robe and holding a folding fan in his hand. He looked utterly bizarre, and anyone who didn't know better might have thought he was performing some kind of performance art. Who else could it be but Lu Yunxue's older brother, Lu Ming? Mu Ziyan couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "What a family of oddballs." Upon seeing Mu Ziyan in the courtyard, Lu Ming didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately pointed at Mu Ziyan and shouted, "Mu Ziyan, you despicable, shameless, low-life scoundrel. You, with your wolf's heart and dog's liver, dare to call yourself my brother-in-law. I spit on you. My sister must be blind to have ever set her eyes on you. What's so good about you? You're nothing but a cowardly rat. All you're good at is using underhanded tricks behind people's backs. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll beat you so badly you won't be able to get out of bed for 3 months, believe me. Lu Ming's arrogant and domineering manner was truly unknown to anyone. Mu Ziyan's gaze grew cold as he pointed at the door on the ground. Pick up the door, or I'll break your legs. Lu Ming froze for a moment, then snorted coldly. Mu Ziyan, you're so hypocritical and despicable. You've brought shame upon the Jinguigong mansion. Before he could finish speaking, Mu Ziyan had already darted forward and was standing in front of Lu Ming. He then raised his foot and stomped down. It all happened in the blink of an eye, and the dozen or so men who had followed them didn't even have time to react. A loud crack echoed through the air. In the next instant, Lu Ming's leg snapped backward at a 90-degree angle. A piercing scream echoed into the sky. Ah! My leg! Mu Ziyan, how dare you hit me! Pain and anger alternated across Lu Ming's face. Mu Ziyan remained calm. Lu Ming had thought that, as before, Mu Ziyan would spare him out of consideration for Lu Yunxue and let him off the hook. But alas, the past is the past, and the present is the present. Daring to speak to him with such disrespect, Mu Ziyan would teach him a lesson. Pick up the door. At that moment, Lu Ming could no longer contain himself. He shouted angrily at the people around him. Are you all blind? Can't you see I'm being beaten? All of you, attack him. Break his legs. No, both legs. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. The first one to act will be rewarded 50 taels of silver. At those words, several burly men around him immediately grew enraged. Lu Ming glared at Mu Ziyan with hatred. You had leisure fire me. I won't let you off easy either. As soon as he finished speaking, over 10 burly men charged toward Mu Ziyan. These men were all notorious thugs from the capital, each of them hardened criminals who were ruthless and cunning in their attacks. Young master, we apologize. We're just doing our job. You heard what Lu Yi said. If you let us break your legs, this will be over. If you resist, don't blame us for not showing mercy. A cruel smile curled the corners of Mu Ziyan's lips. He vaguely recalled that the last person to say those words was Shin Kangwu, the commander of the Imperial Guards. If Mu Ziyan hadn't held back, today would probably have been the first day of his 7th day after death. Chapter 6, Expelled from the School, Lu Yunxue's Plan. A piercing whistling sound echoed through the air. A piercing scream echoed through the small courtyard. In an instant, Mu Ziyan raised his hand and snapped the last burly man's legs in two. Looking at the burly men lying scattered across the courtyard in various grotesque positions, Mu Ziyan was quite satisfied. Lu Ming stood frozen, feeling a dry, itchy sensation in his throat. At that moment, he barely felt the pain in his legs. Gazing at Mu Ziyan, the only one still standing, Lu Ming's eyes widened in horror as he screamed. Mu Ziyan, you know martial arts. Mu Ziyan smiled at Lu Ming. Can't you tell? At that moment, Mu Ziyan's smile looked to Lu Ming like that of a demon crawling out of hell, terrifying and grotesque. You, don't come any closer. At that moment, Lu Ming had lost all his earlier arrogance and spoke with a trembling voice. If you dare touch me, I'll make my sister never speak to you again. You'll never be able to marry my sister. Mu Ziyan, with a bright smile on his face, took one step closer to Lu Ming. Oh, I've already cut ties with Lu Yunxue. Did your sister forget to tell you? Broke up? Impossible. You're lying. You're definitely lying to me, aren't you? You clearly love my sister so much. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Over the years, Mu Ziyan had sacrificed everything for Lu Yunxue, even giving up his position as the prince of the state. Others might not know, but Lu Ming was well aware of how deeply Mu Ziyan loved his sister. Yet now, seeing Mu Ziyan's bright smile, there wasn't a single trace of sadness. How could he possibly look like someone who had just lost his beloved? As Mu Ziyan approached him step by step, Lu Ming scrambled to his feet, using both hands and feet. Don't think you can fool me. I'll go tell my sister right now. You're nothing but a heartless bastard. Lu Ming muttered threats as he limped toward the exit, making sure to pick up the door from the ground and place it securely before leaving. Mu Ziyan, you just wait. Lu Ming, accompanied by his henchmen, crawled out of the courtyard in disarray. At that moment, a cool breeze blew across his face, and Mu Ziyan felt a sense of relief. After being a sycophant for so long, he almost forgot what it felt like to be human. They're all back. As the first young master of the Great Li dynasty. Arrogant and domineering, that's exactly what he should be doing. The pitiful Lu Ming was carried back to the Lu mansion. As soon as he returned home, he rushed straight to his grandmother's side. Grandmother! You must take revenge for your grandson. Send my sister to teach that Mu Ziyan a lesson. The matriarch of the Lu family, who had finally managed to catch her breath, saw her beloved grandson limping toward her and felt her heart shatter. Oh my dear grandson, what happened to your leg? Lu Ming threw himself at his grandmother's feet, sobbing uncontrollably. Grandmother, did Shuer really cut ties with Mu Ziyan? The moment she heard the name Mu Ziyan, the old matriarch of the Lu family felt uneasy all over. Why are you asking that? And what happened to your leg? At this hour, shouldn't you be following Master Li to practice swordplay? Hearing this, Lu Ming cried even more bitterly. I'm no longer Li Shi's disciple. The Lu family grandmother was startled. What? What happened? Lu Ming recounted in vivid detail how he had been expelled by Li Jushuan today and then went to seek out Mu Ziyan. He especially emphasized the part where he was beaten by Mu Ziyan. Upon hearing that her beloved grandson had gone to confront Mu Ziyan and ended up having his leg broken by him, the matriarch of the Lu family flew into a rage. What? This Mu Ziyan is truly bullying others with his power. Not only did he secretly manipulate Li Jushuan to expel you from the sect, but when you went to confront him, you were beaten so badly that your leg was broken. How could there be such a vicious person in this world? In the eyes of the Lu family matriarch, the only person truly capable of inheriting the Lu family's legacy was the young man before her, Lu Ming. After all, men were the only ones who could carry on the family line. Although Lu Yunxue had achieved great success, she was still a woman and could not be relied upon. The future of the Lu family would ultimately depend on Lu Ming. Now, the next martial arts examination of the Great Li dynasty is imminent, and her most promising great-grandson has been expelled from his master's door at such a critical moment, with one leg broken. This is nothing short of severing the future of the Lu family. The matriarch of the Lu family was so enraged that her hair stood on end. She immediately shouted at the housekeeper. Go fetch Lu Yunxue at once. The steward hesitated. Grandmother, the young lady is currently at the military camp. It might not be convenient. The matriarch of the Lu family grew even more furious upon hearing this. What is a woman doing hanging around the military camp all day? Moreover, what could be more important than the future of the Lu family? That ungrateful wretch Mu Ziyan. I spoke so highly of him back then. If we don't teach him a lesson today, how will the Lu family survive in the capital? Hurry up and bring her back. The housekeeper had no choice but to comply. Half an hour later, Lu Yunxue, dressed in military attire, returned to the Lu mansion on horseback. When he saw Lu Ming's pitiful state, he couldn't help but be startled. Brother, did Mu Ziyan do this? Lu Ming, lying on the bed, groaned in pain. Sister! My dear sister! You must avenge your brother. Mu Ziyan has gone too far. Look at my leg, if it doesn't heal, I'll be crippled for life. Outside the home, Lu Ming was a ruthless tyrant in the capital, but at home, he pretended to be an innocent, harmless person. Especially now, with his pitiful appearance, it was in stark contrast to his tall, muscular build. Lu Yunxue clearly didn't believe him. Although Lu Ming lacked natural talent in martial arts, he was still from a military family. He had trained his body since childhood and was at least a third-rate martial artist. Lu Yunxue couldn't believe that Mu Ziyan, who had never studied martial arts, could break his leg with a single kick. Seeing the expression on Lu Yunxue's face, Lu Ming quickly grabbed the hem of her robe and said, Sister! You must believe me. Mu Ziyan is lying to you. He is truly a martial arts master, I saw it with my own eyes. He is incredibly brutal. He broke the legs of over 10 of my brothers in a row. The scene was horrifying and heart-wrenching. Lu Yunxue immediately reached out and cut off Lu Ming's words. Others might not know Mu Ziyan's background, but she certainly did. Mu Ziyan wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken, let alone beat someone up. Moreover, she didn't care who had injured Lu Ming or why he had been injured. The only thing that mattered now was that Lu Ming had been expelled from his master's door by Li Jushuan. After all, Li Jushuan wasn't just the first sword of the Great Li dynasty, he also controlled the entire Imperial City Bureau. The Imperial City Bureau is the Emperor's eyes and ears, possessing the imperial privilege of executing first and reporting later. To be connected to such a person would bring immeasurable benefits, not only to her but to the entire Lu family. Although she had studied under Li Jushuan for a few days, her status as a woman prevented her from becoming his disciple. Her older brother bears the heavy responsibility of maintaining the Imperial City Bureau, yet he has now been expelled from his master's door. On a smaller scale, the Lu family had lost a pillar of support. On a larger scale, the entire Lu family risked offending the most terrifying intelligence agency in the Great Li Empire. Master Li really expelled you from his school? Lu Ming replied pitifully. It's worse than that. Even my belongings were thrown out. It's a disgrace that would shame my ancestors. Lu Yunxue took a deep breath, utterly speechless at her useless older brother. But there was nothing she could do. She couldn't abandon Li Jiuxian, that powerful figure. With that thought, Lu Yunxue turned to the housekeeper and said, Go fetch Mu Ziyan. Tell him I need to speak with him. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yunxue stood up and said, Never mind, I'll go myself. Chapter 7, The Cold Shoulder. Lu Yunxue looked at the small courtyard in front of her, her expression somewhat displeased, then shouted, Mu Ziyan, I know you're inside. I won't hold this against you, but you must allow my older brother to re-enter Master Li's discipleship. As soon as she finished speaking, the door remained silent. Lu Yunxue's expression grew even more grim. Mu Ziyan, even if you're being stubborn, there should be a limit. My older brother's matter concerns the future of the Lu family. Can't you be a little more mature? The small courtyard remained silent. At that moment, Lu Yunxue felt a fiery rage burning within her. She believed that coming here personally was already a great favor to Mu Zian. However, Mu Zian paid her no mind. The butler, seeing this, couldn't help but suggest, "Miss, why don't we go inside and see? You can try to comfort Mu Zian, and this matter will be settled. The eldest young master can continue his sword training, wouldn't that be wonderful?" However, Lu Yunxue's face was as cold as ice. "Mu Zian, do you really think you can intimidate me like this? Let me tell you, I am now the lady of the clans, a role model for all women in the Great Li Kingdom. Even if I went to Master Li, he would give me some face. I came here today to give you a way out, but don't push your luck." As she finished speaking, a muffled voice came from the small courtyard. "Get out!" A single word, yet it made Mu Zian's attitude crystal clear. Lu Yunxue was also furious at that moment. "Fine. Since Mu Zian refuses to take the step down today, don't come looking for me when you regret it later. Leave." Lu Yunxue turned and left the Lu family mansion. Lu Yunxue's grandmother, upon hearing that Lu Yunxue had gone all the way there and hadn't even seen Mu Zian's face, spoke impatiently. "Oh dear. What are we to do? If we can't re-enter Master Li's discipleship, Minger's future will be ruined. Snow, think of a way. You can't just stand by and watch your older brother be ruined." Lu Yunxue was also frustrated, but she could only suppress her emotions and respond to her grandmother. "Grandmother, there's no need to worry. I am now a favorite of the emperor, and with the momentum of a great victory, I'm sure Master Li will give me some face if I go personally." Lu's grandmother hurriedly replied upon hearing this. All right. Snow, go immediately. Don't delay any further." Faced with her grandmother's urging, Lu Yunxue could only hurry off. From the tavern in the capital, Lu Yunxue specially ordered 2 jars of peach wine, as she knew that Li Zhoushuan had no other hobbies besides his fondness for peach wine. Carrying the wine, Lu Yunxue arrived at Li Zhoushuan's mansion. "Please announce my arrival. Lu Yunxue is here to visit Master Li." The gatekeeper, upon hearing this, stepped forward and said, "My master has said that there is no room for discussion regarding Lu Ming's matter. Please return." Lu Yunxue's face turned pale. As a noblewoman, she couldn't even enter Li Zhoushuan's mansion? That would be a laughingstock. "I am the Lady General of the Great Li dynasty." The gatekeeper laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Even if it were the current prime minister, my master would not see him. How much less so for you, a lowly marquis?" At the Lu family mansion, the elderly matriarch of the Lu family was pacing anxiously in the courtyard. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yunxue finally reappeared within the mansion. The matriarch rushed forward and asked, "How is Shuer? Did Master Li agree to take Minger back as his disciple?" Upon hearing this, a look of fatigue and helplessness appeared on Lu Yunxue's face. She placed the 2 jars of peach wine she was holding on the table. "I did not see Master Li." If she hadn't even seen him, there was no way she could ask Li Zhoushuan to take Lu Ming back as a disciple. The matriarch of the Lu family grew anxious upon hearing this. "Shuer, what's going on? You're the Empress Dowager personally conferred the title of Lady of the Court. You're the role model for all women in the Great Li Kingdom, yet you can't even handle this trivial matter involving your own brother. You've brought shame upon the Lu family." Lu Yunxue was both angry and wronged, but she forced herself to hold back. Upon hearing that his younger sister had returned, Lu Ming, limping, rushed over excitedly and asked, "How is my sister? Did Master Li agree to take me back?" However, the only response was silence. Even the little cutie knew what had happened. Lu Ming was on the verge of breaking down. "My sister. Back then, whatever you wanted to do, you could do. Now that you're a female general, why won't anyone give you face?" Lu Yunxue was also confused. After all, Li Zhoushuan had always been on good terms with her before. Why wouldn't he even agree to meet her today? What could have gone wrong? Meanwhile, in the small courtyard, Zhao Dahe stared at Mu Zian in astonishment. Mu Zian held a longbow and pulled the string with all his strength. The next moment, there was a loud snap, and the bow snapped in two. Mu Zian casually tossed the bow aside and asked, "Which one is this?" Zhao Dahe swallowed hard and held up 3 fingers. 30 bows. Young master truly possesses divine strength. Mu Zian sighed and sat down. Although he possessed the archery skill of hitting a target from 100 steps away, he did not have a single bow that could withstand the immense force of his body. Just then, Zhao Dahe suddenly had an idea and stepped forward flatteringly. "Oh no! How could I forget such an important matter? The young master is looking for a good bow, and it's right under our noses." Mu Zian looked puzzled, and Zhao Dahe continued, "Master, have you forgotten that the late prince of the state once possessed a legendary bow called the heaven-shaking bow? Few in the world could draw it. During his campaign against the desert, the late prince of the state used this bow to shoot 3 arrows and subdue the Tian Shan mountains, earning him fame throughout the land and causing the barbarian tribes of the desert to dare not approach the borders of the Great Li Kingdom for a decade. Upon hearing Zhao Dahu's words, Mu Ziyan finally recalled that such a bao did indeed exist. However, when it was moved from the princess mansion, it seemed to have been packed away with other items and sent to the Lu family's residence. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice. Choice 1, return the bao to its rightful owner, go to the Lu family to retrieve the Jintian bao. Reward, a set of gold-threaded soft armor. Choice 2, give up the Jintian bao and never have any further dealings with the Lu family. Reward, 1,000 taels of gold. Please make your choice. Since it was his father's heirloom, Mu Ziyan naturally had to retrieve it. Lu Ziyan slowly stood up and walked toward the Lu family mansion. Zhao Dahu hurriedly followed behind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making your choice. The reward has been distributed. At that moment, the Lu family mansion was in complete chaos. Lu Jia's grandmother was berating Lu Yunxue non-stop. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was solely focused on securing his own future and wanted his younger sister to beg Mu Ziyan for help. The two voices constantly intertwined, and Lu Yunxue felt as though her head was about to explode. Just as Lu Yunxue felt she was about to lose her mind, a servant rushed in and said, reporting to the eldest young master and the eldest young lady, Mu Ziyan has arrived. The once chaotic room fell silent instantly. Lu Jia's grandmother and Lu Ming immediately turned their attention to Lu Yunxue. Lu Yunxue, who had been feeling somewhat dejected, heard this and felt as though a cloud had been lifted from her mind. Lu Yunxue's expression turned cold as she said, I knew he was a coward. He couldn't resist, could he? This time, I won't forgive him so easily. Chapter 8, The Imperial Edict arrives, humiliating the Lu family. Mu Ziyan walked into the Lu family mansion with composure. Zhao Dahu, following behind him, wore an expression of pure entertainment. Mu Ziyan scanned the room. Everyone who should be there was present, and no one was missing. Lu Yunxue, upon seeing Mu Ziyan, spoke with a cold expression. Mu Ziyan, when I gave you a way out, you refused. Now you dare to come begging me? It's too late. Unless you kneel before my elder brother and admit your mistake right now, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Lu family's matriarch, seeing this, straightened her back. What was she pretending to be so cold-hearted for? In the end, she'd have to come begging for forgiveness anyway. Humph. Kneeling and apologizing isn't enough. He nearly ruined the future of the entire Lu family. In my opinion, he should at least kowtow 10 times. Otherwise, I won't be able to let it go. Mu Ziyan, I never realized you were such a despicable person. It's all because of jealousy, isn't it? You actually wanted to ruin my older brother's future. I was blind to have ever liked you. As my grandmother said, kneel down and kowtow 10 times to my older brother. I'll forgive you for the sake of our past, but otherwise, I'll never speak to you again. Lu Ming heard this and was overjoyed. His previously limp leg suddenly felt much better. Just 10 bows aren't enough. He broke my leg, I must make him break one of his too. Mu Ziyan couldn't help but frown. Was this entire family mentally impaired? I don't understand what you're saying. Lu Yunxue slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Mu Ziyan, what kind of attitude is that? Is that how you apologize? I'm giving you this one chance. Don't make me say it again. Mu Ziyan sneered. The word apology doesn't exist in my dictionary, let alone apologizing to you. Do you even deserve it? Mu Ziyan's words were like daggers to the heart. Zhao Dahu, who was following behind, crossed his arms across his chest and coldly said, Put. What kind of family are you? Lu Yunxue's face alternated between pale and red, clearly enraged by Mu Ziyan's words. Since you're not here to apologize, then my Lu family doesn't welcome you. Mu Ziyan remained calm. Do you think I came here willingly? I came today to retrieve my father's thunderous bao. Lu Ming shouted angrily upon hearing this. The Lu family doesn't have anything of yours. Get out. Mu Ziyan furrowed his brows, startling Lu Ming, who instinctively ducked behind Lu Yunxue. Take the bao? Lu Yunxue's expression was complicated. She had thought Mu Ziyan had come to apologize, but now it seemed like he had made up his mind to cut ties with her completely. For a moment, Lu Yunxue felt a hint of panic, her heart racing with anxiety. Although Mu Zi was now a commoner, the Lu family's connections were still intact, and their influence in the military was significant. The current prime minister and the valiant general had both once received favors from the Zhenguigong mansion. Just as Lu Yunxue was at a loss for what to do, Lu's grandmother stepped forward, hands on her hips, and said, What do you mean it's your family's property? Let me make this clear, once it enters the Lu family mansion, it becomes the Lu family's property. If you want to take that Jintian bao, you must agree to my 3 conditions. First, pay my family 50,000 taels of silver as a storage fee. Second, have that Li Jiushuan personally come to our door and readmit my grandson into his discipleship. Third, contribute another 30,000 to continue building a nobleman's mansion for my snow. Considering the old affection you once had for my daughter Shuer, I'm not denying you this opportunity. When a person is speechless to the extreme, they truly do laugh. Mu Zian had encountered many scoundrels, but someone as shameless as the Lu family was a first. Over the years, Mu Zian had invested at least 8 million taels of silver into the Lu family. How dare they treat him like an ATM? Mu Zian's expression grew icy. The height of shamelessness. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxue, who had felt a hint of guilt, immediately lost her composure. Mu Zian, what do you mean? Do you really think the Lu family is after your money? We just wanted a proper attitude. I never expected you to be such a petty person. You've truly disappointed me. I'll ask you once more. Are you giving it or not? Mu Zian was already growing impatient. Lu Ming, seeing this, couldn't help but snort coldly. Let me tell you. This is the Lu family mansion. My sister is the Empress Dowager, personally bestowed by the Emperor. If you dare to cause trouble, the Emperor will not spare you. The Lu family matriarch dismissed him with disdain. Do you still think you're the heir of the Jinguigong mansion? You're just a commoner now. If I don't give you the Jintian Bao, what can you do? I'm telling you clearly, if you don't agree to these 3 conditions, I'd rather burn the Jintian Bao than give it to you. In the eyes of the Lu family matriarch, without the title of crown prince of the Jinguigong mansion, Mu Zian was utterly insignificant. Her granddaughter was the Empress Dowager, personally bestowed by the current emperor, and there was no one else like her in the entire realm. The future of the Great Li dynasty would rely on her granddaughter, so what could Mu Zian, a fallen heir, possibly do to her? Mu Zian clenched his fists. Since you can't understand human speech, let my fists tell you the answer. However, at that very moment, a series of hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. The next moment, a sharp voice rang out. The imperial edict has arrived. Upon hearing this, the entire Lu mansion erupted into chaos. Lu's grandmother was so excited she couldn't contain herself. It must be the emperor's reward. Schwer, hurry and borrow the imperial edict. See how much favor the current emperor has bestowed upon our Lu family? In the future, our Lu family will become the first family of the Great Li dynasty. Your Jinguigong mansion should just pack your bags and head to the trash heap. Lu Yunxue was also a bit confused at that moment. However, she didn't think much of it. After all, the imperial decree granting her the title of Marquis had been delivered by express messenger. Today's sudden reward was also within reason. As the words fell, the next moment, Chao Gonggang, dressed in a purple-red robe embroidered with golden dragons, entered from outside holding a gleaming imperial edict. Behind him were hundreds of imperial guards clad in iron armor, their procession and scale unprecedented in history. Among the imperial guards, Mu Zian actually spotted a familiar face, none other than Shin Kangwu, the imperial guard commander he had knocked flying with a single punch earlier. It must be said that this guy had exceptional physical prowess. He could get out of bed and walk around after just one day of rest. Mu Zian thought to himself, this perfect punching bag is someone I must seek out for more practice in the future. Shin Kangwu felt a chill run down his spine as Mu Zian looked at him. He instinctively lowered his head. Lu Yunxue, seeing this, immediately knelt down and bowed his head. Your humble servant, Lady Lu Yunxue, the lady of the court, humbly welcomes the imperial edict. Lu Jia's grandmother and Lu Ming also hurried forward to kneel on the ground. The smiles on their faces were impossible to contain, and Lu Ming was already thinking about how he would humiliate Mu Zian after receiving the imperial edict to vent his anger. Just as everyone from the Lu family was eagerly awaiting, Chao Gonggang walked past Lu Yunxue without a glance. Not only did he not announce the imperial edict, he didn't even glance at her before walking straight to Mu Zian. Oh my little master, I finally found you. I searched every corner of your small courtyard. If someone hadn't told me you were here, I wouldn't have known how to report back. Mu Zian's expression remained calm. Thank you for your trouble, Chao Gonggang. Chao Gonggang hurriedly replied. Not at all, not at all. In the future, I'll need you to speak well of me to the emperor on my behalf. Mu Zian and Chao Gonggang chatted animatedly, while the Lu family members nearby felt uneasy. Especially Lu Yunxue, whose face was flushed red. She didn't know whether to stand up or kneel down, feeling utterly miserable. Chao Gonggang unfolded the imperial edict, and Mu Zian pretended to kneel. However, Chao Gonggang acted swiftly, grabbing Mu Zian and holding him up. He then glanced down at the Lu family members kneeling on the ground and said, The emperor has said that Mu Zian may stand to hear this edict today. These words caused an uproar. Chao Gong cleared his throat and spoke. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, I have heard that the way to govern a country lies in appointing capable officials, and the foundation of a stable nation relies on loyal and virtuous advisors. Now, Mu Zian, the son of the Duke of Jinguai, has been diligent and loyal to the state, working tirelessly day and night, with a gentle and virtuous nature, which has deeply comforted my heart. Therefore, I hereby grant him the authority of the prince of the state, reopen his mansion, and bestow upon him 3,000 taels of gold, 10,000 taels of silver, and 1,000 bolts of brocade. I urge you to fulfill your duties with diligence, uphold loyalty and integrity, cultivate integrity and self-discipline, enhance the prestige of the Great Li Kingdom, expand its territories, and not betray the trust one have placed in you. This is my command. As Chao Gonggang's voice fell, the hall fell silent. At that moment, all the members of the Lu family felt dazed. Only one thought filled their minds. Lu family. Wan La. Chapter 9, Granting the title of Duke of the State, the cowardly Lu family. After reading the imperial edict, Chao Gongdang smiled at Mu Ziyan and said, "You may no longer be addressed as Mu Gongzi. You must now be called Mu Guogong." "Congratulations." Mu Ziyan took the imperial edict and replied with a smile. "Eunuch Chao is too kind." After speaking, Chao Gongdang looked down at the Lu family members still kneeling on the ground with a haughty expression and snorted coldly. Some people have lofty ambitions but lack foresight. Mu Guogong should keep his eyes open and not let just anyone climb onto your coattails. Chao Gongdang's words were like rubbing the Lu family's face in the dirt. Lu Yunxue felt an intense pang of sorrow in her heart. If the Duke has no further business, we shall return to the palace to report. With that, Chao Gong turned and waved his hand, and the palace guards immediately stepped back. Xin Kangwu, who had followed behind, stepped forward, bowed to Mu Ziyan, and whispered, "On that day, it was I who underestimated the Mu Marquis. I shall personally apologize to the Mu Marquis in the future and hope to have the opportunity to exchange ideas with him in the future. Farewell." Xin Kangwu walked past Lu Yunxue with his head held high. As for the people from the Lu family, he didn't even glance at them. Once Chao Gongdang had left, the Lu family mansion fell into complete silence. Zhao Dahu, seeing this, sneered at the Lu family matriarch and asked coldly, "Old dog. Bark. Why aren't you barking? Do you like to bully people with your power? Do you like to act like a rogue? Try it again in front of my duke today." The matriarch of the Lu family's face turned bright red, but she dared not utter a word. At present, Mu Ziyan had reclaimed the title of Duke of the State, making him the second most powerful person in the entire Great Li Kingdom. The Lu family, a mere clan, dared not provoke him. Mu Ziyan remained calm, speaking indifferently. "Where is it?" Upon hearing this, the old matriarch of the Lu family hurriedly stood up, her face contorted into a fawning expression. "Duke Mu, I admit I spoke a bit too loudly earlier. Please don't take it to heart. It's just a bow. I'll have it brought to you immediately." Mu Ziyan crossed his arms across his chest, his expression amused as he surveyed the crowd and asked, "Do you still need me to pay 30,000 taels? Do you need me to intercede on your behalf? Do you still need me to continue helping your family build the Marquis' mansion?" The three consecutive questions left the old matriarch of the Lu family sweating profusely, and she hurriedly replied awkwardly, "No, no, no. How dare we trouble the Marquis of Mu? Just consider it a slip of the tongue." Just moments ago, they had been so arrogant and domineering, but now they were as humble as could be. Such a lowly creature deserves no kindness. In the past, Mu Ziyan would have given the entire world to the Lu family, yet all he received in return was their cold indifference. Now that he had laid his cards on the table, he was using his power to bully them, and the Lu family's backbone had already gone soft. In the blink of an eye, the Lu family had already brought the thunderous bow to Mu Ziyan. Their efficiency had improved by tenfold. As soon as Mu Ziyan got his hands on the thunderous bow, he sensed its extraordinary nature. The bow was pitch black, emitting an intangible aura of malevolence. Under this longbow, who knew how much blood had been spilled? Lu Yunxue, seeing this, couldn't help but sneer. This bow was indeed a top-tier, peerless masterpiece. However, drawing it was simply impossible. Back then, Lu Yunxue had summoned 5 of the best archers in the army, and it took them half a month to barely draw the bowstring halfway. For someone as weak as Mu Ziyan, this bow was nothing more than a decoration, utterly useless in battle. However, before Lu Yunxue could finish his thoughts, he saw Mu Ziyan hold the bow in one hand and pull the string with the other. The next moment, the earth-shattering bow was effortlessly drawn to a full moon by Mu Ziyan. Lu Yunxue stood frozen in place, feeling as though she were dreaming. A loud clang echoed through the air. Mu Ziyan let go. The powerful sound waves sent Lu Yunxue staggering back 3 steps. Even with the bowstring empty, the force unleashed under such intense strain was incredibly powerful. Mu Ziyan was highly satisfied and then led Zhao Dahe toward the door. As he passed by Lu Yunxue, Mu Ziyan paused. "Over the past 3 years, your Lu family has used 5 million taels of silver from my Jinguigong mansion. I am giving you 3 days to raise the money. 3 days later, every single tael must be delivered to the Jinguigong mansion. If I do not see the money by then, the Lu family will no longer have a reason to exist." With that, Mu Ziyan's figure vanished from Lu Yunxue's sight. Only then did Lu Yunxue snap out of her daze. The cold, emotionless tone of Mu Ziyan's voice made her realize that he was not joking. This Mu Ziyan is simply too much. 500,000 taels of silver? Even if we sold the entire Lu family, we couldn't possibly raise that much. Mu Ziyan is forcing us to our deaths. The matriarch of the Lu family collapsed onto the ground, beating her chest in despair. Lu Ming, who was dragging a broken leg, hurried over and said, "My dear sister, I know Mu Ziyan loves you the most. Go and beg her, plead with her. How could we possibly come up with 500,000 taels of silver?" The Lu family matriarch pointed at Lu Yunxue and shouted angrily, "Are you out of your mind? You had a husband from the prince of the state's mansion, and you went and married a lowly soldier. Now look at us. The future of the Lu family is ruined because of you. How am I supposed to face our ancestors when I die? I don't care, this is all your fault. The Lu family 1T contribute a single coin. You must take full responsibility for the 5 million taels of silver. And what about your older brother's martial arts training? The martial arts examination is coming up soon, there's no time to waste. You must resolve this matter immediately. If you can't, don't ever call yourself a member of the Lu family again. At that moment, Lu Yunxue had no thoughts for others. Mu Zian's cold demeanor had nearly driven her mad. Why? She was the one who was supposed to be the favored daughter of heaven. Why could Mu Zian treat her like this? Lu Yunxue felt like she was about to explode with anger. At the gates of the Jinguigong mansion, Mu Zian felt as though he had been transported to another world. Flashbacks of the past flooded his mind. With a creak, Zhao Davo pushed open the dust-covered gate of the Jinguigong mansion, which had been sealed for 3 years. The courtyard was spotless, with not a single blade of grass in sight. The carved beams and painted rafters, the flying eaves and ornate brackets, all stood tall and majestic. It seemed as though the past 3 years had never happened. At that moment, the sound of a trumpet echoed from the end of the street in front of the Jinguigong mansion. Moments later, the sound of footsteps grew louder as they approached. This was followed by the clanging of armor. Mu Zian looked in the direction of the sound and saw, under the setting sun, a squadron of soldiers, clad in armor and wielding weapons, marched forward in unison. The scene was grand and imposing, resembling a military parade. At the front of the formation, dozens of armored soldiers carried a massive gilded gate plaque. On the gate, there were only 4 golden characters. The mansion of the Duke of the State. Below the inscription was a vivid seal mark, bearing 8 more characters. Mandated by heaven, eternal prosperity. Armored soldiers carried the gate plaque. A jade seal bore the inscription. Under the heavens, the only one who could receive such an honor. Only the Jinguigong of the Great Li dynasty. Chapter 10, Officials gather to celebrate, the princess arrives. Just as the plaque appeared, another loud voice rang out. The first minister of the Great Li dynasty, Du Yuheng, has arrived. As the first voice faded, another echoed through the air. General Mu Junxian, the great general of martial valor of the Great Li dynasty, has arrived. General Gue Pingheng of the Eastern Campaign has arrived. Minister of Revenue Gao Yongchang has arrived. Commander of the Imperial Guards, Shen Kangwu, has arrived. Li Jiuxian, head of the Imperial City Bureau of the Great Li dynasty, has arrived. Each voice that rang out signified the arrival of one of the most powerful nobles of the Great Li dynasty. This was the power and influence behind the 3 characters Jinguigong. What does it mean to be second only to the emperor and above all others? At this very moment, it was perfectly illustrated. Congratulations on the reopening of the Prince of the State's mansion. Cheers of congratulations echoed one after another. Mu Zian was also momentarily stunned. He had never imagined that reopening the Prince of the State's mansion would cause such a commotion. To receive your congratulations today is a great honor for me. I only hope that in the future, we can work together to uphold justice and protect our great nation for thousands of years. Amidst the chorus of congratulatory voices, a slender voice rang out. The 9th princess has arrived. Dong! 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 A series of urgent drumbeats sounded, and the officials who had come to congratulate him instinctively made way. Moments later, 2 palace maids appeared, carrying a white silk curtain. Behind the curtain stood a graceful figure dressed in exquisite palace attire. The arrival was none other than Princess Xiao Xiuning of the Great Li dynasty. Xiao Xiuning was not only the most beloved princess of the current emperor, but her literary talent was also renowned throughout the capital. A single calligraphy piece by Xiao Xiuning could fetch 10,000 taels of silver in the capital, and there were no buyers willing to pay less. Countless nobles and wealthy young men longed to own one of her calligraphy scrolls. Xiao Xiuqing's arrival immediately brought the atmosphere to a fever pitch. As for the civil and military officials who came to congratulate her, it was due to their private connections with the Prince of the State. But the 9th princess's presence represented the imperial court stance. Gazing at the woman before him, who seemed as ethereal as a celestial being, Mu Zian couldn't help but stare in awe. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her waist as slender as a willow branch, and standing beneath the white veil, she looked like snow gathered under the moonlight. Fortunately, it was only a momentary daze, and Mu Zian quickly snapped back to reality. This humble servant pays his respects to the 9th princess. Xiao Xiuning smiled beneath the sheer veil and replied, "Congratulations on the reopening of the Jinguigong mansion. I have come today to offer my congratulations and have brought a small token of my esteem. Please accept it. The presence of the 9th princess today brings honor to the Jinguigong mansion. Please join us inside the mansion for a chat, and allow me to show my hospitality as the host." In an instant, the once deserted Jinguigongfu was once again bustling with activity. The current chancellor, the 6 ministers of the 6 ministries, the 4 generals of the 4 campaigns, the commander of the imperial guards, and the favored princess. The Jinguigong mansion declared to the world in its most powerful form, "I am back." At the same time, within the Lu family mansion, the matriarch of the Lu family was trembling in fear. "Have you confirmed everything? Are all the court officials really there?" Lu Ming's face was grim, and he replied with a trembling voice. "Grandmother." Not only that, but the emperor's most beloved ninth princess, the chancellor, the head of the civil officials, and the general of martial valor, the head of the military officials, have all arrived. Lu Ming felt his breathing grow, and cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Any one of these people could crush the Lu family 100 times over with a single finger. And yet, all of them had gathered at the Prince of the State's mansion today, more numerous than even during an imperial audience. What an overwhelming force! At that moment, only one phrase echoed in Lu Ming's mind. "If you don't enter officialdom, you'll see me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon in the sky. If you do enter officialdom, you'll see me as a mayfly seeing the blue sky." That's exactly how Lu Ming feels right now. Lu's grandmother felt nothing but frustration at that moment. Such a glorious scene should have included the Lu family as well. Yet now, they could only huddle in this small house like a stray dog. This stark contrast is utterly devastating. Where is Lu Yunxue? Where is she? Bring her to see me. The matriarch of the Lu family pounded the table and shouted. Moments later, Lu Yunxue, looking exhausted, appeared before her grandmother. Seeing her grandmother's furious expression, Lu Yunxue was puzzled. "Grandmother, what happened?" Lu Ming, standing nearby, spoke impatiently. "Do you know that Mu Ziyan has reopened the town National Duke's mansion?" Lu Yunxue, upon hearing this, didn't seem to care at all. "So he reopened it. What's the big deal?" Before she could finish, the old lady of the Lu family suddenly raised her voice. "Do you know how glorious the Jinguigong mansion is today? The current chancellor, the mighty general, the 6 ministers of the 6 ministries, and even the 9th princess herself went to congratulate them." Lu Yunxue was somewhat shocked upon hearing this, but her expression quickly returned to normal. "It's just some social niceties. Why does grandmother take it so seriously? Mu Ziyan is nothing but a spoiled brat. Even if he inherits the town guardian's mansion, what good will it do? As the saying goes, he who wears the crown must bear its weight. How could Mu Ziyan, a good-for-nothing, possibly uphold such a vast estate? Do you truly believe those court officials went to congratulate him with sincere intentions? They were merely there to mock him. The more he boasts today, the more humiliating his downfall will be. Moreover, his arrogance today, with all the court officials attending the celebration, is nothing short of forming factions. Do you really think the emperor will turn a blind eye to this? This Mu Ziyan has already sealed his own fate. Our Lu family is fortunate to have severed ties with him quickly, otherwise, if the emperor were to investigate, we too would be held accountable." Upon hearing these words, the matriarch of the Lu family's brows relaxed considerably. Lu Yunxue continued. "Grandmother, there is no need to worry. Let him bask in glory for a day. By tomorrow night's triumphant banquet, not only will all the officials be present, but the emperor himself will also attend. At that time, our Lu family will naturally ascend to the ranks of the first-class aristocratic families of the capital. With the merits of myself and Pei Lang, we will certainly have a place in the imperial court in the future. The Duke of Jingui is merely a thing of the past. Only Pei Lang and I are the pillars of the future court, and His Majesty must think the same." Lu family's grandmother couldn't help but grow excited upon hearing this, gripping Lu Yunxue's hand tightly. "Oh, my Snow is so accomplished. That Mu Ziyan is nothing but a good-for-nothing who relies on his father's influence. How could he possibly match our Snow, who has achieved everything through her own efforts?" Lu Ming, who was watching from the side, felt something was off, and a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. The moon rose above the willow branches, and the Jinguigong mansion was shrouded in silence. A single oil lamp flickered on and off. Though the reopening of the Jinguigong mansion today seemed bustling and vibrant. But Mu Ziyan knew that the officials had come to see his father, Mu Zhanying, not him. In their eyes, he was still just a spoiled playboy who only understood love and romance. Therefore, to revive the Jinguigong mansion, Mu Ziyan must achieve something remarkable. Relying on mountains, mountains may collapse. Relying on people, people may flee. Only oneself is truly reliable. With this thought in mind, his next goal became clear: military achievements. Though the Great Li Kingdom appeared peaceful on the surface, it was rife with hidden dangers. Internally, aristocratic clans are vying for power, and rebellions have never ceased in various regions. Externally, barbarian tribes like the Xiongnu are lurking menacingly. The borders with neighboring countries are fraught with constant friction, and the slightest misstep could spark another war. However, for Mu Ziyan, this crisis also holds countless opportunities. Just then, the candle flame before Mu Ziyan suddenly began to flicker violently. Outside, a fierce wind howled, and the rustling of leaves filled the air. Mu Ziyan narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. "On a moonless night, it's the perfect time to kill. On a windy night, it's the perfect time to start a fire. Since you've come, why hide and run away?" Chapter 11, The 7 Burials of Azura, Instant Annihilation. In the blink of an eye, Mu Ziyan flipped over and darted past the oil lamp, The next moment, several arrows flew in from outside the window. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, the spot where Mu Zian had been sitting was pierced like a hedgehog. Every move was a fatal strike. Clearly, they had come prepared. However, the Mu Zian of the present was no longer the same man he once was. Using the momentum of his role, he reached out and grabbed the thunderous bow from the wall. He drew an arrow embedded in the wall, turned, drew the bowstring, and released the arrow all in the blink of an eye. The arrow pierced through the small hole in the window. Not a single inch off target. The next moment, under the midnight moonlight, a piercing sound echoed through the night, followed by a sudden scream. 100 steps, an arrow through the willow. No arrow missed its mark. Mu Zian took 3 steps in 2, raised his hand to grasp the Fong Tianhuaji, and then swung it forward with all his strength. In an instant, the wooden door blocking Mu Zi's path exploded with a loud bang. Outside, 7 black figures landed in the courtyard. To be precise, there were 6, as one had been impaled directly into the stone wall. Under the cold moonlight, the 6 figures were all clad in black night attire, with only a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent exposed. As a gust of wind swept away the dust, Mu Zian stepped forward, holding his square-headed halberd, his expression as calm as still water. The leader of the black-clad figures, seeing Mu Zian unharmed, was momentarily stunned. The young marquis is truly well hidden. We thought this deal was ours for the 6th burial hall, but it seems our intelligence was flawed. We'll have to pay extra now. Though he spoke thus, the leader's words held no trace of disappointment. Instead, his tone was playful, even tinged with excitement. However, whether you're strong or weak, your fate today is sealed death. Having the 6 burial halls dispatch 7 men to deal with you means the Jinguigong mansion will be wiped out, and that's not a bad deal. Before the leader could finish speaking, Mu Zian snorted coldly. Stop dragging your feet. In the next instant, Mu Zian suddenly threw the Chinese halberd in his hand at him. The black-clad leader never expected Mu Zian to act with such decisiveness. By the time he reacted, the halberd was already upon him. At that moment, trying to dodge it was as futile as a fool's fantasy. At the last possible moment, the leader drew his horizontal sword from his waist and blocked it in front of his chest. At that moment, he couldn't help but think, I've blocked it. However, the next moment, the Fong Tianhua halberd, carrying the might of 10,000 Jun, shattered the horizontal sword in his hands. The leader felt a numbing sensation in his wrists, followed by excruciating pain in his arms. Then, the Fong Tianhua spear pierced his body like a knife through tofu. Before he could react, Mu Zian's figure had already appeared before him. His cold, emotionless gaze made even the seasoned assassin feel a pang of fear. Mu Zian grabbed the Fong Tianhuaji and pinned the leader of the black-clad men firmly to the ground. Then he raised his foot and stomped down with all his might. With a loud bang, the leader's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood spattered everywhere. Throwing the spear and killing the man in one fluid motion, there was no hesitation. The remaining 5 didn't even have time to react. Their leader was killed right before their eyes by Mu Zian's single kick. Mu Zian pulled the Fong Tianhua spear out of the headless corpse and then smiled at the remaining 5 men, saying, You have 5 breaths to tell me who sent you. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the remaining 5 assassins didn't hesitate for a moment and charged toward Mu Zian. Mu Zian smiled slightly, murmuring, 5. He swung the Fong Tianhuaji forward with all his strength. A burly black-clad man wielding a massive axe tried to block the attack. However, in the next instant, under everyone's gaze, he was split in 2 by a single stroke. 4. The halberd swept out horizontally, executing the technique known as demon subduing whirlwind. Who could match the force of 10,000 pounds? 3. Blood stained the sky. Mu Zian swiftly drew his Fong Tianhuaji. He struck left and right in rapid succession, each blow inflicting injury and death upon contact. Mu Zian wiped the blood from the spear's blade and smiled at the remaining 3 black-clad figures. Time is running out. In less than 4 breaths, Mu Zian had turned them into the 3 treasures of auspiciousness. At this very moment, even the most professional would know they were no match for Mu Zian. What was there to hesitate about? The 3 of them exchanged glances and immediately sprinted off in 3 different directions. The intelligence was wrong. The plan backfired. The situation is dire. Let us retreat. Mu Zian wouldn't give the 3 of them a chance to escape. Since you've come, stay and face your fate. Mu Zian didn't hesitate for a moment, taking a swift step forward. The square-headed halberd in his hand stabbed out. The long spear pierced through the black-clad figure's chest, blood gushing out. He quickly withdrew the halberd and hurled it at the shadow that had already charged onto the roof. The spear sliced through the air with precision, pinning him to the roof. The last man secretly rejoiced, thinking he had finally escaped, but just as he was about to burst through the door, Mu Zian directly threw the corpse he was holding toward him. The corpse struck him squarely, and in that split second of hesitation, Mu Zian sprang forward, closing the distance in an instant. He then grabbed his head with one hand and yanked him off the ground. Mu Zian looked at the man in his hands with a playful expression and asked, Who sent you here? Mu Ziyan tightened his grip slightly, and in the next moment, the black-clad man felt as though his brain was about to explode. What on earth was going on? Wasn't Mu Ziyan supposed to be a weakling who couldn't even lift a chicken? How could he be more formidable than a war god now? After all, any one of the 7 of them could easily take down 100 men. Yet now, in front of Mu Ziyan, they were as helpless as new recruits. The lone remaining assassin stared at Mu Ziyan with an expression of utmost seriousness and said, "There are rules in this line of work. As an assassin, I have my professional integrity. Make me betray my comrades? Impossible." No sooner had the words left his mouth than there was a loud crack. Mu Ziyan twisted his neck into a pretzel. The last member of the Shura 7 burials never expected Mu Ziyan to be so decisive. His eyes betrayed complete confusion. Something's wrong. This isn't how it's supposed to go. Looking at the bodies littering the courtyard, Mu Ziyan felt a headache coming on. On the very first day of opening his mansion, he had already encountered an assassination attempt. It seemed that the enemies of the Jingui Gong mansion were indeed numerous. However, since he had come, he would make the best of it. If he dared to open the mansion, he wasn't afraid of those crawling insects hiding in the shadows. However, this assassination attempt also made Mu Ziyan realize that the most important thing now was to quickly establish military merits and expand his power. Otherwise, it would be easy to dodge open attacks but difficult to guard against hidden dangers. Moreover, it only strengthened Mu Ziyan's conviction that his father's death was definitely not an accident. He had only just announced his reclaiming of the title of Prince of the State, and already someone was eager to assassinate him. Those who wanted to eliminate his father, who had held such a high position for so long, would certainly act with even greater ruthlessness. At that moment, Mu Ziyan felt as though a vast net was closing in on him. Chapter 12, Show of Force. The next morning, the air outside the Jingui Gong mansion was filled with the stench of blood. Zhao Dahu was directing the capital's constables to carry away the bodies of those who had been brutally killed and left scattered about the mansion. "Did you do this?" Li Jiuxian stared at the horrifying corpses, speechless with shock. Mu Ziyan nodded silently. Li Jiuxian crossed his arms across his chest and couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. "Do you know who these people are?" Mu Ziyan shook his head. "I would like to hear the details." Li Jiuxuan pointed to the lotus flower embroidered on the collar of a corpse. That emblem is the symbol of the 6th Burial Hall, the most infamous assassin organization in the martial arts world. It is said that as long as you pay them enough, there is no one in the world they cannot kill. They are a group of madmen who will do anything for money. The 6th Burial Hall is divided into the upper 3 burials and the lower 3 burials. The upper 3 burials represent heaven, earth, and humanity. To hire them to kill someone, the starting price is 50,000 taels of silver. The lower 3 burials are the Asura and evil ghosts, with the Asura burial being the most powerful and expensive. To hire 7 Asura burials, it would cost at least 70,000 taels of silver. The person behind this must be incredibly wealthy. But today, you killed them all. You've ruined the reputation of the Asura burial in the 6 burial halls. Now you've made a significant enemy of the 6 burial halls. They won't let you off easily. Li Jiuxuan sighed and mockingly appraised Mu Ziyan, seemingly trying to discern a hint of fear on his face. However, Li Jiuxuan was disappointed. Mu Ziyan showed not a single trace of fear on his face. The 6th Burial Hall dared to assassinate the Prince of the State in the capital. If this reaches the Emperor's ears, do you think he'll be pleased? The capital of the Great Li dynasty, and yet an assassin organization has infiltrated to this extent. Mu Ziyan's expression was amused. Li Jiuxian's face turned red with embarrassment, but he couldn't help but think to himself, when did this kid become so clever? Cut off their heads and hang them at the eastern gate. Mu Ziyan said coldly. Today, he intended to use these heads to tell the world that Mu Ziyan was not someone to be messed with. Those who sought his life should first measure their own strength. At the same time, inside the Imperial Palace's Hall of Cultivating the Heart, Chao Gonggang reported everything that had happened at the Prince of Jinggui's mansion last night to the Emperor in detail. The 6 burial halls. Damn them! The Emperor's expression grew grim. He had just agreed to reopen the Jingui Gong mansion, yet that very night, Mu Ziyan had been attacked. This was not only a direct challenge to Mu Ziyan but also a slap in the face of the Emperor of the Great Li dynasty. Chao Gonggang approached with a trembling voice and said, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty." The young master was unharmed, and he even killed all the assassins. The Emperor of Dali was somewhat surprised by this. Although he had always considered Mu Ziyan to be strong, facing so many ruthless and highly skilled assassins and not only surviving but also killing them all was truly awe-inspiring. Skill in combat and the ability to kill are two different things. The Emperor of Dali's expression relaxed considerably. Excellent. You truly live up to your title as the Prince of the State. With this, who in this realm would dare to speak ill of us behind our backs? However, as the saying goes, one can only be a thief for 1,000 days, but one cannot let a thief go free for 1,000 days. The people of the 6th Burial Hall will certainly not give up easily. Since that is the case, I must also provide him with some assistance. Though one man may be strong, he cannot match 1,000 soldiers. Just as the Emperor of Dali was deep in thought, Chao Gonggong suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, have you forgotten that the Prince of the State has a loyal army known as the Frontline Army? Every soldier in that army is a seasoned veteran who fears neither death nor danger. The Emperor of Dali snapped out of his reverie. Where is the command symbol of the Xianjin army now? Your Majesty, it is currently in the hands of Lady Lu Yunxue, the Lady General. Upon hearing the name Lu Yunxue, the Emperor of Dali let out a cold snort. A heartless and treacherous traitor like her has no right to command the Xianjin army. Retrieve the military insignia from her and return it to Mu Zian, at least that will restore it to its rightful owner. This servant obeys your command. At the same time, news of Mu Zian's counterattack against the 6th burial hall spread throughout the capital in an instant. Lu Yunxue looked utterly astonished. How is that possible? He's never even practiced martial arts. How could he possibly kill 7 of the top assassins in the martial arts world? In Lu Yunxue's memory, Mu Zian had always been the type who couldn't even lift a finger. He only knew how to hover around her like a pesky fly, which was truly irritating. But at that very moment, the facts were staring him in the face, leaving him no choice but to believe. The heads of those 7 assassins were now lying at the eastern gate of the capital. No one could deny it. I told you Mu Zian was deceiving you, but you wouldn't listen. Now the truth is before your eyes. Do you believe me now? If you hadn't been so stubborn and reckless, the Prince of the State would be my brother-in-law now. How glorious that would have been. Lu Ming spoke with frustration. Lu Ming's grandmother, standing beside him, sighed deeply. Our Lu family could have used this opportunity to rise to greatness, but now it's all ruined because of you. Lu Yunxue's heart was also filled with complex emotions, but there was no such thing as a regret pill in this world. However, as the first female marquise of the Great Li dynasty, her pride wouldn't allow her to bow her head. It was just killing some lowly outlaws. If they had really gone to battle, what good would a little bravery do? At best, they'd just be reckless fools. Facing Lu Yunxue's stubborn refusal to admit defeat, even Lu Ming, who wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, found himself at a loss for words. Is it really that hard to admit someone else's excellence? Just then, a loud, cheerful laugh echoed from outside the Lu mansion. Schwer is right. Killing a few vagabonds from the martial arts world isn't anything to boast about. If you were on the battlefield facing 10,000 cavalry in formation, that would truly be earth-shaking. The moment she heard the voice, all the gloom on Lu Yunxue's face vanished. She immediately stood up and looked toward the gate. There stood a tall, muscular man with a handsome face, dressed in white robes as pure as snow, his eyes as bright as the moon in the sky. Pei Lang, why have you come? The man before her was none other than Pei Lang, the one she had been longing for. Pei Jianji. Lu Yunxue rushed forward in 2 strides, grabbing Pei Jianji's hand. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her shy expression resembled that of a young bride on her wedding day. Pei Jianji pretended not to notice, gently pinching Lu Yunxue's cheek and smiling as he said, "It's been so long. Did you miss me?" Watching their playful banter, Lu's grandmother snorted coldly. Are you the Pei Lang my snow mentioned? Pei Jianji stepped forward and bowed, saying, I suppose you must be the grandmother she speaks of. I am Pei Jianji, of the Pei clan of Qinghe. I met Schwer on the battlefield, where we shared life and death, never parting. I will marry no one but her in this lifetime. Lu Yunxue hurriedly chimed in. I will never marry anyone but Pei Lang. Seeing her granddaughter acting so recklessly, the Lu family matriarch felt her anger boiling over. Seeing the depth of their feelings, the matriarch of the Lu family spoke directly. Since you and my snow are so well suited, you must be willing to make sacrifices for her, right? Pei Jianji replied confidently. The Pei family of Qinghe is one of the top aristocratic families in the Great Li dynasty. We have everything we desire. Schwer may ask for anything she wants, even if it means giving my life for her. The matriarch of the Lu family sneered. Your life is of no use to the Lu family, but there is indeed one matter that requires your assistance. Pei Jianji said confidently. Please tell me what it is. The Pei family is wealthy beyond measure. Money is but a trivial matter to me. If it can earn a smile from Schwer, I would not hesitate to pay any price. Upon hearing this, the matriarch of the Lu family sat up straight and spoke softly. The Lu family doesn't ask for much from you. First, help us repay the 5 million taels of silver owed to the Jinguigong mansion. The rest can be discussed later. Chapter 13, The Foolish. How much? Pei Jianji felt as though his ears were playing tricks on him. Lu Jia's grandmother sat upright in her chair, smiling broadly as she held up 5 fingers. Not much, not much. Just 5 million taels. My daughter Schwer's mansion still needs 30,000 taels for repairs. Given your air of nobility, you must be a generous person. Why not pay it all together? Pei Jianji felt his mind go blank upon hearing this. If he could afford 5 million taels, would he need to risk his life in the army? Although Pei Jianji always boasted about the prestige of the Qinghe Pei clan, he was actually just a branch of the main family. Even if he mortgaged all his family's houses and fields, he couldn't even come up with 1 million taels, let alone 5 million. As if noticing the embarrassment and shock on Pei Jianji's face, the Lu family matriarch said with disdain. I thought you were the son of a prominent family. How can you not even come up with a mere 5 million taels? Pei Jianji couldn't help but curse under his breath. Do you think this silver is cow dung on the ground, something you can just pick up and take? 5 million taels of silver. Not only is that an astronomical sum for a mere branch of the Pei family, but even the main branch would have to make a significant sacrifice to come up with that much. Seeing the embarrassed expression on her beloved's face, Lu Yunxue immediately stepped forward to defend him. Grandmother, this sum is far too large. Please give us some time, even if it's 3 days, what's the harm? I don't believe Muzi could be so heartless. Upon hearing this, Pei Jianji also felt his face grow hot with embarrassment. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, he suddenly had an idea and said, May I ask, grandmother, how exactly were these 500,000 taels of silver spent? The Lu family matriarch, who was also displeased with Pei Jianji, replied coldly. Of course, it's all been used by Mu Zian over the years. Shuer has been away on a military campaign for 3 years, and with such a large Lu family to support, where wouldn't we need money? Upon hearing this, Pei Jianji felt speechless once again. What kind of extravagant lifestyle could possibly have spent 5 million taels of silver in just 3 years? At that moment, Pei Jianji made up his mind. If he were to marry Lu Yunxue in the future, he must first sever ties with the Lu family. Otherwise, with how they were squeezing every last drop out of him, he wouldn't be able to escape their clutches easily. In this entire world, there was probably only that little darling from the princess mansion. The prince was willing to spend money to marry her. Though he thought this in his heart, he couldn't say it aloud, lest he lose face before the woman he loved. With this thought in mind, Pei Jianji cleared his throat and said, In that case, I do have a way to help your grandmother avoid this 5 million taels of debt and ensure that Mu Zian has no grounds to complain. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up, and Lu Yunxue exclaimed excitedly, I knew Pei Lang was full of strategies. How could that spoiled Mu Zian compare to you? Pei Jianji seemed to enjoy Lu Yunxue's praise and spoke confidently. As the saying goes, taking without permission is considered theft, but since Mu Zian is voluntarily contributing, this money naturally cannot be attributed to the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxue's grandmother was speechless, thinking he was about to reveal some earth-shattering strategy, only to find out it was this? Wasn't he essentially telling them to act like deadbeats? In the past, they might have just accepted being deadbeats, but times had changed. Now, Mu Zian held the prestigious title of Duke of the State, with immense power and influence. How could one just shirk responsibilities so easily? Pei Jianji deliberately paused, but unfortunately, he didn't receive the praise he had imagined. Instead, everyone looked at him as if he were a cute little child. Pei Jianji felt a bit awkward and quickly tried to salvage the situation. Tonight is the celebratory banquet for Shuer and me. I'm sure His Majesty will also be in attendance. Over the past 3 years, Shuer has endured countless hardships and achieved great feats while fighting abroad. Yet Mu Zian is nothing but a spoiled nobleman in the capital, having made no contributions to the nation. As long as the two of us explain the situation to the emperor at the banquet, he will surely waive this meager debt of 5 million. With the emperor's word, even Mu Zian, the Duke of the State, dare not object. In this way, we will not only reduce the debt owed by our grandmother but also use this opportunity to dampen Mu Zian's arrogance. Let him not think that becoming the prince of the state gives him the right to act so arrogantly. The future of this realm still lies in our hands. Upon hearing these words, the matriarch of the Lu family felt a surge of anger rise within her. All this talk boils down to 2 words, no money. After all, back then, no matter what she wanted, Mu Zian would have bought it for her, no matter how expensive it was. Yet now, this man before her, though he appeared dignified, was nothing but a smooth-talking fraud. Truly, when people are compared, one dies. When goods are compared, one is discarded. However, Pei Jianji didn't sense the awkward atmosphere at all and continued to speak eloquently. Even if Mu Zian inherits the title of Prince of the State, what can he do? The vast lands of the Great Li dynasty still rely on us to defend them. He's nothing more than an idle playboy, a bird in a cage, a fish in a barrel, nothing to worry about. Lu Yunxue, standing nearby, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If only things were as Pei Jianji said. Thinking back to the icy glare Mu Zian had given her earlier, she knew that the 5 million taels of silver wouldn't be so easily forgiven. However, there was no other solution at the moment. If it were 20 or 30,000 taels, she might still be able to scrape together enough, but 500,000 taels was simply impossible to gather. And what Pei Jianji had suggested was, after all, the best option available. With that thought, Lu Yunxue spoke up. But Mu Zian's name isn't on the guest list for tonight's celebratory banquet. Pei Jianji wore a smug expression and laughed. That's easy. We'll just send him an invitation. As the current Duke of the State and the head of the military, how could he not attend such a banquet? As long as he shows up, with our merits, how could we not deal with a spoiled brat like him? Lu Yunxue nodded in agreement with Pei Jianji's plan. Even if they couldn't completely waive the debt, reducing it would still be better. More importantly, it would allow the world to see the unbreakable bond between her and her beloved Pei Lang. With this thought in mind, the two acted swiftly. Before long, an invitation was delivered to the Townsend Duke's mansion. Looking at the invitation on the table, Li Jiuxian couldn't help but frown. How dare that collateral branch of the Pei family dare to challenge you in front of you? Who gave him the audacity? Should I refuse on your behalf? Mu Ziyan remained calm, though he had no idea what the two of them were up to. But even a fool could tell they weren't here with good intentions. Just as Mu Ziyan was pondering, the system's voice sounded as expected. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've triggered a choice. Choice 1, refuse to attend the victory banquet, stay calm and adapt to any situation. Reward, 10 luxurious shops in the capital city and 1,000 acres of fertile land. Choice 2, agree to attend the celebratory banquet, uncover the truth, and humiliate Lu Yunxue. Reward, 1 pound of chili seeds. Please make your choice. Chapter 14, entering the palace by carriage, looking down on all others. For Mu Ziyan, money was no object, but these chili seeds were an absolutely rare commodity. Although the Great Li dynasty had already discovered stir-frying, the source of spiciness still relied on the pungent flavor of zhuaryu. For someone like Mu Ziyan, who couldn't live without spicy food in later generations, life now was pure torture. But with chili peppers, things would be entirely different. At that moment, Mu Ziyan could almost see hot pot, ma shui wang, and spicy chicken beckoning to him. Li Jiuxian looked at Mu Ziyan's mesmerized expression and was momentarily at a loss. He cleared his throat, finally snapping Mu Ziyan out of his reverie. After swallowing hard, Mu Ziyan grabbed the invitation on the table and laughed. Let's go, we have to go. I'm curious to see what these two are up to. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making your decision. The reward has been distributed. Please check your inbox. Li Jiuxian sighed helplessly at the sight. Though he knew Mu Ziyan had made up his mind to cut ties with Lu Yunxue. But after all, she was the woman he had loved for decades. How could he just cut ties so cleanly? If he saw Lu Yunxue with that side branch of the Pei family, acting so affectionate, he would probably feel terrible inside. With this thought in mind, Li Jiuxuan solemnly patted Mu Ziyan on the shoulder and said, Go ahead with confidence, my brother. I will always be by your side. Mu Ziyan felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Damn it! This Li Jiuxuan, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, doesn't have any bad habits, does he? After all, Li Jiuxuan is already in his 20s now. In later generations, that's still considered young. However, in a feudal dynasty, men could marry at 14. Someone like Li Jiuxuan, still single at 20-something, was definitely considered an old bachelor. I've always liked Lu Yunxue, so being delayed is understandable, but you're not getting married? What's the deal? Don't tell me you're into guys. After all, there are plenty of people in the Great Li dynasty who prefer men. If Li Jiuxuan knew what Mu Ziyan was thinking right now, he'd probably lose his composure completely. In the Hall of Cultivating the Heart, the emperor of the Great Li dynasty was currently reviewing memorials. Chao Gonggang approached quietly and spoke in a low voice. Your Majesty, the arrangements for tonight's celebratory banquet have been finalized. Your Majesty, I have just received word that Lu Yunxue and Pei Jianji have also sent invitations to Mu Ziyan. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Dali slowly closed the memorial in his hand and asked with a playful expression. Did he agree? Your Majesty truly sees all. The Duke has indeed agreed. The Emperor of Dali laughed heartily. It seems tonight's banquet will be lively. Go tell Xiao Jiao that she is to attend in my place tonight, as if I were there in person. Also, make sure Xiao Jiao delivers the Shanjin army token to Mu Ziyan without any mistakes. Chao Gonggang smiled knowingly upon hearing this. As you command. With that, Chao Gonggang slowly withdrew from the Hall of Cultivating the Heart. A faint smile appeared on the emperor's lips. He was also curious to see what surprise Mu Ziyan would bring him tonight. As night fell, within the Lu family mansion, Lu Yunxue was dressed in elegant attire, her long hair tied into a ponytail and casually secured at the back. Setting aside her character, Lu Yunxue indeed had reason to be proud. Among the most skilled female warriors in the Great Li dynasty, she was the most beautiful, and among the most beautiful women, she was the most skilled. Slap! 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 The sound of clapping echoed from outside the door. Lu Yunxue turned her head and saw Pei Jianji approaching in a blue robe. Swear, your beauty is breathtaking no matter how many times I see it. Hearing Pei Jianji's praise, Lu Yunxue's cheeks flushed slightly. It's getting late. We should hurry to the palace. Pei Jianji replied with a confident smile. Don't worry, my family's carriage is waiting at the gate. We can travel freely within the capital. That's excellent. Under the cover of night, the Jingui Gong mansion was bustling with activity. Mu Ziyan had changed into a black and gold python pattern robe, with a white jade sash tied around his waist, exuding an air of nobility. The carriage is ready, young master. We may depart. Mu Ziyan nodded, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Tonight is sure to be lively. At the gates of the imperial palace, the Pei family's carriage was blocked by a squad of imperial guards. The lead imperial guard stepped forward and said, Disembark and proceed on foot. The imperial palace is off limits. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxue and Pei Jianji peered out of the carriage. The majestic imperial city was now within sight. Under normal circumstances, given their status, they would never be allowed to enter the palace grounds. But tonight, they were the rightful protagonists of this imperial palace. Pei Jianji stepped out of the carriage, straightened his clothes, and smiled. Today is our moment to shine. In the future, there will undoubtedly be a place for me in the imperial court. Snow, hurry down from the carriage. I can't wait to embrace the glory that belongs to us. Lu Yunxue stepped down from the carriage, her eyes brimming with excitement. Hadn't she fought for 3 years just for this moment to enter the palace? At the palace gates, one's status was immediately evident. Those of high rank, whether civil or military officials, could enter the palace by palanquin or on horseback. But Lu Yunxue and Pei Jianji could only walk into the palace. Pei Jianji, seeing this, spoke confidently to Lu Yunxue. A true man should be like this. One day, I too will ride a horse into the palace and be admired by all. Lu Yunxue nodded and smiled. Pei Lang will certainly achieve it. Just as the two were full of ambition and imagining a bright future. A crisp sound of horse hooves echoed outside the palace gates. The next moment, a beautifully decorated carriage slowly approached. At that moment, all the officials at the palace gates stopped in their tracks, their eyes fixed on the carriage. As the carriage drew closer to the palace, the guards surrounding it showed no intention of blocking its path. Pei Jian, seeing this, couldn't help but ask curiously. Who could this important figure be? How dare they enter the palace by carriage without the guards daring to stop them? Just as Pei Jianji was marveling, Lu Yunxue, standing beside him, had an odd expression on her face. For she had recognized the banner hanging from the carriage. It was the banner of the prince of the state's mansion. This meant that the person inside the carriage was none other than the current prince of the state, Mu Ziyan. As the carriage drew near, all the imperial guards around it knelt down on one knee. Civil officials dismounted from their carriages, while military officials dismounted from their horses, all bowing in salute. Mu Ziyan lifted the curtain of the carriage, his cold, piercing eyes sweeping over the crowd. Dressed in a tight-fitting garment embroidered with golden python patterns, he stood out prominently. A single glance was enough to instill a sense of overwhelming pressure. My colleagues, you have worked hard. Mu Ziyan's voice was not loud, but it was clear enough to reach every ear. This aloof aura was utterly captivating. The women who had come to the banquet gathered around Lu Yunxue, all captivated by Mu Ziyan's appearance and demeanor. How handsome! Is that the prince of the state? So young yet already holding such power, and so handsome. I hear his martial arts are also extraordinary. He's the perfect husband in my dreams. I wonder if the prince of the state has already married. Even if he is married, if the prince of the state is willing, I would be willing to be his concubine. For a moment, the surrounding praise sounded like sharp swords piercing through Lu Yunxue. Mu Ziyan's gaze swept over Lu Yunxue and Pei Jianji without lingering, then he lowered the curtain and drove into the palace. Only after Mu Ziyan had driven far away did Pei Jianji finally ask, "Who is the owner of that carriage?" Lu Yunxue replied with a dejected expression. The Duke of Dali, Mu Ziyan. Chapter 15, New Love and Old Love. Upon hearing Lu Yunshue's words, a fleeting expression of anger flashed across Pei Jianji's face, but he quickly composed himself and spoke in a forced tone of ease. I have no interest in associating with someone who owes everything to their father's influence. If I have any achievements, they are all my own, and that is what truly deserves praise. Schwer, just wait and see. In the future, I, Pei Jianji, will surely crush him under my feet. Tonight is our home turf. We absolutely cannot let him steal the spotlight. With that, the two walked side by side toward the palace. Inside the palace, music and rituals filled the air, and officials from all directions streamed in. Civil and military officials were seated on either side of the hall, chatting and laughing as if they were old friends. It was as though the backstabbing and factional struggles that had taken place behind the scenes had never happened. Everyone was in high spirits, enjoying themselves immensely. The location for tonight's celebratory banquet was the Zhengda Hall. Countless women dressed in elaborate palace attire bustled about the hall. Mu Ziyan looked around curiously. Many women seated at the banquet tables peered through the sheer curtains and sent one flirtatious glance after another in Mu Ziyan's direction. After all, Mu Ziyan truly deserved the praise tonight, a gentleman as graceful as jade, a peerless nobleman. However, some officials were whispering among themselves. I didn't expect the prince of the state to be here tonight. They say it was the lady of the clans and Pei Jian who invited him. There's going to be some drama tonight. I wonder how the prince of the state feels seeing his former beloved with another man. For a moment, many officials cast sympathetic glances toward Mu Ziyan. After all, they had all witnessed how Mu Ziyan had been for love back then. They didn't believe that Mu Ziyan could have cut ties with Lu Yunxue so decisively. In their eyes, Mu Ziyan's attendance tonight was undoubtedly an attempt to win back Lu Yunshue's heart. Mu Ziyan sat at his seat, silently sipping his wine, his mind elsewhere. His gaze swept across the seats in front of him. Among these court officials, there must be someone plotting to harm him. Just then, Lu Yunxue and Pei Jianji entered the hall hand in hand. The moment they appeared, the once bustling hall fell silent. Upon seeing Mu Ziyan seated at the head of the table, Pei Jianji felt displeased and approached him in a provocative manner. This humble servant, Pei Jianji, pays his respects to the Duke of Jinghua. A mocking smile played on Pei Jianji's face. It seemed as though he was telling Mu Ziyan that even though he was the prince of the state, what could he do? The woman he desired was now easily within his grasp. However, Mu Ziyan's response to Pei Jianji was a single, cold word. Get out! The voice was not loud, but all the officials present heard it clearly. Pei Jianji never expected Mu Ziyan to show him no mercy at all. His face turned bright red in anger. What does the prince of the state mean by that? Have I offended you in some way? Mu Ziyan held his wine cup, glanced up and down at Pei Jianji, then sneered coldly. Good dogs don't block the way. Hearing this, Lu Yunxue couldn't help but frown. Mu Ziyan, this is a palace banquet. How dare you behave so rudely? Mu Ziyan looked down on the two before him and said disdainfully. I'm used to being rude. What can you do about it? Arrogant and domineering were the perfect descriptions for Mu Ziyan at that moment. You! Lu Yunxue tried to speak, but was abruptly pulled back by Pei Jian. Though he was furious inside, he knew this wasn't the time to confront them. Since the prince of the state is in a bad mood, we'll take our leave. The two stepped back, but Lu Yunxue clearly still felt resentful. However, Pei Jianji said, Schwerer, bear with it for now. Don't forget we have important matters to attend to tonight. What harm can it do to let him boast for a while? Lu Yunxue clenched her teeth and nodded. Pei Jianji pulled a young eunuch aside and asked, Where are our seats? The eunuch glanced at the two of them and finally smiled. Please follow me. Moments later, seeing that they had been assigned seats nearly at the very back, Pei Jianji was furious. Why are my seats so far back? Did you lead us to the wrong place? The young eunuch chuckled upon hearing this. No, this is the seat for Lord Lu and General Pei. It was arranged by the palace steward and there is no mistake. Lu Yunxue furrowed his brows. He was seated at the far end, while Mu Ziyan sat at the head of the table. The difference was like night and day. Just as Lu Yunxue was about to lose his temper, a sharp voice rang out from outside the palace gates. Princess Mu has arrived. The next moment, Xiao Xiuning, dressed in luxurious robes, walked into the hall. Lu Yunxue and Pei Jianji were startled and hurriedly bowed in greeting. This humble subject pays respects to the princess. Xiao Xiuning looked at them expressionlessly before asking. I recall that the lady of the scarf is a woman with an engagement. Why have you entered the palace today hand in hand with another man? Have you forgotten all sense of propriety and morality? At these words, Lu Yunxue's body trembled slightly, and Pei Jianji immediately replied. Your Highness, the lady of the banner has already severed all ties with Mu Ziyan. Xiao Xiuqing snorted coldly upon hearing this. Did I ask you? Are all members of the Pei family as impolite as you? If that is the case, I shall have a word with the head of the Pei family about how they raise their children. A wave of imperial authority swept over him. Terrified, Pei Jianji immediately knelt down on the ground. Please forgive this humble servant, princess. At that moment, all eyes in the grand hall turned toward them. Being scolded in public by the ninth princess, Lu Yunxue and Pei Jianji's faces were utterly humiliated. Mu Ziyan, naturally curious, also turned his gaze over, just happening to lock eyes with Xiao Xiuning. Xiao Xiuning gave Mu Ziyan a playful glance, as if to say, see? I've avenged you. This stark contrast left Mu Ziyan feeling rather distracted. After all, in terms of beauty, the ninth princess was even more stunning than Lu Yunxue, especially her innate air of nobility, which was something others could never replicate. Xiao Xiuning ignored Lu Yunxue and Pei Jianji, who were kneeling on the ground, and walked straight to the main seat in the Zhengde Hall. Today, His Majesty the Emperor is unwell. The victory banquet will be presided over by this princess on his behalf. Upon hearing this, the officials present began to whisper among themselves. Tonight's victory banquet was indeed peculiar. Originally, as the first female marquise of the Great Li dynasty, Lu Yunxue should have been the undisputed star of the event. However, Lu Yunxue had been assigned to the lowest seat, and the emperor, who was supposed to attend in person, had not shown up. Instead, he had sent the ninth princess to preside over the event. It was well known that the emperor's absence would lower the banquet's status by more than one level. Moreover, the current chancellor and the mighty general were also absent, as if they had all made a prior arrangement. What was supposed to be a grand celebratory banquet now feels a bit eerie. A loud drumbeat sounded. The night banquet officially began. Chapter 16, the sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Pei Jianji felt as though he could move again. Although the emperor did not attend, the banquet proceedings remained unchanged. The ninth princess first praised all the meritorious soldiers. She then distributed large amounts of gold and silver. Lu Yunxue and Pei Jianji were naturally among them, and as the rewards were distributed, the atmosphere began to grow lively. After a few cups of wine, both Pei Jianji and Lu Yunxue showed signs of intoxication on their faces. Although they were seated at the lower ranks, as heroes of the recent battle and rising stars, many officials were eager to befriend them. Praise flowed freely, and as the saying goes, when the sky clears and the rain stops, the sun shines again. Pei Jianji felt that his fortunes were once again on the rise. Just as the atmosphere was at its peak, Pei Jianji suddenly stepped forward and addressed Xiao Suning, who was seated at the head of the table. Now that the banquet is in full swing, I have recently heard that the Duke of Jingui is unmatched in martial arts. Therefore, I dare to request the Duke of Jingui to teach me a thing or two today, merely to entertain everyone. What does the Duke of Jingui think? Here it comes. Everyone present immediately perked up. Although it was rumored that Mu Ziyan had single-handedly killed 7 top-tier experts from the 6th burial hall during the day. However, no one had witnessed it firsthand, so the truth of the matter remained to be verified. Xiao Xiaoning's gaze fell on Mu Ziyan, who was drinking. What is the Duke of Jingui's opinion? Just then, a system prompt sounded in Mu Ziyan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice. Choice 1, refuse the duel and be a coward. Reward, a high-quality black iron sword. Choice 2, accept the duel and teach Pei Jian a lesson in person. Reward, a set of earth-shattering fist techniques. Please make your choice. Mu Ziyan twisted his neck and slowly stood up. There was no need to hesitate. Since someone wanted to die, Mu Ziyan was more than happy to oblige. Looking at Pei Jianji standing in the center of the hall, he sneered. Don't cry later, okay? Ding! Congratulations, host, for making your choice. The reward has been distributed. In the next moment, Mu Ziyan felt as though his mind had suddenly been filled with countless unfamiliar fist techniques. It felt as though he had trained these techniques countless times before. Seeing Mu Ziyan rise, Pei Jianji's face betrayed a smug smile of triumph. Pei Jianji had already thoroughly investigated Mu Ziyan. Although he came from a distinguished military family, Mu Ziyan had never practiced martial arts and was nothing but a spoiled playboy. He simply did not believe that a spoiled aristocrat from the capital could have killed a master from the 6th burial hall. Therefore, the one who acted last night must have been someone else. As for why the rumors spread that it was Mu Ziyan who killed them, it was easy to understand. After all, Mu Ziyan needed a feat that everyone would believe to reopen the Jingui Gong mansion. The feat of slaying the 6th burial hall assassins could be used to showcase his bravery, proving that the current emperor had not made a mistake in choosing him. For this reason, Pei Jianji was confident that he could defeat Mu Ziyan in this battle. Just thinking about Mu Ziyan's expression of despair made Pei Jianji's body tremble. This was a tremble of excitement. How exhilarating it would be to trample the mighty prince of the state underfoot. Sitting among the crowd, Shen Kangwu cast a sympathetic glance at Pei Jianji, who was still grinning foolishly. Pei Jianji looked at Mu Ziyan and said mockingly, I must truly thank the prince of the state for his generosity in abandoning his engagement to the lady of the clans and granting me this opportunity. These words caused an uproar among the crowd. No one expected Pei Jianji to dare to openly provoke Mu Ziyan in public. However, Mu Ziyan merely smiled and shrugged his shoulders. She is just a discarded woman. I never thought that the son of the prestigious Pei family would be so fond of recycling trash and toxic trash at that. Lu Yunxue's face flushed red upon hearing Mu Ziyan's words. Pei Jianji never expected Mu Ziyan's counterattack to be so ruthless and fierce. A single sentence had both of them humiliated beyond measure. Xiao Xiaoning, seated at the head of the table, couldn't help but laugh out loud. How had she never noticed before that Mu Ziyan was such a sharp-tongued person? Mu Ziyan spoke firmly to those around him. Today, I ask all of you to bear witness, Mu Ziyan and Lu Yunxue are now severed by a single stroke of the sword. From this day forward, she, Lu Yunxue, is no longer my wife, and the Mu family has no need for a woman who is unfilial, unchaste, unkind, and unrighteous. Lu Yunxue, upon hearing this, rose to her feet in anger. If Mu Ziyan's words were to spread today, her reputation would be completely ruined. Pei Jianji frowned and immediately rebutted. The prince of the state is speaking unfairly. Snow has endured countless hardships for the country over the years, while you have only known luxury in the capital. Why did Snow choose to sever ties with the prince of the state? Can't you reflect on your own shortcomings? Classic. So classic. Mu Ziyan laughed heartily upon hearing this. His laughter carried 3 parts arrogance and 7 parts disdain as he asked. Then let me ask you this, you were born into the branch family of the Pei clan, inherently inferior to the main family. Why don't you look at yourself first? Why should you risk your life on the battlefield to carve out a future for yourself, while the rest of the Pei family can simply enter the bureaucracy and become officials? Why don't you look at yourself? Your fiancée has been fighting on the battlefield for 3 years, and you've been sending her money and supplies. Now she wants to break off the engagement and run off with another man. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Answer me. Mu Ziyan's words were like a thunderclap, leaving all the officials present speechless. 3 consecutive questions left Pei Jianji completely speechless, frozen in place. On the battlefield, if there weren't countless soldiers sacrificing their lives for the country, what right do you have to sit here at this victory banquet and speak so arrogantly? You're nothing but a barking dog. A heartless and ungrateful person. The two of you are truly a perfect match. Mockery, ridicule, and scorn filled the air as everyone present began to whisper among themselves. Pei Jianji felt like he was going mad and shouted out loud. I never expected the Duke of Jin to be such a smooth-talking fellow. But since we are both descendants of military families, why don't we test whether the Duke of Jin's fists are as formidable as his mouth? As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Jianji took a swift step forward and charged toward Mu Ziyan. He clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch straight at Mu Ziyan's face. The punch was extremely fierce, as Mu Ziyan's earlier words had completely crushed his pride. Although Pei Jianji boasted about being from the prestigious Pei family of Qinghe, within the family, he was merely a lowly branch. As part of the top-tier aristocratic family of the Great Li dynasty, the main branch was inherently superior, and everything good was prioritized for them. From childhood, Pei Jianji had always tried his best to hide this inferiority complex. However, at this moment, the scars in his heart were ruthlessly torn open by Mu Ziyan. At that moment, Pei Jianji had lost all rationality and shouted, "If you're a man, defeat me today." Facing the powerful punch, Mu Ziyan sidestepped slightly. Pei Jianji's fist whizzed past Mu Zi's face. Pei Jianji's eyes widened in shock. He never expected his punch to miss. However, Mu Ziyan didn't give him a chance to react. To strike without returning the favor is impolite. Today, I'll take a little interest from you. In the next instant, Mu Ziyan raised his hand, and 3 earth-shaking punches arrived in an instant. The first punch targeted the legs to prevent escape. The second punch aimed for the mouth to prevent pleading for mercy. The third punch struck the waist to prevent resistance. Shen Kangwu couldn't help but gasp in shock. Back then, he had only taken a single punch and been sent flying. Yet this Pei Jianji had taken 3 punches head-on. However, Shen Kangwu did not know that when he was hit by the first punch, Pei Jianji had already wanted to surrender. It wasn't that I, Pei Jianji, could withstand Mu Ziyan's 3 punches, each carrying the force of 10,000 pounds, but that he delivered 3 punches in a single second. 1 elbow to open the airway. 3 punches to restore your heartbeat. The once bustling Zhengde Hall fell instantly silent. Only the whistling sound of Mu Ziyan's punches echoed through the hall. Chapter 17, Fists Shake the Night Banquet, Regain Control of the Battlefield. Pei Jianji wanted to call for a halt, but no sound came out of his throat. Mu Zi unleashed the newly learned earth-shattering fist technique on him without mercy. Wow, the Duke of Jinguo's fist technique is truly formidable. He must have trained for at least 10 years. Who would have thought that the Prince of Jinguo, who always appears so carefree on the outside, possesses such unwavering resolve? It truly puts us martial artists to shame. It seems the Prince of Jin is not the spoiled playboy the outside world claims him to be. We have been blinded by a single leaf. After all, Mu Ziyan, in the eyes of outsiders, seems to spend his days either acting like a sycophant or on his way to being one. Yet now, with such seasoned boxing skills, it's clear he's put in a lot of hard work. For a moment, the martial generals present couldn't help but imagine him as a sycophant by day and a dedicated trainer by night. As things were about to escalate to the point of bloodshed, Xiao Xiuning, seated at the head of the table, quickly cleared his throat. General Mu, a martial arts match is about stopping at the right moment. Upon hearing Xiao Xiuning's words, Mu Ziyan finally stopped. At that moment, Pei Jianji lay on the ground, his face covered in blood, his features barely recognizable. Mu Ziyan spread his hands innocently and said, "Everyone saw that General Pei asked me to hit him. I only acted on his request. To be honest, I've never heard of such a demand in my life." Lu Yunxue, seeing this, immediately rushed forward to help Pei Jianji up. Seeing her beloved man beaten into such a state, Lu Yunxue angrily pointed at Mu Ziyan and said, "Mu Ziyan, I never thought you could be so heartless. Isn't this just about revenge against me? Why take it out on others?" Lu Yunxue's words were like a stone thrown into a pond, causing ripples to spread. Xiao Suning, seated at the main position, couldn't help but frown. "Lady Lu, you are being too bold. Mu Ziyan is a pillar of the Great Li Kingdom. And you, a lowly marquis, dare to address him by his first name. I once thought you were merely a heartless and ungrateful person, but now it seems you have no sense of hierarchy or respect for your superiors." At these words, the hall fell silent, as if a chill had swept through it. The court officials present seemed to see the figure of the current emperor in her. Mu Ziyan finally understood why the current emperor, despite having so many children, favored Xiao Xiuning above all others. Lu Yunxue was startled by Xiao Xiuning's voice and immediately knelt down. "It was my fault for not considering things carefully. Please forgive me, princess." Xiao Xiuning snorted coldly upon hearing this. "I am acting on behalf of heaven today. The duel between the Duke of Jin and General Pei was fair and just, acknowledged by all. Yet you disregarded right and wrong and dared to defy your superiors. Since you show a sincere attitude in confessing your guilt, I am willing to show leniency. You shall be spared, but your salary will be withheld for 3 years as a warning to others." Lu Yunxue's face turned pale upon hearing this. Unlike other aristocratic families in the capital, she did not own shops or fields. Currently, the entire Lu family relied on Lu Yunxue's salary to survive after losing Mu Ziyan's support. This 3-year penalty would only make the already impoverished Lu household even more destitute. This servant thanks Princess Jiu for her mercy. Lu Yunxue sat back down, but her expression grew even more grim. Why does everything seem to be going wrong lately? First, the Women's Bureau defaulted on its debts and halted operations. Then her older brother was expelled from his master's door by Li Jiuxian, and when she went to plead for him, she was turned away at the door. Now, not only was she seated at the lowest table during the celebratory banquet, but she was also scolded by Princess Jiu in front of all the civil and military officials. Her luck was truly at rock bottom. As she pondered, Lu Yunxue's gaze fell upon Mu Ziyan, who was seated at the head of the table, dressed in a black and gold python-patterned robe. Lu Yunxue suddenly realized that her bad luck seemed to have begun when she severed ties with Mu Ziyan. Could it be that everything had gone smoothly before because of Mu Ziyan? This thought emerged for a moment but was immediately suppressed by Lu Yunxue. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. She had achieved her current status through her own hard work. And he, Mu Ziyan, was just a spoiled playboy from the capital who had never offered her any help. I've climbed to the summit of my ambitions without anyone's help, forging my own path through the snow. I am the epitome of all women in the world, the first female marquis of the Great Li dynasty. That's right. I've earned every bit of this through my own efforts. At that moment, Mu Ziyan sat in his seat, drinking wine and boldly staring at Xiao Xiuning, who was seated at the main position. He paid no attention to Lu Yunxue, who was staring at him with strange eyes from the corner. As for the inner turmoil and conflict within Lu Yunxue, Mu Ziyan couldn't care less. Meanwhile, Pei Jianji, who had just regained his composure, was on the verge of breaking down. If anger could kill, Mu Zi would have died hundreds of times over. In the duel, Pei Jianji had become the laughingstock of everyone present. Mu Ziyan is truly too cunning. His fist techniques are the strongest I've ever seen in my life. Yet no one has ever heard of him before. If I hadn't been so careless today, I never would have let him catch me off guard. Pei Jianji was now stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. Lu Yunxue, seeing this, spoke with a touch of pity. Never mind. You are a general who commands 10,000 troops. Your talent lies in leading troops into battle. How can you be compared to someone who only knows how to act like a reckless fool? If we were on the battlefield facing each other, Mu Ziyan would never be your match. It must be said that Lu Yunxue's emotional support was spot on. Pei Jianji instantly felt confident again. That's right. No matter how strong Mu Ziyan is, he's still just a reckless fool. We, on the other hand, are born leaders. The battlefield is our domain. Mu Ziyan may hold the title of Prince of the State, but he has no military power. A general without troops is no different from a tiger without teeth, merely a hollow title. The emperor reinstated him as the Prince of the State merely to silence the rumors. He poses no real threat. The two of them exchanged words, igniting a renewed sense of hope. However, at that very moment, Xiao Xiuning, seated at the head of the table, suddenly stood up. Today, I take this opportunity to announce something on behalf of my father, the emperor. Transmit the emperor's edict. Upon hearing that it was the emperor's decree, everyone present immediately knelt down. Xiao Xiuning declared in a loud voice. Today, the Marquis of Xinghua has demonstrated unparalleled bravery and strength, defeating the 6 traitors and hanging their heads at the East Gate. He has upheld the prestige of the Mu family and brought glory to the great nation of Dali. Therefore, he is hereby appointed to command the frontline brigade, serving the nation above and ensuring the peace of the people below. As Xiao Xiuning's voice faded, a eunuch outside the door hurriedly approached, carrying a wooden tray. On the tray lay a lacquered black tiger token, its surface engraved with intricate inscriptions. Mu Ziyan never expected that this trip would not only vent his anger but also bring an unexpected reward. In contrast to Mu Ziyan's surprise, Lu Yunxue was filled with shock and despair. The frontline camp was the most elite unit in the entire Great Li Kingdom. Over the past 3 years, she had been able to achieve her accomplishments solely because of the frontline camp's fearless and relentless charges. It could be said that without the Xianjin camp, she would not have her current title of Lady General. Yet at this moment, the current emperor had bypassed him, the commander of the frontline army, and directly handed the military token to Mu Ziyan. The implications were clear. Xiao Xiuning picked up the Xianjin army insignia from the wooden tray and handed it to Mu Ziyan, smiling. I hope the Duke of Xinghua will not disappoint my father's expectations and lead the frontline camp to once again demonstrate its unmatched might across the land. Mu Ziyan solemnly accepted the tiger token from Xiao Xiuning's hands. From this moment onward, he, as the Xingui Gong, was truly complete. Holding the power of life and death in his hands, this moment was the pinnacle of power and imperial favor. In contrast, Lu Yunxue had completely become a laughingstock. In stark contrast to the now glorious Mu Ziyan. At that moment, a thought unconsciously arose in Lu Yunxue's heart. If only he hadn't severed ties with Mu Ziyan back then, would things be different now?
Chapter 18, The Collapse of the Lu Family.
Holding the tiger token in his hand, Mu Zian felt a heavy weight on his heart. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. From the moment he took the tiger token, it was both an opportunity and a challenge.
Those rats lurking in the shadows would undoubtedly launch even more ferocious attacks against him.
The dangers he might face in the future would only grow more perilous.
However, for Mu Zian, these were merely minor setbacks.
During the subsequent banquet, Lu Yunxue remained distracted throughout. It wasn't until the banquet was about to end that, upon Pei Jianji's reminder, the two of them realized there was still one thing left to do. That was to reduce the Lu family's debt. In their current situation, with their military power stripped away and their reputation in tatters. Moreover, the person who had come was not the current emperor but the ninth princess. For a moment, Lu Yunxue felt a pang of hesitation. But upon further reflection, she realized that if she didn't speak up today, there would be no other opportunity in the future.
Moreover, Mu Zian now held absolute power over the court. Delaying any further could spell disaster for the Lu family.
With this thought in mind, Lu Yunxue made up her mind. The two of them stood up and walked to the center of the hall, kneeling before the ninth princess with great respect and said, "We humbly report to the ninth princess, we have something to report. We implore the ninth princess to make a decision." Upon hearing this, everyone put down their wine cups and looked over curiously. Pei Jianji spoke first. "We humbly report to Princess Jiuxiang, the Lady of the Banner has spent the past 3 years fighting for the country, conquering thousands of miles of land. Her family members have been cared for by the Duke of the State. The two of them were already engaged, so this action is only natural. However, today, the Prince of the State has severed ties with the Lady of the Banner and annulled the engagement, yet he demands reimbursement for the expenses incurred over the years. Such behavior is utterly absurd. We implore Princess Zhou to intervene on our behalf and exempt the Prince of the State from compensating for the past 3 years."
Xiao Xiuning looked at Mu Zian with a playful expression and asked, "Did the Prince of the State ever say such a thing?"
Mu Zian never expected this pair of scoundrels to be so shameless. Today has truly opened his eyes. It is true, but these years were not subsidies. They were debts owed by the Lu family. Every single expense has been meticulously recorded and documented. Over the past 3 years, excluding what I have given as gifts, the Lu family owes a total of 580,000 taels of silver. These words instantly ignited the entire crowd. This figure could have been 5,000 taels, or even 50,000 taels. But no one had imagined it would be a full 580,000 taels. All the civil and military officials sucked in their breath in shock. Mu Zian's deep affection was so overwhelming it shattered their worldview. At that moment, everyone was staring at Lu Yunxue as if she were a beloved child. A man is willing to drain his family's fortune over 3 years to spend 580,000 taels of silver on you, and you dare to fall for someone else? Have you lost your mind? Xiao Xiuning spoke calmly. "Bring the ledgers for me to see." Moments later, a thick ledger was placed before Xiao Xiuning. The Lu family's grandmother's birthday banquet lasted 7 days with a continuous feast, costing 30,000 taels of silver. The repairs to the mansion owe 10,000 taels of silver. Xiao Xiuning flipped through the ledger with growing horror. This was no longer a matter of extravagance, it was sheer madness. The civil and military officials present murmured among themselves. Only the words leeches were clear to Lu Yunxue. Lu Yunxue inwardly sighed in alarm as the public opinion shifted instantly. Sure enough, after closing the ledger with a frown, Xiao Xiuning said, "If these were ordinary expenses, I could understand, but the accounts show that over the past 3 years, a staggering 580,000 taels of silver were spent. This is truly shocking. However, considering your efforts in battle for the country, I will allow the 580,000 taels of silver to be repaid in installments, with the full amount settled within 3 years. As a sign of good faith, the first installment of 50,000 taels of silver should be paid by the Lady of the Marquisate of the Women." What does it mean to shoot oneself in the foot? Lu Yunxue is the perfect example now. Mu Zian couldn't help but glance at Xiao Xiuning, and their eyes met in mid-air. It could only be said that no one in the imperial palace was simple, each was a top-tier scheming villain. Mu Zian had merely asked the Lu family to repay 5 million taels of silver. Yet Xiao Xiuning, with just 2 simple sentences, had increased the debt from 5 million to 580,000 taels of silver. An extra 80,000 taels of silver, and it was officially recognized there was no way to renege on it. Lu Yunxue tried to defend herself, but Xiao Xiuqing cut her off with a sharp remark. "The banquet will end here today. I am also tired." With that, Xiao Xiuning stood up and left. For Lu Yunxue, this night was destined to be a sleepless one. As the banquet dispersed, the events of the night quickly spread throughout the capital. The Prince of Jingui shattered General Pei Jianji's dreams with 3 punches, and Mu Zian regained control of the frontline army. The esteemed Lady General was publicly rebuked by the ninth princess. Any one of these events alone was enough to shake the entire capital. Within the Lu mansion, Lu Yunxue returned in a daze.
Lu's grandmother, seeing her state, rushed forward and asked excitedly, "Has the emperor forgiven the 5 million taels of debt?" Lu Yunxue shook her head. The expression on the matriarch's face changed drastically. "Then what was the purpose of your trip? You are a distinguished female marquisess. How could the emperor refuse such a minor request?" "The emperor did not attend the victory banquet today." Pei Jianji's voice echoed through the dimly lit room, startling the matriarch of the Lu family, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. Lu Yunxue explained the entire situation to her grandmother. Upon hearing that not only had the external debt not been reduced, but it had actually increased to 580,000, the matriarch of the Lu family was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the matriarch of the Lu family directed all her anger toward Pei Jianji. "You unlucky star! If it weren't for you, the Lu family would be thriving in the capital right now. Ever since my snow was with you, nothing but misfortune has befallen the Lu family. You worthless person has even dragged my snow into this suffering with you." Lu Ming also mocked Pei Jianji at that moment. "That's right. If it weren't for you, the Lu family would already be one of the top aristocratic families in the capital, and the Duke of Jin would be my brother-in-law. How glorious I would be. Look at you, you're penniless and powerless, a complete waste of space." Upon hearing this, Pei Jianji exploded in anger. Mu Ziyan might be a challenge, but dealing with a half-crippled Lu Ming was more than enough for him. He raised his fist and slammed it into Lu Ming's face. This punch was filled with all the humiliation he had endured tonight. Lu Ming was knocked to the ground with a single punch, feeling as though his nose had been turned into a soy sauce shop, with salty, sour, and spicy flavors all coming out at once. Lu Ming's grandmother, seeing this, screamed out in horror. Lu Yunxue was also shocked, stepping in front of Lu Ming and glaring angrily at Pei Jianji. "What are you doing?" Pei Jianji replied with a cold expression. "He insulted me so badly, if I don't fight back, wouldn't that be a waste of my 8-foot frame? He's my brother." Pei Jianji snorted coldly. "Just because he is your brother, you have to give in to him? Just because he is your brother, he can do wrong and not take responsibility? Just because he is your brother, he can say something wrong and not be punished?" Seeing Pei Jianji's aggressive demeanor, Lu Yunxue couldn't help but recall Mu Ziyan's ever-smiling face. Was her choice really wrong? The thought emerged like a nightmare, impossible to shake off. Chapter 19, The Luzhou Uprising and the Selection of a Commander. The moment this absurd thought entered her mind, Lu Yunxue immediately suppressed it. This was her choice, her happiness. Her judgment was absolutely correct. The mistake lay in Mu Ziyan publicly humiliating Pei Jianji. Despite his exceptional martial arts skills, he chose to hide his abilities and then humiliate his lover at the victory banquet. Wasn't it just to prove that he was stronger than Pei Jianji? Lu Yunxue took a deep breath. That's right. It was all Mu Ziyan's fault. Pei Lang, this matter was indeed my brother's lack of consideration. Tonight has been too much. Let me calm down first. Hearing his sister take the side of an outsider, Lu Ming was immediately enraged. However, before he could speak, he was silenced by a single glance from Lu Yunxue. Tonight, she had planned to use the celebratory banquet to further enhance her influence. But given the current situation, they would likely become the laughingstock of the entire realm by tomorrow. With this thought in mind, Lu Yunxue turned to Pei Jianji and said, "What happened tonight will have a significant impact on both of us. If we don't act quickly to eliminate these consequences, we might end up becoming the laughingstock of the entire realm." At that moment, Pei Jianji also calmed down. "You're right. The shame we suffered today, I will repay 100-fold in the future." Lu Yunxue nodded and smiled. Indeed, as the saying goes, those who achieve great things must endure hardships. A few setbacks are nothing to worry about. At the same time, within the imperial palace. Upon hearing of the events at the victory banquet, the Emperor of Dali could not help but smile. He is eloquent and skilled in both literature and martial arts. Handing the frontline army back to him is a wise decision. I believe he will bring me more surprises in the future. Chao Gonggang, standing beside him, smiled and agreed. All thanks to your majesty's discerning eye for talent, which has uncovered such a young prodigy as the Marquis of Mu. The emperor smiled even more brightly upon hearing this. You old dog, your eloquence is no less impressive than Mu Ziyan's. Your majesty flatters me. Just as the master and servant were chatting, a sudden rush of footsteps was heard outside the palace gates. A young eunuch hurriedly entered the hall of cultivating the heart. Your majesty, a letter has arrived from Luzhou reporting that bandits have rebelled within the borders. Please dispatch troops immediately to provide assistance. Half an hour later, Mu Ziyan, who had already returned to the Jinguigong mansion, was summoned back to the palace. When Mu Ziyan entered the hall of cultivating the heart, several people had already gathered there. Princess Xiao Xiuning, the current chancellor Du Yuheng. Even Lu Yunxue and Pei Jianji were present. However, Mu Ziyan did not spare them a single glance, instead walking straight to the front of the hall and bowing his hands. This servant pays his respects to his majesty. Seeing that everyone was present, the Emperor of Dali spoke with a hint of anger on his face. Reports have come from Luzhou that bandits have rebelled within our borders, burning, killing, and looting. The people are suffering greatly. In just half a day, they have already breached the city walls. This is utterly outrageous. I intend to dispatch troops to suppress the rebellion. The current chancellor, Du Yuhong, stepped forward and continued the emperor's words. Luzhou is only 300 li from the capital. If the bandits' rebellion spreads to the capital, it will be a laughingstock for the entire realm. Therefore, this battle must be resolved swiftly. Although this is a campaign to suppress bandits, it will not be easy. The fact that the bandits were able to breach the prefectural city indicates that they have already formed a formidable force and are led by capable commanders. This battle will be no small challenge. Upon hearing this, everyone present felt a surge of determination. Since the current chancellor had personally acknowledged the difficulty of the task, the rewards would naturally be substantial. And at that moment, there were only 3 people in the Grand Hall who could lead troops to suppress the bandits. The emperor's intentions were already quite clear. Lu Yunxue and Pei Jianji exchanged glances, their excitement impossible to hide. As rising stars in the military, they were eager to use military achievements to solidify their positions. Moreover, they desperately needed a decisive victory to wash away the humiliation they had endured. Therefore, the position of commander for this bandit suppression campaign was something they both deemed absolutely essential. The emperor's gaze first fell upon Mu Ziyan, then he asked, "What is your opinion on this matter, Duke of Xinhua?" Mu Ziyan pondered for a moment before responding. Bandit raids are a common occurrence. Typically, they raid and loot before quickly retreating, moving on to another location. Their elusive tactics make them difficult to eradicate. However, the fact that they were able to capture the prefectural capital suggests that Luzhou has likely already been corrupted. The bandits must have coerced many civilians into joining them, which is why they have such a large force. Moreover, Luzhou is close to the border and near the Chang tribes. Among these bandits, there may be Chang cavalry mixed in. In my opinion, we must dispatch 30,000 troops to suppress the rebellion. The emperor fell into deep thought upon hearing this. If what Mu Ziyan said was true, this bandit rebellion was indeed no trivial matter. However, Pei Jian, upon hearing this, sneered and immediately stepped forward to say, "In my opinion, the Duke of Xinhua is merely boosting the morale of the enemy and undermining our own. They're just a bunch of bandits, a motley crew of rabble. Even if they've managed to gather a few stragglers, they're still no match for us. In my opinion, there's no need for the imperial court to send 3,000 troops. With my 3,000 elite soldiers, we can easily suppress the rebellion in Luzhou." As soon as Pei Jianji finished speaking, Lu Yunxue froze in place. Before being summoned, they had already heard the news, and on the way there, the two had analyzed the situation in Luzhou. They had concluded that at least 10,000 elite troops were needed to suppress the rebellion in Luzhou. Yet now, Pei Jianji had directly reduced the number to 3,000, a full 70% less than the original plan. Lu Yunxue frantically signaled to Pei Jianji, but Pei Jianji acted as if he hadn't noticed. 3,000 versus 30,000, a tenfold difference. Those present did not know whether to praise Pei Jianji for his confidence or accuse him of being overly arrogant. The emperor's gaze once again fell upon Mu Ziyan. Mu Ziyan sneered in response. Bandits who dare to capture a prefectural capital in such a short time are no ordinary foes. After seizing the prefectural capital, they will inevitably raid the armory to arm themselves. Moreover, the people of Luzhou are fierce and warlike. With weapons and armor, they could quickly form a force as formidable as the imperial troops. Therefore, in my opinion, to suppress the chaos in Luzhou, we must deploy 3,000 elite troops. Pei Jianji scoffed dismissively upon hearing this. After all that, these people are nothing more than bandits. Even with swords and spears, they are no match for the elite troops of the Great Li dynasty. Once the imperial army arrives, these bandits and peasants will flee in panic and collapse without a fight. Just as Mu Ziyan was about to continue arguing, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice. Choice 1, argue your case and fight for the position of bandit suppression commander according to your own beliefs. Reward, 1 top-grade Night Pearl. Choice 2, give up the struggle and let Pei Jianji accept the command to suppress the bandits. Reward, a set of white wine distillation blueprints. Please make your choice. Chapter 20, Hidden Danger. Upon hearing the system's alert, Mu Ziyan's lips curled upward slightly. These bandits had managed to breach the prefectural capital, which meant their combat strength had reached a significant scale. Moreover, with just 3,000 men, even if they suffered no casualties, they could sweep through the entire city of Luzhou without a fight. They would be unable to divide their forces to defend the city. In such a situation, they would inevitably find themselves in a dilemma, so Mu Ziyan could confidently predict that Pei Jian's battle would end in defeat. With this thought in mind, Mu Ziyan looked around and spoke aloud. Since General Pei possesses such abilities, I choose to withdraw. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making your decision. The system reward has been distributed. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. It was well known that although Mu Ziyan had reclaimed the title of Prince of the State, without military achievements to back him up, he could not secure his position. The emperor, upon hearing this, furrowed his brows and coldly said, "You are the Zhenhua Gong of the Great Li dynasty. How can you retreat without fighting? If this news spreads, how will the people of the world view you?" Seeing Mu Ziyan being scolded, Pei Jianji sneered. After all, the Prince of the State has never been on the battlefield. It's only natural that he feels fear toward this mere band of rebels. Unlike us generals who have fought countless battles over the years, what kind of enemies haven't we faced? These bandits are nothing. Lu Yunxue was also surprised that Mu Ziyan had given up so easily. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. After all, Mu Ziyan was just a spoiled noble from the capital. Leading troops into battle was best left to others. Mu Ziyan looked at the emperor, who was in a rage, and spoke. "Your Majesty, the region of Luzhou is rugged, with mountains, gorges, and winding paths crisscrossing the landscape. Those bandits have been entrenched there for years and know the terrain like the back of their hands. This is their geographical advantage. At this time of intense summer heat, the army will be exhausted from the long march to Luzhou, while the bandits will be well rested and ready to fight. This is a favorable opportunity. In Luzhou, corruption is rampant, the people are suffering, and bandits have risen in rebellion, with tens of thousands of followers. The people do not support the government but are loyal to the bandits. This is the advantage of human support. We lack all three advantages: heaven, earth, and people. Therefore, I can confidently say that 3,000 soldiers will be unable to complete the task of suppressing the bandits." Pei Jian heard this and immediately snorted coldly. "Mu Ziyan, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Don't dare to shake the morale of the troops here." However, Mu Ziyan paid no heed to Pei Jianji and instead bowed his fist and spoke. "Precisely because of this, I have no confidence that 3,000 soldiers can suppress the rebellion in Luzhou. Since General Pei has such ability, why not let him take the lead?" Upon hearing this, Pei Jianji's face turned grim, as if the position of commander was something Mu Ziyan was giving up for him. The Emperor of Dali also wore a pensive expression. The Luzhou region was indeed barren, and the taxes it paid annually were the lowest among all the states and prefectures of the Great Li Empire. If 3,000 troops were sent to suppress the rebellion, the consumption of provisions and supplies would be enormous, making the endeavor unworthy of the cost. Moreover, in his opinion, they were merely a few bandits and some vagrants. How strong could their actual combat power be? Mu Ziyan's words were overly alarmist. 3,000 men may seem insufficient, but they might still be able to suppress the rebels. Mu Ziyan, after all, has never been to the battlefield, so his priority is naturally to play it safe. Lu Yunxue and Pei Jianji, on the other hand, have actually fought against those barbarian tribes on the grasslands and returned victorious. In comparison, Pei Jianji was naturally more reliable. With this thought in mind, the emperor turned to Pei Jianji and asked, "Can you really suppress the rebellion in Luzhou with just 3,000 elite troops?" Upon hearing this, Pei Jianji's heart leaped with joy, knowing that this was a sure thing. He immediately stepped forward, pounding his chest and vowing, "Your servant will not disappoint the emperor's expectations." Seeing Pei Jianji's confidence, the emperor had little to say and issued his orders on the spot. "Pei Jianji, receive your orders. Your servant obeys. Today, I appoint you as general of the anti-bandit campaign, commanding 3,000 elite troops to suppress the rebellion in Luzhou. Is there anything else you wish to request?" Upon hearing this, Pei Jian was overjoyed and immediately replied, "Your Majesty, I request that you appoint the Lady General as my deputy commander." "Very well, I grant your request. Assemble your troops and depart in 3 days." Pei Jianji and Lu Yunxue knelt together and said in unison, "We obey the imperial decree. Since time is of the essence, you must prepare immediately. We shall take our leave." The group exited the Hall of Cultivating the Heart. Pei Jianji glared defiantly at Mu Ziyan and said, "It is indeed rare for the Duke of Zhenhua to have such self-awareness." However, Mu Ziyan didn't even glance at Pei Jianji's taunts and simply turned and left. Such a little cutie. Spending another second with him feels like my IQ is dropping. Seeing this, Pei Jianji tried to mock Mu Ziyan further, but was suddenly pulled aside by Lu Yunxue. "Why didn't you consult me about reducing the troop numbers? We originally had 10,000 elite soldiers, and now there are only 3,000 left." Pei Jianji, however, replied nonchalantly, "What's the big deal about 3,000? Those are just bandits and outlaws. Once the imperial army arrives, they'll flee at the first sign of trouble. Whether it's 10,000 or 3,000, the outcome will be the same." Pei Jianji gripped Lu Yunxue's hand and smiled. "Don't forget, back on the grasslands, the two of us single-handedly routed those barbarian cavalry, leaving them in disarray. How can you show such cowardice now against these mere bandits and outlaws? If we win this battle, our influence within the army will undoubtedly rise even higher. Now that Mu Ziyan has already backed down, we should press our advantage and pursue them. Only then can we wash away the shame from our bodies." Upon hearing these words, Lu Yunxue's resentment toward Pei Jianji vanished instantly. "That's right. As long as we work together, there is no enemy we cannot defeat. However, I think Mu Ziyan's words today also have some merit. We should still proceed with caution in this battle. Pei Jianji nodded in agreement upon hearing this, but he paid no heed to Mu Ziyan's words. A man who had never set foot on a battlefield could never match his vision and experience. The next morning, Mu Ziyan summoned his servants and had half an acre of land cleared in the backyard of the prince of the state's mansion. He planted all the chili seeds he had received as system rewards. His future ability to enjoy hot pot would depend entirely on this half acre of land. After planting the chili peppers, Mu Ziyan didn't idle around. He drove to the most famous blacksmith shop in the capital and handed the system rewarded distillation apparatus blueprints to the blacksmith. The so-called distillation apparatus was simply a few tubes and large pots combined together, using evaporation and condensation to purify alcoholic beverages. The principle was not particularly complex. In the current Great Li Kingdom, the most common alcoholic beverage was rice wine with an alcohol content of around 10 degrees. Even the peach wine favored by Li Jiuxian had an alcohol content of only around 20 degrees. For Mu Ziyan, who had grown accustomed to drinking high-proof baijiu in later generations, it was rather bland and unremarkable. However, Mu Ziyan's distilling was not solely for personal enjoyment. The greatest benefit of strong alcohol is its ability to kill bacteria. In an era without antibiotics, even a minor infection could be life-threatening. For someone like Mu Ziyan, who constantly risked his life, this was especially crucial. With strong alcohol, he could thoroughly disinfect and reduce inflammation in wounds, significantly lowering the risk of infection and improving survival rates. Just one day later, the blacksmiths delivered the finished items, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Mu Ziyan immediately sent someone to the market to buy some low-proof cloudy wine, then set up a large pot in the courtyard to begin the first distillation of high-proof liquor in the Great Li dynasty. Chapter 21, Storm Clouds Gathering. While Mu Ziyan was focused on brewing the liquor, within the military camp of the Dali capital city, Pei Jianji and Lu Yunxue stood side by side, clad in armor. On the drill ground, sand and wind swirled everywhere. 3,000 elite troops of the Great Li dynasty were already assembled and ready to march. Pei Jianji was at the peak of his glory. This was his first time leading an army into battle as its sole commander. If this battle could quell the chaos in Luzhou, his influence within the military would undoubtedly rise to new heights. Pei Jianji placed one hand on his sword and addressed the troops below in a loud voice. This battle must be won. There can be no defeat. Eradicate the rebels and restore peace and order to the Great Li. Advance. 3,000 elite soldiers charged forward with overwhelming momentum. Pei Jianji and Lu Yunxue each sat atop a majestic steed, leading the vanguard of the column. As they exited the military camp, the civilians lining both sides of the main street cheered and waved them off. Pei Jianji wore a smile on his face, as if this moment were the pinnacle of his life. Lu Yunxue, however, was distracted, her mind constantly revisiting the scene from last night where she had seen Mu Ziyan walking side by side with the ninth princess. Although she had now pursued her own happiness, seeing Mu Ziyan laughing and joking with another woman still made her feel uneasy. Especially since that woman was superior to her in both appearance and status. The more Lu Yunxue thought about it, the more bitter she felt. She desperately wanted to rush into the town lord's mansion and confront Mu Ziyan face to face. Just then, Pei Jianji's words interrupted her thoughts. Shuer, look at all the people in the city cheering for us today. If we return victorious, the celebrations will be 10 times greater than this. What can Mu Ziyan do, even as the prince of the state? The people of this world will still rely on me to protect them. Lu Yunshue's face betrayed a wry smile. At this moment, Pei Jianji was too confident, even to the point of being overly confident. For a general, this was a major taboo, and Lu Yunxue wanted to remind Pei Jianji. But seeing the radiant smile on Pei Jianji's face, she couldn't bear to pour cold water on her lover's enthusiasm. They're just a bunch of disorganized rabble. I am a military genius. This battle will be a piece of cake. With that thought, Lu Yunxue smiled and agreed. You speak wisely, Pei Lang. 3,000 elite troops marched out of the capital city and headed straight for Luzhou. 2 days later, within the mansion of the Duke of Jinghua, the air was filled with the aroma of wine. As the turbid wine in the large cauldron continued to boil, the steam rose and condensed through the cooling tubes, dripping one drop at a time into the prepared jars. Looking at the clear liquid in the jars, Mu Ziyan couldn't help but smile. After a quick calculation, he realized that it would take 10 pounds of turbid wine to distill just 1 pound of high-proof white wine. The cost was indeed high, but if they could scale up production and offer a full-service distillation operation, they could significantly reduce costs. Moreover, Mu Ziyan was confident that such high-proof white wine would sweep the entire Dali kingdom upon its release. The money would flow in like a river. Just as Mu Ziyan was daydreaming about the future, Li Jiuxian, dressed in black and wearing a tight-fitting outfit, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Hey! What a strong aroma of alcohol! Li Jiuxian completely ignored Mu Ziyan and walked straight to the jar containing the distilled liquor. He stared at the clear, water-like liquid inside the jar with a look of pure enjoyment. Where's the spoon? Where's the spoon? Li Jiuxuan couldn't wait any longer and immediately called for a servant to fetch a spoon. Before Mu Ziyan could stop him, Li Jiuxuan scooped out a large bowl of wine from the jar, enough for 7 or 8 ounces, and drank it all in one gulp. In the next moment, Li Jiuxuan's originally fair face turned red at a visible speed. Good wine. Before he could finish speaking, Li Jiuxuan had already collapsed. Mu Ziyan covered his head in disbelief. The alcohol in that pot was at least 70 proof, equivalent to modern-day alcohol. This Li Jiuxuan was no pushover. He downed it in one gulp. It would be strange if he didn't get drunk. After an unknown amount of time, Li Jiuxuan slowly regained consciousness. He clutched his head, feeling as though it were about to explode. Hey, you woke up pretty quickly. Mu Ziyan's teasing voice echoed in his ears. Li Jiuxuan asked, still holding his head. Did you put some kind of sleeping potion in the wine? I, Li Jiuxuan, pride myself on being a master of wine. Normally, I can drink 10 pounds of it and still climb walls and walk on flat ground. Yet now, after just one bowl, I'm in this state? Mu Ziyan didn't bother explaining and went straight to the point. Why does the head of the Imperial City Bureau have time to visit me today? Li Jiuxuan rubbed his head and finally spoke. You almost made me miss something important. Do you know about the rebellion of the bandits in Luzhou? Mu Ziyan nodded. At this moment, Pei Jianji is leading 3,000 elite troops and is probably already close to Luzhou. Li Jiuxuan said solemnly. According to intelligence from the Luzhou branch of the Imperial City Bureau, there may be Chang cavalry among the rebelling bandits. Mu Ziyan's expression flickered slightly upon hearing this. Could he have guessed correctly after all? But upon further reflection, this was the most plausible explanation. Otherwise, how could a small band of bandits, without the backing of other forces, possibly capture a prefectural government office? If these bandits were backed by Chang cavalry, everything would make sense. Someone must be secretly collaborating with the Chang, disguising themselves as bandits to instigate the Luzhou uprising. Li Jiuxian continued. The Chang are skilled riders. If there are indeed Chang cavalry among the bandits, this is no longer a simple bandit rebellion. Mu Ziyan crossed his arms across his chest. What's the point of telling me? Pei Jianji has already led troops to suppress the rebellion. Li Jiuxuan looked at Mu Ziyan with a helpless expression. Do you think I don't know how capable that man is? He might be able to handle some bandits or robbers, but against Chang cavalry, they'll be no match. I've already taken responsibility for this matter before the emperor, and I came here today to ask you to prepare in advance. Li Jiuxian's meaning was clear. If Pei Jianji were to fail, the current emperor would undoubtedly dispatch the Dali Empire's elite Shanjin Corps, and Mu Ziyan, as the current commander of the Shanjin Corps, would certainly have to accompany the troops into battle. Li Jiuxian had come today to remind Mu Zi to prepare in advance, to avoid any last-minute mistakes. Mu Ziyan naturally understood the two of them only needed a glance to understand each other's intentions. These 2 jars are the wine I just brewed. Take them back and try it. Seeing the wine Mu Ziyan brought out, Li Jiuxian trembled all over. After all, he had been knocked to the ground by just one bowl, which was truly embarrassing. Mu Ziyan smiled. This has been blended, so it tastes better but won't be as spicy as before. Drink it with peace of mind. It's also a small token of my gratitude for today. Upon hearing this, Li Jiuxuan finally took the wine jar with a sense of relief. I'll make sure to send you the news from Luzhou as soon as I receive it. After Li Jiuxian left, Mu Ziyan's expression grew solemn. At that moment, he keenly sensed that the recent events in Luzhou might mark the beginning of his rise to fame across the land. With this thought, Mu Ziyan immediately ordered the entire Jingweigong mansion to distill alcohol day and night without rest. Mu Ziyan gazed toward Luzhou and spoke in a solemn voice. A storm is brewing. Chapter 22, Sword Pointed at Luzhou. Over the next few days, Mu Ziyan focused on 3 things: brewery, martial arts training, and organizing intelligence. This wasn't something he could ignore, and upon closer inspection, it truly gave Mu Ziyan a headache. The waters in Luzhou were far too murky. Han and Shang tribes intermingled, constant warfare raged, corrupt officials embezzled public funds, and the people lived in dire straits. Such a place was nothing short of a natural breeding ground for rebels. On the 7th day of Pei Jian's military campaign, Xiao Gonggang, looking urgent, appeared at the Jingweigong mansion. Upon seeing Mu Ziyan still brewing wine, Xiao Gonggang immediately approached him and said, "Hey there, my lord Jingwe. What time is it, and you're still brewing wine? The emperor has summoned you to the palace immediately." Mu Ziyan heard this and thought to himself, what was bound to happen has finally come. After changing into his court robes, Mu Ziyan followed Xiao Gonggang to the Hall of Cultivating the Heart. As soon as they reached the entrance, they heard the sound of loud crashing and smashing coming from inside the hall. Then came the emperor's furious shout. "Useless! All of you are useless!" Mu Ziyan asked upon seeing the scene. "What's happening?" Xiao Gonggang said angrily. "It's all because of that good-for-nothing Pei Jianji. The emperor just received an urgent military report from Luzhou. Pei Jianji had just arrived in Luzhou when he was ambushed by bandits. Only the Lady General managed to escape the battlefield with dozens of her personal guards. 3,000 elite troops were wiped out in a single battle, and Pei Jianji was captured by the bandits. The Lady General has urgently requested reinforcements. The court's reputation has been utterly ruined this time. Mu Ziyan never expected that Pei Jianji would be defeated so thoroughly. He was wiped out the moment he arrived in Luzhou. No wonder the emperor is so furious. The situation in Luzhou is becoming increasingly complicated. Under the guidance of Chao Gongdan, Mu Ziyan entered the Hall of Mental Cultivation. The hall was in complete disarray, with several eunuchs and ministers who had come to discuss matters trembling as they knelt on the ground, dared not speak. Xiao Xiuning stood aside, constantly comforting her father. Upon seeing Mu Ziyan's arrival, Xiao Xiuning's eyes lit up, and she immediately said, "Father, the Prince of Xinghua has arrived. He has always had insightful views on the situation in Luzhou. If he is appointed as the commander, he will surely avenge the previous humiliation." The Emperor of Dali looked at Mu Ziyan and asked, "Do you know everything that has happened?" Mu Ziyan nodded. The Emperor of Dali spoke angrily. "This Pei Jian is nothing but a worthless fool. How could 3,000 elite troops be ambushed and nearly annihilated by a bunch of bandits? Even if I sent 3,000 pigs, they wouldn't be able to kill them all in one go." The Emperor's anger was easy to understand, and the atmosphere in the hall had grown so tense it felt almost tangible. No one dared to speak, fearing that a single wrong word might implicate them as well. After a moment, the Emperor took a deep breath and turned to Mu Ziyan, who was dressed in battle armor, and asked, "I intend to appoint you as general to lead the frontline brigade and suppress the rebellion. What is your decision?" Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice. Choice 1, refuse the command and prioritize your own safety. Reward, a set of Tai Chi techniques. Choice 2, accept the command and lead the troops into battle. Reward, 1 mysterious strategist summoning card. Please make your choice. Everyone's gaze fell on Mu Ziyan. He stepped forward to the center of the hall and bowed solemnly. "I am willing to lead the troops and suppress the rebellion in Luzhou." Ding! Congratulations, host, for making your choice. The reward has been distributed. Please check your inventory. Upon hearing this, the Emperor's expression softened slightly. This battle is no trivial matter. If we fail again, the prestige of the Great Li dynasty will be utterly ruined. Mu Ziyan spoke solemnly. "Please issue your decree, Your Majesty." Seeing Mu Ziyan's decisive response, the gloom brought on by the defeat vanished instantly. "Very well. Since that is the case, I hereby grant you command of the 10,000 elite troops of the frontline brigade and the 20,000 soldiers of the 5 armies to suppress the rebellion. Among the 6 ministries, suppressing this rebellion is the top priority. Armaments, provisions, and military pay must be prepared immediately. Any delays will be met with severe punishment and no mercy." The officials of the 6 ministries echoed in unison within the Grand Hall. "We shall obey the imperial decree. Where is Mu Ziyan?" "Your servant is here. I hereby appoint you as general of the conquering army. This battle must uphold the prestige of our nation and strike fear into the hearts of all. This servant obeys the imperial decree." As the emperor's decree was issued, the entire capital erupted into chaos. As Mu Ziyan passed by the Lu family's residence, the gates were tightly shut. Outside the gates, countless citizens had gathered, throwing all manner of trash and excrement onto the walls. The Lu family was too terrified to step outside, fearing they would be beaten to death by the angry crowd at the gate. Mu Ziyan, however, walked straight past the gate without even glancing at it. Within a single day, all the provisions, military supplies, and weapons needed for the 300,000-strong army were fully prepared. After 5 days of non-stop distillation, the alcohol brewed within the Prince of the State's mansion amounted to several thousand jars. Mu Ziyan waved his hand and had it all taken away. The next morning, a thin mist shrouded the area. On the training ground, 3,000 elite soldiers gathered. However, morale was low, as the news of the complete annihilation of 3,000 elite troops in a single battle had already spread far and wide. For them, Luzhou was now a veritable hell on earth. Just then, the sound of armor clanging against each other echoed through the mist. In the next instant, a chestnut-colored stallion appeared, with a figure clad in a lion-headed battle armor, holding a square-headed halberd, and a thunderous bow slung at his waist. Clang! Clang! The horse's hooves clattered crisply, each sound feeling like a blow to the hearts of those below. The veteran soldiers of the frontline brigade at the front of the ranks stared wide-eyed. Some of them couldn't help but shed tears. "It's him! It's him!" When Mu Ziyan's figure broke through the mist and appeared before everyone present was startled. In that moment, they seemed to see once again the figure that had once been invincible under Heaven, the Great Li's general of the state. The Prince of the State was the backbone of the Great Li dynasty. He was the model for all soldiers across the land. To see their commander again at this very moment, how could they not be overwhelmed with emotion? Mu Ziyan gripped the reins tightly with one hand and raised his square-headed halberd in the other. "Where are the men of the Great Li kingdom?" Mu Ziyan's voice echoed across the training ground. In the next instant, countless voices echoed in response. Here! 10,000 voices echoed in unison, shaking the heavens above. From afar, the Emperor of Dali gazed at the figure on the high platform of the training ground, momentarily dazed, as if he had once again seen that familiar figure. On the high platform, Mu Ziyan surveyed the surroundings and shouted loudly. Today, I ask all of you. What shall be done to those who dare to offend our nation's dignity? Death. What shall be done to those who insult our people and brothers? Kill. Those who plunder our homes of gold and silver and cut off our means of livelihood, what shall be done to them? Kill. 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 The roars echoed like they were tearing the heavens apart. Mu Ziyan stood with his halberd raised, shouting with all his might. Let us go forth. Achieve glory. Build a legacy. Secure wives for our sons. Bestow blessings upon our descendants. Will you follow me into battle? Mu Ziyan's passion infected everyone present. The previously low morale was instantly ignited. Kill the enemy. Kill the enemy. Kill the enemy. The sound was like thunder, echoing through the heavens. Mu Ziyan's lips curled into a faint smile. Holding his square-headed halberd, he pointed it toward Luzhou and shouted. March! Advance! Amidst the sound of heavy footsteps, the 3,000-strong army, led by Mu Ziyan, marched forward in a mighty procession toward Luzhou. Chapter 23, The Poisonous Strategist Arrives, A Risky Plan. In the misty rain, Mu Ziyan's figure gradually faded away. Father, the Prince of Jinghua has already departed. Xiao Xiuning gazed at the emperor still standing in place and spoke softly. How time flies. Once upon a time, I too watched him depart in this manner. Xiao Xiuning naturally knew that the him his father was referring to was the former Jinghua Gong, Mu Zhaning. A tiger father does not have a dog son. Mu Ziyan will surely emerge victorious in this battle. The emperor glanced at Xiao Xiuning upon hearing this, then suddenly asked. How old is Ninger? Xiao Xiuning replied softly. He will be 20 this year. The emperor repeated the words several times. That's suitable, very suitable. Once they left the capital, the road stretched out before them, flat and open. 3,000 troops marched in a mighty column toward Luzhou, but Mu Ziyan had no heart to admire the scenery along the way. Muanen, sitting atop his horse, closed his eyes slightly before summoning the system. Use the mysterious strategist summoning card. As Mu Ziyan's voice faded, the system's voice echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully used one strategist summoning card. The system will randomly summon 3 strategists from Chinese history for you. You may choose to remove one of them, and the system will randomly select one from the remaining 2. This strategist will be 100% loyal to you. As a flash of white light appeared, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! 3 strategists have been summoned for the host. First, one of the 36 heavenly generals of Liangshan, the wise star Wu Yong. Upon hearing the name Wu Yong, Mu Ziyan rolled his eyes. This man was the first-rate traitor of Liangshan. His specialty was deception, espionage, arson, and sabotage. He had perfected the art of treachery. He betrayed Yang Ji first, then Lu Junyi, and would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He was so depraved that even his own mother would disown him. Second place, Jia Su, the first poisonous strategist of the late Han and Three Kingdoms period. Upon hearing Jia Su's name, Mu Ziyan's eyes lit up. This man was a legend in the late Han dynasty and the Three Kingdoms period. During the Battle of Wancheng, Cao Cao's single move led to the deaths of 3 wise men: his eldest son Xiaowang, his trusted general Dianwei, and his nephew Cao Anmin. At the time, it was Jia Su who advised Zhang Xiu on his strategy. By all accounts, Cao Cao should have hated Jia Su to the core. Yet the outcome was the exact opposite. Not only did Jia Su survive, but he became one of Cao Cao's strategists and eventually rose to the rank of one of the 3 excellencies, making him one of the few strategists in the late Han dynasty and the Three Kingdoms period to meet a favorable end. Chen Shou, the author of the Records of the Three Kingdoms, once praised Jia Su for his flawless strategies, comparing him to Zhang Liang and Chen Ping. He was truly a ruthless individual among the ruthless. Before Mu Ziyan could even celebrate for a few seconds, the system's voice sounded again. Third place, Chang Yu, the Marquis of Anxiang from the Wei Kingdom of the late Han dynasty. Looking at the 3 names before him, Mu Ziyan exclaimed, "Damn it! These guys are one tougher than the next." If Jia Su is the epitome of cunning and ruthless schemes, then Chang Yu is the epitome of madness. Throughout the entire Three Kingdoms period, there were 2 things that were most dangerous. The first was to be Lu Bu's foster father, and the second was to be Chang Yu's fellow villager. Because this guy would turn you into dried meat and use you as military rations. It was precisely because of this that Chang Yu, despite being one of Cao Cao's 5 great strategists, never attained the rank of the 3 excellencies. Mu Ziyan believed that Cao Cao kept Cheng Yu around so that whenever he did something unethical and felt deeply guilty, he could look at Cheng Yu and instantly feel morally superior. Ding! System summoning complete. Please eliminate one of them. Mu Ziyan didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately replied. Remove Wu Yong. Compared to Jia Su and Shang Yu, Wu Yong wasn't even worthy of tying their shoes. Ding! One of the 36 heavenly generals of Liangshan, the wise star Wu Yong, has been eliminated. The system is currently summoning. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained Jia Su, the first poisoner of the late Han and Three Kingdoms era. Summoning complete. The system will now exit. Upon hearing the system's result, Mu Ziyan was overjoyed. However, previously, all items were tangible and could be retrieved from the system space, but now, how was he supposed to find a living person? Just as Mu Ziyan was feeling confused, a scout suddenly reported. Reporting to the Prince of the State. The scouts ahead have captured a scholar, but he claims to be a former strategist under the previous Prince of the State. I do not know how to handle this, so I have come to seek your instructions. What is his name? Reporting to the Prince of the State, the man claims to be Jia Su. Mu Ziyan's expression brightened. My military strategist has arrived. Bring him here immediately. No, I will go to see him myself. With that, Mu Ziyan immediately spurred his horse forward, led by the scouts, and arrived at an open field. At that moment, dozens of scouts were binding a handsome young man dressed in scholar's robes. Mu Ziyan dismounted at once and pushed aside the surrounding scouts. Is that Mr. Jia Su? The bound Jia Su spoke immediately. That is indeed me. Mu Ziyan hurriedly stepped forward to untie Jia Sun. The two met, and Jia Sun stepped forward and said, Strategist Jia Sun pays his respects to the young master. I was once a historian and strategist under the late Prince of the State. After my parents passed away, I returned home to mourn for 3 years. Before leaving, I promised the late Prince of the State that I would return to assist him after the mourning period. However, I never imagined that this parting would be forever. Now that I have heard that you have been appointed to lead the expedition to Luzhou, I have come to assist you. Mu Ziyan was surprised that the system's arrangement was so perfect, even giving Jia Sun a reasonable identity. With your assistance today, this campaign will surely end in victory. Mu Ziyan did not hesitate to praise him. Jia Su was highly satisfied with Mu Ziyan's performance. After all, being able to treat subordinates with such respect is what every strategist hopes to encounter in a lord. Jia Su brushed the dust off his clothes and spoke solemnly. I happen to have a plan to present to the young master. I wonder if you dare to use it. Mu Ziyan immediately perked up and asked eagerly. Go ahead and speak freely. Jia Su smiled indifferently, then pointed toward Luzhou and said. It will take at least 3 days for the main army to reach Luzhou, but if we send a fast cavalry unit, they could arrive in just 1 day. At present, the bandits in Luzhou have not yet received news of the imperial army's reinforcements, and after recently winning a battle, they are at their most vulnerable. If we dispatch a light cavalry unit to arrive in Luzhou first, we can certainly deal a decisive blow to these bandits. This plan has 2 advantages. First, it will severely dampen the rebels' morale and catch them off guard. Second, this light cavalry can draw the bandits' attention, preventing them from setting up defenses and reducing the likelihood of our main force encountering ambushes when entering Luzhou. Mu Ziyan's eyes lit up. He had to admit that Jia Su's keen sense of opportunity was far beyond his own. If the news of our main army's departure reaches Luzhou, the rebels there will certainly organize an ambush. However, by sending a detachment to disrupt their focus, we could delay their preparations. Not only that, but we could catch them off guard, achieving 2 objectives with 1 move. Mu Ziyan exclaimed with delight. Master, you're like adding wings to a tiger. Chapter 24, Suffering and Redemption. Mu Ziyan immediately ordered the garrison to summon the commanders of the main camp. Mu Ziyan did not hesitate for a moment and immediately revealed all of Jia Su's strategies. Inside the tent, everyone fell silent. Indeed, Jia Su's plan was highly tempting. However, the corresponding risks were extremely high, as they still had no concrete information about the situation in Luzhou. Whether the bandits numbered 5,000, 10,000, or even more, sending a light cavalry unit into Luzhou could indeed cause significant chaos. But if this light cavalry were to be surrounded, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the silence, a tall, burly man stepped forward and spoke. Sir, your plan is indeed ingenious, but the risks are too great. Pei Jian is a cautionary example. The speaker was none other than Zhang Han, the commander of the frontline camp. Jia Su smiled faintly. Pei Jianji's defeat was due to his underestimation of his opponents. He grew complacent and fell into an ambush, allowing the bandits to rest and prepare, giving them a clear advantage. However, the bandits in Luzhou are a mix of multiple mountain forts, with their forces intertwined and complex. They will inevitably lack unity. But if the imperial army arrives at a critical moment, they will all be like ants on a rope, and they will fight to the death. This will inevitably increase the difficulty of suppressing the rebels. However, if we can send a cavalry unit to infiltrate Luzhou first, or even occupy a strategic stronghold, cutting off their lines of communication, their rebel forces will become disorganized. Chaos leads to mistakes, and mistakes breed distrust and suspicion among them. Once our main army arrives, we will be able to annihilate them without breaking a sweat. Upon hearing Jia Su's words, everyone present fell into deep thought once more. At that moment, Mu Ziyan stepped forward and spoke with unwavering resolve. The decision is made. I will lead this cavalry unit. At these words, the generals present were immediately startled. After all, Mu Ziyan was the personally appointed general of the conquering army by the current emperor. If anything went wrong, they would all be held responsible. Just as the generals were about to speak up to stop him, Mu Ziyan said, "The beautiful land of 1,000 miles cannot fall into the hands of the enemy. The sooner we arrive, the sooner the people of Luzhou will be at peace. Though I am young, I understand the weight of my responsibilities to my country. You are all seasoned veterans of the battlefield, and your understanding of the battlefield situation far surpasses mine. When it comes to leading troops into battle, I cannot compare to you. Rather than letting me be a useless fool who only reaps the rewards of others' efforts, let me show you all what I am capable of." At these words, everyone in the tent was taken aback. Especially Zhang Han, whose eyes turned red, as if he had once again seen the figure who once dominated the world. The Jingui Gong mansion has a worthy successor. Jia Su, seeing this, clapped his hands in admiration. The young master's character is no less noble than his father's. With the words spoken, what reason did the others present have to object? Everyone bowed and shouted in unison. Everything is up to the Prince of Jingui to decide. That night, Mu Ziyan personally led a force of 3,000 cavalry straight toward Luzhou. Under the starry night sky, the area around Luzhou grew increasingly desolate as they drew nearer. Bodies lay in heaps along the roadside, constantly being devoured by wild dogs. The landscape was desolate and bleak everywhere. Upon reaching an abandoned village, Mu Ziyan ordered his men to rest and regroup. After 10 hours of relentless pursuit, Mu Ziyan had finally reached the borders of Luzhou. Looking at the scene before him, Mu Ziyan furrowed his brows. The situation in Luzhou was even worse than he had imagined. Even in the abandoned village, the smell of blood lingered in the air. Mu Ziyan immediately dispatched scouts in all directions. Jia Sun pulled out a map from his robe and pointed ahead, saying, "According to intelligence from the Imperial City Bureau, the 3,000 elite troops led by Pei Jian were ambushed 30 miles from here. The surrounding mountains stretch endlessly, so there must be outlaw forces stationed here. The lingering smell of blood in the air proves that this village was recently massacred. Based on my estimation, there must be a band of bandits within 10 miles of here." As Jia Su finished speaking, a scout rushed over immediately. Reporting to the Prince of the State, a band of bandits has been spotted 8 miles from here, estimated to number around 20,000. Mu Ziyan heard this and did not hesitate for a moment, immediately issuing his orders. "Rally the troops. Advance." A thunderclap suddenly split the sky, followed by a downpour that seemed to wash away all the filth from this world. In a rice field, countless peasants, clad in ragged clothes, were herded together like pigs and dogs, their already tattered garments soaked through by the rain. Evil laughter echoed from all directions, accompanied by the piercing screams of women. The faces of these peasants were expressionless, as if their souls had been ground down by suffering. In a makeshift camp, several bandits grinned lewdly, while nearby, several naked female corpses lay scattered in a heap. Their broken bodies spoke volumes of the suffering they had endured in life. Inside the tent, a burly, bald man held a roasting lamb leg dripping with fat in one hand while using the other to grope a woman, rubbing her body back and forth. On either side of him were his trusted lieutenants, indulging in wild revelry and drinking freely. A one-eyed man raised his wine bowl and laughed wildly. "Brother! Only today do we finally feel like we're truly alive. We can eat whatever we want, kill whoever we please. Even those once high and mighty noble women can be toyed with at our whim. It's as joyful as being a god." The others raised their cups in agreement. The leader of the group laughed heartily, his face brimming with pride. "As long as you follow me, Luo Danio, I guarantee you'll live in luxury every day. Girls like this one? You can have as many as you want." With that, the bandit leader named Luo Danio flung the woman in his arms aside, and the other bandits, who had been waiting for their chance, immediately pounced on her. "Brother, I heard that the imperial authorities have sent more men over." Luo Danio scoffed at the mention. "What court? In my opinion, they're all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Who is afraid of who with just 2 shoulders to carry a head? Besides, didn't they capture some so-called bandit hunting general a few days ago? Pei Jianji. Right. Exactly. He's a complete waste of space. We only had to use a little trick to kill them all. We didn't even enter Luzhou's territory. If that dog emperor's men are all like that, what's there to be afraid of? If it weren't for that woman escaping, we wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble searching the mountains and valleys. But it's all for the best. We can use this opportunity to extort some money from the common folk." How refreshing. The luxurious and debauched scene inside the tent stood in stark contrast to the suffering of the common people outside. Inside the large tent, the woman, whose clothes were nearly torn to shreds, stared blankly at the pitch-black earth beyond the tent. "Who can save me? Who can save me?" A drunken bandit leader, seeing this, grabbed her long hair and spat on her, shouting angrily. "What's that look on your face? Have we treated you badly while you've been serving us? You're just being ungrateful." As he spoke, the bandit leader drew a dagger from his waist and stabbed it directly at the woman's bare back. However, just as the blade was about to cut her skin, there was a whistling sound. An arrow pierced the night sky. It directly embedded itself into the bandit leader's throat. The next moment, the sound of urgent horse hooves echoed through the night, rushing toward them. On horseback, Mu Ziyan held a thunderous bow, his face as dark as water, shouting angrily, "No mercy for these bandits. Kill them all." Chapter 25, The determination to charge into the battlefield, with no thought of survival. In the dead of night, 3,000 cavalry riders descended upon the world like grim reapers. A piercing scream from within the tent instantly caught the attention of the other bandit leaders. Luo Dainiu, seated at the head of the tent, was covered in blood, yet he still seemed dazed. However, the sounds of slaughter that followed immediately snapped him back to reality. "Damn it! Someone's ambushing us. Gather the brothers and kill them all." Luo Dainiu grabbed the ghost-headed sword beside him and charged out of the tent first. But the scene before him sent a chill down his spine. Mu Ziyan, wielding his square-headed halberd, charged forward like a pack of wolves, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. Blood mixed with rainwater, turning the ground into a blood-red swamp. These bandits, already poorly defended, were now completely overwhelmed by Mu Ziyan's 3,000 cavalry, leaving them unable to mount a proper defense. From atop his horse, Mu Ziyan raised his Feng Tianhuaji, striking down like a war god. In an instant, the bandit in front of him was split in two. Mu Ziyan sneered. "I am Mu Ziyan, the general of the Great Li dynasty, here to subdue the rebels." Among the bandits, a tall, burly man wielding a meteor hammer strode forward. "Let me, Lu Sanhu of the earth-shattering star, face you." The bandits were overjoyed to see him. "Wonderful! It's the third leader." The third leader is a natural-born powerhouse. No one in the martial arts world can withstand a single blow from his hammer. The title Jin Tianxing is no empty boast. Mu Ziyan saw this and immediately charged forward on his horse to meet him. The Feng Tianhuaji in his hand drew a half-moon in the air before descending toward Lu Sanhu with a deafening roar. Lu Sanhu sneered disdainfully. In his eyes, Mu Ziyan was nothing but a weak, spoiled brat. He raised his meteor hammer to block the attack. Everyone present heard a deafening crash. The next moment, Lu Sanhu's meteor hammer was shattered by Mu Ziyan's halberd. The Feng Tianhua spear, undiminished in power, struck Lu Sanhu's head, driving it into his abdomen. His entire body exploded like a smashed watermelon. Blood spattered everywhere, and the sight left the surrounding bandits trembling with fear. The third in command, who was once so formidable, was no match for this man with the face of a jade statue. "Ghost! Ghost! It's a vengeful spirit come to claim his life." The next moment, a bandit dropped his weapon and fled backward. Fear spread like a plague, and within a few breaths, the bandits had already lost their composure. Luo Dainiu, who had just rushed out of the camp, looked at the group he had barely managed to gather, only to find they hadn't even withstood a single charge. Enraged, he swung his sword and cut down a fleeing bandit, shouting, "Anyone who dares to run, I'll kill their entire family. No one is to run, come back. They're only a few thousand, kill them all." Luo Dainiu's sudden appearance gave the bandits a sense of unity. Many veteran bandits began to gather around Luo Dainiu. As the clouds dispersed, under the moonlight, Mu Ziyan, shouldering his square-headed halberd, rode his horse across the battlefield like a divine being. As the saying goes, to shoot the man, shoot his horse; to capture the bandit, capture his leader. Mu Ziyan, with one hand holding the Feng Tianhuaji, turned his horse and charged straight toward Luo Dainiu. The halberd plowed a deep trench into the ground. Mu Ziyan, like the grim reaper in the night, silently yet fiercely reaped lives. Luo Dainiu was also a fierce bandit. Seeing Mu Ziyan charging toward him, he didn't even flinch. He raised his ghost-headed sword and shouted, "Today, I'll cut off your head and use it as a night pot." Luo Dainiu gripped the knife with both hands, using all his strength to swing it upward from below. The blow seemed capable of splitting Mu Ziyan and his horse in two. Luo Dainiu was known in the underworld as Luoidao, and the ghost-headed sword in his hands had undoubtedly been drenched in blood countless times. A cruel smile appeared on his face, as if he were about to witness Mu Zi's lifeless body lying on the ground. The Feng Tianhuaji and the ghost-headed sword collided, and in an instant, a brilliant flash of light illuminated the pitch-black night sky. As soon as they made contact, Luo Dainiu felt an excruciating pain in his arms. Mu Ziyan's Feng Tianhuaji felt like a charging horse colliding with him. In the next instant, the burly Luo Dainiu was sent flying through the air by the spear. The ghost-headed sword in his hand snapped in two mid-air. The old bandits nearby shouted in alarm, "Protect the leader! Brothers, the time has come to be loyal to the leader. Follow me and charge." From all directions, countless bandits charged forward, surging like a relentless torrent. Mu Ziyan sneered coldly and galloped away on his horse, his square-headed halberd in his hand flickering like a venomous snake striking. A single thrust could take a life. A sweeping strike with the long halberd sent a large group of bandits to their deaths. Who could withstand such overwhelming force? The cavalry engaged in fierce combat around him were stunned to see Mu Ziyan fighting so bravely, single-handedly taking on hundreds of enemies. Their resolve to fight surged instantly. The Duke of Jingui is mighty. The Prince of the State is mighty. The roar echoed like a howl, shattering the heavens. From a distant hillside, Jia Su watched the figure moving like a dragon on the battlefield and couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older, and our Lord's bravery is unmatched under heaven." The veteran soldiers who had been drafted from the front lines were so inspired that they shouted until their voices were hoarse. Since Mu Jianing had died on the battlefield, the front lines had fallen into a state of utter desolation. Failing to protect their commander was a lifelong disgrace, so they threw themselves into the most dangerous parts of the battlefield. They wanted to wash away this shame with their own lives. Yet at this very moment, they seemed to glimpse hope for the future once more. At that moment, they were actually grateful to Lu Yunxue from the bottom of their hearts. If it weren't for Lu Yunxue's cold-heartedness, their young master would never have been able to regroup and escape the clutches of love. An old soldier from the frontline brigade raised his long spear and let out a loud cry to the heavens. The resolve of the frontline camp. The others immediately echoed his cry. Death before surrender. In an instant, the entire battlefield was transformed into a hellish battlefield. Mu Ziyan charged through the old bandits surrounding him, spurring his horse toward Luo Dainio, who was trying to escape. At that moment, Luo Dainio was in a pitiful state, his hands shattered by the impact, and his internal organs felt as though they had been shattered. Seeing Mu Ziyan charging toward him like a grim reaper, Luo Dainio knelt down in terror and shouted loudly, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I surrender! I surrender!" However, the next moment, Mu Ziyan had already reached him. The horse's hooves kicked up dust as Mu Ziyan raised his spear and swept it horizontally. Luo Dainio's head flew into the sky. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Mu Ziyan impaled Luo Dainio's head with his spear and shouted loudly, "The enemy general's head has been severed." All the bandits, upon seeing Luo Dainio's lifeless head, saw their last line of defense crumble completely. "Run for your lives! I surrender! Don't kill me! I have a 70-year-old son and an 8-year-old mother." However, no one paid any attention to their cries. Those who kill will be killed. They did not know they were wrong, they knew they were going to die. Chapter 26, All's Fair in War. The Fang Tian halberd shattered the night sky, declaring the end of chaos. 3,000 cavalry charged relentlessly across the battlefield, each clatter of hooves heralding another wave of slaughter. The rain grew increasingly fierce, as if determined to wash away everything in the world. When the rain finally ceased, the ground was littered with the bodies of bandits. Jia Su walked slowly toward them. "Your noble demeanor truly inspires me." In this place that resembled a battlefield of demons, there was not a trace of discomfort on his face. Mu Ziyan wiped the blood from his face and tried to maintain his composure. A captain approached and bowed. Reporting to the Duke of the State, all the bandits have been completely eradicated. Although the first battle had been won, Mu Ziyan felt no joy in his heart. Not far away, the woman who had nearly become a plaything earlier was holding a dagger, stabbing it repeatedly into the headless corpse of Luo Dainio, venting her pent-up hatred. "What are the casualties?" Mu Ziyan asked softly. Jia Sun replied. 129 killed in battle, 361 seriously injured, countless lightly injured, 17,000 enemy troops beheaded, and 3,000 captured. This battle report, once transmitted to the capital, would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Mu Ziyan, upon hearing this, spoke decisively. "Immediately interrogate the prisoners. Any who have committed heinous crimes must be executed without mercy. As for the civilians, distribute provisions and release them." Jia Su nodded and immediately set to work on the matter. As one of the top military strategists in the Three Kingdoms, Jia Su's efficiency was remarkable. In less than half a day, he had processed the 3,000 prisoners and countless refugees. Among the 3,000 prisoners, only 330 were released without charge, while the remaining 2,730 were beheaded and displayed as a warning. Under the sunlight, the field resembled a field scorched red by charcoal fires. Mu Ziyan ate a dry bread cake while chatting with Jia Su. Jia Sun wore a faint smile on his face, appearing harmless, as if he were an innocent bystander. Who would have guessed that the handsome young man before them had just ordered the execution of 2,700 people? Though we have won this battle, it is but a drop in the bucket for the situation in Luzhou. In the coming days, the bandits in Luzhou will undoubtedly launch a fierce attack on us. Among these bandits, the most formidable are the horse bandits. If we engage them in open battle, our numbers are too few to gain an advantage. Therefore, we should first capture a nearby city, observe the situation in Luzhou further, and wait for the main army to arrive. Mu Ziyan nodded in agreement with Jia Su's assessment. Entering Luzhou alone without supplies, prolonged open field battles would indeed be disadvantageous. "Where do you think we should go next, sir?" Jia Su smiled faintly, as if he already had an answer in mind. He pointed his finger at a spot. "This place is called Anping County. It can be reached on horseback in half a day. At present, the news of the young master leading his troops into Luzhou has not yet spread. We must make full use of this advantage. Today, we have just eliminated this band of rebels. We can use their banner to deceive the city gates open, and then our cavalry can storm the city without breaking a sweat. Mu Ziyan nodded in agreement. With a top strategist like Jia Su by his side, he felt completely secure. After resting for half a day, Mu Ziyan led his troops straight toward Anping County. At that moment, the county town of Anping was occupied by this band of bandits. The leader, known in the underworld as Chui Hao the Mountain Tiger, was originally a thug from Anping County. After the bandits had looted and departed, taking advantage of the county's vulnerability, Chui Hao seized the opportunity to gather 700 or 800 men and boldly occupied the entire county. Under Chui Hao's rule, Anping County had become a living hell, where he would kill people for fun at the slightest provocation. As evening fell, Chui Hao, who was drunk and unconscious, was awakened by a series of urgent shouts. He grabbed the wine jar beside him and threw it at the shouters. "What are you shouting about? Did your mother die? Or did your father die?" The man, upon hearing this, immediately knelt down on the ground. "Brother, it's bad news. A group of people claiming to be under Luo Dainyu have arrived at the city gates and demand to enter for repairs." Upon hearing the name Luo Dainyu, Chui Hao snapped back to his senses. He had heard of Luo Yidao's nickname, and it was said that over 80 people had died at his hands. Moreover, it was said that he had recently gathered a large following and his forces were quite formidable. Upon hearing this, Chui Hao didn't even bother to put on his clothes and hurriedly followed the messenger to the city walls. At that moment, the sun was setting in the west, casting a dim light over the surroundings. Outside the city gates, hundreds of people had gathered. The flags in the ranks were indeed those of Luo Dainyu. Chui Hao was momentarily confused. How could Luo Dainyu's men suddenly appear on his territory? The people outside the gates were naturally Mu Ziyan's men in disguise. Chui Hao shouted down from above. "Are all of you outside the city gates brothers of Luo the leader?" Upon hearing this, Mu Ziyan stepped forward and shouted angrily. "Can't you see our banner? Are your eyes blind?" Mu Ziyan knew that to intimidate them, he had to act like a bandit. The more timid one appeared, the more likely one was to reveal weaknesses. "Is Luo the leader present? Please have him come out to meet us. Once we see him, I will open the city gates immediately." Mu Ziyan shouted defiantly. "Who do you think you are? Just a worthless thug, and you dare ask to see our leader? Today, my brothers came here to rest. Hurry up and serve us some good food and drink. If we're not satisfied, I'll report back to Brother Luo immediately, and he'll destroy this city. Then we'll rip out your heart, cut you into pieces, and feed you to the dogs. It's not that I'm unwilling, but I've heard that the imperial troops are on their way. I'm just being cautious. If you can provide credible proof, I'll open the gates immediately and slaughter chickens and cows to entertain you." Mu Ziyan sneered. "You dare to block our way into the city today? I will report everything to Brother Luo. Tomorrow, I will lead my men to storm this city. You'd better remember that. Brothers, retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Ziyan really turned around and left with his men. This made Chui Hao panic. He knew how ruthless Luo Dainyu was. If he offended him, he'd be the one to suffer the consequences. With that thought, Chui Hao immediately shouted, "Brother, don't go. I'll open the city gates right away." With a loud grinding sound, the gates of Anping County slowly opened. Mu Ziyan's expression hardened. He ripped off the headscarf on his head and bellowed, "Break the city walls." Chapter 27, Developments on All Fronts, The Shocked Lu Yunxue. The moment Mu Ziyan spoke, the people behind him immediately drew their weapons from their waists and charged toward the city gates with overwhelming momentum. On the city walls, Chui Hao realized something was wrong and shouted urgently, "Trouble! It's the imperial troops! Close the gates! Quickly close the gates!" The bandits inside the gate heard this and panicked. A dozen or so guards rushed forward to close the gates. However, at that very moment, a meteor streaked across the sky. Mu Ziyan threw the Chinese halberd in his hand, which drew a beautiful arc in the air before striking a bandit directly in the chest, pinning him to the ground. Those with weaker nerves were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. In that brief moment of shock, Mu Ziyan had already reached the city gate. In the next instant, he placed both hands on the two massive gates, each over 3 or 4 meters tall. He then exerted all his strength, and the gates, which had been about to close, were suddenly held open. Inside the gate, over a dozen bandits strained with all their might to close it, but no matter how hard they pushed, the gate did not budge an inch. Mu Ziyan bellowed, "Open it!" He took a step forward with both feet, unleashing all his strength. With a loud creak, the massive city gate was instantly pushed open by Mu Ziyan alone. At that moment, Chui Hao on the city walls was filled with terror. Is this even human? As the gate swung open, the crowd following Mu Ziyan rushed into the gate. They drew their long swords from their waists, and a massacre ensued. Jia Sun also seized the opportunity, leading the remaining cavalry into Pingyang County. Chui Hao's group, to be strictly speaking, wasn't even as good as Luo Dainyu's band of bandits. Within half an hour, they were completely wiped out. Cui Hao, who had once ruled the city like a local tyrant, was now bound and dragged away. At that moment, Mu Zian had already changed back into his own attire. In the setting sun, he looked like a divine being. Surrounding him were countless citizens of Anping County, their eyes wide with anger, eager to devour Cui Hao. Seeing this, Cui Hao immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. I'm innocent. Please spare my life. I'm willing to risk my life for you. I know there's a bandit camp near Anping County. I can lead the authorities there. I also know where the county magistrate has hidden all the money he's accumulated over the years. I'll hand it all over to you. I know several bandit leaders in the area. I can act as an insider and lure them all here for you. Please spare my life. Mu Zian sat on the chair, his expression indistinguishable in the dim light. Jia Sun, standing nearby, watched silently to see what Mu Zian would do. After a moment, Mu Zian slowly stood up and gazed into the distance. The sky on the horizon was as red as a burning iron, and the air seemed to be filled with an inescapable smell of blood. Mu Zian spoke calmly. Behead him and display his head at the city gate to appease the people's anger. At these words, all the people present erupted into excitement. Some shouted angrily, some wept, and others wailed in grief. In times of chaos, human life was as worthless as that of a stray dog. With a single stroke of the sword, Cui Hao's head was severed along with Luo Daniu's and hung on the city gate. Blood dripped onto the ground, forming a pool of blood. After a series of fierce battles and relentless pursuit, Mu Zian was now utterly exhausted. Fortunately, Jia Sun calmed the people, punished the wicked, and arranged defenses. In just a few hours, he had brought order to Anping County. Meanwhile, in Luzhou Prefecture, a gaunt man sat calmly on a chair, with dozens of old bandits hanging upside down from the rafters before him. That was 2,000 men. Even if they were 2,000 pigs, it wouldn't be possible to kill them all in one night. Luo Daniu, you worthless fool. The worst of the worst. Those hanging from the beams were the bandits who had escaped from Mu Zian's hands. The gaunt man clutched his forehead, feeling his veins bulge. How many of you are left? Reporting to the general, there are still a few hundred brothers left. Ha ha. 20,000 went out, and only a few hundred returned? How did you all manage to survive out there? At these words, the men hanging from the beams felt a chill run through their bodies. General, it's not that we're weak. The enemy troops are simply too fierce. Our leader couldn't even last a single round against them. The gaunt man's face turned icy upon hearing this. Since Luo Daniu was dead, you all go join him. The gaunt man waved his hand, and in the next moment, these men were dragged out. Moments later, several agonized screams echoed from outside the door. Just then, a voice speaking Mandarin, though not very fluently, came from the shadows. The imperial forces have arrived again. Can you hold them off this time? You Han people are simply too weak. 2,000 men couldn't even defeat 3,000. Do you need me to send warriors from the tribe to help you? The gaunt man sneered at the words. This is none of your concern. I will handle it myself. Remember, we are merely partners, each taking what we need. Do not overstep your bounds. Ha ha ha. A cold laugh echoed from the shadows. Upon hearing the news that Luo Daniu's 2,000 bandits had been annihilated, Lu Yunxue could hardly believe his ears. Mu Zian led 3,000 cavalry to slaughter 2,000 bandits? And he even killed Luo Daniu? The personal guard nodded. According to information from several captured spies, it is indeed true. It is said that Mu Zian charged into the enemy ranks alone on horseback, like a divine being descending from the heavens, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. The expression on the personal guard scout's face was equally complex. Lu Yunxue's face turned pale and weak. After all, their own forces had been completely annihilated just a short while ago. They had arrived with such arrogance and confidence, yet before even reaching the heart of Luzhou, they had been wiped out completely. Lu Yunxue dared not imagine what he would face if he returned to the capital. What was even more crucial was that Pei Jianji, the commander-in-chief, had been captured by these bandits. It was no longer a matter of shame, it was a disgrace beyond words. At that moment, hearing his personal guards describe Mu Zian as if he were a god, and contrasting that with the way Pei Jianji was being dragged away like a dog, the contrast could not have been more stark. For a moment, Lu Yunxue felt his heart race. Could the happiness she had been pursuing really be a mistake? No. It can't be. This time, it was just Pei Lang who was careless. Lu Yunxue immediately dismissed the thought. Where is Mu Zian and his men now? I heard they're in Anping County. Anping County? Why would they go there? Although Lu Yunxue was puzzled by the reason, she knew that with only a few dozen people huddled in the mountains and severely lacking food and supplies, starvation was the only outcome if they stayed there. Joining Mu Zian now was the best option. With that thought, Lu Yunxue had no hesitation and immediately issued the order. Gather the provisions and follow me to Anping County. Chapter 28, Distributing Porridge to Calm Hearts, Bandits Arrive in the Storm. The next morning, a swift horse broke the tranquility of the capital. Urgent report from Luzhou. The Prince of Jinguo led 3,000 cavalrymen into enemy territory alone, defeating 2,000 bandits and killing over 18,000 enemy leaders. In the imperial palace's hall of cultivating the heart, the emperor of the Great Li dynasty read the report in his hands, his smile never fading since morning. Excellent! 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 To receive such good news in just 2 days is truly remarkable. He is indeed a young hero. Princess Xiao Xiuning also arrived at the hall of cultivating the heart. Seeing her father so delighted, she couldn't help but ask, "Father, you look in good spirits today." The emperor handed Mu Zian's report to Xiao Xiuning and said, "Little Nine, take a look. This Mu Zian truly knows how to surprise me." After glancing through it briefly, Xiao Xiuning was also shocked and exclaimed, 3,000 defeated 2,000, nearly 80% of the enemy were beheaded. Leading the charge, risking his life alone? She recognized each of these terms individually, but when combined, Xiao Xiuning felt a sense of unfamiliarity. After closing the report, Xiao Xiuning smiled and bowed respectfully to her father, the emperor. "Congratulations, father, on gaining such a valiant general. With him, Luzhou is now secure." The emperor burst into laughter upon hearing this. The gloom caused by Pei Jian's previous failure was completely dispelled. "For this great victory, I shall reward him generously." As he spoke, the emperor's gaze involuntarily shifted to Xiao Xiuning. The Jingui Gong mansion lacked neither wealth, influence, nor power. So what exactly was it lacking now? Looking at his graceful daughter, the emperor fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Mu Zian in Luzhou was completely unaware of the emperor's thoughts in the capital. At dawn, large pots were set up one after another within the walls of Anping County. The enticing aroma wafted out continuously from the pots. Countless people lined up, eagerly awaiting their turn. "Soup is being distributed." As a deep voice echoed, the lids of the large pots were lifted simultaneously. The intense aroma of rice nearly drove the starving crowd mad. Fortunately, soldiers from the frontline camp were present to prevent any chaos. On the city walls, Jia Su stood beside Mu Zian, smiling and praising. "Young master has a kind heart, he can achieve great things." The idea to distribute porridge was, of course, Mu Zian's. Although Anping County had already been plundered once. However, Mu Zian had managed to seize a significant amount of grain from the wealthy families. As long as there is food to eat, who would want to rebel? Jia Su clapped his hands in admiration upon hearing this. "Your words are truly profound, young master. I nearly failed to grasp the ingenuity of your strategy. As the saying goes, attacking the city is inferior, capturing the hearts of the people is superior. Your action is to tell the people of Luzhou that even if they don't follow these bandits in rebellion, they can still survive. As a result, the people forced to join the bandits will inevitably flee, thereby weakening their forces. Not only that, but upon hearing of a way out in Anping County, countless refugees will also come here. With the population increasing, even if all the bandits in Luzhou attack, we can hold out until the remaining 20,000 troops arrive. Your action not only earns you a reputation for loving the people but also undermines the bandits' foundation, a 2-for-1 move." Brilliant! Brilliant! Jia Su couldn't help but praise. Mu Zian heard this and looked embarrassed. "Oh? Did I really think of all that?" However, the situation was exactly as Jia Su had described. As news of the free rice distribution in Anping County spread, countless civilians began to gather there spontaneously. The once desolate Anping County suddenly became bustling with activity. On the third day of the soup distribution, the main force finally arrived in Luzhou and reunited with Mu Zian. The previously nearly depleted supplies were instantly replenished. However, Mu Zian was not one to waste the army's supplies out of kindness. Anyone who wanted to eat the porridge had to participate in the reconstruction of Anping County. The houses that had been burned down began to be rebuilt, and the damaged city walls gradually returned to their original state. Even the fields surrounding Anping County began to be cultivated once again. Thanks to the bandits' passage, the fields that had once been under the control of the landlords were now all unclaimed. Mu Zian could now freely allocate these lands as he saw fit, giving him significant leeway to act. Mu Zian immediately instructed Jia Su to issue a decree throughout Luzhou. Anyone willing to resume production could come forward to claim their own land deed. This sent the entire population of Luzhou into a frenzy. In ancient times, no one could resist the temptation of a land deed. For those who had spent their entire lives as tenant farmers on landowners' estates and had never owned a single plot of land, this was especially true. Having land meant they could survive. Who would risk their lives by rebelling when they had a chance to live? When the news reached Luzhou Prefecture, the gaunt man known to all the bandits as the commander-in-chief immediately realized something was amiss. Over the past 2 days, constant reports had come in that the troops he had finally managed to recruit were showing signs of desertion. Those captured all gave the same account: they were heading to Anping County to seek a way to survive. After all, the reason they had joined these bandits in rebellion was simply because they couldn't survive on their own. Now that there was a chance to survive, who would want to continue rebelling with these people? The situation was growing increasingly dire even in Luzhou Prefecture, the farthest place from Anping County. Thousands were fleeing overnight. The gaunt man's face darkened. The success of this rebellion was primarily due to two factors. The first was his collaboration with the Chang tribes to borrow their powerful Chang cavalry. The second was that in Luzhou, corruption was rampant, and the people were suffering so much that they had no choice but to join us to survive. In just a few days, they had gathered an army of 10,000, and the capture of the prefectural capital was made possible by the collaboration of desperate civilians. However, since capturing Luzhou Prefecture, these Chang people have become increasingly restless, their ambitions swelling. The alliance between us is now little more than a facade. More importantly, the people's loyalty is no longer at his disposal. Once his army begins to disintegrate, he will be utterly defeated. With this thought in mind, the gaunt man immediately made up his mind. We must resolve the matter in Anping County as soon as possible, otherwise, the situation will be lost. Bring someone. Transmit my orders immediately to the 5 great generals scattered abroad and the leaders of the other mountain forts to gather their men. Bring as many as you can. Assemble in Luzhou Prefecture in 5 days. Anyone who disobeys will be executed without mercy. Oh, and bring that so-called General of Conquest along too. He might still be of some use. The gaunt man slowly rose from the wooden chair, his eyes flashing with a ruthless glint. The prince of the state? He has just a greenhorn. If you want to play, I'll play along. 5 days later, countless bandits gathered in Luzhou City, numbering over 10,000. Under a banner, the gaunt man drew his long sword from his waist and roared, "Follow me and slaughter all the government troops. Money, grain, and women, take whatever you want." All the bandits cheered and rejoiced. From the high platform, the gaunt man pointed his sword toward the distance and roared, "Our target is Anping County. Advance." Chapter 29, Unwelcome Guests. Within Anping County, a meticulously organized camp for the wounded and sick rose from the ground. Mu Ziyan selected over a dozen barefoot doctors from among the civilians to form a medical unit. The strong liquor brought from the capital was finally put to good use. All cloth strips and bandages used for the wounded and sick must first be soaked in hot water. The wounds of the injured must also be disinfected with the strong liquor. The primary reason for this was to kill bacteria. In fact, in ancient wars, only about 1 or 2 out of 10 soldiers actually died in battle. The death rate in the field hospitals could account for 80% of the total casualties in a battle. The high casualty rate was largely due to the harsh conditions in the field hospitals. The methods of treating the wounded were also extremely crude, with amputations of limbs being commonplace. Whether a wounded soldier survived the camp depended entirely on luck. However, the wounded camp in Anping County was different. Not only was the land well organized, but the ventilation was also excellent. Along the way, one could see many women in white robes busily applying medicine and changing bandages for the wounded. The faces of these wounded soldiers did not appear lifeless, on the contrary, they were all full of vitality. Anyone who saw this scene would have to praise it, calling it a thriving and vibrant scene. Just then, a sound as piercing as the cry of a pig being slaughtered echoed through the air. However, the wounded and nurses present had long since grown accustomed to such sounds. Inside a large tent in the wounded soldiers' camp, several doctors from the camp gathered around, carefully observing and constantly taking notes. At the center lay a burly man, face down, naked and bound to the bed. The agonizing screams were coming from his mouth. By his side, Mu Ziyan was skillfully sewing up the wounds on his body, one hand holding the needle and the other the thread. Jia Sun stood nearby, unable to bear the sight, covering his eyes with his hands. To be honest, this scene was indeed too shocking for ancient people. After all, who could have imagined that human skin could be sewn back together like a piece of cloth? After another quarter of an hour, the man, who had been as tough as iron, finally fainted from the pain. Mu Ziyan skillfully tied a neat bow with the needle and thread, then exhaled in relief. How about it? Did you all see clearly and learn it? Several doctors, upon hearing this, quickly closed their books and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Lord Jinghua, for enlightening us. Teaching us such a remarkable skill is truly a gift of life. Mu Ziyan replied softly. Medicine is not my area of expertise. I have merely shown you the basics. The rest of the treatment for the injured will depend on your own efforts. Remember, any items used on the injured must be disinfected first. Do you understand? The doctors nodded hurriedly upon hearing this, then exited the tent, carrying the unconscious man with them. Jia Sun stepped forward and said, I didn't expect the young master to have any knowledge of medicine. Mu Ziyan smiled and waved his hand. It's merely a matter of having heard a few things here and there. Indeed, Mu Ziyan only had a basic understanding of suturing, but faced with so many severely injured soldiers, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He could only try to save the dying, but fortunately, this batch of soldiers were elite troops. Each of them had remarkable vitality, and after simple suturing, many of the severely injured actually survived. This spared Mu Ziyan from earning the reputation of a human skin tailor, and his standing within the military had reached its peak. After all, injuries that were once certain to be fatal were now being saved by Mu Ziyan. For these men who risked their lives every day, the importance of this was self-evident. To be honest, Mu Ziyan had brought him far too many surprises. For Jia Su, such a lord was exactly the kind he had always dreamed of serving. Just as the two were chatting idly, a scout rushed over in a hurry. Report to the Prince of the State. A group of nobles have arrived from outside Anping County. They claim that the fields outside the city belong to them and are currently driving away the peasants working there. Mu Ziyan's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling aura. Very well, very well. They abandoned the city and fled, yet now they have the audacity to return. Let us go and meet these people. As you command. Saddle the horses. In no time, Mu Ziyan and Jia Su arrived on horseback at the fields. At that moment, the once peaceful and serene fields were in complete chaos. 2 or 3 dozen men dressed in grey robes, wielding wooden clubs, were driving the peasants who were tilling the fields away. Get out of here! You troublemakers! Do you know whose land this is? You dare to farm the land belonging to Mr. Wang? Do you all want to die? A servant with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes swung a short stick, striking an old man with white hair like rain. The old man falls to the ground, curling up into a ball, clutching his head tightly, but showing no intention of leaving. This land was given to us by the town lord. I won't leave. The evil servant sneered at his words. What prince of the state? In Anping County, there is only our master Wang. Even if the current emperor himself came, what could he do? You ignorant peasant, you don't know your place. Today, I'll show you why the flowers are so red. Saying this, the henchman's expression hardened, and he raised the short stick in his hand, aiming it directly at the old man's head. The onlookers nearby were so startled that they covered their eyes. Just then, a whistling sound filled the air. The next moment, an arrow pierced the evil servant's chest, its momentum unabated, carrying his body dozens of meters away before impaling him firmly on a dead tree. The other thugs, who had been tormenting the villagers, froze in their tracks, staring in disbelief at the lifeless body. The villagers looked in the direction of the sound and saw Mu Ziyan standing proudly on horseback, his bowstring still humming. The Duke of Jinghua! It's the Duke of Jinghua! All the villagers cheered with joy. At that moment, a lavishly decorated carriage slowly came to a stop in front of the field. A slender old man dressed in blue official robes, with a quail embroidered on his chest, stepped down from the carriage. Upon seeing his servant killed on the spot, the old man immediately charged toward Mu Ziyan and shouted angrily. In broad daylight, you dare to kill someone. Do you intend to disregard the laws of the Great Li Kingdom? Mu Ziyan, sitting high on his horse, looked down on him. Are you the owner of these fields? The lean old man, upon hearing this, proudly stroked his goatee and smiled. Of course I am. I am Wang Yin, the county magistrate of Anping County. All the fields within 100 miles are mine. Who are you to dare to divide my fields and kill my servant? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I will definitely report you to the prefect. Mu Ziyan was so angry he laughed out loud. At that moment, the system's voice also sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice. Choice 1, return the fields according to the law. Reward, 100 pounds of high-quality iron ingots. Choice 2, defend the people's interests and refuse to return the fields. Reward, 10-fold increase in jumping ability. Please make your choice. Chapter 30, Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkeys. Mu Ziyan laughed coldly. County magistrate? A lowly 8th rank official dares to bark at me in front of the prince of the state. Who gave you the audacity? This land was distributed to the people by me. You can't take it away. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making your choice. The reward has been distributed. As the system's voice faded, Mu Ziyan felt his legs suddenly grow light. Meanwhile, Wang Yin, upon hearing the words Prince of the State, sized up Mu Ziyan from head to toe before sneering coldly. You have some nerve. You're just a greenhorn who hasn't even grown any hair yet, and you dare to kill someone in broad daylight. Now you even dare to impersonate a high-ranking official of the court. Seize him. Hand him over to the prefect for punishment. This arrogant fool must pay for his crimes. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility. The surrounding thugs, who had initially felt some fear, now grew bolder with their master backing them. Brothers, we outnumber him. Let us all charge at him and hand him over to the authorities. As soon as the words left his mouth, over 20 thugs charged toward Mu Ziyan. Mu Ziyan sneered coldly, gazing at the peasants lying in the fields, covered in mud, and without hesitation, he raised his sword and struck down. In an instant, blood spattered everywhere. Within just a few breaths, all the thugs were slaughtered by Mu Ziyan. The once lush fields were instantly dyed red. Wang Yin watched the scene before him, so enraged that his beard trembled. You! How dare you? I am the county magistrate. The current prefect of Luzhou is my son-in-law. Are you trying to rebel? Mu Ziyan wiped the blood from his blade and glared coldly at Wang Yin. Rebellion? Coincidentally, I'm here to clear your name. I say who the rebels are, and that's who they are. Wang Yi never expected that even invoking the prefect couldn't intimidate the man before him. Fear and panic overwhelmed him, causing him to fall from the carriage. You! Don't slander my innocence. I am an official. A righteous public servant of the people. If you dare to kill me, the laws of the imperial court will not spare you. Mu Ziyan sneered. Officer? You call yourself an officer? You have the nerve to mention the people? Where were you when the city fell? Where were you when the people were being slaughtered? And now you have the audacity to claim you're the people's official? Killing you is not enough to appease the people's anger. Killing you is not enough to prove the law of the state. Killing you is not enough to comfort the souls of the people who died at the hands of the bandits. As the words fell, Mu Ziyan raised his sword and swung it down. In the next instant, Wang Yin's head flew high into the air. All the people present, upon seeing this, erupted into cheers. Among them were many who were originally from Anping County, and they wept uncontrollably. How could Wang Yin, a mere 8th-rank county magistrate, possibly possess such vast tracts of land? All his wealth had been accumulated through oppressing the innocent and seizing their property by force. As the saying goes, a county magistrate who ruins a family, a prefect who destroys a clan, and this county magistrate was no exception. In the next moment, countless villagers knelt on the ground, bowing their heads and chanting the 3 words, Prince of the State, in unison. The voices echoed in waves, one after another. Mu Ziyan dismounted and walked into the muddy fields, helping the old man who had been knocked to the ground back to his feet. He brushed the mud off his body and then addressed the surrounding villagers in a loud voice. There is justice and humanity in this world. Since I, Mu Ziyan, have given these fields to you, no one can take them back from you. The injured old man, upon hearing this, shed tears from his eyes. No one had ever cared about him, a poor farmer, and no official had ever truly cared about the people. What Mu Ziyan had done today not only made them feel that the imperial court cared about them, but also reignited their hope for life. The old man wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and wept bitterly. Honorable magistrate, we were wrong about you before. My son said that officials like you are just putting on a show, but now we know you truly care about us starving peasants. My son is out there in the mountains as a bandit. I'll go get him back right now. Let him apologize to you in person. Whether you arrest him or execute him, this old man will accept it. Mu Ziyan smiled as he looked at the old man weeping uncontrollably before him and said, In the end, it is the imperial court that has betrayed you. I, Mu Ziyan, am here today to apologize to all of you. Having said this, Mu Ziyan bowed deeply. The villagers, seeing this, began to cry even more bitterly. Many of them had lost their relatives, sons, and fathers to the bandits. If it weren't for the harsh times forcing them to take such desperate measures, who would willingly become bandits? Mu Ziyan's actions today, though they bowed his own back, straightened the spine of the great Li dynasty in the hearts of the people. Mu Ziyan slowly rose to his feet and addressed the crowd. I swear on the title of Prince of the State that if any of you can persuade your relatives to return to the path of righteousness, I will forgive them. For every person you bring back, I will reward you with 1 tael of silver. For every 10 people you bring back, I will grant you 10 acres of land. The more relatives you bring back, the greater the reward. The people were instantly stirred by his words. The temptation was simply too great. However, Mu Ziyan's tone changed abruptly. But for those who remain stubborn and refuse to repent, I will show no mercy. Mu Ziyan pointed at the bodies lying haphazardly on the ground and spoke coldly. This is their fate. Someone in the crowd immediately shouted. Please rest assured, Lord Jinghua. I will go contact my brothers immediately and have them return at once. Right. My eldest uncle is also said to be in the mountains. I'll go find him at once. As Mu Ziyan waved his hand, all the villagers immediately dispersed, each eager to find their loved ones. Jia Sun stepped forward and said, Your strategy is truly impressive. Those who know how to use people's hearts can achieve anything. Mu Ziyan stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, showing no sign of joy. We don't have much time left. Those bandits won't tolerate such a thorn in their side in Luzhou. The greater my influence, the more fierce their retaliation will be. A major battle is imminent. Jia Sun smiled. When the battle comes, it will be your day to prove yourself. As soon as Mu Ziyan made his promise, bandits who had been lurking around Anping County began to descend from the mountains. Some even went so far as to kill their own mountain bandit leaders to claim rewards from Mu Ziyan. For a time, the mountain forts around Anping County were filled with the sound of wind and the rustling of leaves, as if every blade of grass were an enemy. The major leaders were all afraid that their heads would be cut off while they slept and sold for a reward. In this way, Mu Ziyan defeated all the bandits in the surrounding area without losing a single soldier. Within just a few days, Anping County was crowded with refugees who had fled the mountains. What was once an ordinary little county town suddenly became the liveliest place in all of Luzhou. Moreover, displaced people and merchants from the surrounding areas continued to flock to Anping County in an unending stream. Among the crowd arrived Lu Yunxue and her group. Chapter 31, Lu Yunxue's Humiliation. After several days of relentless travel, Lu Yunxue was now utterly exhausted. Her white armor was now covered in mud, making it impossible to recognize her as the once proud female general. Her once proud face and long hair, neglected for so long, were now in such a state that they were almost unbearable to look at. As she gazed at the bustling scene of Anping County before her, a flash of shock crossed Lu Yunxue's eyes. For now, the entire Luzhou region was a living hell. Countless civilians had starved to death or been killed by bandits along the way. Every place she had passed through was either completely barren or deserted. She herself had been chased by dozens of bandit gangs, and if it weren't for her personal guards fighting to the death, Lu Yunxue would never have made it to Anping County. However, looking at the bustling streets before her, she momentarily couldn't tell whether she was in the war-torn city of Luzhou or the prosperous capital. One of her bodyguards, seeing this, couldn't help but rejoice. I never expected Anping County to be so lively. Finally, we can have a proper meal and rest properly. That's right, we no longer have to worry about being chased by bandits. The guard's tense nerves relaxed considerably. Lu Yunxue also sighed in relief and spoke confidently. Although we were careless in the previous battle, that doesn't mean we've lost. There are still opportunities to achieve greatness in the future. Don't be discouraged. As long as you stay by my side, I will not let you down. With that, Lu Yunxue gave a sharp tug on the reins and galloped toward Anping County. At that moment, inside the Anping County Yamen, Jia Sun and Mu Ziyan were planning their next move. Jia Su pointed at the defensive map in front of him and said, "Moreover, there are 30,000 elite troops from the frontline brigade within the city, plus over 10,000 militia. The surrounding city walls have also been reinforced. Anping County is now as solid as a fortress. Even facing 100,000 troops would not be cause for fear." Zhang Han, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. That's right. Although these bandits are numerous and well armed, they lack large-scale siege equipment. The surrounding trees have already been cut down by the laborers we sent out. They would have to travel much farther to gather wood, which would waste a significant amount of time. Jia Su nodded in agreement and continued. With this advantage, we have ample time to reinforce the city's defenses. Moreover, our supplies are abundant, and we are not afraid of a prolonged siege. However, the bandits lack organization. They come rushing in without proper supplies, and with their scattered camps and divided loyalties, they won't be able to give their all in a siege. If we seize the opportunity, we can turn defense into offense and decide the outcome of the war in a single battle. The generals in the room all looked at Jia Su with admiration. Jia Su's strategic vision in assessing the situation was far beyond their comprehension. Mu Ziyan nodded and then looked at everyone and said, "As long as we can suppress the chaos in Luzhou, the rewards and honors will certainly satisfy all of you." "Thank you, General." "Thank you, Lord Zhenghua." At that moment, everyone was brimming with battle fervor, eager to engage the rebels in combat immediately. Just then, a soldier hurried into the hall. Reporting to the Prince of the State, there is a woman outside requesting an audience. A woman? Mu Ziyan was puzzled. The soldier, upon hearing this, cautiously added, "She appears to be the lady of the clans." Upon hearing this, everyone present looked somewhat peculiar. Zhang Han snorted coldly. A defeated general dares to show his face here. How shameless. Mu Ziyan, upon hearing this, didn't seem surprised at all. He simply waved his hand and said, "Can't you see I'm discussing matters of state with the generals? I won't see you." The soldiers immediately stepped back. Outside the door, Lu Yunxue was curiously looking around. She was waiting for Mu Ziyan's warm reception. However, reality poured a bucket of cold water on him. "The Duke of Jingui is discussing military affairs and has no time to see you. Please ask the Lady General to leave." What? Lu Yunxue couldn't believe what she had heard. After all the hardship she had endured to reach Anping County, Mu Ziyan wasn't even willing to spare her a glance. Instantly, a wave of sadness washed over her, and she burst into the room, shouting at the top of her lungs. "Mu Ziyan! You heartless man! If you don't come out to see me, I'll never see you again for the rest of my life." However, the only response to Lu Yunxue was the howling wind. The surrounding bodyguards looked at each other in confusion. Lu Yunxue seemed to sense the awkward atmosphere and immediately spurred her horse forward, intending to force her way in. The soldiers from the Xinjiang camp, responsible for guarding the area, immediately drew their long swords from their waists and pointed them at Lu Yunxue, speaking coldly. "This is a military zone. Please do not endanger yourself, Lady Lu." The unhidden killing intent made it clear that if Lu Yunxue dared to enter, they would kill her without hesitation. Lu Yunxue's previously haggard face was now replaced by anger. "Have you forgotten that I am also the commander of the Xinjiang camp? Are you defying your superiors?" At these words, an old soldier at the gate sneered. "The commander of the frontline camp is only the Duke of Jinghua. It was like this in the past, it is like this now, and it will always be like this." Mockery. Blatant mockery. Lu Yunxue felt like she was about to lose her mind. But facing these old soldiers brimming with killing intent, she dared not take a risk. After all, this was Mu Xian's territory. Tell Mu Xian. This matter is not settled between us. With that, Lu Yunxue pulled the reins and rode off in disgrace. Her personal guards couldn't believe that the once celebrated female general was now unable to even enter the county office. It was utterly humiliating. On the bustling street, a group of people led their horses along. The bustling scene around them made Lu Yunxue feel increasingly uneasy. How long had Mu Xian been in Luzhou? Half a month? In such a short time, he had managed to transform a dilapidated small town into such a prosperous place. It was nothing short of a miracle. The street vendors' cries echoed back and forth, completely unlike a city that had recently been raided and slaughtered by bandits. Lu Yunxue felt confused. Could Mu Xian really possess the talent to govern a nation? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is just a spoiled playboy from the capital. How could he possibly manage such a large city so efficiently? Lu Yunxue immediately dismissed his absurd notion. Just then, the scent of hot steam wafted over. In the distance, a large pot was simmering with hot porridge, and to everyone's surprise, there were even pieces of meat in it. For Lu Yunxue and his group, who had gone 3 days without food or water, this was pure torture. The man in charge of the porridge was a plump middle-aged man. Upon seeing Lu Yunxue and his group approach, he smiled and asked, "Have you just come down from the mountain?" Lu Yunxue nodded. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "That is good, that is good. Admitting your mistakes and making amends is commendable. The Jinguagong in our county town is a kind-hearted man who is willing to give you bandits a chance. You should be grateful to him." Lu Yunxue's forehead veins bulged. This man actually thought they were bandits who had taken to the mountains? Shame. Absolute shame. However, what truly shattered Lu Yunxue came next. The middle-aged man pointed to the pile of bricks and stones in the corner of the wall and said, "If you want porridge, go move all those bricks over to the barracks." Lu Yunxue's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Did she really look like a bandit who had just fled the mountains? Chapter 32, Death is Death. What is there to fear? In the end, this group was still moved to the barracks. Even though Lu Yunxue could proudly resist the fatigue and hunger her body was experiencing. However, the personal guards around him could no longer endure the strain. Constant raids and battles had pushed their physical limits to the breaking point. Now, looking at the pot filled with thick meat porridge, they could no longer hold back. Lu Yunxue said angrily, "Where is the pride of being my personal guards? As the saying goes, a true man does not bow for 3 bowls of rice. Look at yourselves now. This is utterly disgraceful." Hearing this, one of the bodyguards couldn't help but speak up. "We've been on this long march for so long. If we don't eat something, we'll starve to death. My lord, we understand that you, being of noble birth, may look down on this meat porridge, but you can't block our path to survival." That's right. Exactly. A flood of complaints poured in, leaving Lu Yunxue momentarily at a loss. A middle-aged man standing nearby couldn't help but sneer. "You're just relying on your hands to make a living. What is so shameful about that?" Lu Yunxue's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and her resentment toward Mu Xian grew even stronger. If he hadn't refused to meet her, she wouldn't have had to lose face in front of her personal guards. Half an hour later, Lu Yunxue and her personal guards sat on the ground, drinking the hard-earned meat porridge. Everyone's faces unconsciously revealed expressions of satisfaction. Only Lu Yunxue, holding his bowl of meat porridge, looked dazed. Earlier, Lu Yunxue had finally learned from others about Mu Xian's actions during this time. First, he led 3,000 cavalrymen alone into a trap, defeating 2,000 bandits. Then, he used a clever strategy to trick open the gates of Anping County, capturing the city without shedding a drop of blood. He executed the local tyrants to serve as a warning to others, opened the granaries to distribute porridge, and stabilized the people's hearts. He issued an edict distributing land, allowing countless displaced people to return to their livelihoods. Recently, he even decisively executed the county magistrate who had abandoned the city and fled, earning the praise of the people. Each of these achievements completely surpassed Lu Yunxue's expectations. She had never imagined that Mu Xian, whom she had always regarded as a spoiled playboy, possessed the ability to govern a country and bring peace to the world. In contrast, Pei Jianji, who was arrogant, reckless, and defeated in battle, now seemed utterly worthless. It was like comparing the faint glow of a firefly to the brilliance of the full moon. Lu Yunxue realized that she was increasingly unable to see through Mu Xian. It was as if she had never truly understood him at all, and this sense of strangeness made her feel a bit afraid. However, since she had already arrived in Anping County, she must meet Mu Xian in person. Lu Yunxue refused to believe that Mu Xian could be so ruthless toward her. The next morning, Lu Yunxue washed up and headed to the county office. However, the guards outside still blocked her, refusing to let her in. For 3 consecutive days, she didn't even get to see Mu Xian, let alone enter the county office. On the 4th morning, the once peaceful Anping County was suddenly awakened by the urgent tolling of bells. Countless bandits surged in from all directions like a flood. Dust swirled, and banners fluttered in the wind. Upon hearing the news, Mu Zian immediately summoned all the military officers from various units. Following the pre-arranged plan, they immediately began deploying defensive positions. After more than half a month of preparations, the entire Anping County was now a fortress. Anyone who dared to attack would lose several teeth in the process. Mu Zian, clad in his lion-patterned iron armor, emerged from the county office with a solemn expression. Jia Sun followed closely behind Mu Zian. The entire county of Anping suddenly became a place of heightened alert, with every sound and movement causing panic. From the city walls, Mu Zian gazed into the distance, where countless heads swirled endlessly, stretching as far as the eye could see. Zhang Han, the commander of the frontline camp, couldn't help but frown and said, "They've mobilized their entire forces. Judging by the scale, there must be at least 10,000 of them. I never expected such a small band of bandits to gather so many people in such a short time." Jia Su chuckled beside him. "The more bandits there are, the more advantageous it is for us." At these words, everyone present stared at Jia Su in shock, unsure of what to do. Jia Su pointed at the 10,000 bandits before him and said, 100,000 troops require an astronomical amount of supplies each day, and these bandits have no provisions or supplies. As long as we can delay them, they will eventually collapse on their own." Mu Zian leaned against the city wall and smiled as he spoke. "That may be true, but in this battle, we must not only win, but win decisively." Even facing 10,000 troops, Mu Zian felt not a hint of fear, but rather a touch of excitement. At that moment, an angry voice rang out. "Why won't Mu Zian see me? How long do you plan to keep throwing a tantrum?" Everyone turned to see Lu Yunxue, her face flushed with anger, climbing up the city wall. Mu Zian, seeing this, furrowed his brows and said impatiently, "Our relationship is already over. Don't bother me." Lu Yunxue grew even angrier upon hearing this, even feeling a bit wronged. However, just as she was about to step forward to confront Mu Zian, a gaunt bandit leader charged forward on his horse from the ranks of the rebels. "All the soldiers in the city, listen up. If you surrender now, our great general will spare your lives. But if you delay even a second, once the city falls, not a soul will be spared. Bring them forward. Bring them forward. Hurry up." At the bandit leader's command, dozens of ragged figures were driven out of the bandit ranks with clubs. These people, their faces twisted with anger, were herded like livestock toward Anping County. Mu Zian had excellent eyesight. The moment these people appeared, his expression darkened instantly. These ragged individuals were not ordinary civilians, they were all wearing official robes, and they were undoubtedly local officials from Luzhou. The gaunt bandit leader on horseback spoke with a mocking smile. "Look at these people, who do you think they are?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a laborer who had fled from the neighboring county and was working on the city walls let out a startled cry. It's the county magistrate." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward him. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned bloodshot. These were all local officials from Luzhou, and they were all well known for their integrity, rare examples of honest officials. For this reason, when the people on the city wall saw them, their emotions immediately ran high. The gaunt bandit leader burst into laughter, pointing at Mu Zian on the city wall and shouting, "Look closely, these are all officials of the Great Li dynasty. If you open the city gates today and agree to withdraw, we will release these people. How about it? Isn't that a good deal?" The bandit leader glanced at an emaciated old man covered in mud and said, "See that? The one on the city wall is your so-called prince of the state. If he nods now and agrees to retreat, you'll all live." The dozens of people exchanged glances, naturally understanding the bandit leader's meaning. It was nothing more than using their lives to force the imperial army to retreat. Led by the emaciated old man, the dozens of people stepped forward and knelt before Mu Zian on the walls of Anping County. "Zhang Chen, the trader of Ningling County, pays his respects to the prince of the state. The trader of Fuping County, Lu Jidong, pays his respects to the prince of the state." One voice after another rang out, causing everyone on the city walls to tremble inwardly. Those who once served the country and its people as officials now found themselves reduced to bargaining chips for bandits. How utterly tragic. The bandit leader on horseback laughed upon hearing this. "You officials are all soft-hearted. You can't bear to give up your wealth and power, can you? Ha 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 ha." However, as his laughter died down, Zhang Qian suddenly raised his head and shouted, "Prince of the state! We, the traitorous officials, have failed in our duties, allowing our territory to fall into enemy hands. We are ashamed before the court and before the people. Today, the imperial troops have arrived here to suppress the bandits and traitors. How can we allow them to stop because of us? We have long resolved to die for our country, to sacrifice our lives for the nation and to comfort the souls of the innocent who have perished. We implore the Prince of the State to not let these rebels and traitors succeed because of our lives. Death is death. What is there to fear?" Chapter 33, Scholars Die for the Nation. Warriors fight to the death to protect the people. These words caused the bandit leader on horseback to freeze in shock. He quickly raised his large sword and roared, "Shut up! All of you, shut up! A bandit charged forward and violently pinned Zhang Qian, with his snow-white hair, to the ground. This scene enraged everyone on the city walls. Zhang Han roared. You dare to treat an imperial official of the court with such disrespect? Jia Su, upon hearing this, hurriedly said. Young master, do not fall into their trap. Are we just going to let the officials of the Great Li dynasty be left to die? They are all good officials. Save him. Save them. Just as Mu Ziyan was struggling, the system's voice also sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice. Choice 1, agree to the bandits' terms and withdraw from Anping County. Reward, 300 powerful crossbows. Choice 2, reject the bandits' terms and defend Anping County to the death. Reward, a red hoofed horse. Please make your choice. As the system's voice faded, the chaos around him erupted once more. For a moment, the entire city wall was filled with heated debate. Lu Yunxue, overcome with compassion, stepped forward and said, These are all officials of the imperial court. We must save them. How else can we explain this to the people of the realm? Besides, it's just withdrawing from Anping County. We can always retake it later. Before Lu Yunxue could finish speaking, she was rudely interrupted by Mu Ziyan. Put away your pitiful mercy. This is a battlefield. Behind me are countless civilians. If we retreat, they will all die. Lu Yunxue pointed angrily at Mu Ziyan and said, When did you become so heartless? Mu Ziyan's voice was icy. If you say another word, I won't hesitate to kill you to uphold military law. Lu Yunxue felt a chill run down her spine. She had no doubt that if she said another word, Mu Ziyan, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent, would kill her. Mu Ziyan said coldly, Everyone, shut up. In the next moment, the once bustling city walls fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Mu Ziyan, unsure of what decision he would make. Meanwhile, among the bandits, the slender man was also curiously observing Mu Ziyan on the city walls. Let's see how you'll choose. His plan was to play on their emotions. If Mu Ziyan refused, the people inside the city would think he was cold-hearted and ruthless, which would lead to a severe drop in morale. If Mu Ziyan agreed to withdraw from Anping County, he could avoid the trouble of besieging the city. With his 10,000-strong army, he would easily overpower them. So, in his view, no matter how Mu Ziyan chooses, the ultimate beneficiary would be himself. However, the smile on his lips did not last long. On the city walls, Mu Ziyan stepped forward and shouted at Zhang Qian and the others. You are all brave warriors of the Great Li Kingdom. You have been loyal to the nation, and you have nothing to be ashamed of before the people. Your loyalty and bravery will be spread throughout the entire Great Li by this duke. Once I have reclaimed the lost territories, I will certainly build temples and erect monuments in your honor, ensuring that you will forever be honored by the people's incense. Your parents, wives, and children will be taken care of by the state, and you have nothing to worry about. The suffering you endure today, the hatred you feel today, I will repay it 100-fold, 1,000-fold in the future. If any of you truly have the resolve to die for your principles today, then charge at me. As soon as these words were spoken, dozens of people exchanged glances. Zhang Qian burst into laughter on both sides. What are you all waiting for? Serve the Great Li dynasty with loyalty. Die for the nation and be remembered in history. This is your chance. As the words fell, the dozens of Dali officials suddenly burst with strength, breaking free from the bandits who had been holding them captive. They then charged forward, sprinting toward Anping County. The bandit leader on horseback was completely taken aback by this unexpected turn of events and shouted frantically. You worthless fools! Catch them all and bring them back! These men were their trump cards. Over a dozen bandits immediately charged toward Zhang Qian and his group. Meanwhile, on the city walls, Mu Ziyan silently drew his bow and nocked an arrow. At that moment, everyone knew that Mu Ziyan had made his choice. Countless people had tears in their eyes, while archers struggled to suppress their grief as they raised their longbows. Zhang Qian, with his hair disheveled, charged forward recklessly. Prince of the state! Shoot! This scene was so tragic and heart-wrenching. This scene is so infuriating and enraging. Scholars die for their principles and the nation. Warriors fight to the death to protect the people. Mu Ziyan shouted. Everyone, take a good look today. These are the backbone of our Great Li Kingdom. Mu Ziyan drew his longbow to its full draw and shouted. Mu Ziyan, the Duke of the Great Li dynasty, bids farewell to Zhang Qian, the magistrate of Ningling County. With a whistling sound, the arrow sliced through the sky. Like a meteor, it pierced straight through Zhang Qian's chest. In the next instant, a hail of arrows rained down from the sky. Whoosh! 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 The arrow spared no one, striking down everyone within range. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making your choice. System rewards have been distributed. At that moment, Mu Ziyan felt no joy whatsoever. The slender man among the bandits was also stunned. He never imagined that Mu Ziyan would make the third choice. After witnessing the resolute determination of Ningling County Magistrate Zhang Qian and the others, everyone felt a flame burning within their hearts. Morale. Killing intent. Rage. At this moment, they had reached their peak. The barren land lay in utter silence. Mu Ziyan spoke calmly. Everyone, behold. This is the spirit of the great Li dynasty. Rather than be shattered like jade, we would rather be broken like tiles. As his words fell, the surroundings fell silent. It wasn't that they didn't agree with Mu Ziyan's words, it was that they only wanted to eliminate all the bandits before them. Lu Yunxue gazed at that solitary, resolute figure and found herself unexpectedly moved. In that moment, she felt herself truly falling for this man. The slender bandit leader on horseback was startled and immediately spurred his horse toward the direction of the military camp. Madmen are all madmen. But Mu Ziyan wouldn't give him that chance. Mu Zi drew his heaven-shaking bow into a full moon. The bowstring was taut, as if it might snap at any moment. Die. Mu Ziyan let go. The next moment, the arrow emitted a deafening explosion. The bandit leader was about to run back into the camp. However, in the next instant, before the eyes of all the bandits and their leaders, an arrow pierced straight through his chest. The bandit leader stared in disbelief at the arrowhead protruding from his chest, his eyes wide with shock, and the next moment, he fell from his horse and landed on the ground. All the bandit leaders felt a chill run down their spines at the sight. Everyone instinctively stepped back several dozen meters. All the leaders' gazes converged on the figure beneath the banner. The slender man took a deep breath, then drew the long sword from his waist and pointed it at Mu Ziyan on the city wall, issuing an order. Beat the drums. Advance. With a deafening roar, countless bandits surged forward like a tidal wave, overwhelming Anping County. At that moment, Anping County seemed like a tiny boat adrift in the vast ocean. On the city walls, Mu Ziyan held his halberd and roared. Form ranks. Kill the enemy. Chapter 34, The Bloody Battle of Anping County. Zhang Han's face betrayed a cruel smile. You bunch of vermin. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Han roared. Draw your bows. Knock your arrows. Fire. Countless arrows flew toward the bandits like a swarm of locusts. The first wave of bandits who charged forward were nothing but cannon fodder. They weren't even properly armed with armor or shields, let alone wearing complete clothing. As the arrows rained down, those at the front were instantly turned into hedgehogs. However, they couldn't stop their charge because behind them were countless seasoned bandits clad in various types of armor. They used their weapons to drive these men toward Anping County. Anyone who dared to step back would face the merciless blades of their enemies. These veteran bandits were using their lives to deplete Anping County's supply of arrows. After several rounds of arrows, the ground beneath Anping County was littered with corpses. The bandits took advantage of the chaos to charge to the base of the city walls, where they quickly erected ladders and began scaling the walls. Zhang Han, seeing this, shouted loudly. Prepare the rolling stones and logs. Release. In the next instant, countless stones and logs rained down from the sky, crashing directly onto the heads of the old bandits. Instantly, blood spurted and splattered everywhere. More and more bandits fell from the ladders and were crushed into pulp by the falling rocks. As time went on, the entire county of Anping turned into a massive meat grinder. Screams and cries of agony echoed through the air. However, no matter how hard the bandits struggled, they could not break through the walls of Anping County. At that moment, after witnessing Zhang Qian and the others facing death calmly, everyone in Anping County felt a surge of anger. Rocks, rolling logs, poisonous liquid, and iron spikes were continuously transported from within the city to the walls. Combined with the already fierce soldiers of the frontline camp and the 5 army camp, no bandit could climb the walls and hold on for even a second. They were often cut down into mincemeat the moment they showed their heads. Thunderstones and rolling logs were still bearable if they didn't hit a vital spot, there was at least a chance of survival. But if they were doused with the scalding golden liquid, that was a fate worse than death. In an era without antibiotics or any concept of sterilization, once someone was burned by the molten gold and infected, they could only wait for death in despair. The battle raged from dawn until dusk. The bandits launched 5 attacks, but all were repelled. Only thousands of bodies remained at the base of the city walls, marking the end of the battle. Within the rebel camp, all the leaders present had grim expressions. In just one day, nearly 1/10 of the army had been killed or wounded. In contrast, Anping County still stood tall and vibrant in its original position. Why must the general send my brothers to attack the city today? They are just watching from behind. This is unfair. The man who spoke had a fierce expression, his face scarred by a gruesome wound. This man was none other than Sun Che, one of the 5 main generals of the bandit army, known in the underworld as the 100-legged general. The other leaders sneered at his words. What do you mean by that? Are you the only one who lost brothers? My brothers also died fighting at the city gates. Do you think you're the only hero? Everyone else is a coward? Why don't you take a look at yourself? The men under your command can't even climb the city walls, it's embarrassing to watch. Sun Che flew into a rage. Lu Hanzi, are you a dog that can't spit out pearls? Dare you fight me? Lu Hanzi immediately grabbed the slaughter knife by his side and laughed coldly. I'm not afraid of you. You're just a bastard. The others looked on with expressions of anticipation. Enough! All of you, sit down. The slender man seated at the head of the table spoke coldly. The two men exchanged a cold snort before sitting down angrily. The slender man coldly surveyed the room and said, "We're all in the same boat now. If the boat capsizes, none of us will survive. If we're still fighting among ourselves, we won't even know how we'll die. Let the brothers rest well tonight. Starting tomorrow, we'll attack day and night without distinction of rank. We can even take the prefectural seat of Lianzhou. How could a mere county like Anping stop us? Anyone who dares to hold us back at this critical moment will meet a gruesome end." The other leaders heard this and bowed in unison. "We will obey the general's orders." As night fell, within Anping County, under the cover of night, Mu Ziyan stood with a solemn expression. "I intend to lead a cavalry unit to launch a night raid on the bandits' camp. What do you think, sir?" Jiasu, upon hearing this, gazed into the distance, pondered for a moment, then spoke softly. "These bandits were originally a raiding force. After today's major battle, they must be exhausted. If we attack their camp now, we may achieve a decisive victory. Moreover, during the day, I observed that the rebels' grain storage is likely located in the northwest direction. If we can take this opportunity to burn their supplies, their morale will surely collapse." After speaking, Jiasu's expression darkened as he leaned close to Mu Ziyan's ear and whispered a few words. Moments later, Mu Ziyan looked at Jiasu again and felt a chill run down his spine. How could he propose such a ruthless plan with such a smile on his face? To be honest, facing such a cunning strategist as an opponent, Mu Ziyan truly felt pity for these rebels. Having finalized the plan, Mu Ziyan did not hesitate for a moment. He immediately ordered the gathering of 500 cavalrymen, each of whom carried several small jars of strong liquor on either side of their horses. Nighttime surprise attacks relied on the element of surprise, so it was best not to bring too many men. Under the night sky, a warhorse with a completely red coat was slowly led out. Mu Ziyan, clad in a lion-patterned battle armor, wielding a halberd, with a thunderous bow slung at his waist, rode a red stallion. The 500 cavalrymen stretched out their arms, resembling the sides of death in the dark night. Under the moonlight, the gates of Anping County slowly opened. From atop his horse, Mu Ziyan held his halberd aloft and shouted loudly, "Follow me, all soldiers! Break the enemy's ranks! Charge!" As the words fell, the 500 light cavalry transformed into a streak of light and charged forward. The bandits never imagined that Mu Ziyan would dare to lead 500 cavalrymen to raid their camp. On the city walls, Lu Yunxue gazed at Mu Ziyan's receding figure as it slowly vanished into the night. A fleeting look of concern flashed across her face. This feeling was entirely new to her, but at that moment, she dared only to gaze at Mu Ziyan's receding figure from afar. Perhaps it was only now that she realized how her impulsiveness would haunt her for the rest of her life. The bandits' camp was situated on a vast plain. They had always been undisciplined, and after a day of exhaustion, many had already fallen into a deep sleep. The various leaders, both senior and junior, were hiding in their tents. Some were drinking and carousing until they were completely drunk. Others were embracing the women they had recently captured, venting their desires. At the entrance to the main camp, the bandits on guard duty leaned on their long spears, dozing off. However, at that very moment, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled. On the watchtower, the bandits who had been sleeping were suddenly awakened by the noise. He rubbed his eyes and saw something approaching on the distant horizon. But it was too dark to see clearly, so he stretched his neck to get a better look. But the next moment, a sharp whistling sound echoed through the air. An arrow pierced his throat. The body plummeted from the tower, just as the guards at the entrance were unaware of what had happened. The screeching sound of a warhorse echoed through the air. Mu Ziyan, mounted on his horse, shouted loudly, "The Duke of Dali, the guardian of the nation, is here. You traitors, come and face your doom." Chapter 35, Night Raid and Strategy. A furious roar shattered the heavens. It sounded like a lion shaking the heavens as it descended from the clouds. From atop the horse, a halberd swept out horizontally. A bandit who had just charged out was severed in two at the waist. Mu Ziyan charged through the bandits' camp like a demon slayer descended from the heavens. 500 cavalry charged into the bandits' camp like an unstoppable flood. These bandits were already disorganized and demoralized, and now, caught off guard in the middle of the night by Mu Ziyan's surprise attack, they were completely terrified. The cavalry threw flasks of fiery liquor toward the tents on both sides, then set them ablaze. In the dry conditions, the flames shot skyward, spreading rapidly. Those still asleep were instantly engulfed in flames, like chickens in a pot. Screams filled the air as countless burning bodies burst out of the tents. This terrifying scene sent the already mentally fragile bandits into even greater panic. For a moment, no one even thought to resist. Mu Ziyan moved through the camp like a wolf among sheep, slaughtering indiscriminately. A military camp that once housed tens of thousands of soldiers was now completely under Mu Ziyan's control. From a large tent in the distance, a burly man burst out. This man was none other than Zhang Feng, one of the 5 major leaders of the bandits, known as Han Tianhu. Zhang Feng, seeing the situation, raised his sharp knife and roared. Don't run! They're only a few hundred men. Follow me and block them.
In the next instant, a scarred warrior on horseback charged out of the flames, brandishing a long spear and bellowing.
Enemy general, don't be so arrogant. I am Ruangong of Jiangzhou, and I will face you.
At that moment, the area where Mu Ziyan stood had turned into a hellish battlefield, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. Blood stained his iron armor, and the flames illuminated his face.
The commander of Jiujiang roared and charged toward Mu Ziyan on his horse.
Han Tianhu Zhang Feng saw this and burst into laughter.
Brother, you have great courage. Kill him, and I will personally report your achievements to the general.
Zhenjiuzhang Ruangong wore a smile on his face, swinging his long spear relentlessly. As long as he could slay the enemy before him, his status in the army would undoubtedly rise even higher. Ruangong's spear darted forward like a venomous snake striking its prey, aiming straight for Mu Ziyan's face.
Die! Mu Ziyan remained stationary on his horse, showing no intention of dodging.
Ruangong was overjoyed, believing that the man before him had been intimidated into submission. However, the next moment, just as his spear was about to pierce Mu Ziyan's face,
Mu Ziyan raised his hand and gripped the spear tightly.
The cold, gleaming tip of the spear was just an inch away from Mu Ziyan's eye.
However, no matter how hard Ruangong strained, the spear could not advance even an inch.
A look of disbelief spread across Ruangong's face.
Impossible! Impossible!
His arms bulged with veins as he roared in anger, and his warhorse charged forward with all its might. Yet the result remained the same.
Mu Ziyan, alone on his horse, stood motionless in the same spot. Suddenly, a flash of cold light. Ruangong's head flew high into the air.
A headless corpse fell from the horse's back onto the ground.
Instant kill.
This scene left Zhang Feng, the heaven-shaking tiger, stunned in his tracks. In terms of martial arts alone, Ruangong was more than capable of ranking among the top 5 leaders of the bandits. The plum blossom spear in his hand had been drenched in the blood of countless enemies, earning him the title of Lord of Jiujiang. Yet now, this top-tier bandit was being slaughtered like a dog in front of Mu Ziyan.
Shock. Fear. Even the mighty Zhang Feng couldn't help but tremble in his legs. In the flickering flames, Mu Ziyan's figure resembled a demon from hell. Mu Ziyan's gaze turned toward Zhang Feng.
In an instant, Zhang Feng felt his breath catch in his throat. At that very moment, the area where the bandits had stored their provisions erupted into a raging inferno, illuminating half the sky as bright as day.
A cavalryman rushed forward and reported. Report to the prince of the state. The bandits' grain warehouse is on fire.
As he watched the rebels pouring in from all directions, Mu Ziyan did not hesitate for a moment and immediately issued his order.
Retreat.
He then turned his horse and charged toward the entrance of the main camp. Zhang Feng, seeing this, sighed in relief.
But the next moment, a piercing sound cut through the air. An arrow whizzed past Zhang Feng's cheek. The whistling gale left a deep gash on his face. Missed? Of course not.
Zhang Feng heard a loud explosion ringing in his ears. Turning his head, he saw that the wooden pole bearing the commander's banner in the center of the camp had been directly shot through by Mu Ziyan's arrow. The wooden pole bearing the commander's banner collapsed under Zhang Feng's gaze, instantly crushing a group of bandits.
Zhang Feng's back was drenched in cold sweat.
If that arrow had been aimed at him, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Zhang leader, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and chase after him. A furious voice interrupted Zhang Feng, who was still shaken by the incident.
Turning around, he saw that the one approaching was none other than Zhu Wuxuan, one of the 5 great leaders, known as the One-Eyed Dragon. Zhu Wuxuan wielded dual blades, his body covered in armor, with several distinct red lip marks on his face. Seeing Zhang Feng standing there motionless, he immediately flew into a rage.
Is this camp a toilet? They come and go as they please? Form ranks. I'll kill them all tonight.
Zhang Feng, seeing this, silently took a step back and said, I still need to tally the casualties.
I won't get involved in this. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wuxuan couldn't help but sneer. How can the mighty Zhang Feng of the Shaking Heaven Tigers be so easily intimidated by a night raid?
Zhang Feng didn't want to argue further. He sheathed his dagger and coldly replied, If you wish to go to your death, I won't stop you. With that, Zhang Feng turned and left. Zhu Wuxuan, seeing this, sneered and laughed coldly.
Cowardly rat. Today's feat of shattering the heavens will be mine first.
Immediately, Zhu Wuxuan gathered his main force of 10,000 troops and set off in pursuit of Mu Ziyan's disappearing figure. Under the cover of night, Mu Ziyan heard the curses echoing behind him, and the corners of his mouth curled upward slightly. At the same time, the bandit camp was in complete chaos. A slender man with a grim expression rode up on horseback. Seeing the grain turned into a sea of flames, he was filled with rage.
All 5 of the major leaders, except for Zhu Wuxuan, were present, and everyone's expressions were grim. The destruction of the grain supplies was an absolute devastating blow to the army.
With a daily consumption of massive quantities, even a partial loss could lead to desertions, and in the worst case, a full-scale mutiny. Zhang Feng stepped forward and asked,
What are we going to do now that 80% of the grain and supplies have been burned? The gaunt man's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he immediately snapped. Seal off all information about the burned supplies immediately. Execute everyone responsible for guarding the granaries tonight. This matter must not be disclosed, otherwise the troops will lose morale. Everyone present nodded in agreement. The gaunt man scanned the crowd and furrowed his brows before asking, "Where has Zhu the leader gone?" Lu Feng replied upon seeing the situation. Zhu the leader has taken 10,000 men to pursue and eliminate the raiders who attacked the camp. Upon hearing this, the other 3 leaders immediately praised him. Excellent. Once the one-eyed dragon brings them back, I'll cut off their heads and use them as night pots. The slender man heard this and felt a sense of foreboding. When did leader Zhu leave? Which direction did he go? Lu Feng pondered for a moment before answering. He's probably been gone for about half an hour. He went in the direction of the one-line gorge. The slender man immediately cursed angrily. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. Hurry up and send someone to bring Zhu the leader and his men back here. Chapter 36, A Plot Within a Plot. At that moment, Zhu Wuxuan led his 10,000 troops in pursuit through the night. Meanwhile, Mu Ziyan deliberately slowed down, keeping both sides at a safe distance. Zhu Wuxuan shouted angrily. You cowardly rats! Do you dare to fight me? Mu Ziyan paid no heed and turned to look at the man carrying the military flag, issuing an order. Drop the military flag. Discard your armor. The soldiers carrying the banner hesitated not a moment, immediately dropping the banners they held. The soldiers on horseback quickly removed their armor and tossed it to the side of the road. The bandits following Mu Ziyan, seeing this, immediately rushed toward the military flags in armor. They were even willing to fight each other over a single military flag. The reason for this was that the military flag was equivalent to military merit. Capturing a military flag was no less valuable than directly killing an enemy. It was precisely because of the value of the military flag that it had sparked such a frenzy among the bandits. As for the armor, it was an extremely rare item. On the battlefield, wearing armor and not wearing armor are 2 entirely different things. Those who wear armor have a significantly higher chance of survival. Zhu Wuxuan, seeing this, flew into a rage. Stop looting! Everyone, stop! A few military flags and sets of armor are nothing. Tonight, if the leader catches them, I'll reward each of you with 10 taels of silver. Despite this, the chaos continued, and Zhu Wuxuan could only keep urging everyone to stop. At that moment, Zhu Wuxuan was undoubtedly thrilled. Losing such important military flags and armor meant that the people before him had lost their courage. If he could catch up to them, the credit for this would be his for the taking. A full moon in the sky was obscured by dark clouds, and the pitch-black surroundings left Zhu Wuxuan completely unaware that he was being led toward the one-line heaven by Mu Zi. The one-line heaven was a mountain valley with towering peaks on both sides, so high that one could only see a sliver of sky when looking up, hence the name. Zhu Wuxuan chased, and Mu Ziyan fled. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Wuxuan's group was growing increasingly stretched out. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in from ahead. At the end of the path, Mu Ziyan and his 500 cavalry came to a sudden halt. Zhu Wuxuan, seeing this, was overjoyed and immediately rushed forward, shouting, Run! Why aren't you running? If I don't cut off your heads tonight, you'll have to take my surname. In the darkness, Mu Ziyan's lips curled into a faint smile, and he pointed upward with his finger. Zhu Wuxuan's face betrayed a hint of confusion, but when he looked up and saw only a sliver of sky, an icy chill shot up from the soles of his feet to his forehead. Zhu Wuxuan shouted, We're done for. We've fallen into a trap. However, the next moment, a leisurely voice echoed from the valley above. You've worked hard tonight, young master. As Jia Sun's voice faded, a thunderous crash echoed, and 2 massive boulders plummeted from the sky, severing Zhu Wuxuan's retreat. 10,000 bandits were trapped within the narrow pass. Chaos erupted instantly, spreading like wildfire. Even the most inexperienced among them knew they had been ambushed. Zhu Wuxuan's face darkened as he gripped his twin blades and roared, Brothers, follow me out. No sooner had the words left his mouth than countless clay pots were hurled down from the sky above the valley. Crack! 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 The clay pots crashed to the ground, sending a spray of liquid flying in all directions. Zhu Wuxuan wiped some of the liquid off his body and put it in his mouth to taste. An intense burning sensation shot straight to his forehead. Wine! Just as Zhu Wuxuan was puzzled, countless flashes of light suddenly illuminated the valley. Under the moonlight, Jia Su's face bore a faint, unsettling smile. Today, we have fine wine to send you off. May you all have a safe journey to the underworld. Release the arrows. Whoosh! 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 In the next instant, countless flaming arrows rained down from the sky. The narrow gorge was already extremely narrow, and the sudden influx of 10,000 people filled the valley completely. The flames ignited instantly upon contact with the alcohol. In an instant, a towering wall of flames shot into the sky. On both sides of the valley, Jia Su had already stationed men to pile up flammable materials. Under the fierce wind, the flames quickly engulfed the entire valley. In an instant, Zhu Wushuang and the entire army he led were engulfed in flames. Screams echoed in the air. The air was filled with the nauseating smell of burning flesh. Rocks, rolling logs, and arrows nearly filled the entire valley. At that moment, for these people, the agony of being consumed by flames could only be relieved by death. Zhu Wushuang's face betrayed his despair. If only he hadn't been so greedy for glory and rushed into battle, he wouldn't have ended up like this. At the end of the valley, Mu Ziyan stood alone on his horse, defiant and unyielding. Facing the hellish scene before him, he remained completely unfazed. War is war, it never needs any embellishment. Who could have imagined that tonight would be a plot within a plot? Mu Ziyan's night raid on the camp was merely the first move. Luring them out of the main camp and into this prepared graveyard was the ultimate objective. At that moment, Zhu Wushuang felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Every step he took seemed to be part of their plan. However, Zhu Wushuang was no ordinary bandit from Luzhou. He knew that today was his inevitable fate. But as a man, he could only die on the battlefield. With this thought, Zhu Wushuang roared, "Brothers, follow me and carve out a path through the enemy lines." Zhu Wushuang, his body ablaze, looked utterly despairing. At that moment, his eyes bloodshot, he charged toward Mu Ziyan on horseback, dual blades in hand. Mu Ziyan pulled out his square-headed halberd from the rocks. Even though they were on opposing sides, as a man, he had to give Zhu Wushuang a dignified exit. In the narrow mountain valley, two horses charged toward each other at full speed. Chitu was like a red flash of lightning in the night. In the blink of an eye, the two horses collided. Chitu reared up on its front legs, and Mu Ziyan raised his Fong Tian Huaji above his head before bringing it down with all his might. Zhu Wushuang roared, "Well met." The two blades clashed head-on. Sword and halberd collided. Sparks flew everywhere. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the Fong Tian Huaji severed Zhu Wushuang's two blades and then sliced directly through his shoulder. In the next instant, Zhu Wushuang, along with his horse, was split in two by Mu Ziyan. Barbaric. Primitive. Bloody. This is the purest form of slaughter. Mu Ziyan lifted half of Zhu Wushuang's body with his halberd and roared at all the bandits before him. "The enemy general is dead. Kneel down and surrender." At those words, the remaining bandits immediately dropped their weapons. "I surrender. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." At that moment, the last remnants of resistance in the bandits' hearts were completely shattered. This night was destined to be a sleepless one, as the flames in the bandits' camp raged all night long. The slender man felt utterly exhausted. Without provisions, defeat was only a matter of time. Suddenly, a scout rushed into the camp tent. The gaunt man's expression had already grown numb. "What's happening?" The scout swallowed hard and stammered, "The chief has found the leader, but..." Report to the general." "The leader has been found, but..." Seeing the scout's hesitant manner, the gaunt man erupted in anger. "What else?" A sense of foreboding began to grow in his heart. However, no matter how one looked at it, Zhu Wushuang had taken out a full 10,000 men, all of whom were seasoned bandits under his command. These veteran bandits were no match for ordinary refugees in terms of combat strength. Even if they encountered an ambush, Zhu Wushuang would likely be able to break through. However, the next words from the scout shattered his resolve. Reporting to the general, General Zhu has been killed in battle, his head severed, and the remaining brothers have all perished. "What? Say that again." The slender man could hardly believe what he had heard. This was an entire force of 10,000 veteran bandits, the absolute core of their core. The scout, trembling, replied, "General Zhu has been killed in battle, and all the brothers we took with us have been wiped out." Their deaths were horrifying. At that moment, the slender man felt as though the world had gone black before his eyes. However, the slender man was completely unaware that this was merely the beginning of despair. Chapter 37, The Celestial Warrior and the Six Burial Halls. At dawn, the slender man dispatched a band of bandits to search the surrounding area for food. As the sun rose higher in the sky, another bloody battle erupted. Countless bandits charged toward Anping County from all directions. The piled-up corpses were nearly enough to bury the entire walls of Anping County. Despite this, the bandits were still unable to breach Anping County. Even if a few fierce bandits managed to climb the walls, they were quickly cut down by the arriving soldiers. Mu Ziyan's troops were elite soldiers, and dealing with these bandits was child's play for them. As the sound of a retreat gong echoed, the rebels once again left nearly 20,000 corpses at the foot of Anping City. At that moment, the atmosphere within the rebel camp was grim and terrifying. In just 2 days, half of the 100,000-strong army had been lost, though most of the dead were mere conscripts. However, the brutal casualty rate still sent a chill down everyone's spine. Moreover, the men sent out in the morning to search for food returned empty-handed. After all, the entire Luzhou region had already been plundered once by the rebels. How could they possibly find any food left? In contrast, within Anping County, both supplies and morale are abundant. With one side weakening and the other strengthening, the outcome was already decided. Although there was still the Chang cavalry as a last resort, he would never use them unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, these starving wolves would devour him first. As night fell, the gaunt man sat in the center of the large tent, supporting his forehead. The surroundings were deathly quiet, but suddenly the candle flame flickered. The gaunt man suddenly opened his eyes and spoke in a cold voice. "Since you have come, why hide your face?" He. A chilling laugh echoed through the darkness. Then, a dark figure emerged indifferently from the shadows. He was shrouded in a layer of black clothing, with only a pair of cold, piercing eyes visible. The crimson lotus flower blooming at the collar of his robe revealed his identity. The most feared assassin organization in the martial arts world, the Six Burial Hall. "No wonder you're the legendary general of the Great Chu dynasty, Gong Sun-yi. You found me so quickly." Upon hearing the black-clad man's words, Gong Sun-yi sneered coldly. "The Great Chu has already fallen, and the Ling Tian war general is long dead. Now there's only a bandit named Gong Sun-yi." If the name Great Chu's Ling Tian war general were to reach the ears of the emperor of the Great Li dynasty, seated in the imperial palace, an expression of disbelief would undoubtedly flicker across his face. 20 years ago, during the Great Chaos, the Great Li Empire was nothing more than a small, remote kingdom. At that time, the Great Chu kingdom was the most powerful superpower in the world, and Gong Sun-yi was the brightest star among its generals. At the age of 15, he joined the army, and by 18, he had already earned the title of Ling Tian war general, whose name echoed throughout the land. According to the script, the Great Chu Empire should have swept across the land, and Gong Sun-yi would have been enfeoffed as a marquis, appointed as a chancellor, and reached the pinnacle of power. Everything was going smoothly until one person appeared. He led 500 personal guards into the eastern palace of the Great Li dynasty and killed the crown prince. Carrying the prince's head, he charged through the imperial palace, killing anyone who dared to stand in his way, even gods and Buddhas. He forced the emperor to abdicate, assisting the current emperor of the Great Li dynasty, Xiaoyu, to ascend the throne. Mu Zheniying was subsequently granted the title of Prince of the State. Mu Zheniying led the Xinjiang army to victory in every battle, completely annihilating the once mighty Great Chu kingdom in less than a decade. The legendary Ling Tian war general, who should have been celebrated throughout the land, was also swept into the dustbin of history along with the fall of the Great Chu. Everyone believed that the Ling Tian warriors of the Great Chu had perished in the war that led to the nation's downfall. However, no one could have imagined that 20 years later, he would once again unleash a bloody storm on the lands of the Great Li. The atmosphere inside the tent was tense, with the flickering candlelight casting shifting shadows on Gong Sun-yi's face. The black-clad figure spoke first. "How about we make a deal?" Gong Sun-yi's fingers tapped lightly on the table, producing a series of soft clicks. "What kind of deal could we possibly make?" The black-clad figure laughed harshly, like the grinding of two rusty gears. It is said that when the Great Chu kingdom was on the brink of collapse, the last emperor of Chu had countless treasures of gold and jewels in a secret location, intending to use this fortune to one day restore the kingdom. As the region minister entrusted with the last emperor's son, Ling Tian Zhanjiang must know where this treasure is hidden, right? "If you can tell me everything you know, I'll help you kill that person in Anping City." "Oh, I forgot to tell you, the man in Anping City is Mu Ziyan, the son of Mu Zhaniying, the duke of the state who destroyed the Great Chu kingdom. What do you think? Isn't this deal quite favorable? It can help you resolve your current predicament and avenge your family's wrongs." Gong Sun-yi sneered. "For such a vague rumor? The Six Burial Hall isn't known for taking losses, is it?" The black-clad man laughed heartily upon hearing this. As expected, nothing can escape the eyes of the Ling Tian war general. Mu Ziyan has already been on our Six Burial Hall's hit list. The defeat of the Azura Hall dealt a severe blow to our Six Burial Hall's business. If we can't resolve this issue, the martial arts world will think the Six Burial Hall is all talk and no action. Moreover, there are those in the imperial court of the Great Li dynasty who do not want another duke of the state to emerge, so Mu Ziyan must die. "I came here today to help you with a small favor." Gong Sun-yi replied coldly. "What's in it for you?" The black-clad man burst into laughter, his laughter tinged with madness. "Of course there's a benefit. The more chaotic the world becomes, the more assassins are needed. The Six Burial Hall is meant to thrive in times of chaos." "Madman!" Gong Sun-yi frowned and snorted coldly. Though he despised the Six Burial Hall's actions, he had no other options at the moment. He had finally managed to assemble a force by exploiting the corruption among the Chang people and the officials of Luzhou. He absolutely could not let himself fail now. With this thought in mind, Gong Sun-yi looked at the black-clad man and asked, "Mu Ziyan's prowess is no less than his father's, and perhaps even 3 times stronger. The Six Burial Hall has already failed once. What makes you think I should trust you this time?" The black-clad figure's eyes flashed with a cold gleam, and the next moment, a gentle breeze swept past. In the candlelight, a short sword pressed against Gong Sun-yi's neck. As long as he is still human, there is no one the Six Burial Hall cannot kill. The black-clad figure waved his hand, and the short sword vanished instantly, as if it had never been there. Gong Sun-yi was also startled, he hadn't even noticed it himself. The terror of the 6th burial hall was evident. Alright. If you can kill Mu Ziyan, I will tell you everything about the Chu dynasty's secret treasure, word for word. Hearing Gong Sun Yi's words, the black-clad figure was highly satisfied. Just wait for my good news. The next time you hear the name Mu Ziyan, it will be the news of his death. The black-clad figure took a step back and vanished into the night, as if he had never been there at all. Gong Sun Yi stepped out of the tent and looked into the distance with a cold smile. Mu Zhaniying, you never expected that after a lifetime of brilliance, you would end up dying at the hands of your own people. Don't worry, your son will soon join you. All of this is for the sake of the Great Chu. Chapter 38, Who's next to die? After 2 days of siege, the strength of both sides had reached an equal footing. The morning light pierced through the clouds. Before Anping County, Gong Sun Yi led all the rebel forces to camp outside the city walls. On the city walls, Mu Ziyan, Jia Su, Zhang Han, and Lu Yunxue stood together, gazing into the distance. Just as everyone thought another brutal siege was about to begin, Gong Sun Yi spoke calmly to a bald, burly man beside him. Lu, it's up to you now. The bald man laughed heartily upon hearing this. The general can rest assured. We will definitely capture Anping County today. Bring them all here. Yes. Bring them all up. In the next moment, countless ragged civilians were pushed out from among the bandits. Among them were almost entirely women, children, and the elderly, their expressions blank and vacant as they were herded like livestock toward Anping County. This scene left the soldiers on the city walls seething with anger. Zhang Han slapped his hand against the stone wall in front of him and shouted angrily. These bandits are truly despicable. Lu Yunxue, seeing this, couldn't help but frown. They're using the common people as human shields. At that moment, Mu Ziyan found himself in a dilemma. If he continued to shoot arrows, he would inevitably kill these innocent civilians. But if he didn't, the bandits would easily reach the city walls, greatly increasing the difficulty of defending the city. On the city walls, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Mu Ziyan furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected these bandits to be so ruthless. Just then, the system's prompt sounded as expected. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice. Choice 1, regardless of the civilians' lives, defend the city. Reward, 1,000 pounds of refined steel. Choice 2, leave the city to fight. Rescue the people from danger. Reward, 1 pound of sweet potato seeds. Please make your choice. Looking at the people outside the city walls, Mu Ziyan knew that no strategy would work this time. Since that's the case, he wouldn't shy away. What's the point of avoiding a direct confrontation? With that thought, Mu Ziyan immediately issued his order. Open the gates. Prepare for battle. Mu Ziyan's words instantly filled all the soldiers on the city walls with excitement. The wind rose, and the clouds soared. Mu Ziyan turned to face the crowd and roared. You are all elite troops. What have you to fear from a mere few thousand bandits? Beyond the city walls are the people of our great nation. They are someone as fathers and someone as husbands. If we stand by and watch today, who will raise the banner and shout for us when disaster strikes us tomorrow? The generals, hearing this, felt a surge of anger rise to their heads. Mu Ziyan turned to look at the endless stream of people surging forward like locusts, then raised his arms and shouted. Today, dare you follow me out of the city to fight? To rescue the people from the flames? To slay the bandits and exterminate the barbarians? The generals shouted in unison. Out of the city. Kill the enemy. Kill. 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 In an instant, they turned defense into offense. Everyone present was filled with boiling blood. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making your decision. The reward has been distributed. Lu Yunxue, standing beside him, never expected that Mu Ziyan could stir up the emotions of everyone present to such an extreme with just a few words. As waves of sound shattered the sky, the city gate that Gong Sun Yi had dreamed of breaching opened slowly amidst a cloud of dust. The 5 army camps rushed out first, forming a defensive line and firmly protecting Anping County behind them. Armor glinted in the sunlight. Sword and shield bearers, forward. Spearmen, hold your ground. Archers, take your positions. 3 layers of defense intertwined in a complex formation. Amidst the sound of galloping hooves, Mu Ziyan led 3,000 cavalry charges directly into the enemy lines, splitting the battlefield. Zhang Han led 5,000 elite troops following the cavalry, all with grim expressions on their faces. On the city walls, Lu Yunxue admired Mu Ziyan's boldness but remained deeply pessimistic about the outcome of the battle, even feeling a sense of despair. 8,000 versus 80,000. A nearly tenfold disparity in numbers. Even if Mu Ziyan and the assault troops were as strong as they couldn't possibly win. As someone who had once fought against these bandits, Lu Yunxue knew that their true trump card had yet to be played. Although the lives of these civilians were pitiful, compared to eradicating the bandits, Mu Ziyan clearly hadn't prioritized the more important goal. For Lu Yunxue, sacrificing some civilians to achieve a greater victory would be a choice she would make without hesitation. However, at this moment, Lu Yunxue hoped more that Mu Ziyan would lose, as this would demonstrate her prowess as a female general. Since arriving in Luzhou, Lu Yunxue had been seething with pent-up frustration. Now she is waiting for Mu Ziyan to be defeated and then beg her to come to his aid. As for whether to help or not, that would depend on her mood. After all, whenever she thinks about how Mu Ziyan once refused her entry, Lu Yunxue feels a mix of resentment and anger. Outside the city, the bandit leaders burst into laughter upon hearing that Mu Ziyan dared to lead his troops out of the city. Although the past few days have been devastating with heavy casualties, the core members of the bandits have suffered minimal losses. Siege warfare was not their forte. However, when it came to direct combat, they feared no one. Moreover, with 8,000 men against 8,000, the advantage was clearly on their side. The outcome is as clear as day. From his horseback, Gong Sunyi looked at Mu Ziyan leading his troops charging toward them and immediately said, "Take a good look." The man in armor riding the red-brown warhorse is Mu Ziyan, the son of the renowned general Mu Zhenaying, the protector of the nation. Whoever can bring him down from his horse will not only gain fame throughout the land but will also receive an additional reward of 10,000 silver coins from this general. As the saying goes, where there's a reward, there's a brave man. As soon as Gong Sunyi finished speaking, a burly man with a rough appearance, a dark face, thick eyebrows, and a beard as sharp as steel needles stepped forward. "I am Li Kuei of Black Wing Mountain, willing to take this man's head for the general." With that, Li Kuei gripped a long-handled battle axe and charged forward, heading straight toward Mu Ziyan's direction. From atop his horse, Li Kuei shouted loudly, "What kind of nonsense is this? The so-called prince of the state has come out to die." Mu Ziyan heard this but did not respond. He squeezed his legs against the horse's flank. The red stallion let out a loud neigh and instantly transformed into a red streak of lightning on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the two horses collided. Li Kuei gripped the long-handled axe in both hands and swung it horizontally toward Mu Ziyan's face with all his might. The axe swing was powerful and heavy. The blade glinted with a cold light, as if it were about to cleave Mu Ziyan in two. Mu Ziyan, seeing this, narrowed his eyes slightly, showing no fear. He raised his halberd to meet the axe head-on. A deafening clang echoed through the air. The two weapons collided in mid-air. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. Li Kuei felt a sharp pain in his arms. In the next instant, Mu Ziyan's Fang Tianhuaji had already sliced through his chest. Blood spurted out. Driven by inertia, Li Kuei's remaining half-body hung from the horse's back, still charging across the battlefield. Mu Ziyan reined in his red horse, pointing the Fang Tianhuaji directly at the general's banner and roared, "Who's next to die?" Chapter 39, Slaying 3 Generals, Unwavering in Battle. Mu Ziyan's overwhelming strength left all the leaders present deeply shaken. However, with the main army advancing, he couldn't afford to lose face. Immediately, a man with a green face wielding a simple sword charged forward on horseback. "Enemy general, don't be so arrogant. I am Yang Yong, the jade-faced Qilin, here to face you." Mu Ziyan laughed wildly upon seeing this. He gripped the tip of his square-headed halberd with one hand and swept it forward in a horizontal strike. This move was called sweeping the heavens. Under the immense force, a whirlwind-like gale erupted around Mu Ziyan. The Fang Tianhua halberd, accompanied by a whistling wind, struck directly toward Yang Yong's chest. The impact was like a mountain collapsing. A tidal wave crashing against the shore. Yang Yong, seeing this, was terrified and quickly raised his PUPU knife horizontally to block his chest. However, the force of 10,000 pounds was not something a mere bandit like him could withstand. As the Fang Tianhua spear struck heavily, Yang Yong was sent flying off his horse like a. Moments later, he landed on the ground, but by then, he was already dead beyond any doubt. Seeing this, the soldiers of the frontline camp following behind the cavalry let out a furious roar. "Invincible! Invincible!" As the distance between them and the civilians being driven by the bandits grew closer, Mu Ziyan roared decisively. "Flank attack to split the battlefield." In the next instant, the 3,000 cavalry immediately changed formation, splitting directly into two from the center. The cavalry charged past the fleeing civilians and, 3 breaths later, converged from both sides like a pair of pincers, closing in on the center. With a single formation change, they severed the rebel vanguard's ranks in two. The cavalry charged into the enemy lines like two walls, completely separating the bandits from the civilians. Mu Ziyan, amidst the chaos, swung his square-headed halberd, transforming into a human meat grinder. This scene left the 4 remaining leaders in the distance staring at each other in disbelief. Gong Sunyi, seeing this, furrowed his brows. "Since we can't win in one-on-one combat, let's use our numerical advantage." At these words, the other 4 leaders immediately understood his meaning and responded at once. "Under my command is the fierce warrior Lu Sandao, who wields an 80-pound-long sword and can cut him down. In my camp, the second in command, known in the underworld as the Flying General, moves like the wind and can hit a target from 100 paces away. He will surely crush their morale. And there's Zhang Feihu in our camp, who wields 2 giant hammers. No one can survive a single blow from him." When it came to Zhang Feng, the leader of the Shaking Heaven Tigers, he spoke calmly. "The men under my command are all unknown warriors. They are no match for this man." The other 3 leaders snorted coldly upon hearing this. Gong Sunny gave Zhang Feng a meaningful look. At that moment, the battle in Anping County had reached its most intense phase. With the Shanjin camp joining the fray, the disparity in strength between the elite troops and the bandits became starkly evident. Even though they were facing seasoned bandits with blood on their hands, to the soldiers of the frontline camp, they were nothing but greenhorns. Charge forward and kill. The 5,000 soldiers of the Shanjin camp moved as if they had been carved from the same mold. No matter how fiercely the bandits charged, the Shanjin camp's front lines remained as steady as a mountain, steadily advancing forward. Gong Sunyi, seeing the situation, realized that further delay was pointless and immediately ordered. Since Yang the leader refuses to help, I won't force him. Whoever among you can kill Mu Ziyan will be rewarded with 5,000 taels of gold. At these words, the three bandits grew excited. General, watch closely. The three of us will cut him down from his horse. As soon as they finished speaking, the three bandits selected rushed forward on their horses, charging straight toward Mu Ziyan. The generals on the city wall shouted in outrage at the sight. Meanwhile, a faint smile curled the corners of Lu Yunshue's lips. At that moment, Mu Ziyan was already surrounded by the bandits, not only facing enemies emerging from all directions, but now also having to confront three renowned bandits alone. It seemed inevitable that he would be defeated. At that moment, Lu Yunshue was already calculating in his mind whether he should rescue Mu Ziyan if he were to beg for help later. The numerical disadvantage on the battlefield quickly became evident. Despite the overwhelming combat prowess of the Shanjin camp soldiers, the bandits were able to hold them back by sheer numbers. For a moment, Mu Ziyan's troops and the Shanjin camp infantry were separated by the bandits. Just then, three fierce bandits charged forward together. Lu Sandao, wielding a guandao, swung it downwards with all his might. The bandit known as the Flying General drew his bow on horseback and aimed directly at Mu Ziyan's face. Zhang Feihu swung his twin hammers horizontally, aiming directly at Mu Ziyan's chest. Three deadly attacks arrived in an instant. At that moment, the surrounding generals shouted in alarm. "Be careful, Prince of the State!" The bandit leaders laughed heartily at the sight. "This man is as good as dead. Two fists can't stand against four hands. No matter how strong you are, how can you block these three fierce killing moves?" However, before the leaders could finish speaking, the next moment, Mu Ziyan suddenly kicked off the stirrups with both feet. In the next instant, his entire body soared into the air from the back of the red horse. Lu Sandao and Zhang Feihu's attacks missed completely. They stared in disbelief at Mu Ziyan in mid-air, their eyes wide with shock. With 10 times the jumping power, Mu Ziyan was as light as a sparrow. In mid-air, Mu Ziyan performed a somersault, reaching out to catch the arrow fired by the fierce bandit known as the Flying General. After landing back on the back of the red horse, Mu Ziyan swiftly drew the heaven-shaking bow hanging at his waist. He then drew the bow and fired the arrow, all within the blink of an eye. By the time the others reacted, the arrow had already pierced the Flying General's skull. The body hit the ground, its eyes wide open in death. War horses circled around the Flying General, pacing back and forth. The scene sent a chill down everyone's spine. A mountain bandit leader, pale-faced, shouted. He's flying in the sky. He's not human. We can't defeat him. We can't defeat him." Before he could finish speaking, a flash of cold light appeared. The bandit leader's head flew off instantly. The one who struck was Gong Sunyi, who coldly scanned the surroundings. "Anyone who dares to undermine morale will be executed without mercy." Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, after killing the Flying General, Mu Ziyan sidestepped and grabbed the Fang Tian Huaji lying on the ground. He then spun around and thrust the spear forward with a backhand strike, piercing Lu Sandao through the heart before he could react. The remaining Zhang Feihu, seeing this, was terrified and turned to flee. However, Mu Ziyan would not give him a chance. He raised his hand and fired another arrow. The powerful force of the arrow pinned Zhang Feihu to his horse. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 3 men. It was truly astonishing. Cheers erupted from the city walls. Meanwhile, the elderly, women, and children had already been rescued by the soldiers of the 5 armies camp and were being escorted into Anping County in an orderly manner. Gong Sunyi, seeing this, could no longer contain himself. He absolutely could not let this opportunity slip away. With that thought, he immediately drew his longbow and fired an arrow into the sky. As the arrow's whistle cut through the sky, in the distant sky beyond the battlefield, a series of urgent and intense horse hooves grew louder as they approached. On the city walls, Jia Su saw this and his expression turned grim. Trouble. It's the Chang cavalry. Chapter 40, Zhao Yun arrives. Boom! A rumbling sound shook the ground in the distance. 3,000 Chang cavalry charged toward the battlefield like a raging flood. The Chang tribe and the Dali kingdom have been sworn enemies for generations, and countless battles have erupted between them over the years. With the appearance of the Chang cavalry, the tide of the battle turned dramatically. Although Gong Sunyi did not want to reveal this trump card too soon, he had no other choice at the moment. For this was the perfect opportunity to surround and kill Mu Ziyan, avenging past wrongs. On the city walls, Lu Yunshue's gaze was intense, a fleeting spark of passion flashing in his eyes. Of course, he wasn't worried about Mu Ziyan's safety. Rather, he saw an opportunity to distinguish himself in the sudden appearance of the 3,000 Chang cavalry. Currently, Mu Ziyan was deeply surrounded. If he could lead the army to repel these Chang cavalry, he could wash away the shame of his previous defeat. With this thought in mind, Lu Yunxue turned to the other generals and said, "The Chang are fierce. I volunteer to lead the city's troops into battle to resist them." Jia Su heard this and remained calm, though he knew that Lu Yunxue was merely eager to prove himself. However, the situation was critical, and as the commander of the army, Mu Ziyan absolutely could not afford to lose. Therefore, he did not refuse. Just as Lu Yunxue was eager to prove himself, the sound of the system echoed in Mu Ziyan's ears as the Chang cavalry appeared in the center of the battlefield. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice. Choice 1, avoid the sharp edge and preserve your strength. Reward, a famous sword, the Zhanlu. Choice 2, fight to the death and crush the Chang cavalry head-on. Reward, a mysterious general. Please make your choice. Mu Ziyan swung his spear to slay a charging bandit, gazing at the dust-filled sky in the distance. He laughed aloud and roared. Should I avoid his sharp edge? Should I ask him if he fears me? Then, he tightened the reins, and his warhorse let out a loud neigh. In the next instant, Mu Ziyan led the remaining cavalry, turning their horses around and charging straight toward the Chang cavalry. At that moment, Mu Ziyan had already made his choice clear through his actions. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making your decision. A mysterious general is being summoned. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully summoning Zhao Yun, the ever-victorious general of Shuhan, accompanied by 1,000 white horse cavalry. Upon hearing the system's voice, Mu Ziyan's face grew even more arrogant. Among the rebel army, Gong Sunny saw Mu Ziyan suddenly turn his horse around and charge directly at the Chang cavalry, his face filled with disbelief. At that moment, only one thought crossed his mind: has Mu Ziyan lost his mind? On the city walls, all the generals were stunned. No one could have imagined that Mu Ziyan, facing 3,000 well-prepared Chang cavalry, not only didn't flee but charged straight into battle. Besides madness, no one present could think of any other adjectives to describe the scene. Mu Ziyan charged forward at the head of his cavalry. At that moment, the speeds of the two cavalry forces on the plain were closing in at a rate visible to the naked eye. 1,000 paces. 800 paces. 500 paces. At this moment, Mu Ziyan on horseback could clearly see the savage, bloodthirsty faces of the Xiongnu cavalry. They wielded curved swords, wore armor, and had countless dried human heads hanging from both sides of their horses. As the horses galloped forward, the heads collided with each other, emitting an eerie sound. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two sides had narrowed to less than 100 zhang. However, at this moment on the vast plain, neither side showed the slightest sign of slowing down. At such a breakneck speed, the outcome of a head-on collision between the two cavalry forces was all too predictable. Mu Ziyan's gaze was unwavering, showing no intention of changing direction. The distance between the two sides grew ever closer, with the piercing sound of the wind echoing in everyone's ears. These Chang cavalrymen never imagined that among the Han people there were such fearless and relentless cavalrymen. The leader of the Chang cavalry clenched his teeth tightly. He was betting that the enemy dared not charge recklessly. The wind whistling past his cheeks felt like sharp blades slicing through the air. At that moment, he seemed to be able to see Mu Ziyan's youthful and calm face clearly. The general beside the Chang leader's face turned bright red as he shouted, "Chief! We can't charge anymore." At this speed, the first ranks of both sides had no chance of survival. Even these Chang warriors, who had spent their entire lives on horseback, were now filled with fear. However, the Chang chieftain's face was twisted in fury. He had no intention of giving up. Clatter! Clatter! The sound of hooves grew louder and louder. The faces of the Chang cavalrymen betrayed a hint of terror. The cavalry led by Mu Ziyan before them did not look like they had just emerged from a bloody battle. Though there were now only over 2,000 riders remaining, under Mu Ziyan's leadership, their charging momentum was as fierce as 1,000 troops. Just as the two sides were about to collide, the Chang chieftain could no longer hold back. He roared loudly, "Disperse!" At his command, the 3,000 Chang cavalry scattered like flowers blooming in the sky. In the next instant, Mu Ziyan and the cavalry behind him charged forward like a sharp sword, piercing straight through. This gamble. The ultimate winner was still Mu Ziyan. War horses neighed. Long spears clashed. In the blink of an eye, countless screams filled the air. A Chang cavalryman who fell to the ground was immediately trampled into a pulp by the charging cavalry behind him. In the chaos, Mu Ziyan swung his square-headed halberd, slicing through a Chang cavalryman's waist as easily as cutting tofu. Blood spatters everywhere, staining the ground red. Mu Ziyan's bravery once again shattered everyone's expectations of him. Even Gong Sunyi, his opponent, couldn't help but admire Mu Ziyan from the bottom of his heart. However, precisely because of this, he could not allow Mu Ziyan to return alive. Gong Sunyi raised his hand and ordered, "Charge forward, all troops! Kill this man!" Whoever slays him shall be rewarded with 30,000 taels of silver. Where there's a reward, there's a willingness to die. Dong dong dong. The sound of war drums echoed. All the bandits charged toward Mu Zian as if their lives depended on it. At that moment, Mu Zian was already surrounded by Chang cavalry. These Chang cavalry cling to Mu Zian like leeches. The generals on the city walls watched with growing anxiety. However, at this moment, the bandits were as if they had been injected with adrenaline, and even the elite troops of the frontline brigade could not reach Mu Zian in time to provide reinforcements. It seemed as though Mu Zi was about to be trapped in a deadly situation. Suddenly, a clear and piercing cry rang out from the distant horizon. Then, a massive cloud of dust swept across the sky. A hail of arrows pierced through the smoke and rained down with a deafening roar. This sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned. What's going on? Even Gongsun Yi was momentarily speechless. Only Mu Zian at the center of the battlefield understood. Reinforcements had arrived. As the sound of hooves grew closer, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky, reaching the ears of everyone present. Where righteousness leads, we follow, life or death. Heaven is our witness, the white horse is our proof. In the next instant, amidst the smoke, a white horse burst through the sky, carrying a man. Under the banner of the Great Li Dynasty's Minister of War. Zhao Yun reporting for duty. Chapter 41, The White Horse gleams with its silver saddle, dashing like a meteor. A white horse gleams with silver saddles, dashing like a meteor. 1,000 white horses follow closely behind. On horseback, Zhao Yun wielded his long spear, charging into the bandits like a god descending from heaven. The white horses and their riders sliced through the bandits' encirclement with the precision of a scalpel, directly joining the cavalry led by Mu Zian. At this moment, Mu Zian was already engaged in a fierce battle. Though he possessed the strength of 10,000 men, even the strongest would grow weary when faced with an endless stream of enemies. Just as Mu Zian was focused on dealing with the enemies in front of him, a Chang cavalryman wielding a curved sword charged toward him on horseback, aiming for his back. At that moment, Zhao Yun on horseback roared in anger. "Traitor! Do not harm my lord!" The horse beneath him, the night illuminating jade lion, suddenly accelerated. A flash of cold steel appeared first. Then the spear shot out like a dragon. Before the Chang cavalryman could even swing his blade, Zhao Yun's spear had already pierced through his body. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The other Chang cavalryman didn't even have time to react. Meanwhile, the white horse riders had already arrived. Since they were attacked from the flank, these Chang cavalrymen had no time to turn their horses around. In an instant, the 3,000-strong cavalry force was completely scattered. On horseback, Zhao Yun, clad in silver-white armor and holding his long spear, with the tip stained with blood, bowed his fist and said, "This is Zhao Yun, a military officer under the command of the Prince of the State, reporting to the young master." Mu Zian was overjoyed upon hearing this. After all, who hadn't dreamed of being Zhao Zilong, the legendary warrior who charged through 30,000 troops at the Battle of Changban? And now, he was actually fighting side by side with his childhood idol, his excitement evident on his face. Mu Zian laughed heartily. "Zilong, you're too polite. Today, we'll first eliminate these rebel traitors. After victory, I'll personally host a banquet in your honor." Zhao Yun laughed aloud. "That is precisely what I desire." Zhao Yun charged forward on his horse. A fierce wind swept past his face. His figure had already plunged into the midst of the enemy army. His long spear, wrapped in the wind, poured forth like a torrential rain. Even if there were surging waves before him, I would break through with a single spear. Twisting and turning, like a dragon in flight, the iron hooves thundered, as if passing through the realm of the underworld. The battlefield is filled with flashing swords and arrows flying everywhere. Mu Zian followed closely behind, the two of them moving through the chaos as if they were leaves passing through a flower garden without a single one touching them. Spears and halberds clash, towering above the masses. The Fang Tian halberd pierces the sky, and the ears are filled with the desperate cries of fleeing bandits. The two unite their forces, their momentum surging like a rainbow. Zhao Yun's long spear moves like a dragon. No one can stand against him. Mu Zian swept his halberd horizontally, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. At this moment, the battlefield had become their personal arena of slaughter. What of the Chang cavalry? What of the fierce bandits and rebels? Before Mu Zian and Zhao Yun, they were nothing but a disorganized mob. With Zhao Yun's arrival, the previously tense battlefield suddenly became clear. 3,000 Chang cavalry were severely defeated. Seeing this, the Chang leader's eyes turned blood red, and he immediately ordered, "Retreat!" The soldiers of the frontline camp shouted in response. The resolve of the frontline camp. No retreat, no surrender. Kill! 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 In an instant, morale soared. Seeing this, Jia Su on the city walls issued a decisive order. "This is a golden opportunity. The enemy's formation is in disarray. If we don't strike now, when will we?" Zhang Han laughed heartily upon hearing this. "My sword has been itching for blood. Brothers, follow me and charge out. Let's make our mark today." In an instant, the 4 main gates of Anping County swung open simultaneously. The 5 military camps responsible for defending the city and countless militia poured out like a tidal wave. A dark mass stretched as far as the eye could see. As reinforcements joined the battlefield, the bandits, who had previously held the numerical advantage, suddenly found themselves at a disadvantage. Mu Ziyan and Zhao Yun led their cavalry in relentless charges, splitting the enemy forces. A rebel leader shouted, "Don't run! Follow me and kill them all!" However, before he could finish speaking, Zhao Yun's long spear had already pierced his chest. Zhao Yun's strength was so overwhelming that Mu Ziyan felt a chill run down his spine. Taking an enemy general's head in the midst of 10,000 troops was as easy as taking candy from a baby. Even compared to someone like himself, who seemed to be cheating, he didn't fall short. For these bandits, Zhao Yun's appearance was nothing short of a catastrophe. For these bandits, fighting in favorable conditions was manageable, but once they found themselves at a disadvantage, fear and panic would spread like a plague. One person discarding their weapon would prompt 10, then 100, then 1,000 others to follow suit. The situation is beginning to collapse. Mu Ziyan's forces are growing increasingly confident. Meanwhile, the bandits are losing control. Gong Sunny clenched his teeth tightly, his face filled with regret. At this very moment, he knows the tide has turned. His defeat is complete and utter. The appearance of Zhao Yun completely disrupted all his plans. A long sigh escapes his lips. This once feared general of the heavens now wears a look of deep exhaustion. Over the years, he had sacrificed everything to restore the Chu dynasty, even going so far as to change his name and become a bandit. Now, just as he was beginning to see results, he had once again been defeated by the Duke of Dali. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Sound the retreat. The battle is lost. Transmit my orders, the army is to retreat 50 miles. As the sound of the retreat gong echoed through the air, the bandits, already terrified and disorganized, retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind a field of corpses. Under the setting sun, Mu Ziyan and Zhao Yun urged their warhorses toward Anping County. The Duke of Jingui is mighty. At the city gates, Jia Su and Zhang Han had been waiting for some time. Mu Ziyan dismounted and introduced himself to those around him. "This is Zhao Yun. Without him today, I might not have escaped." Zhao Yun bowed to the crowd. "I once served under the late prince of the state. Upon hearing that the young master was heading to Luzhou to quell the rebellion, I immediately gathered my brothers to come and assist." Zhang Han laughed heartily upon hearing this, stepped forward, and embraced Zhao Yun. "No wonder you're so brave, you're also a fierce general under the old duke." Zhao Yun smiled in response. "The general flatters me." A decisive and exhilarating victory left everyone present in high spirits. Mu Ziyan laughed heartily. "Today's great victory would not have been possible without your assistance. Please join me for a drink." Everyone laughed heartily upon hearing this. However, among the crowd, only Lu Yunshua's face showed no trace of a smile. Although she had followed him out of the city to fight and had also earned some credit, Mu Ziyan's glory had completely overshadowed her. Nevertheless, she had no choice but to bow her head, as her military merits still depended on Mu Ziyan's report. With this thought in mind, Lu Yunshue spoke awkwardly. "I am not skilled at drinking. Let me take charge of guarding the city tonight." Mu Ziyan replied indifferently. "The military strategist has already made arrangements for the city defense. There is nothing for you to do tonight, you may handle matters as you see fit." Hearing the distance in Mu Ziyan's voice, Lu Yunshue felt a moment of disorientation. There was a time when Mu Ziyan looked at her with eyes full of affection, yet now he was so cold and indifferent. At that moment, Lu Yunshue finally understood that some things, once missed, were lost forever. Within Anping County, the atmosphere was joyful, but in contrast, the bandit camp was filled with cries of despair. Chapter 42, Spring Beauty Cannot Be Contained. In this battle, all the mountain fortress leaders suffered heavy losses. The 10,000-strong army that set out to battle was now on the brink of collapse in just a few days. Within the camp, Lu Hanji, one of the 4 remaining leaders, slammed his fist on the table and roared, "I'm not fighting this battle anymore. Let whoever wants to fight do it. I'm out of here." With that, he stood up and walked toward the entrance of the tent. The others, seeing this, began to scatter. Just as Lu Hanji's foot had barely stepped outside the tent, Gong Sunyi's long sword pierced his chest. Blood flowed continuously from the wound. Everyone present was horrified. They drew their swords and watched Gong Sunyi warily. If Gong Sunyi did not provide a reasonable explanation for today's events, the matter would be difficult to resolve peacefully. Gong Sunyi remained calm, wiped the blood off his steel blade, and sneered. "Do you think the Great Li dynasty will spare you after you've rebelled? Now, the only way out is death. Besides, who says we're bound to lose? We can lose 100 times, but as long as we win the last one, that's enough." A mad gleam flashed across Gong Sunyi's face, like a gambler who had lost all his chips. Dark clouds obscured the moonlight, and endless darkness once again engulfed the entire county of Anping. A blood-red lotus flower bloomed silently at the center of the battlefield. In the dead of night, a thin mist slowly enveloped the entire county of Anping. In the master bedroom, Mu Ziyan sat cross-legged on the floor. The dim candlelight cast a faint glow on his cheeks. Before him lay a complete map of Luzhou. Just as Mu Ziyan was planning his next move, the door to the guest room was gently knocked. Mu Ziyan furrowed his brows. Why would someone come looking for him at this hour? Though puzzled, Mu Ziyan rose to open the door. In an instant, moonlight poured in like water. Standing outside was Lu Yunxue, dressed in red with her shoulders bare. At that moment, Lu Yunxue's long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, reaching her waist. Her delicate feet were bathed in a soft white glow under the moonlight. Her lips, as red as roses, exhaled a fragrant mist. Her eyes, full of allure, gazed at Mu Ziyan. Just as Mu Ziyan was lost in thought, Lu Yunxue suddenly collapsed toward him. You've always wanted me, haven't you? Today, I'll grant your wish. The night is long, why not spend it together tonight? A fragrant breeze swept across his face, and the atmosphere grew intoxicatingly sensual. Lu Yunxue's cheeks flushed with a hint of blush, seeming both shy and seductive. Combined with her already stunning beauty, she looked even more alluring and charming in the moonlight. However, facing Lu Yunxue's embrace, Mu Ziyan stepped aside to avoid her. Lu Yunxue stumbled forward, landing with her face pressed against the doorframe. Her eyes filled with a hint of resentment as she whispered softly to Mu Ziyan. What? Do you really not like me anymore? As she spoke, Lu Yunxue gently pulled down the front of her garment, revealing a glimpse of alluring beauty. Mu Ziyan shook his head at that moment. He felt a dull ache in his head. His gaze momentarily wandered, and a fiery flame began to burn fiercely in his lower abdomen. Lu Yunxue, her clothes half bare, extended her slender fingers and smiled at Mu Ziyan, saying, Come on, come on. Mu Ziyan unconsciously began to walk toward Lu Yunxue. Just as the distance between them was only a step away, Lu Yunxue suddenly stepped forward, pressing her entire body against Mu Ziyan's chest. Tonight, let me send you on your way. Lu Yunxue's expression changed instantly. In the next moment, a dagger flashing with a cold, sinister glow was thrust directly toward Mu Ziyan's throat. The strike was as fast as lightning. An ordinary person would have no chance to dodge it. A smirk appeared on Lu Yunxue's lips as she spoke triumphantly. I've got him. However, before she could finish speaking, Lu Yunxue suddenly realized that the dagger in her hand could no longer move forward even an inch. The cold, gleaming tip of the dagger had come to a complete stop just half an inch away from the throat. Lu Yunxue looked down and saw that the dagger he had aimed at Mu Ziyan was being held firmly between his two fingers. Looking up again, Mu Ziyan's eyes were no longer the slightest bit dazed. Instead, they were filled with an endless calm and coldness. Are you from the 6th burial hall? Lu Yunxue's expression froze for a moment before her lips curled into a faint smile, and her previously seductive voice grew cold. No wonder you're the Duke of the Great Li dynasty. You figured out my identity so quickly. But it's too late. Once you've inhaled my intoxicating fragrance, you'll lose all your strength and be at my mercy. Mu Ziyan smiled slightly, then wrapped an arm around her waist. Is that so? The next moment, he suddenly exerted all his strength, and the woman in Mu Ziyan's embrace felt as though her body was being torn apart. Impossible. How can you still have such strength? The woman from the 6th burial hall was utterly shocked. The soul-binding incense has never failed. How could you be unharmed? The woman impersonating Lu Yunxue's eyes were filled with fear. If she had come pretending to be someone else, Mu Ziyan might have been deceived to some extent. But she had deliberately impersonated Lu Yunxue. Mu Ziyan had always been wary of Lu Yunxue. Moreover, now that Lu Yunxue, dressed in only 3 layers of clothing and half naked, appeared at his doorstep, she looked like a widow who had lost her husband. Mu Ziyan naturally wouldn't fall for it. Everything that had happened earlier was just part of her act. As Mu Ziyan's strength grew, the woman impersonating Lu Yunxue immediately used a bone contracting technique, slipping out of Mu Ziyan's arms like a snake. After escaping, she quickly created some distance between herself and Mu Ziyan. The small courtyard was shrouded in a thin mist. The woman impersonating Lu Yunxue tore off the human skin mask covering her face, revealing a seductively beautiful face. A vibrant lotus flower tattoo adorned her neck, adding a touch of allure to her already striking appearance. The woman played with the gilded dagger in her hand and smiled mischievously. 6th burial hall. Earth burial Ning Hongchen has come to take your life tonight. As the words fell, Ning Hongchen's figure vanished instantly into the mist. The next moment, a sharp gust of wind swept toward him. Mu Ziyan forced his body to twist, and the dagger fired by Ning Hongchen narrowly missed his cheek. With a loud bang, the dagger embedded itself firmly into the wall behind Mu Ziyan. Ning Hongchen's figure darted through the mist, the dagger hidden at his waist striking toward Mu Ziyan like a storm of flowers. Mu Ziyan flipped over, picked up a broom from the ground, and swung it wildly. Thrust, parry, stab, sweep. Mu Ziyan deflected every dagger aimed at him with precision. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed across the open field. In the darkness, Ning Hongchen reached for his waist and, taking advantage of Mu Ziyan's distraction, threw a porcelain bottle. Mu Ziyan raised his hand and shattered the porcelain bottle. The next moment, a pinkish mist enveloped Mu Ziyan. The sounds of combat from the courtyard had already awakened the guards nearby, and countless chaotic footsteps were converging toward this location. On the roof, Ning Hongchen, dressed in red, sat with her legs crossed. The spring scenery of the garden was faintly visible. She covered her mouth and laughed. Once you've been hit by my union blooming powder, even an ironclad person couldn't withstand it. Within a quarter of an hour, you'll die from your meridians reversing. Enjoy the last moments of your life, Prince of the State. With that, Ning Hongchen's lips curled into a seductive smile, and she stood up, about to leave. However, the next moment, a figure burst out of the red mist, and Mu Ziyan soared into the air, leaping halfway up the sky. His towering figure completely blocked out the moon, leaving Ning Hongchen speechless with shock. Such a leap in height was simply impossible for an ordinary person. Before Ning Hongchen could react, Mu Ziyan had already grabbed her by the throat. With a loud crash, he smashed through the roof and landed inside the bedroom. Countless guards rushed into the courtyard. Just as they were about to break down the door, a voice from inside the room rang out. I'm fine here. Everyone, step back first. Chapter 43, A Moment of Indulgence. Upon hearing this, all the guards in the courtyard looked at each other in disbelief. Looking at the collapsed roof and the flying knives embedded in the surrounding walls, how could anyone call this nothing's wrong? However, the guards had no choice but to obey Mu Ziyan's orders and silently withdrew from the courtyard. Outside the gate, Zhao Yun, Jia Su, Zheng Han, and Lu Yunxue arrived hurriedly. Seeing the chaotic scene in the courtyard, they were all utterly shocked. It was clear that Mu Ziyan had been targeted in an assassination attempt. Just as the generals were about to enter the courtyard, muffled breathing sounds came from inside the room. Everyone, please rest assured that I am unharmed. Please go and rest, there is no need to concern yourselves with me here. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to do. It wasn't until Jia Sun peered through the gauze window and saw a graceful figure inside the room that he spoke up. The prince is unharmed. Everyone, please leave first. Lu Yunxue heard this and a hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes. At that moment, Mu Ziyan's breathing grew increasingly labored, and his eyes began to grow glassy. Ning Hongchen was being choked by Mu Ziyan, his breathing equally labored. Seeing Mu Ziyan's condition growing increasingly dire, Ning Hongchen hurriedly exclaimed, "The antidote is in the red bottle at my waist." Mu Ziyan heard this and immediately reached out to take the porcelain bottle from Ning Hongchen's waist, squeezing it hard until it shattered, revealing several red pills inside. Ning Hongchen's face turned bright red, as if he were about to suffocate to death at any moment. Taking the antidote will neutralize the love potion on your body. Mu Ziyan, upon hearing this, picked up the pills and was about to swallow them, but at that moment, the corner of Ning Hongchen's mouth twitched slightly. In reality, the red bottle did not contain any antidote, but rather a more potent version of the love potion. If one swallowed it and did not engage in intimate relations within 10 breaths, their meridians would explode, leading to certain death. And at that moment, Mu Ziyan had already been poisoned by the love potion. If he took the love pills, he would surely die. However, just as Ning Hongchen thought she had turned the tables, a pair of strong hands suddenly covered her mouth. In the next instant, the red pills held in Mu Ziyan's hand were all forced into Ning Hongchen's mouth. The red pills melted instantly upon entering her mouth. In the blink of an eye, Ning Hongchen's once fair complexion turned as red as a boiling teapot. White mist poured from her mouth, and her eyes grew nearly unfocused. Her two legs, dangling in mid-air, began to rub against each other. You. Ning Hongchen felt her body growing weaker by the second, her limbs trembling uncontrollably. She never imagined that she, the renowned first-rate assassin, would end up making a fool of herself today. At that moment, Ning Hongchen's consciousness grew increasingly fuzzy, and her body finally collapsed completely. In the next instant, Mu Ziyan seemed like a wild beast gone mad, reaching out and tearing open the thin fabric covering her chest. In an instant, it was a sight to behold. Peaks gathered like mountains, waves surged like anger. Mu Ziyan roughly pressed the scorching hot Ning Hongchen onto the bed. Ning Hongchen's consciousness grew increasingly hazy as she murmured, "No. No. No." Soon, a series of sensual sounds echoed in the air. As the saying goes, a jade stove and an ice-cold mattress, a quilt embroidered with mandarin ducks. Fragrant sweat flows down the mountain pillow. The sound of a water wheel outside the curtain, brows furrowed in a smile of surprise. Willow shade drifts lightly, low bangs adorned with cicada hairpins. Let us devote our lives to this moment, and enjoy today's joy to the fullest. The next morning, dew hung on the branches, green leaves were lush, and water flowed gently. Outside, the garden was filled with spring, and inside, the house was filled with spring. Ning Hongchen awoke slowly from her bed, her mind still a bit dazed. Glancing around, she suddenly saw Mu Ziyan's body, as sharp as a knife, lying quietly beside her. Feeling a faint pain in her abdomen, Ning Hongchen's face turned as red as an apple. Last night's madness was now only a faint memory. But even the slightest recollection filled her with shame. Who could have imagined that the first-rate assassin of the 6th burial hall, renowned for her skill in underground burials, had spent the night in another man's embrace, indulging in unrestrained passion? If this were to get out, her reputation would be completely ruined. Looking at Mu Ziyan sleeping peacefully beside her, Ning Hongchen felt both ashamed and angry. She grabbed the hairpin by the pillow and was about to stab herself. However, in that very moment, Ning Hongchen realized she couldn't bring herself to do it. After a moment of struggle, Ning Hongchen sighed deeply, then reached out and tore the already shredded red robe from the side, wrapping it around herself before leaping out the window, her figure disappearing in an instant. As Ning Hongchen vanished, Mu Ziyan's eyes also opened. If Ning Hongchen had dared to stab him just now, Mu Ziyan would have crushed her neck in an instant. Moments later, Mu Ziyan reappeared in the county office, fully dressed and composed. At that moment, the generals in the council hall had been waiting for him for some time. Upon seeing Mu Ziyan arrive, everyone bowed in unison and said, "Greetings, Prince of the State." However, those present in the room all looked at Mu Ziyan with a strange yet admiring expression. The reason was simple: the sounds that had come from Mu Ziyan's room last night were utterly unbearable. Not only were the sounds loud, but they had continued non-stop for an entire night. For these men who had spent their lives in the military, it was a tremendous ordeal. Jia Sun cleared his throat and stepped forward. Although the young master is in the prime of his life, he must also understand that lust is like a knife that cuts to the bone. It must be restrained. Mu Ziyan coughed awkwardly. To be honest, he only had a vague memory of what had happened last night. It could only be said that Ning Hongchen's love potion was too powerful, even he couldn't resist it. Let's not talk about that now. What's the current situation? Mu Ziyan decisively chose to avoid the topic. Jia Sun, upon hearing this, looked around and then spoke softly with a faint smile on his lips. Reporting to the young master, according to the spies I have stationed throughout the city, I can confirm that among the refugees who entered the city yesterday, there were undercover bandits. At these words, everyone's expressions turned cold. Zhang Han said, "These rebels are truly cunning. I'll send men to arrest all those who have infiltrated the city." However, Jia Su heard this and waved his hand to stop him, then spoke confidently. "If my guess is correct, the rebels must be planning to take advantage of our lowered guard and use these infiltrators as inside men to open the city gates. If that's the case, why not turn the tables on them and lure them into a trap?" The generals immediately perked up at the suggestion. At the same time, Ning Hongchen, who had escaped from Anping County, returned to a secret meeting point at the 6th burial hall. As soon as he entered, a cold voice echoed, "Why did you take so long? Was the mission successful?" Ning Hongchen's footsteps halted, and the flush on his face vanished in an instant, returning to the icy expression of a cold-blooded assassin. It failed. All the intelligence on Mu Ziyan from the Intelligence Bureau was incorrect. They all deserved to die. If it weren't for my luck, you wouldn't be here to see me now. The black-clad figure fell into a prolonged silence. Moments later, the icy voice rang out again. "I will report everything that happened truthfully. You should know the consequences of a failed mission. However, the young master favors you greatly. If you agree to his terms, not only will you avoid punishment for this failure, but you may even be allowed to leave the 6 burials. After all, you are just a woman. Take some time to think it over." The black-clad figure's voice faded away, leaving Ning Hongchen in a state of turmoil. As night fell once more, countless shadowy figures gathered in the distance beyond Ping'an County. Gong Sunyi, clad in battle armor, stood at the forefront, with the entire remnant forces of the bandits behind him. A Chang cavalry leader, clad in leather armor, rode up and stood shoulder to shoulder with Gong Sunyi. "You should know this is your last chance." Gong Sunyi's gaze was as calm as a deep, bottomless pool. "If you help me capture Anping County and kill Mu Ziyan, I will give you half of Luzhou." The Chang leader laughed heartily upon hearing this. "I never thought that the once feared Ling Tian warrior of the Great Shu state would end up in such a pitiful state." Gong Sunyi sneered. "As long as I can help the Great Shu restore its kingdom, I have long since abandoned any concern for life, death, or reputation." As the two were chatting idly, on the walls of Anping County, several large red lanterns were hung high. In the darkness of the night, they shone brightly. Gong Sunyi slowly drew the precious sword from his waist and roared, "A battle to the death. Today is the day." Chapter 44, The Final Battle. A thunderclap echoed across the sky. Then, a steady drizzle began to fall. From atop his horse, Gong Sunyi drew his sword and issued an order. "Whoever kills Mu Ziyan tonight will be rewarded with 50,000 taels of silver and promoted 3 ranks." At this moment, Gong Sunyi had already staked everything he had. Amidst the sound of hooves, a mix of bandits and Chang cavalry charged toward Anping County like a venomous snake. At that moment, the gates of Anping County were wide open, and Gong Sunyi charged into the county first. However, upon entering the city, they found it completely silent, with only the crackling sounds of bonfires burning on the walls. A rebel kicked open a wooden house, but the room was empty. "There's no one in the commander's room." Gong Sunyi heard this and immediately sensed something was wrong. The other bandits also shouted in terror. "There's no one in the barracks either." In that instant, Gong Sunny felt a chill run down his spine and shouted immediately. We've fallen into a trap. Retreat quickly. However, the next moment, another thunderclap erupted from the sky. The terrifying thunder illuminated the surroundings as brightly as day. And Gong Sunny witnessed the most unforgettable scene of his life. All around him, countless soldiers stood in formation on the city walls. Their shining armor reflected the blinding lightning. Bows were already drawn, and the cold, gleaming arrowheads were fixed firmly on them. In the rain-soaked night, Mu Ziyan stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with mockery as he looked down at Gong Sunny, who was trapped within the city walls. Since you've come, why bother leaving? Gong Sunny never expected his plan to be uncovered. Retreat! However, it was already too late to flee. With a loud crash, the gates of Anping County were slammed shut. From the shadows emerged Zhao Yun, clad in silver armor, slowly riding out on horseback. Pointing his long spear at Gong Sunny, he spoke coldly. This path is blocked. As the words fell, a sharp scraping sound echoed through the air. Countless barriers were pushed out from all sides, completely blocking Gong Sunny's path forward. Lu Yunxue, holding the long sword, spoke with a stern expression. You are surrounded. A look of fear finally appeared on Gong Sunny's face. On the city walls, Jia Su, dressed in blue, stepped forward slowly. After this battle, Luzhou will be secured. As Jia Su swung his hand downward, the next moment, a piercing sound split the night sky. Countless arrows rained down from the sky. Tens of thousands of bandits and Chang people were all trapped together, unable to dodge. In an instant, the bandits fell like wheat, one after another. A single volley of arrows claimed the lives of a third of the bandits. Gong Sunny raised his sword to block the arrows flying toward him, shouting loudly. Dodge! Dodge! However, the relentless rain of arrows seemed to have no end, continuing to fall endlessly. On the city walls, Mu Ziyan remained calm. As the arrows on the city walls were exhausted, the soldiers of the 5th Army Camp and the assault camp, who had been waiting in readiness, drew their long swords from their waists. The blades glinted with a cold, menacing glow, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Every moment of this scene was relentlessly stimulating everyone's senses. With a loud roar from Zhang Han, countless soldiers charged forward in an instant. Zhao Yun charged into the crowd at the forefront, his long spear darting left and right. Blood gushed forth unceasingly. The ground was covered with a layer of severed limbs and broken bodies. The weapons wielded by the bandits struck the armor of the frontline camp, leaving only white marks. However, the steel blades in the hands of the frontline camp soldiers effortlessly sliced through their bodies. Zhao Yun was now like a killing machine. Wherever his white horse passed, corpses littered the ground. Though alone, he fought with the might of 1,000 soldiers. Lu Yunxue, wielding her long sword like a ghost, demonstrated sword techniques that were the true inheritance of Li Jiuxuan. These bandits had already been terrified out of their wits, and now facing Zhao Yun and Zhang Han, they were utterly powerless to resist. The encirclement slowly tightened, and the vibrations from the ground sent a wave of despair through the bandits. The Chang cavalry roared angrily. We're all going to die because of you, you good for nothing. Gong Sunyi's face was covered in blood, and his long sword was drenched in red. However, there was not a trace of regret or fear on his face, only the calm acceptance of defeat. Amidst the chaos, Gong Sunny gripped his long sword and addressed his brothers guarding him. Today's defeat is entirely my fault. You have done your duty. Even ants cling to life. Brothers, do not sacrifice your lives for me. Gong Sunny had fled the capital of the Chu kingdom to become a bandit in Luzhou, relying solely on the loyalty of his brothers. They had come this far together, and now he had lost everything. There was no need for them to follow him to their deaths. However, as soon as Gong Sunny finished speaking, the bandits who had followed him for years burst into a hearty laugh. Back then, we swore an oath of blood. We did not ask to be born on the same day, but we vowed to die on the same day. Now that you are dead, how can we live alone? At these words, the bandits around him echoed in unison. We'll follow the general to death. This scene left Mu Ziyan momentarily filled with admiration for them. Those who act with righteousness are often butchers, while those who betray their oaths are often scholars. However, on the battlefield, there is no room for mercy. Since you brothers are so close, I suppose you must all go to the underworld together. Upon hearing Mu Ziyan's words, Gong Sunny burst into laughter, pointing his sword at Mu Ziyan and shouting. I am Gong Sunny, the heavenly warrior of the great Chu dynasty. Your father was unable to take my life back then. Can you take mine today? Mu Ziyan, do you dare to fight me to the death? As Gong Sunyi's voice faded, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice. Choice 1, refuse to fight and let Gong Sunny die by the swords of the crowd. Reward, 1 improved textile machine blueprint. Choice 2, accept the challenge and face Gong Sunny in battle. Reward, 1 blueprint for the divine arm crossbow. Please make your choice. On the city walls, the two locked eyes in mid-air. From a rational perspective, even if Mu Ziyan did not intervene, Gong Sunny would inevitably die here today. However, men have never been synonymous with rationality. Mu Ziyan gripped the Fang Tianhuaji tightly, then, under everyone's gaze, leaped directly off the city wall. With a thunderous crash, the immense force sent all the bandits around the landing site flying. Mu Ziyan, with the Fang Tianhua halberd slung over his shoulder and a smile on his lips, spoke amidst the sea of corpses and blood. "Come and fight." Chapter 45, Securing Luzhou. Gong Sunny laughed up at the sky. At that moment, he seemed to have transformed back into the 18-year-old legendary warrior who had once been renowned throughout the land. Kill! A furious roar. Gong Sunny took 3 steps in 2, raised his sword, and swung directly at Mu Ziyan's face. Mu Ziyan raised his square-headed halberd. Clang! The sword and halberd collided, sending a dazzling spark into the night sky. This strike was powerful and heavy, and even Mu Ziyan, who possessed the strength of 10,000 pounds, felt a slight numbness in his wrist for a moment. Gong Sunny, as a legendary warrior of the Ling Tian army, proved his worth with a single strike, forcing Mu Ziyan to immediately regain his composure. In the sea of blood, a light rain fell from the sky. Mu Ziyan's Fang Tianhuaji and Gong Sunyi's longsword collided, sparks flying in all directions. Mu Ziyan's halberd struck down, forcing Gong Sunyi to retreat dozens of steps. "Few can withstand this strike of mine, you are one of them." Upon hearing this, a surge of rage erupted within Gong Sunyi's heart. "Don't get too cocky." With that, Gong Sunyi raised his sword once more and charged forward, his strike carrying the force of 1,000 thunderbolts. Mu Ziyan raised his square-headed halberd to meet it head-on. Those around them heard a deafening crash. The sword and halberd emitted a trembling hum. Gong Sunyi felt a numbing sensation in his palms, sensing the force transmitted through the back of the sword. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter. Thrilling! Thrilling! The mad sword swung like the wind, and Gong Sunyi, like a madman, swung his sword again and again. Like the relentless storm raging today, the attacks came one after another without pause. Rain fell, and blood flowed freely. Mu Ziyan's Fang Tianhuaji swung with each stroke, like rolling thunderclouds, creating a mighty roar. The Fang Tianhuaji, accompanied by the sound of cutting through the wind, struck Gong Sunyi's long sword again and again. This intense and exhilarating battle left everyone in awe. Mu Ziyan swings the Fang Tianhuaji faster and faster, each attack swift and ruthless. At this moment, Gong Sunyi was already at a disadvantage, barely managing to block the attacks. However, as Mu Ziyan delivered his final, all-out strike, Gong Sunyi's long sword could no longer withstand the relentless, wave-like attacks. With a clang, the long sword that had accompanied Gong Sunyi through countless battles and witnessed his fame at the age of 18 shattered into pieces. The sharp square halberd was now pressed against Gong Sunyi's neck. Gazing at the broken sword in his hand, Gong Sunyi's eyes filled with despair. Surveying the surroundings, he saw that all the bandits had been slain. Bodies were piled up in layers, resembling small mountains. The tide had turned, and Gong Sunyi raised his head, letting the rain fall on his face. The past flashed before his eyes, like a fleeting dream. There was no regret for failure on Gong Sunyi's face, only a calm acceptance of death. He murmured, "Though I may die, the great Chu shall never perish. There will be countless others like me who will rise up until the Li dynasty is destroyed." Mu Ziyan pressed his hand against the Fang Tianhuaji, his expression solemn and formal. "As long as I am here, you are but ants shaking a tree." As the words fell, the Fang Tianhua spear flashed by. Gong Sunyi's body fell into the rain. The once feared Ling Tian warrior had finally returned to dust. The torrential rain ceased in the sky as Mu Ziyan stood with his halberd raised, shouting aloud, "The enemy general has been slain. Kneel and surrender, and you shall not be harmed." Zhang Feng of the earth-shattering tigers, engrossed in a fierce battle, gazed at Mu Ziyan amidst the sea of corpses and blood, his shock beyond words. With a clatter, the dagger fell to the ground. Zhang Feng collapsed to his knees, uttering the words, "I surrender." Upon seeing Zhang Feng surrender, a rebel leader roared in anger, "You cowardly traitor!" Before he could finish speaking, a long spear pierced through his chest. Zhao Yun kicked the body away with a single kick, then surveyed the area and coldly said, "If you don't understand the words of the prince of the state, then die." Under the intense intimidation, the remaining bandits all knelt to the ground. This battle was won. 3,000 against 10,000. Not only had they won, but they had won decisively. Gazing at the invincible figure at the center of the battlefield, all the soldiers raised their weapons and shouted in unison, "The Prince of the State! Mighty! Prince of the State! Mighty! Prince of the State! You are mighty!" The cries echoed endlessly, as if they could shatter the very heavens. From this moment onward, everyone knew. The world now had another Prince of the State. Mu Ziyan had proven with absolute strength that he was worthy of taking this position. Standing at the center of the battlefield, Lu Yunxue stared at Mu Ziyan, whose body was covered in blood, and felt a moment of disorientation. Wasn't this exactly the figure she had always aspired to be? The shock Mu Ziyan had caused her today was greater than ever before. Shouldn't this honor have belonged to her beloved Pei Jianji instead? Yet now, the one being cheered on by the crowd was the very person she had abandoned with her own hands. Lu Yunxue's heart was filled with a mix of emotions. With the defeat of Gongsun Yi, the bandits who had been rampaging across Luzhou were suddenly leaderless. Mu Ziyan immediately divided his troops into several groups and advanced simultaneously. Wherever they went, the bandits fled in panic, and capturing cities and territories was as easy as taking candy from a baby. Reports of victories poured in from all directions. In just a few days, nearly the entire region of Luzhou had returned to the control of the Dali dynasty. During the interrogation of the bandits, Mu Ziyan also learned of an insignificant matter. It turned out that Pei Jianji, who had been defeated and captured, had escaped during the night. According to the guards who had been watching over Pei Jianji, after escaping, he had headed straight toward the prefectural seat of Luzhou. Upon hearing this news, Lu Yunxue was lost in thought. The man she had abandoned was fighting to the death in Anping County, while her most favored candidate, Pei Lang, had deserted his post in the face of danger. This was utterly unacceptable to Lu Yunxue. Thus, one early morning, Lu Yunxue mounted her horse and left Anping County to search for Pei Jianji. Mu Ziyan was not the least bit surprised by Lu Yunxue's departure. The most urgent matter at hand was the aftermath of the situation in Luzhou. Although the bandits had been defeated, Luzhou was in ruins. Mu Ziyan could only rush to submit a report to the court, requesting that civil officials be sent immediately to govern Luzhou. When the news of Luzhou's liberation reached the capital, the emperor of the Dali Empire could not stop smiling. Moreover, Mu Ziyan had also managed to eliminate 3,000 Chang cavalrymen during the rebellion, which was an unexpected bonus. In the Hall of Cultivating the Heart, Emperor Xiaoyu looked at the reports from Luzhou in his hands, his mood extremely joyful. Humph! Not only were remnants of the Great Shu involved, but Chang people were also complicit. Gongsun Yi. After 20 years, your desire to destroy my realm still burns within you. Transmit my imperial decree. Launch a nationwide manhunt for the remnants of the Great Shu. I would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let a single one escape. Additionally, immediately have the Ministry of Personnel select suitable candidates to be sent to Luzhou. Taxation in Luzhou shall be exempted for 3 years. Chao Gonggang bowed respectfully. Your Majesty is wise. A few days later, the newly appointed officials for Luzhou arrived in the capital. After completing the handover with the new county magistrate of Anping, Mu Ziyan prepared to lead his troops back to the capital. However, as Mu Ziyan rode his horse to the gate, he saw countless civilians standing on both sides of the road. The crowd was so dense it seemed to stretch all the way to the horizon. As soon as Mu Ziyan appeared, all the people knelt on the ground and shouted in unison. Farewell, Prince of the State. The sound echoed for miles, the best way they could express their gratitude for Mu Ziyan saving them during their darkest hour. At that moment, officials passing through Anping County on their way to take up their posts were deeply moved by the scene. The people lined the streets to see him off, their cries echoing endlessly. When he arrived, the land was barren now. As he departed, it was fertile fields stretching as far as the eye could see. All the officials, upon seeing this, bowed deeply toward Mu Ziyan on horseback. From that moment onward, everyone understood that the once powerful Duke of the State, who had once stood above all but the Emperor, had returned. Chapter 46, Returning in Triumph. Returning all the way from Luzhou to the capital. When Mu Ziyan's army appeared outside the capital, countless civilians had already gathered. Everyone wanted to see what the Duke of Jinghua, who had defeated 10,000 with only 3,000, truly looked like. At that moment, all the generals under Mu Ziyan's command stood tall and proud, ready to embrace the glory that belonged to them. Congratulations to the Jinggui Gong on your triumphant return. Congratulations to the Prince of the State on his triumphant return. Congratulations to the Prince of the State on his triumphant return. The roaring cheers echoed in waves, and soon a sharp, lingering sound grew louder as it approached. The Emperor has arrived. Dawn! 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 A loud drumbeat sounded, and then Emperor Xiaoyu of the Great Li dynasty emerged slowly, surrounded by officials of both the civil and military branches. By all accounts, Mu Ziyan's mission was merely to suppress a rebellion. Such a grand display was unnecessary. But who could deny his status as the sole duke of the realm? This was the proper display of prestige. Mu Ziyan, dressed in full military attire, dismounted his horse and approached Emperor Xiaoyu, bowing deeply. Your servant Mu Ziyan has fulfilled his mission. We have returned victorious today. Emperor Xiaoyu laughed heartily upon hearing this, stepped forward, and helped Mu Ziyan to his feet. Excellent! Excellent! You truly live up to your father's name. Today, I seem to see his shadow in you. Xiao Xiuning, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile. Father, you've been mentioning your name for days now. Xiao Xiuning's faint smile made even the most beautiful flowers in the world pale in comparison. Mu Ziyan suppressed his astonishment and stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have a gift to present to you. Xiaoyu heard this and was quite surprised. Present it at once. As Mu Ziyan waved his hand, Zhao Yun, clad in silver armor, led the horse-drawn carriage that had been traveling for decades to a steady halt. As the black cloth covering the carriage was lifted, countless severed heads of Chang cavalry were neatly arranged inside the carriage. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp in horror. These were indeed the heads of the Chang elite cavalry, and their number was already comparable to a major victory. Xiao Yu's smile grew even broader at the sight. Transmit my imperial decree. Reward the entire army today. These heads of the Chang cavalry shall be displayed throughout the entire realm, so that those foreign tribes may know the fate that awaits them for daring to invade the great Li dynasty. The civil and military officials, upon hearing this, all knelt down and shouted, "Long live the emperor!" At midnight, a grand banquet was held in the palace. Zhang Han, Jia Su, and Zhao Yun were all among the invited guests. However, Lu Yunxue, who had rushed back to the capital, was excluded from the list. Not only was she not invited to the victory banquet, but she wasn't even included in the rewards for the troops. Accompanying her back to the capital was Pei Jianji, who had narrowly escaped death. At that moment, the palace was ablaze with lights. Pei Jianji, his face covered in wounds and looking haggard, wore an expression of hatred. Humph. It was nothing more than defeating a bunch of rebellious peasants. What's there to be so proud of? If it weren't for me leading 3,000 elite troops to wear down these rebels' elite forces, how could Mu Ziyan, a spoiled brat, possibly achieve such military glory? If we're talking about merit, I, Pei Jianji, am no worse than Mu Ziyan. What qualifies him to attend the imperial banquet tonight? It's just because he's the son of the Duke of Xinghua. Pei Jianji felt deeply unjustified. In his eyes, Mu Ziyan had simply stumbled into some luck and claimed credit for others' achievements. Lu Yunxue, standing nearby, could only taste bitterness in her heart. She couldn't think of a response to Pei Jianji's unreasonable argument. After a long pause, Lu Yunxue finally spoke. No matter how you look at it, we have lost this battle. We made bold promises before the emperor, and now we have no idea how to make good on them. Upon hearing this, Pei Jianji's face turned from green to purple. He could convince himself, but he couldn't convince the entire world. It's just a minor defeat. We both once achieved great feats. The emperor won't punish us. At worst, we can earn our military merits back in the future. With our abilities, as long as we don't underestimate the enemy or act recklessly next time, military merits will come easily. Moreover, this time I've already used my family connections to minimize the impact. Swear, you can rest assured. Lu Yunxue heard this and was half believing, half doubting, but seeing Pei Jianji's confident expression, she chose to believe him. After parting ways, Lu Yunxue returned home. As soon as she reached the door, she saw her grandmother rushing out excitedly. Oh my, Swear, why are you back so early? I heard that the emperor is hosting a banquet at the palace. As a rising star in the court, you should take this opportunity to network with some high-ranking officials. Upon hearing this, a wry smile appeared on Lu Yunxue's face. I wasn't invited. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxue's grandmother's expression changed. What? After such a great victory, how could you not be invited to the celebratory banquet? Lu Yunxue remained calm upon hearing this. Defeat came first, and merit came later. Today, the emperor did not directly punish me for dereliction of duty that is already a tremendous grace. Having brought shame upon the court, what right do I have to attend the victory banquet? At these words, the smile on the matriarch's face vanished instantly. You're really going to drive me to my grave. The Lu family is counting on your rewards to buy rice to feed our family. Not only has the construction of your noble mansion come to a halt, but to repay the debts owed to the prince of the state, even the family's fields, houses, and courtyards have been mortgaged, and there are still outstanding debts. The entire family is relying on your generosity to survive, and now you tell me there's nothing? Are you trying to drive this family to ruin? Lu Yunxue heard these words and felt a surge of frustration in her heart. Just then, Lu Ming limped in from outside, excitedly saying, "My dear sister has returned. Today I saw the emperor rewarding the troops with many fine gifts. My dear sister, my brother has been struggling financially lately. Could you lend him a few thousand taels of silver to tide him over?" As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, the grandmother snorted coldly and said, "You still want silver? You, my dear sister, have suffered a defeat. The emperor didn't exterminate our entire Lu family, that's all thanks to the merits of our ancestors." Lu Ming was speechless upon hearing this. What? Defeat? Lu Ming thought carefully for a moment before responding. Right, that's probably correct. I heard that we lost the first battle, but didn't we win every battle after that? I saw it with my own eyes. The heads of those Chang people filled several carts. Mu Ziyan, clad in armor and riding a fiery red-brown steed, was simply too cool. If only you hadn't broken up with Mu Ziyan, I could have borrowed that horse for a ride to satisfy my curiosity. Lu Ming's words were like a knife straight to Lu Yunshue's heart. Lu Jia's grandmother also scolded him at that moment. If it weren't for your reckless behavior back then, how could the Lu family have fallen to this state today? With Mu Ziyan's current status, our Lu family would undoubtedly be one of the most prestigious families in the capital. Lu Yunxue, unable to bear it any longer, stood up and left. Lu Ming, seeing this, couldn't help but sigh deeply. If my younger sister could reconcile with Mu Ziyan, all the current difficulties facing the Lu family would be easily resolved. Upon hearing this, the matriarch of the Lu family suddenly brightened her eyes. There may still be room for negotiation. Romantic relationships are meant to have their ups and downs, and besides, they are already engaged. As the saying goes, couples may quarrel in bed but still share the same mattress. Right now, Mu Ziyan is merely angry with your sister. Men value their pride. If your sister is willing to give Mu Ziyan a way out, the two of them might just be able to reconcile. Chapter 47, The Imperial Match. Within the palace, cups clinked and guests departed in high spirits. As the undisputed first-ranking hero, Mu Ziyan naturally couldn't avoid social obligations. Fortunately, the alcohol in the Greatly Kingdom was of low proof, still within Mu Ziyan's tolerable limits. If it had been the strong liquor he brewed himself, Mu Ziyan would have collapsed long ago. At midnight, just as Mu Ziyan was about to return to his residence, he was stopped by Chao Gonggang. Prince Mu, the emperor requests your presence. Though he had no idea why Xiaoyu had summoned him in the middle of the night, Mu Ziyan followed nonetheless. Inside the hall of cultivating the mind, wisps of incense smoke drifted in the air. Despite the late hour, the hall was brightly lit. By the desk, Xiaoyu was intently painting. Xiaoyu was undoubtedly a wise ruler under his reign. The Great Li dynasty flourished. Perhaps because he was not the heir apparent, he strove for perfection in everything he did. Your servant pays his respects to his majesty. Mu Ziyan bowed respectfully. Xiaoyu, still engrossed in his painting, did not look up but spoke casually. Come here and take a look at my painting. The two seemed not like ruler and subject, but rather like old friends. Such favor was bestowed upon only one man in the entire realm, the Duke of Xinghua. Mu Ziyan stepped forward and saw a tiger vividly rendered on the. Your Majesty has excellent brushwork. Xiaoyu laughed heartily upon hearing this, then set down the fine wolf hairbrush in his hand and said, This battle was well fought. 3,000 against 10,000, and the enemy's commander was none other than the renowned Ling Tian war general Gong Sunyi. To emerge victorious so decisively is truly no small feat. Mu Ziyan smiled. It was the result of the united efforts of all the generals, it was not the achievement of one person alone. You're not greedy, you truly have your father's traits. Sit. Xiaoyu and Mu Ziyan sat side by side. If this scene were to be revealed, it would likely shock many people. The 3,000 elite troops of the Great Li dynasty were lost in the battle led by Pei Jian. According to military law, they should have been punished severely. However, many voices in the court advocated for a lighter punishment as a warning. Therefore, I did not punish him today. Do you harbor any resentment in your heart? Mu Ziyan remained calm upon hearing this. Your servant harbors no resentment. I only feel that the 3,000 soldiers who perished at Luzhou were not given their due. They could have achieved great things. Xiaoyu cast an approving glance at Mu Ziyan. Mu Ziyan's broad-mindedness is precisely the essential quality of a military leader. Those with narrow-mindedness will never go far in life. Though I am the emperor, there are some matters that cannot be entirely within my control. The aristocratic clans, the officials, and the intricate web of relationships within the court are deeply intertwined. I need someone who can clear all obstacles for me. Xiaoyu's words were no longer hints, he was openly indicating his intention to treat Mu Ziyan as a trusted confidant. However, being the emperor's confidant means standing against everyone else and becoming a lone minister. On the other hand, as long as you can maintain the emperor's trust, you will forever hold absolute power over the court. Upon this thought, Mu Ziyan bowed and said, I am willing to risk my life for the emperor. Xiaoyu's smile couldn't be contained. Behind Pei Jianji stands the Qinghe Pei clan. What about Lu Yunxue? As the deputy commander, she cannot escape blame either. Although Lu Yunxue was defeated in battle, she did not desert her post. Her merits and faults shall be judged according to the laws of the court. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's estimation of Mu Ziyan rose by 3 points. Such a fair, impartial, and upright person was indeed rare. In Mu Ziyan, he saw all the virtues of a great statesman: tolerance, fairness, and extraordinary ability. With this thought, Xiaoyu stroked his chin and made up his mind. In this battle, you have brought glory to the Great Li Kingdom and slain 3,000 Shang cavalry. I should reward you generously. However, you are already a high-ranking official, commanding a large army, and still quite young. Promoting you further or bestowing titles might invite criticism, and monetary rewards are too mundane. Xiaoyu changed the subject with a smile. Therefore, I shall bestow upon you a marriage alliance today. Mu Ziyan froze in place upon hearing this, but before he could react, Xiaoyu continued. I have 13 children in total, and the 9th is the one I favor most. If she were a son, I would have made him crown prince. Over the years, I have been searching for a suitable husband for the 9th child. By now, all her brothers and sisters have already married, leaving her alone. I cannot help but feel anxious, but I insist on finding the right husband for her, even if it means waiting longer. At last, I have found a suitable husband for her. I can entrust her to you with peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Mu Ziyan froze in place. No way? The surprise came so quickly? Xiao Xiaoning's face, as beautiful as a heavenly maiden, flashed through Mu Ziyan's mind. Mu Ziyan scratched his head and laughed. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What if the 9th princess doesn't like me? Xiao Yu heard this and glared at him. Since ancient times, marriage has been arranged by parents and matchmakers. Whether you like her or not can be cultivated later. You're a man of honor, can't you handle a little woman? If I find out you dare to bully little 9, don't blame me for not sparing you. This matter is decided for now. I will have the Astronomical Bureau select an auspicious date and then issue an edict for the two of you to marry. Xiao Yu left Mu Ziyan no room to refuse. After speaking, he immediately dismissed Mu Ziyan. Even after leaving the Yangxin Palace, Mu Ziyan still felt dazed. Xiao Gongdong, who was leading the way, smiled and said, "Congratulations to the Duke. Congratulations to the Duke." Mu Ziyan couldn't help but smile wryly. Xiao Xiuning was no ordinary woman, her beauty was merely the least remarkable aspect of her. As the first lady of the capital, marrying such a woman was honestly putting a lot of pressure on Mu Ziyan. Mu Ziyan could only sigh helplessly at this moment. What a wicked feudal society. Compared to marrying a wife, another more important matter was echoing in Mu Ziyan's mind. That was becoming a loyal minister. Throughout history, loyal ministers had never ended well. Because as an emperor's loyal minister, one is naturally a target for everyone. Although they could rise to the highest ranks and wield immense power, they also had to endure countless open and covert attacks from others. His own father was the best example of this. However, for Mu Ziyan at this moment, it was like having too many fleas, they didn't bother him. After all, there are plenty of people in the court who want him dead, so why not just go all out and do as he pleases? Let's stir up this realm until it's in complete chaos. Chapter 48, Planting Sweet Potatoes. Upon returning to the Jinguigong mansion from the imperial palace, Jia Su and Zhao Yun had been waiting for some time. At present, both Jia Su and Zhao Yun had been rewarded for their contributions in suppressing the rebellion and had moved into the Jinguigong mansion together. The three of them stayed up late into the night, discussing matters by candlelight. Mu Ziyan also told the two about the emperor's plan to make him a loyal minister. In the dim candlelight, Jia Su's expression grew somber, and he spoke. As the saying goes, when the tree wants to be still, the wind does not cease. Your position is now second to none, above all others. Now, with the momentum of this great victory, you will inevitably arouse the jealousy of those in the court who harbor ill intentions. Moreover, the cause of the old prince of the state's death remains unclear, and there are still hidden hands lurking in the court. The emperor's actions are not merely to make you his sword, but also to protect you. Moreover, arranging your marriage with the 9th princess will further demonstrate to the world the close bond between you and the emperor, deterring those who might otherwise act against you. For the young master, this is a win-win situation. Zhao Yun nodded in agreement. However, throughout history, only the bond of kinship can truly earn trust. Though it is said that the imperial family is heartless, if the young master becomes the prince consort, having the princess as his backing will make it much easier for him to act behind the scenes in the future. The two of them quickly analyzed the situation before Mu Ziyan, leaving him with a clear understanding of the situation, as if the clouds had been parted. The three talked until midnight before parting ways. The next morning, Mu Ziyan woke up early. The chili seeds he had planted in the backyard had already sprouted, and it wouldn't be long before Mu Ziyan could fulfill his dream of eating hot pot in the Great Li dynasty. However, what was more important than chili seeds at the moment was sweet potato seeds. Chili peppers were merely a seasoning, but sweet potatoes were different, they were a true lifesaver. This crop is not only drought-resistant but also highly productive and easy to store. In an era where 95% of the population couldn't even afford a proper meal, the arrival of sweet potatoes was an absolute beacon of hope for the common folk. After all, in this era, a single drought could lead to widespread famine and people resorting to cannibalism. Currently, there is only 1 pound of sweet potato seeds, enough for no more than half an acre of land, making them extremely precious. Mu Ziyan specifically sent Jia Su to the labor market to recruit over 10 skilled farmers, then selected several of the most fertile plots from the land owned by the Prince of Jingua's mansion to use as experimental fields. To ensure the sweet potatoes grow safely, Mu Ziyan selected 300 elite soldiers from the frontline camp to guard the experimental fields day and night. The August sky was sweltering, yet Mu Ziyan seemed to be enjoying himself. Jia Sun, standing nearby, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Young master, can this really be as miraculous as you say?" Jia Sun was referring to the sweet potatoes being planted. Mu Ziyan carefully planted a sweet potato seed into the soil and then smiled. Currently, the best fertile fields in the Great Li Kingdom yield no more than 400 pounds per acre. However, the sweet potato seeds we are planting today can yield up to 10,000 pounds per acre. These words left Jia Sun speechless, standing frozen in place for a long time. At that moment, Jia Sun finally understood why Mu Ziyan was so concerned about just a few acres of land. He even went so far as to personally come down to plant the seeds. A crop that could yield 10,000 pounds per acre was no longer a matter of importance, it was something that, once word got out, would inevitably attract the attention of countless powerful clans. This was enough to overturn a nation. After a long while, Jia Su finally snapped out of his daze and bowed deeply toward Mu Ziyan. On behalf of the people of the realm, I thank you, young master. No one understood the importance of sweet potatoes to the common people better than he did. Just as Mu Ziyan was still lost in his vision of a future where everyone in the world could eat their fill, Jiayan reported that Princess Xiao Xiuning had arrived. Upon hearing the name Xiao Xiuning, Mu Ziyan felt an inexplicable sense of unease. However, his current appearance, covered in mud, was rather unsightly. Just as Mu Ziyan was about to go change his clothes, Xiao Xiuning, dressed in a silk robe, appeared at the edge of the field. Under the sunlight, the golden phoenix embroidered on her silk robe seemed to come to life, as if it were about to soar into the sky at any moment. Her fair and delicate features resembled those of a celestial maiden, too beautiful to be approached. At that moment, the goddess of the Luo River described by Chao Ji, as fleeting as a swan, seemed to have taken on a tangible form. For a moment, Mu Ziyan was so captivated that he couldn't tear his eyes away. Until Xiao Xiuning's voice echoed through the air. I never expected the prince of the state to know how to farm. Xiao Xiuning's gentle voice made Mu Ziyan feel a bit embarrassed. He wiped the dirt off his hands and smiled. I've made the princess laugh. The 4 occupations of the state are scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Farming is the foundation of the nation. How could I mock you? It must be said that despite being raised in the imperial family with a life of luxury, she still possessed such knowledge and a broad-mindedness. No wonder Xiao Yu was so fond of her. I already know about the matter last night when my father intended to marry me to you. Xiao Xiuning's sudden remark made Mu Ziyan feel a bit uneasy. It's all the emperor's fault for arranging this marriage. As Mu Ziyan finished speaking, a faint fragrance suddenly wafted to his nostrils. Looking up, he saw Xiao Xiuning's nearly flawless face just an inch away from his own. Do you not like me? Instantly, Mu Ziyan's heart began to race wildly. Princess Xiao is as beautiful as a heavenly maiden, a model for all women in the world. Who among men would not admire her? Xiao Xiuning's face moved even closer to Mu Ziyan's. Then why do you look so upset? Mu Ziyan was at a loss for words upon hearing this. Seeing this, Xiao Xiuning spoke as if jealous. Everyone in the capital knows that you, the Duke of Mu, are a man deeply in love. Back then, you caused a stir by having the entire city filled with peach blossoms for one person. Back then, I was young and did many foolish things. Those days are long gone. Why dwell on the past? Xiao Xiuning's lips curled into a faint smile. Let us go for a stroll in the streets. Without waiting for Mu Ziyan's response, she turned and walked away. However, before Xiao Xiuning could take 2 steps forward, she heard the sound of horse hooves approaching from behind. The next moment, Mu Ziyan appeared, riding his red horse at full speed. Mu Ziyan reached out his hand toward Xiao Xiuning. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Xiuning found herself instinctively grasping Mu Ziyan's outstretched hand. A gentle breeze then blew across her face, rustling her hair. When she opened her eyes again, Xiao Xiuning was already on the horse's back. Mu Ziyan held the reins tightly and smiled. Princess, hold on tight. Before Xiao Xiuqing could react, Chitu the horse charged forward like a whirlwind. Xiao Xiuning quickly wrapped her arms around Mu Ziyan's chest, her body pressing tightly against him. Feeling the soft touch against his chest, Mu Ziyan laughed heartily, and the red horse beneath him sped up even more. Jiasu and Jiayun stood between the fields, watching Mu Ziyan's figure fade into the distance, and couldn't help but laugh. What a handsome couple. Chapter 49, I may not understand the principles, but I know a thing or two about martial arts. After entering the city, Mu Ziyan and Xiao Xiuning both changed into different sets of clothes. After all, Xiao Xiuning's court attire was simply too eye-catching. However, even in simpler attire, Xiao Xiuning's beauty and elegance were impossible to hide. One was as beautiful as a fairy, the other as vigorous as a young warrior. As they walked side by side on the bustling street, they immediately drew the attention of countless onlookers. As the most prosperous city in the realm, the streets of the capital were bustling with vendors hawking their wares. And among the crowd, many scholars carrying folding fans moved through the throng. Xiao Xiuqing walked and looked around, finding everything before her eyes so fascinating. Just then, a loud argument erupted in the distance. You dare to steal my money? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll change my surname. Someone, come and smash the stall. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. At those words, several young men dressed like scholars rushed forward and overturned the vendor's stall. The exquisite jewelry scattered on the ground was crushed under their feet. The vendor, seeing this, immediately knelt down on the ground, bowing his head repeatedly as he pleaded. Sir, please spare me. Take this hairpin, I want to take your money. Before he could finish, the man who had shouted earlier sneered disdainfully, wrapping his arm around a heavily made-up woman in his arms and coldly snorted. Do you think I'm the kind of person who needs a few silver coins from you? Dare to sell me counterfeit goods? You've made me lose face in front of this beauty. I'm teaching you a lesson today. Don't you dare take money from anyone. The woman in his arms raised her voice, feigning tears, and said, Mr. Pei, the sisters in the courtyard are mocking me to death. What fine jade. It's just a worthless piece of rock. The leading scholar tightened his grip on the alluring woman, pulling her closer, his smile tinged with lust. Don't be afraid, beauty. This gentleman will help you vent your anger today. Later, I'll take you to the finest jewelry shop and let you choose whatever you like. Hit her. Hit her harder. As the words fell, the other scholars accompanying him struck even harder. The vendor lay curled up on the ground, too afraid to resist. The onlookers, seeing this, pointed and gawked, though they had been furious earlier. After all, business transactions are based on mutual consent. One cannot demand a refund after paying. However, upon hearing that the man was from the Pei family, those who had intended to speak up for justice all fell silent. Looking at the scene before him, Mu Zian couldn't help but frown and ask, "Someone from the Pei family?" Xiao Xiuning looked serious and nodded. "That's correct. Soon it will be time for the imperial examinations." Every year at this time, scholars from all over the Great Li Kingdom flock to the capital. The Pei family of Qinghe has been quite fortunate in recent years, with many of their sons passing the examinations and becoming officials. Their influence in the imperial court has also grown significantly. However, the Pei family's ambitions now extend beyond the ranks of civil officials. They have also made strategic moves within the military. Mu Zian asked in surprise. Pei Jianji? They want both military and political power. The Pei family has some serious ambitions. Xiao Xiuning sighed lightly. The officials in the imperial court are merely spokespeople for the major aristocratic clans. Their relationships are complex and intertwined, and even my father, the emperor, must tread carefully around them. In recent years, although my father has made great efforts to support the children of humble families, the results have been minimal. These aristocratic families have been actively suppressing the children of humble backgrounds. For those talented scholars from humble origins, they first offer them favors and take them under their wing. If they refuse, they are suppressed and marginalized. Upon hearing this, Mu Zian also felt a chill run down his spine. The arrogance of the aristocratic families was evident. This reminded Mu Zian of the underhanded tactics used by Huang Laoyi against Zhang Maji in Let the Bullets Fly. Inviting guests, beheading, and taking them as dogs. Looking at it this way, it seems that they have always followed the same pattern throughout history. The young man from the Pei family, having overturned someone's stall and still unsatisfied, picked up a piece of wood from the ground and sneered. Today, this young master is in a good mood. I'll spare your life, but you'll lose one of your legs. A seductive woman nearby, seeing this, immediately squeaked in a high-pitched voice. Lord Pei is mighty. As he spoke, he raised the wooden stick in his hand and swung it toward the vendor's thigh. The crowd around them quickly covered their eyes, and the vendor was now in a state of utter despair. However, just then, a whistling sound of wind swept in. The next moment, a crisp slap echoed through the air. Everyone slowly opened their eyes to see that the once arrogant young man from the Pei family was now lying on the ground, sprawled out in a heap. His once fair and flawless cheeks were now swollen to an alarming height. Half of his teeth had been knocked out. Everyone looked over to see a figure in white robes standing arrogantly at the center. It was none other than Mu Zian. The few scholars who had been following the young man from the Pei family snapped back to their senses and rushed forward to help him up. The young man from the Pei family was clearly still dazed, and the few scholars following him pointed at Mu Zian in horror. You lowly commoner! How dare you attack someone in broad daylight? Do you know who he is? He is Pei Xiaoming, the fifth young master of the Qinghe Pei family. You dare lay a hand on the Pei young master? You're as good as dead. Before the words had even finished, Mu Zian raised his hand and slapped him again. The scholar who had been shouting moments ago was sent flying through the air, spinning 180 degrees before crashing to the ground. Mu Zian surveyed the area coldly. Is this what you learned from the classics to oppress the common people? The scholars, hearing this, stiffened their necks and said, We are all students of the Great Li Academy. If you dare to lay a finger on us, the imperial court will not spare you. Before they could finish, a cold voice rang out from the crowd. If the Great Li Academy is filled with useless trash like you who only know how to oppress the innocent, it would be better to close its doors altogether. The crowd parted to the sides. Xiao Xiuning, with a furious expression, stepped out from the crowd. At that moment, Pei Xiaoming, who had been knocked unconscious, came to his senses. Feeling the intense pain on his cheeks, he glared at Mu Zian with bloodshot eyes and shouted, I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Xiao Xiuning snorted coldly. Kill me? The Pei family sure talks big. Just then, a commotion erupted from beyond the crowd. Get out of the way. All of you, get out of the way. Don't block the path. Several constables pushed their way through the crowd. As soon as they entered, they shouted arrogantly, What is going on here? Before he could finish, a scholar pointed at Mu Zian and shouted, It's this madman. He dared to injure the fifth young master of the Pei family in broad daylight. Upon hearing that it was the son of the Pei family, the constables immediately adopted a fawning expression. Oh, no wonder I heard magpies chirping this morning. It was because we encountered the fifth young master of the Pei family. Young Master Pei, please rest assured we will handle this matter. We will give you a satisfactory resolution today. The woman who had been embraced by the fifth young master of the Pei family earlier was now screaming, "Arrest them all! Arrest them!" Upon hearing this, the leader of the constables turned around and glared at Mu Zian with a fierce expression. "You dare to harm someone under the emperor's watch? You're lucky to fall into our hands today. Brothers, grab him. The Pei young master will surely reward us." As soon as he finished speaking, several constables drew their swords from their waists and glared coldly at Mu Zian. "Kneel down obediently, and you'll suffer less pain." Mu Zi sneered. "Shut up." The constables flew into a rage at his words, drawing their swords and lunging toward Mu Zian. Before their swords could even come down, Mu Zian's fists had already struck their faces. With a loud crash, the once arrogant and tyrannical constables were sent flying by Mu Zian's single punch. The leader of the constables, seeing this, was utterly shocked, his hand trembling as he gripped his sword. You, don't come any closer." Mu Zian turned his head to glance at Xiao Xiuning. Xiao Xiuning nodded. Upon receiving the signal, Mu Zian shrugged his shoulders and sneered. "If you don't understand reason, I do know a thing or two about martial arts." Chapter 50. It's hard for a poor family to raise a noble son. The head of the constables turned pale at the sight. Just as he tried to flee, Mu Zian grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. People like this, who bully the weak and fear the strong, didn't evoke any sense of guilt in Mu Zian when he disciplined them. Xiao Xiuning was well aware of Mu Zian's capabilities. Don't cause a fatality. Such scum should be dealt with by the authorities. Mu Zian nodded and swiftly threw the head of the constables like a bowling ball. The other officers who followed tried to catch him, but as soon as they made contact, they were all knocked flying along with him. The onlookers cheered at the sight. This scene left the disciples of the academy speechless with shock. They never imagined that the Mu Zian before them could be so bold and reckless. I'll tell you, my father is the left censor of the Ministry of Revenue. If you dare lay a finger on me, my father will never forgive you. That's right. My grandfather is the Grand Steward of the Imperial Granary. Realizing they were out of their league, these people immediately brought out their connections. Xiao Xiuning, standing nearby, grew increasingly displeased as she listened. Mu Zian stood in front of Xiao Xiuning, disdainfully cleaning his ears. In the eyes of the common people, these individuals might be seen as high-ranking officials and nobles. But in Mu Zian's eyes, they were no different from rotten fish and shrimp. Don! 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 A steady rhythm of footsteps grew louder as they approached. The onlookers scattered immediately upon hearing the sound. The next moment, a group of well-equipped Jinwu guards emerged from the street. Seeing Jinwu Guard Captain Pei Xiaoming and his men was like seeing their own fathers. These Jinwu guards were one of the 5 elite imperial guards of the capital, responsible for city defense patrols and possessing the authority to act first and report later. A scholar, seeing this, shouted as if he had found a lifeline. "Golden Guard officers, save us." After speaking, the scholar turned to Mu Zian and said, "I'll see how you dare to be so arrogant in front of the Jinwu guards." Mu Zian heard this and looked up, but a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips, for he had spotted a familiar face among the Jinwu guards. As the Jinwu guard approached, a scholar immediately stepped forward and began to plead. "Sir, I am a scholar from the Great Li Academy. Today, I went out to sightsee with my classmates, but we encountered this thug. Not only did he injure the 5th young master of the Pei family, but he also dared to lay a hand on the capital's constables. He is completely lawless. Please, Golden Guard, enforce the law fairly and apprehend this villain for the people of the capital city." Mu Zian heard this and smiled slightly, but said nothing. Pei Xiaoming, seeing this, flew into a rage and pointed at Mu Zian, shouting, "You dare to act so brazenly in front of the Golden Guard? You clearly have no regard for the law of the land. The Jinwu Guard has the authority to act first and report later. Kneel down and surrender immediately. Otherwise, your head will be forfeit." Before Pei Xiaoming could finish his threat, everyone heard a loud slap. A slap accompanied by a gust of wind landed on his face. Pei Xiaoming was struck so hard that half of his teeth were knocked out. His face, which had been swollen on one side, was now symmetrical. The sudden scene left everyone present frozen in place. Just as everyone was at a loss, the general leading the Jinwu guards knelt down on one knee, clasped his hands together, and said, "Your humble servant, Shinkangwu, commander of the Imperial Guards, pays his respects to Her Royal Highness the 9th Princess. Pays his respects to the Duke of Jinghua." Indeed, the man who had arrived was none other than Shinkangwu, who had nearly been crushed by Mu Zian's single punch earlier. Pei Xiaoming was stunned. The other students from the academy were also dumbfounded. "Princess? Princess? The Duke of the State?" Xiao Xiuning stepped out from behind Mu Zian and spoke calmly. "Rise." "Thank you, Princess." Shinkangwu stood up and looked around, his eyes filled with such ferocity that everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Xiao Xiuning was the most beloved daughter of the current emperor. Pei Xiaoming felt his legs give way, and he immediately knelt on the ground, bowing his head toward Xiao Xiuqing and hurriedly said, It was my fault for being so blind as to offend the princess. Please punish me. The other scholars also knelt on the ground in unison. This time, they had not only hit a brick wall, but a red-hot one at that. Xiao Xiuqing's expression was icy cold. Have you all read the sacred texts until they were devoured by dogs? What you have done today will be reported to the emperor in full, so that he may know how you, as disciples of the academy, dare to bully others. Pei Xiaoming, who was kneeling on the ground, had completely lost his earlier arrogant and domineering demeanor. Mu Ziyan crossed his arms across his chest and smiled as he spoke from the side. To dare to offend a princess in broad daylight, what punishment does such a crime deserve? Shin Kangwu replied immediately. According to the laws of the Great Li dynasty, the punishment is exile to a place 3,000 li away. At those words, Pei Xiaoming felt a sudden darkness overtake him, and he fainted from sheer terror. Xiao Xiuning frowned upon seeing this and spoke. Imprison all of them. I will inform my father, the emperor, of this matter, and he will make the final decision. As you command. Shin Kangwu waved his hand, and the golden guards immediately surrounded the scholars and arrested them on the spot. Don't arrest me. I don't know them. The woman who had earlier been relying on Pei Xiaoming's influence to intimidate others was now completely panicked. She hurriedly distanced herself from them. However, the Jinwu guards wouldn't give her a chance to explain. They grabbed her by the hair and dragged her away. This scene caused the surrounding crowd to cheer and clap in approval. After this incident, Xiao Xiuning no longer felt like continuing her stroll. The immense power of the Pei family was evident from today's events. The next day, several shocking pieces of news reached the imperial court. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue was arrested by imperial decree for corruption and embezzlement, with his entire family exiled to the frontier. The Grand Minister of Agriculture was directly demoted to commoner. The most unexpected development was that Pei Xiaoming had apparently committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Of course, this was only the official account. Mu Ziyan, however, did not believe that Pei Xiaoming would have committed suicide. However, Mu Ziyan had indeed witnessed the ruthlessness of the Pei family firsthand. They could kill their own bloodline without a second thought. No wonder they had risen to become one of the first-class aristocratic families of the Great Li dynasty in just 100 years. Just as Mu Ziyan was still marveling at the unpredictability of the world, Jia Sun arrived to report that an imperial edict had been issued from the palace. Mu Ziyan changed into his gilded python robe and went to the front courtyard. At that moment, Chao Gonggang, dressed in a crimson palace robe, wore a faint smile on his face. The Duke of Jinghua, please receive the imperial edict. Mu Ziyan clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. This servant receives the imperial edict. By the mandate of the Heavenly Emperor, it is decreed that Jingguigong Mu Ziyan, for his meritorious service in suppressing the rebellion, is hereby conferred the title of Jingxi Grade Zhongwu General. He is also granted a jade sash, 1,000 taels of gold, 10,000 strings of cash, and a quantity of silk and brocade. Upon hearing the imperial edict, Mu Ziyan's heart swelled with emotion. After all, the title of Jingguigong was merely a title with no real power. However, with the actual position of loyal marshal general, Mu Ziyan finally felt truly complete. For a military officer, nothing was more reassuring than military power. Just as Mu Ziyan was feeling excited, Chao Gonggang suddenly raised his voice and said, "The Jingguigong is a man of both military and civil prowess, a pillar of the nation. Now, the imperial examination is a matter of utmost importance for the state. Therefore, it is hereby ordered that the Jingguigong Mu Ziyan be appointed as the supervisor of the imperial examination, to report directly to the emperor, ensuring the fairness of the examination and upholding the dignity of our dynasty." So be it. Mu Ziyan's smile froze on his face. Just 2 days ago, Xiao Xiuning had told him that the court's efforts to select candidates from humble backgrounds were facing strong resistance from the aristocratic families, making the task extremely difficult. And now they've suddenly handed him this hot potato? Even a fool could tell that Xiao Xiuning had suggested this. However, since the imperial edict had already been issued, Mu Ziyan could only reluctantly accept it. Chao Gonggang looked at Mu Ziyan, who was clearly displeased, and spoke softly to comfort him. The emperor said that the duke should do his best, as the ailment of the aristocratic families cannot be eradicated overnight. The emperor had entrusted this matter to Mu Ziyan in the first place with little expectation of success. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've triggered a choice. Choice 1, stay true to your duties and observe the struggle between the humble and the aristocratic families. Reward, the 300 Tang poems. Choice 2, do your best to protect the scholars from humble backgrounds. Reward, a mysterious beauty. Please make your choice. Chapter 51, The Arrival of the Famous Courtesan. Since the establishment of the imperial examination system and the Great Li dynasty, the struggle for power among the aristocratic families has been fierce and bloody. The aristocratic families controlled the government and enjoyed a monopoly on knowledge, while the children of humble families were constantly oppressed. After all, the imperial examinations were the exclusive domain of the aristocratic families, and no outsiders were permitted to interfere. However, since I have come all this way, wouldn't it be a waste not to make a name for myself? Please convey to His Majesty that I will certainly fulfill His Majesty's trust. Chao Gonggong's face lit up with a bright smile. Lord Mu has such courage, I admire you. I will certainly report your resolve to the Emperor. With that, Chao Gonggang bowed deeply and retreated from the Jinguigong mansion. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making your decision. Would you like to summon a mysterious figure? Mu Zian heard this and immediately rubbed his hands together. In the previous two summons, one had brought Jia Su, and the other had brought Zhao Yun. This time, Mu Zian was naturally filled with excitement. Begin summoning. Ding! The system is summoning. Please wait. Under Mu Zian's eager gaze, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have summoned one of the 8 beauties of the Qinhuai River in the late Ming dynasty and one of the 4 great courtesans of Chinese history, Lu Ruoshi of Hadong. Upon hearing the name Lu Ruoshi, Mu Zian froze in place. Alright. Is this how you play, system? As the system had described, Lu Ruoshi was indeed a legendary woman of her time. Not only was she a talented woman of the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, but she also possessed a strong sense of national pride. However, simply stating this might not fully highlight Lu Ruoshi's national integrity. Her husband was Qian Qianni, the leader of the Donglin party at the time. Those 2 famous lines that have been passed down through the ages: the water is too cold, I'll surrender to the Qing dynasty. My head is itching, I'll shave my hair and grow a Qing-style queue. She was truly a representative figure of cowardice. Just as Mu Zian was marveling at how a renowned scholar couldn't match the integrity of a courtesan, a servant came to announce at the door. Master, there is a woman outside seeking an audience. She says. The servant stammered, and Mu Zian, seeing this, couldn't help but feel confused. What did she say? The servant swallowed hard before continuing. She says she is your wife. Mu Zian froze in place, realizing that the system had taken things a bit too far this time. Moments later, Lu Ruoshi, dressed in a pale yellow goose-down skirt, appeared before Mu Zian. If Xiao Xiaoning's beauty was that of a noble and ethereal goddess, like a celestial maiden descending from the moon, then Lu Ruoshi's beauty was that of a delicate and graceful young woman, soft yet strong, just like the moonlight of yesteryear. Lu Ruoshi's makeup was simple, her long hair carefully tied into a bun, with only 2 plain hairpins as decoration. Though simple, it was elegant and refined, exuding a natural beauty that was both charming and alluring. Mu Zian was examining Lu Ruoshi, while Lu Ruoshi was also curiously examining Mu Zian. Before Mu Zian could speak, Lu Ruoshi directly pulled out a document from her sleeve. This humble maiden is Lu Ruoshi, sent by my father to fulfill our agreement. Mu Zian took the letter from Lu Ruoshi and read it, feeling both amused and exasperated. It turned out that many years ago, when Mu Zhenying was still a soldier, he had saved a fellow villager surnamed Lu on the battlefield. That fellow villager, to repay Mu Zhenying, had vowed that if he ever had a daughter, she would marry Mu Zhenying's son. At the time, the world was in chaos, and Mu Zhenying didn't know if he would survive, so he agreed. The 2 sealed their vow with a letter as proof. However, later on, Mu Zhenying rose to prominence and became the Duke of the Great Li dynasty. He had long since forgotten about this matter. However, no one could have imagined that what was once a casual promise would now become reality. Mu Zian could only say, the system really has a way with words. Why not write novels instead? Looking at Lu Ruoshi before him, Mu Zian felt a headache coming on. After all, just a short while ago, the emperor had just agreed to marry the princess to him. Now, out of nowhere, he had gained a wife whose origins were unknown. Lu Ruoshi, seeing the expression on Mu Zian's face, spoke calmly. This was my father's dying wish. If the Duke finds me unworthy, it can be nothing more than a joke. I will not cause any trouble. With that, Lu Ruoshi turned to leave. Mu Zian, seeing this, hurriedly called out. Where are you going? Lu Ruoshi glanced back at him. My parents are dead, and my promise is fulfilled. I am alone in this world. Why should I linger here? Mu Zian heard this and felt a chill run down his spine. Truly a loyal and virtuous woman who could not be swayed by wealth or love, but only by her hatred for her country and her family. Mu Zian had no choice but to obediently invite Lu Ruoshi into the mansion. Once inside the mansion, Lu Ruoshi immediately got to work. In just a few days, she had the entire Jinguigong mansion running smoothly, giving off the air of a true mistress of the house. Previously, it had been Jia Sun who had been assisting with management. When it came to military strategy and decision-making, Jia Sun could indeed be called a master strategist who could decide the outcome of a battle from afar. However, when it came to managing the inner affairs of the household, Jia Su truly couldn't hold a candle to Lu Ruoshi. Lu Ruoshi's matters would have to be explained to Xiao Xiaoning later, but the imperial examinations were the top priority at the moment. At midnight, the candlelight flickered in the study as Mu Zian pondered how to complete his supervisory task. Moreover, over the past few days, through Li Jiuxian, Mu Zian had obtained a great deal of information from the Imperial City Bureau. In recent years, nearly half of the successful candidates in the imperial examinations had some connection to the Pei family. The closer the connection, the higher the ranking in the examinations. Even Lu Yunxue wouldn't believe there was no foul play involved. Moreover, this time, the supervising examiners for the imperial examinations were not just Mu Ziyan alone. There is also one chief examiner and 2 deputy examiners. They are Sun Ning, the current Minister of Justice Li Ping, the left Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and Zhao Engua, the right Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rights. According to information obtained by Jia Sun, among the 3, Minister of Justice Sun Ning is the son-in-law of the Pei family, while the other 2 have all received favors from the Pei family. The more Mu Ziyan looked at the information, the more astonished he became. He never imagined that the Pei family's influence in the imperial court was so vast. Just as Mu Ziyan was deep in thought, a faint smell of blood suddenly filled the air. Mu Ziyan's eyes narrowed sharply. He rose to his feet and took a step forward, his hand darting into the darkness. The next moment, a soft moan echoed from the darkness. The candlelight flickered, and Mu Ziyan looked closely to see that the person he had grabbed was none other than Ning Hongqian, the assassin known as One Night in Luzhou. As Mu Ziyan was puzzled, Ning Hongqian's lips began to bleed, and the blood flowing from his abdomen stained his white robe red. At that moment, Ning Hongqian, with a weary gaze, looked at Mu Ziyan and whispered softly, "Save me." Chapter 52, The Truth. As soon as Ning Hongqian finished speaking, a piercing sound cut through the air and struck directly toward them. Mu Ziyan furrowed his brows and bent his body to embrace Ning Hongqian. With a loud thud, a dagger gleaming with cold light plunged into the spot where Ning Hongqian had been standing. Before Mu Ziyan could comprehend what had happened, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the room. In the next instant, a sword beam charged directly toward Mu Ziyan. The sword light was unavoidable, and Mu Ziyan turned to shield Ning Hongye with his body. With a clang, the sword light struck Mu Ziyan's back, erupting into a brilliant flash of light. His robe tore open, revealing the golden silk armor he wore beneath. The attacker's expression changed, and his icy voice betrayed a hint of surprise. Inner armor. Missing his target, the assassin immediately turned to vanish into the darkness. However, Mu Ziyan would not give him that chance. He clenched his fists and lunged forward with a swift step. The assassin saw this and quickly raised his sword to block the attack. But the next moment, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. The assassin was sent flying by Mu Ziyan's punch, shattering the wall made of green stone in an instant. The dust settled, and the candlelight flickered. The assassin's chest had been crushed by the punch, and he lay motionless among the debris, already dead. Mu Ziyan brushed the dust off his body and turned to look behind him. However, at that moment, Ning Hongqian had already fainted from excessive blood loss. Looking at Ning Hongqian lying on the ground, Mu Ziyan ultimately refrained from striking her. The sounds coming from the study immediately startled everyone awake. In no time, Zhao Yun, Jia Su, and Lu Ruoxi had gathered in the study. Looking at the chaotic scene, Jia Su asked with concern, "Has the young master been injured?" Mu Ziyan shook his head and pointed to Ning Hongqian beside him. "Save the injured first." Lu Ruoxi's gaze darted back and forth between Mu Ziyan and Ning Hongqian. In a life-threatening situation, the person one entrusts their life to must have a special relationship with them. However, Lu Ruoxi did not ask further and immediately ordered her servants to find a physician to treat Ning Hongqian. Moments later, Ning Hongqian, pale-faced, slowly opened her eyes. Upon realizing he was in an unfamiliar environment, Ning Hongqian tried to sit up, but his body was too weak to muster any strength. "Don't struggle. If you keep struggling, your wounds will reopen." Ning Hongqian looked in the direction of the voice and saw Mu Ziyan sitting by the table, writing by candlelight. A bitter smile appeared on Ning Hongqian's lips. "I never thought you'd be the one to save me in the end." The candlelight flickered on Mu Ziyan's face. "You're awake. Let us go. I'm an official, and you're a bandit. I want to kill you today as atonement for that night." Upon hearing this, Ning Hongqian immediately adopted a feeble demeanor. "If we leave this Xinguigong mansion, I'm as good as dead. Please have mercy on me and take me in. Even as a maid, it would be better than dying." Mu Ziyan snorted coldly. "We don't lack maidservants. This duke is in need of a bedwarmer." Ning Hongqian heard this and immediately let out a delicate sigh, expressing her displeasure toward Mu Ziyan. Her slender legs were casually crossed, and every smile and frown exuded seduction. "I've even given you my virginity. How can you be so cold-hearted? I won't leave unless you kill me tonight." Mu Ziyan put down the book he was holding and walked toward Ning Hongqian at a leisurely pace. Perhaps sensing the murderous intent in Mu Ziyan's eyes, Ning Hongqian immediately backed down and hurriedly said, "Don't you want to know who killed your father?" At these words, Mu Ziyan was taken aback. Ning Hongqian seemed to have grasped a lifeline. "If you agree to protect me, I'll tell you everything I know. Why should I trust a notorious assassin from the underworld?" Mu Ziyan's voice carried a hint of coldness. Ning Hongqian sighed deeply upon hearing this. "Is the fact that the 6th Burial Hall has issued a bounty on my head enough?" A bounty order from the 6th Burial Hall was the highest level bounty order in the underworld. Anyone targeted by such an order would be hunted down by the entire 6 burial hall. The last person to receive such an order was Mu Zian's father, Mu Zhanaying. What did you do? Mu Zian couldn't help but feel curious. After all, Ning Hongchen was the top assassin of the 6 burial hall and an absolute core member of the organization. Ning Hongchen shrugged indifferently. I crippled their young master, and now they're chasing me like mad dogs. The people you killed earlier were from the enforcement hall, specifically tasked with dealing with traitors like me. But this one is probably the last assassin the enforcement hall has left. They won't be able to send anyone else in the short term. Not long ago, Ning Hongchen returned to the main hall to face punishment after failing to assassinate Mu Zian. At this time, the young master of the 6 burial hall took the opportunity to force Ning Hongchen to become his woman. Under the orders of the 6 burial hall master, Ning Hongchen was forcibly married to the young master. However, on their wedding night, Ning Hongchen managed to break free and, in the process, slashed the young master, who was drunk and attempting to assault her, rendering him incapacitated. Taking advantage of the chaos in the 6 burial hall, Ning Hongchen managed to escape, but was then relentlessly pursued by the 6 burial hall. It wasn't until she reached the Jingui Gong mansion that she encountered Mu Zian. The entire story was both sensational and cliché. Mu Zian wasn't the least bit interested in why Ning Hongchen was being hunted down. At that moment, he only wanted to know the truth behind his father's death. Ning Hongchen suppressed the smile on his face and looked at Mu Zian seriously before asking. Some things are better left unknown. Speak. The only response to Ning Hongchen was this cold, single word. Upon hearing this, Ning Hongchen no longer held back. After all, she currently needed Mu Zian's protection. Exchanging secrets for her own safety was a fair and profitable deal. Ning Hongchen looked at Mu Zian and said, during the battle where the Prince of Jin was killed, someone leaked your father's battle plans, leading to his being surrounded. However, your father was a renowned general. Even though he was defeated and surrounded, he still had a chance to survive. But the masterminds behind the plot were determined to eliminate him completely, so they hired all the Tianzhuang assassins. That battle was indeed brutal. Mu Zhanaying, the renowned Jingui Gong of the Great Li dynasty, was indeed a legendary warrior. The Tianzhuang assassins were nearly wiped out, and it was only with great difficulty that they managed to kill him. They then disguised the assassination site as a random encounter, perfectly concealing the traces of the assassination. And the rest of the story, you already know. There's no need for me to elaborate further. As Mu Zian listened to Ning Hongchen's account, his fingers clenched tightly. This was the deepest obsession lingering within this body. Who hired you? Mu Zian almost ground the words out between his teeth. Feeling the murderous intent that seemed almost tangible emanating from Mu Zian, Ning Hongchen did not hesitate for a moment and replied. This matter is the highest secret of the entire 6 burial hall. Even I only know a few scattered details. The employer who hired the heavenly burial was not just one person, and I only happened to learn about one of the employers by chance. A sudden cold wind blew past, causing the candlelight on the table to flicker. Ning Hongchen looked at Mu Zian, whose half-body was shrouded in darkness, and said, one of the employers was the Pei family of Qinghe. Chapter 53, no intent to compete for spring, but willing to take the lead. As Ning Hongchen's voice fell, the temperature in the room dropped instantly to freezing point. A murderous intent that couldn't be concealed surged straight into the sky. Seeing this, Ning Hongchen hurriedly tried to calm everyone down. The forces behind this matter are definitely not limited to the Pei family alone. The Pei family is likely just a minor player in this scheme. Mu Zian glanced at Ning Hongchen, and that single glance left her feeling as though she had been plunged into an ice cave. Is that really true? Ning Hongchen looked at Mu Zian with an innocent expression. Do you really think I have any reason to lie to you now? Mu Zian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The Pei family currently held immense power across the entire Great Li Empire, and overthrowing them would not be accomplished overnight. Even if the matter were reported to the emperor, no one would believe the testimony of an assassin. Moreover, even if he were to kill the entire Pei family, it would only sever the only lead they had. It was better to peel back the layers and uncover the true mastermind behind the Pei family rather than stir up trouble prematurely. However, the murder of his father could not go unavenged. Since that was the case, he would use this imperial examination as an opportunity to collect some interest first. With this thought in mind, Mu Zixin's thoughts gradually became clear. He then turned to Ning Hongchen, who was lying on the bed, and said, once you've recovered, you should leave. Upon hearing this, Ning Hongchen immediately objected. She had given her body to him, traveled thousands of miles to seek his protection, and even revealed such an important secret to him. Now he was dismissing her with a casual remark. Such a lousy deal was something Ning Hongchen had never done before. Just as Mu Zian turned to leave, Ning Hongchen threw herself into his arms and glared at him with the look of someone despising a scoundrel. To say nothing else, Ning Hongchen's beauty was absolutely top-notch. If one didn't know she was the renowned first-rate assassin of the Zhang family, her tearful, broken appearance would truly evoke pity. Mu Ziyan reached out to push Ning Hongqian away, but she clung to him like a leech, refusing to let go. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room grew tense and charged. Just then, the door creaked open. Lu Ruoshi, dressed in a plain-colored long dress, entered the room holding a bowl of tea. For a moment, the three people in the room locked eyes, the atmosphere growing slightly awkward. Lu Ruoshi's gaze fell on Ning Hongqian, who was clinging to Mu Ziyan. Ning Hongqian, on the other hand, was sizing up Lu Ruoshi, who looked as calm as a chrysanthemum at that moment. In an instant, the two women both formed their own judgments in their minds. Fox spirit. Green tea. The moment they met, a tense atmosphere filled the air. Although Lu Ruoshi wore a faint smile on her face. But her hands holding the tray tightened unconsciously. You're in good shape, aren't you? You can move so quickly. Ning Hongqian, upon hearing this, immediately retorted without hesitation. Thank you for your concern, sister. My condition is best known to the Duke himself. Upon hearing this, Mu Ziyan, who had been watching the scene unfold with curiosity, suddenly felt at a loss. Lu Ruoshi smiled at Mu Ziyan, but for some reason, Mu Ziyan felt a chill run up his spine. Ning Hongqian, on the other hand, adopted a defiant expression. She seemed to be saying, I'm proud to be the mistress. To prevent the situation from worsening further, Mu Ziyan hurriedly said, Ruoshi, this is my friend. He is currently being pursued by his enemies and has temporarily taken refuge in the town lord's mansion. He then turned to Ning Hongqian and introduced her. This is Miss Lu. After pausing for a few seconds, he finally said, She is the descendant of my father's old friend. Ning Hongqian, upon hearing this, looked at Lu Rui with an expression of sudden realization, as if to say, I almost thought you were the mistress of the prince of the state's mansion. Lu Rui's face remained adorned with a faint smile, but it was tinged with a hint of coldness. It seemed as though she didn't even bother to acknowledge Ning Hongqian's provocation. This is a soup made with bird's nest, red dates, and lotus seeds, which is nourishing and blood tonifying. Please enjoy, Miss Ning. After setting down the tray, Lu Rui walked over to Mu Ziyan, then extended her sleeve to wipe the sweat from his forehead. She then glanced sideways at Ning Hongqian and said, The Duke's mansion has many empty rooms. Since you are Ziyan's friend, you may stay here without worry. If there is anything we can do for you, please do not hesitate to come find me. The underlying meaning of Lu Ruoshi's words was clear, you are currently staying under someone else's roof, so don't act too arrogant. After wiping the sweat from Mu Ziyan's temple, Lu Ruoshi pulled out a gold-embossed invitation from her bosom and handed it to Mu Ziyan. Earlier, a messenger from the 9th princess arrived, saying that you are one of the examiners for this year's imperial examinations and must meet the scholars of the Great Li Kingdom in advance. Therefore, you must attend the poetry gathering on the painted boat tomorrow evening. The Pei family will also be sending representatives to this poetry gathering. Lu Ruoshi emphasized the words Pei family heavily, and Mu Ziyan naturally understood what Xiao Xiaoning was trying to convey. There was no better opportunity than a poetry gathering to suppress the Dili aristocratic families led by the Pei family and their efforts to cultivate talented students from humble backgrounds. Xiao Xiaoning also wanted Mu Ziyan to use this opportunity to identify talented students from humble backgrounds and protect them effectively. Mu Ziyan accepted the invitation. I will definitely be there tomorrow as promised. He then looked at Ning Hongqian sitting by the bed, glanced at Lu Ruoshi standing beside him, and cleared his throat awkwardly before saying, What happened today must not be disclosed to anyone, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lu Ruoshi bowed slightly. Of course. However, since the young master's room has been given to Miss Ning, and the other rooms have not yet been cleaned, where will the young master stay tonight? As soon as the words left his mouth, two pairs of eyes immediately focused on Mu Ziyan. For a moment, Mu Ziyan felt a chill run down his spine. If Ning Hongqian was a vibrant rose with poisonous thorns, then Lu Ruoshi was like a winter plum blossom standing tall and proud in the wind and snow. The two were evenly matched. What should he do now? Mu Ziyan coughed nervously twice before speaking. Tonight, I'll stay in Zilong's room for the night. With that, Mu Ziyan turned and disappeared into the darkness without looking back. At that moment, only Lu Ruoshi and Ning Hongqian remained in the room. The once cold and quiet room now felt even more tense. After a moment, it was Lu Ruoshi who spoke first. I don't care what your background is, but now that you're in the prince's mansion, I advise you to behave yourself. Ning Hongqian, upon hearing this, propped her chin up with one hand, her beautiful fox-like eyes sweeping over Lu Ruoshi before she couldn't help but laugh. I'm the most rebellious person there is. If others tell me not to do something, I'll do it all the more. Lu Ruoshi frowned slightly, turned to leave, but paused at the door and spoke. I had no intention of competing for spring, but if someone else wishes to compete, I shall not shy away. On the bed, Ning Hongqian's long, slender legs were casually crossed. In the moonlight, her eyes glowed with a faint, eerie red hue. Her pink tongue traced her crimson lips, and she laughed softly. If that's the case, then let's settle this by our own merits. Chapter 54, The Painted Boat Poetry Gathering, a Contest of Beauty. They say it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. However, this basic medical knowledge clearly did not apply to Ning Hongqian. The next morning, when Mu Ziyan emerged from Zhao Yun's room, he saw Ning Hongchen and Lu Ruoxi sitting in the courtyard drinking tea. The weather was pleasant, and the beauty was by his side. It was as if a painting of Jiangnan ladies had come to life. It was hard to believe that just last night the two women were at odds with each other, yet this morning they were sitting together drinking tea in harmony. Such a state of affairs often arouses greater concern. Mu Ziyan wanted to slip away quietly, but before he could take 2 steps, he was called back by the two women. At the stone table in the small courtyard, Lu Ruoxi poured tea for Mu Ziyan and massaged his shoulders, embodying the image of a devoted wife and mother. Across from Mu Ziyan, Ning Hongchen used her slender legs to teasingly brush against his legs. Combined with her already alluring face, it truly stirred a surge of desire within one's chest. Jia Sun, who happened to pass by, smiled knowingly but reminded Mu Ziyan to take care of his health. He then took Zhao Yun straight to the experimental field where a few acres of sweet potatoes were being grown. As the saying goes, the most difficult thing to endure is the kindness of a beauty indeed. Old friends do not deceive me. At midday, Xiao Xiuning sent someone to bring Mu Ziyan a set of wide-sleeved scholars' robes. It must be said that the craftsmanship of the royal family was truly unmatched. If Mu Ziyan, dressed in his dragon robe, exuded arrogance and dominance, then after changing into the scholar's robe, every movement he made carried a touch of scholarly elegance. For a moment, the two women were so captivated they couldn't take their eyes off him. Ning Hongchen's eyes sparkled with admiration. She placed her slender fingers on her lips and praised him without reservation. If this servant did not know of the young master's martial arts skills, I would have thought you were merely a delicate scholar incapable of lifting a finger. You smell so good, young master. As she spoke, Ning Hongchen almost pressed herself against Mu Ziyan's chest. However, she was suddenly pulled away by Lu Rui. Tonight's poetry gathering on the painted boat will gather all the top scholars of the Great Li Kingdom. As they say, scholars tend to look down on one another, so the competition tonight will surely be fierce. It is said that the third young master of the Pei family, Pei Shaoji, will also be attending. At the age of 3, he recognized 1,000 characters. At 5, he recited ancient poems, and by 7, he had mastered the 4 books and 5 classics. He is hailed as the first child prodigy of the Great Li dynasty. It is widely rumored that the entire Great Li realm's literary talent amounts to 1 stone, and this man alone possesses 8 of those stones. He is also the top contender for the top spot in the upcoming imperial examinations. Moreover, it is said that the Pei family intends to arrange a marriage between him and the ninth princess. Lu Rui was helping Mu Ziyan tidy his clothes while sharing the intelligence she had gathered with him. This poetry gathering on the painted boat is likely an opportunity for the Pei family to further elevate the reputation of Pei Shaojia. Mu Ziyan nodded in agreement as he listened to Lu Rui's words. It could only be said that she was indeed the first lady of literature in the late Ming dynasty. Her analytical skills and understanding were truly unmatched. Why don't you accompany me to the poetry gathering tonight? Mu Ziyan suddenly spoke up. Lu Ruoxi, who was busy arranging her clothes, paused, and a blush spread across her cheeks. As a talented woman, she naturally longed to attend the poetry gathering, but due to the social norms between men and women, she couldn't bring herself to ask. Yet Mu Ziyan had somehow discerned her innermost thoughts, leaving Lu Ruoxi overwhelmed with excitement. How could I dare to disobey your orders, young master? Ning Hongchen, standing nearby, immediately spoke up in displeasure. I want to go too. Mu Ziyan asked in disbelief. You're an assassin, you can recite poetry? Ning Hongchen, upon hearing this, gave him a look of disbelief. Reciting poetry and composing couplets? I excel in all the arts: poetry, calligraphy, painting, and music. Besides, since you're here to discover talented scholars from humble backgrounds at the poetry gathering, if you go in with a big entourage, you'll be bogged down by trivial matters. Having so many followers around will only cloud your judgment. In my opinion, it would be better to disguise yourself as an ordinary scholar, blend in, and observe them closely. Only then can you truly understand their true state and discern their character. For a moment, Mu Ziyan couldn't find any flaws in his reasoning. As the sun set, a carriage from the Prince of the State's mansion sped toward the riverside pavilion in the capital. Ning Hongchen's makeup skills were unparalleled. With just a few strokes, Mu Ziyan's appearance was completely transformed. Under the cover of night, one would never notice that the man before them, with his hint of mischief, was none other than the current Jingguo Gong. As evening fell, the setting sun dyed the river red. The entire capital seemed to be immersed in a warm, crimson sea. In this era of extreme lack of entertainment, brothels were an unavoidable topic for everyone. The so-called painted boats referred to beautifully decorated pleasure boats. In the capital, only the wealthy and noble could afford to ride on such boats. And today's poetry gathering on the painted boats hosted by the ninth princess had even rented out the 9 largest and most luxurious painted boats in the entire capital city. The painted boats were connected by bridges, resembling a palace on water. The banks of the river were crowded with people, and countless brothels had already lit their lamps. Each poetry gathering is not only a feast for scholars but also a golden opportunity for commoners to make money. Tonight's poetry gathering on the painted boats has even invited all the best courtesans from the city's finest brothels, creating a dazzling display of beauty that leaves one spellbound. Although prostitutes and courtesans are often used interchangeably, they have significant differences in origin, social status, and services provided. In the current era of the Great Li Dynasty, courtesans are akin to modern-day female celebrities, often showered with lavish gifts by high-ranking officials and nobles. Each of them is skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In an era where the literacy rate is less than 1%, this alone demonstrates their rarity and value. The art of poetry is also one of the key criteria for selecting officials in the current Great Li Dynasty. Mu Zian and his two companions dismounted from the carriage, presented their invitations, and were then escorted by a small boat into the painted boat. Though there was still some time before the poetry gathering began, the painted boat was already bustling with activity. Many scholars dressed in Confucian robes gathered in small groups. However, the moment Mu Zian appeared, the once bustling painted boat suddenly fell into an unusual silence. It was not because Mu Zian was particularly striking, but because everyone's gaze was fixed on the two women following behind him. Tonight, Lu Ruoshi wore a pale pink robe, with two plain hairpins still pinned to her hair. However, the simpler her attire, the more it highlighted her ethereal beauty. In stark contrast to the elaborately dressed courtesans around her, she stood out like a solitary plum blossom amidst a sea of peonies, unique and unmatched. In stark contrast to Lu Ruoshi's simplicity was Ning Hongchen. Dressed in a fiery red gown that accentuated her figure, her flowing hair was braided into two elegant buns, and the bells hanging from her ankles jingled with each step she took. One was gentle and elegant, the other passionate and fiery. The renowned courtesans of the brothel pale in comparison to Lu Ruoshi and Ning Hongchen. With each step forward, Mu Zian could feel the jealous glances from those around him. Among the crowd, a young man with a handsome face stepped forward and blocked Mu Zian's path. "My name is Lu Zhengping. My father is the Minister of Revenue. May I have the honor of learning the names of the two ladies tonight?" Lu Zhengping's intense gaze roamed freely over Lu Ruoshi and Ning Hongchen without any restraint. Ignored completely, Mu Zian smiled wryly. "Here we go again," he thought. However, this was precisely what Mu Zian wanted. Since the Pei family wanted to use this opportunity to make Pei Xiaojie famous throughout the world. "Then I, Mu Zian, will not let you have your way." Chapter 55, Poetry Contest on the Painted Boat. Upon seeing this, the scholars aboard the painted boat began to discuss it animatedly. Lu Gongzi is renowned for his talent, having studied under a master. 3 years ago, his poem Full Spring was selected for the Great Li Dynasty's collection of famous poems, making him the best in the capital. He is sure to be among the top candidates in this imperial examination. In my opinion, Lu Gongzi has the potential to be in the first rank. Listening to the praise around him, Lu Zhengping couldn't help but curve his lips upward. It seemed as though he could already see the two beauties before him bowing down in admiration of his talent. However, before Lu Zhengping could savor his moment of triumph for even 3 seconds, Mu Zian, with a spoiled expression, raised his hands and embraced Lu Ruoshi and Ning Hongchen on either side. Lu Ruoshi jumped in surprise but did not resist. Mu Zian looked at Lu Zhengping with a challenging smile. "You dare to lay a finger on my women? Arrogant and domineering." Mu Zian's behavior was even more reckless than that of a spoiled brat. He looked like a complete rogue. Holding a beauty in his arms, this scene left countless students around them heartbroken. Lu Zhengping's expression changed. Mu Zian was trampling on his dignity, and he immediately flew into a rage. "Who are you? Do you have any official rank? This is a place of literary elegance. How dare you, a lowly scoundrel, behave this way?" Mu Zian laughed dismissively, completely unconcerned. "Why can't someone without official rank attend this poetry gathering? Is this poetry gathering your family's private event? Moreover, this young master is brimming with literary talent. As the saying goes, a masterful brushstroke paints the annals of history, brilliant prose illuminates the land. A genius whose talent shocks the heavens, a scholar whose knowledge shakes the 9 provinces. Even if you were 100 times your size, you wouldn't be worth a single finger of mine." These words caused an uproar of laughter. A scholar mocked. Even the so-called first child prodigy of the Great Li Dynasty, Pei San, wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. "You, a mere spoiled brat, dare to make such a bold claim? Are you not afraid your words will come back to bite you?" The others chimed in agreement. "He's probably just another spoiled rich kid. Today's poetry gathering on the princess's painted boat is a place of elegance, and you've disrupted the peace with your arrogance. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature, only second in martial arts." Lu Zhengping, confident in his own talents, knew that if he couldn't regain his face today, he would become a laughingstock in the capital. "Since you're so arrogant, this young master is eager to challenge you to a duel." At these words, the surrounding scholars immediately grew excited. "Excellent! I never expected that before the poetry gathering even began, we would get to witness Lu Gongzi's masterpiece. Lu Gongzi, teach this arrogant fool a lesson. Let him know that there are always those who are better than him. For the sake of the reputation of the scholars of the capital, please spare no mercy." Mu Zian, with two women in his arms, looked arrogant and self-important, which was truly unforgettable. Lu Yongping, upon hearing this, immediately bowed his fist and said, "My fellow students, rest assured. Today, I will make this arrogant fool lose all face." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yongping took 3 steps in 2 and walked up to a copper gong that had been set up. He then picked up a wooden mallet and struck it with all his might. A crisp clang echoed throughout the first painted boat. Someone is challenging a poetry duel? Everyone, let's go see the commotion. It seems today's poetry gathering will be even more intense than in previous years. In an instant, the crowd that had been admiring the night view gathered around. Though the poetry gathering had not yet begun, the atmosphere was already stirred by the sound of the gong. The competition between scholars is a literary contest. Unlike martial arts competitions, which are clear-cut and end when one opponent is defeated, literary duels are more complex. In literary duels, however, there must be a judge capable of evaluating the quality of the writings. The superior is victorious, and the inferior is defeated. The gong is struck to gather the crowd and ensure fairness as a witness. Lu Zhengping put down his wooden mallet, looked around, and spoke aloud. "I am Lu Zhengping. My father is the current Minister of Revenue. Today, I wish to engage in a poetry contest with this man. Who among you is willing to serve as a witness to judge the outcome?" The crowd looked at each other in surprise, as Lu Zhengping was well known for his literary talent in the capital. His father was a high-ranking official of the 4th rank in the current court. Offending him could make life difficult for anyone in the literary circles of the capital. Just then, a hoarse voice rang out from the crowd. "Ha ha, I never expected to encounter a poetry duel upon arriving here. If the two of you do not mind, I would be honored to serve as the judge." The crowd parted to the sides, and the next moment, an elderly man in his 60s, stroking his beard, walked forward. Everyone gasped in surprise. "It's Mr. Dongshan. Master Dongshan hasn't participated in a poetry gathering for years. I never thought that Princess Jiu would be able to persuade him to come out of seclusion today. There are countless high-ranking officials in the imperial court who are his disciples. If one could gain his favor, the future would be bright indeed." Lu Zhengping, seeing this, hurried forward and said, "This student is Lu Zhengping. My father is Lu Shangdao. We come to pay our respects to Mr. Dongshan." Mr. Dongshan smiled upon hearing this. "So you are the son of Ziren." Lu Zhengping was overjoyed to hear this, never expecting that Dongshan master would still remember his father. "My father often told me that being able to study under Mr. Dongshan was the happiest time of his life." Master Dongshan laughed heartily. "I have not left the mountain for many years. Today, I will take this poetry gathering as an opportunity to admire the literary style of the young scholars of the Dali dynasty. If anyone can compose a few fine verses, I will be happy to help polish them." Upon hearing this, all the scholars present erupted into excitement. To be critiqued by Mr. Dongshan would mean fame throughout the land. The path to officialdom would be smooth sailing. Wasn't that the very purpose of coming to this poetry gathering? At this moment, a broad and prosperous path lay before them. The surrounding scholars all looked at Lu Zhengping with envious eyes. He couldn't help but regret it. Why didn't I go and challenge that reckless poet to a poetry duel instead? In the eyes of these scholars, Mu Zian was certain to lose, with no chance of victory. This is pure, undeserved fame. At this moment, Lu Zhengping's excitement was beyond words. What had once been a mere display of arrogance? But now, it was all about fighting for his future. "Please rest assured, Master Dongshan. This student has come well prepared." "That is good." Just as the students were getting excited, Mu Zian's voice rang out at an inopportune moment. "Enough already, stop dragging your feet." Instantly, all eyes turned to Mu Zian. "How dare you be so disrespectful in front of Mr. Dongshan? You insolent fool! You'll never be able to stand your ground in the capital after this." A barrage of accusations came pouring in from all directions. Mu Zian, holding the two girls in his arms, couldn't help but sigh. Is this what it feels like to be the big villain? Indeed, it's kind of exhilarating. Seeing this, Mr. Dongshan didn't hesitate any longer. Since this is the first poetry duel of today's poetry gathering, it should have some standards. In a month's time, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. Why not use today to warm things up for the festival? How about we make the theme of this poetry duel Ode to the Moon? Mr. Dongshan truly lived up to his reputation as a literary master. Throughout history, moon praising has been the most common theme in poetry. Precisely because there are so many poems about the moon, there are also many brilliant and extraordinary works. The difference between good and bad is immediately apparent, making it the most straightforward and clear. Though it seems simple, it is actually quite challenging. Because you are not only competing with those present, but also with the poetic works of those who came before you. Lu Zhengping laughed heartily. "Thank you, Master Dongshan, for your kind words." The other students also spoke up one after another. "Lu Gongzi seems quite confident this time. No doubt there will be excellent works tonight." Unfortunately, his opponent is just an unknown nobody, unaware of his own worth, and has unnecessarily lowered the prestige of this poetry contest. That's not quite right. Although the opponent is just a reckless fool, with Mr. Dongshan present today, Lu Gongzi's masterpiece will undoubtedly become famous throughout the land. All eyes were fixed on Lu Zhengping. As for Mu Ziyan, there was nothing but mockery in his eyes. Such a spoiled brat was not worth the time of these self-proclaimed literary geniuses. Lu Zhengping sneered inwardly. Even if you have a beauty by your side, what good will it do? Today, I will trample over your head to make my name famous throughout the world. Chapter 56, A Touch of Elegance. Mu Ziyan smiled slightly, looked around, and said, "Today you've come to the right place. This young master will show you what it means to be the greatest of all time. Bring me ink, brushes, paper, and an inkstone." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ruoshi stepped forward and took the writing utensils from the servant standing by. She then arranged them neatly on the desk. Ning Hongchen stepped forward, and the bells on her ankles jingled softly. A pair of slender hands glided across the surface of the inkstone, bringing with them droplets of crystal clear water. The water trickled down her fingertips into the inkstone, and she began to grind the ink. The ink spread across the inkstone like a black flower blooming in the center. Lu Ruoshi picked up a wolf hair brush and dipped it evenly into the inkstone to absorb the ink. As the saying goes, a green-clad maiden holds the inkstone, urging the scholar to write a red-sleeved maidenat's fragrance to accompany the study. This scene left countless students around them speechless. This was the scene so many people had longed for in their dreams. Years of hard study were all for the day when one could have a beauty by one's side. Mu Ziyan took the brush from Lu Ruoshi's hand and began to write on the fragrant rice paper with fluid strokes. In contrast, Lu Zhengping looked utterly shabby. The servant who had accompanied him saw this and tried to step forward to assist, but was kicked away by Lu Zhengping. Lu Zhengping gripped the brush tighter, trying to force himself to calm down. However, his restless heart could not be calmed. Dongshan, the scholar standing nearby, shook his head disapprovingly. Lu Zhengping's cultivation of inner calm was too poor to be of any use. In contrast, Mu Ziyan, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, appeared composed and unrestrained, exuding a sense of carefree elegance. Especially at this moment, when he put brush to paper, his bold and sweeping strokes were truly striking. For a moment, Mr. Dongshan seemed to catch a glimpse of an old acquaintance. The moon was bright and the stars sparse. As time passed, more and more scholars gathered inside the painted boat. Especially upon hearing that Dongshan master was present, even some renowned scholars began to gather. Seeing this, Lu Zhengping felt even more anxious. For a moment, his mind grew chaotic, and he hesitated when putting pen to paper. However, in contrast, Mu Zi had not paused for even a second since he first picked up his brush. Seeing this, someone immediately mocked him. "Writing poetry without a moment's thought? You're really just putting on a show. Look at Lu Gongzi, he ponders every stroke. Only through such meticulous refinement can poetry reach perfection. We students should all learn from Lu Gongzi." Exactly. That's right. The art of poetry lies in the rhythm, the balance of tones, and the structure of the verses. Every single word determines the elegance of a poem. This person writes so carelessly his work can't be any good. Lu Gongzi is after all the top scholar in the capital. Besides the third young master of the Pei family, Pei Shaoji, I can't think of anyone else who could surpass him. Amidst the countless mocking voices, Mu Ziyan remained unfazed. As if he had already retreated into his own world. Moonlight poured down like water. Mu Ziyan's brushstrokes grew faster and faster. Standing on either side of Mu Ziyan, Ning Hongchen and Lu Ruoshi gazed at the scroll. Their lips moved slightly as they silently recited the poetry on the paper in their minds. Just as they reached the halfway point, the two women's lips slowed down simultaneously. The two women exchanged glances and saw shock in each other's eyes. Just as everyone was mocking him, Mu Ziyan put down his last stroke and flung the brush aside. The brush plunged into the lake, producing a crisp splash. Mu Ziyan leaned forward and gently blew on the paper, then smiled. The onlookers snickered at the sight. Is that it? He probably doesn't even know how to rhyme in poetry. Forget it, forget it. How could we have expected anything from such a presumptuous fool? Ridiculous, ridiculous. Dongshan master and the few renowned scholars by his side also furrowed their brows in unison. Yet the incense stick had not even burned a third of the way down. What kind of masterpiece could possibly be written in such a short time? At best, it would be nothing more than a half-baked attempt. Seeing this, Mr. Dongshan couldn't help but remind him. "Young man, there's still time, why not make some revisions?" Mu Ziyan stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his lips. Not a single word. As the words fell, a ball of flames rose into the sky above the river, exploding into a dazzling light that seemed like another sun in the sky. Everything around them grew dim. Lu Zhengping, who was present, sneered. "If I were you, I'd cover my face and leave right now. Don't wait around to suffer the consequences." Mu Ziyan did not respond, merely gazing at him as if he were a beloved child. Lu Zhengping, seeing this, felt a surge of frustration. He stepped forward and said, I have finished my poetry. Please critique it for me, Mr. Dongshan. Mr. Dongshan, seeing this, asked in the same tone. There's still plenty of time. Why rush into such a petty argument? Lu Zhangping bowed and said. To be honest, Mr. Dongshan, I have actually had this poem in mind for some time. I originally intended to use it at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering to compete with Mr. Pei-san. However, since I had the good fortune to meet Mr. Dongshan today, I do not wish to hide my true abilities. Therefore, I humbly request your critique, so that this arrogant fool may know that the path of literature is boundless. Mr. Dongshan nodded upon hearing this, then took the manuscript from Lu Zhangping's hands. Drinking wine under the moonlit osmanthus, strolling leisurely to the palace of the moon, raising the cup to invite the jade rabbit, lowering the eyes to admire the iceplate, the Milky Way shimmers with light and darkness, clouds surge like waves, the world shares this night, and the moon and people are reunited. As the poem concluded, everyone felt as though they were drifting through the palace of the moon, floating on clouds. Lu Gongzi is truly talented. We all feel inadequate in comparison, perhaps only Mr. Pei-san can rival him. Everyone praised him generously, and Dongshan Xiansheng also smiled and stroked his beard. The moon above casts the shadow of osmanthus, and in the palace of the moon, one dreams of leisurely wandering. There is a touch of transcendence beyond the mundane. The final line of the poem, on this festive night, the moon is bright, is the crowning touch. This poem is truly an excellent work. What do you all think? Several renowned scholars nodded in agreement. Lu Gongzi truly has remarkable literary talent. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhangping felt a surge of joy, then looked at Mu Ziyan with disdain. This young master is magnanimous enough to leave now and still preserve some dignity. However, the only response was a cold snort from Mu Ziyan. Noisy! Such poetry is an insult to my ears. These words immediately sparked outrage among the crowd. However, Mu Ziyan merely waved his hand casually. The wide sleeves of his robe swept up a gust of wind, sending the scroll of paper flying off the table and landing precisely in Dongshan Xiansheng's hands. Mu Ziyan snapped open the gilded folding fan hanging at his waist and smiled. Please offer your critique, Mr. Dongshan. Seeing Mu Ziyan's confidence, Dongshan Xiansheng was momentarily unsure whether this man was an arrogant young upstart or a truly talented prodigy. With such doubts in his mind, Dongshan's gaze fell upon the xian paper in his hands. Instantly, the once bustling surroundings fell silent. All the students were now waiting for Dongshan's evaluation, eager to mock this arrogant fool who didn't know his place. However, the next moment, Mr. Dongshan seemed to freeze in place. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The few renowned scholars standing beside Dongshan Master spoke up. There's no need to spare this arrogant fool any face. Master Dongshan, just read it aloud for everyone to hear. Exactly. I'd also like to hear what this man has the nerve to be so arrogant. Under the urging of the crowd, Mr. Dongshan took a deep breath and then looked at Mu Ziyan as if seeking his opinion. Under the dimly lit lamps, Mu Ziyan smiled and nodded. Mr. Dongshan, seeing this, straightened his back and spoke aloud. The title of this poem is Water Melody on the Head. Chapter 57, the first of all time. The students immediately began to discuss it animatedly. Shui Diaogutu is the name of a CI form, with a standard structure of 95 characters in 2 sections. The first section has 9 lines with 4 level tone rhymes, and the second section has 10 lines with 4 level tone rhymes. This rhythm pattern allows for countless variations, making it one of the 12 classic CI forms in the world. Lu Zhangping sneered. Playing tricks. However, before Lu Zhangping could finish speaking, the resonant voice of Dongshan Xiansheng echoed across the fields. When will the moon be bright? I raise my cup to ask the heavens. I wonder if the palaces in the sky know what year this is tonight. Instantly, the once bustling painted boat fell silent. The renowned scholars gathered around Dongshan Xiansheng all froze in place. Mr. Dongshan continued without pause, reciting the poem on the scroll in his hand with careful rhythm. His pace was not fast, his voice not loud, yet everyone present could hear him clearly. I wish to ride the wind back to heaven, but fear the jade palaces and towers, where the heights are too cold to bear. Dancing with my shadow in the clear light, how does that compare to being here on earth? Everyone present was among the most outstanding scholars and literati of the Great Li dynasty, representing the pinnacle of the literary world of the entire realm. By the end of the first stanza, everyone present had already felt the grandeur of the words. The truth is simple, there were no complex metaphors. Though it was a poem about the moon, aside from the opening lines, there was no mention of the moon. The flowing water seemed to unfold the vast palace of the moon in the heavens. I wish to ride the wind in return, the line resonated, evoking the image of a small stream merging into a mighty river, bringing a sense of grandeur, etherealness, and timelessness. Transcendent and otherworldly. Not a trace of earthly mundane concerns. With just a few strokes, a poetic image of a moon-bound immortal is brought to life. Since the founding of the Great Li dynasty, the literary style has flourished. Mid-autumn festival poems and verses about the moon are as numerous as cow hairs. But today, most are nothing but flowery words devoid of any depth. Though occasional masterpieces return to simplicity, none can compare to this water melody in terms of imagery, grandeur, depth, or originality. Just a few lines were enough to leave everyone present sweating profusely. At this moment, even these renowned scholars finally understood why Dongshan Xianqing trembled uncontrollably upon seeing this poem. Turning the red pavilion, lowering the elegant window, illuminating the sleepless night. There should be no grudge, yet why does it always appear full during times of parting? A hint of sorrow floated to the surface of his heart, and the lake was swept by a chilling wind. Even a scholar who had traveled thousands of miles to study could not help but shed tears at that moment. People have joys and sorrows, partings and reunions. The moon has its waxing and waning, its fullness and emptiness. Such is the way of the world. May we all live long, and share the beauty of the moon from afar. Having finished the verse, Dongshan Xianqing lingered, repeating it once more. May we all live long, and share the beauty of the moon from afar. Silence. Complete silence. Everyone seemed to be immersed in the sorrow of being separated from their loved ones. Faint sobs could be heard in the distance. Mu Ziyan seemed to have anticipated this. After all, this water melody on the head was a masterpiece of Chinese literature that had been passed down for thousands of years. Once this poem was composed, who could rival it? After the water melody, all other Mid-Autumn Festival poems became obsolete. Moments later, Dongshan Xianqing sighed deeply. What a wonderful poem! It will surely be remembered for ages. How dare I, an old man of humble origins, dare to comment on it? Having said this, Dongshan bowed to Mu Ziyan with admiration. It is my own lack of discernment. Please forgive me, young master. These words caused everyone present to gasp in astonishment. The foremost literary figure of the Great Li dynasty was now apologizing to a junior. With a loud thud, Lu Zhengping's folding fan fell to the ground. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Perhaps Mu Ziyan's poem had dealt him too heavy a blow, or perhaps he couldn't accept his own defeat. In any case, Lu Zhengping was acting like a madman at that moment. Mr. Dongshan, seeing this, snorted coldly and said, "In broad daylight, how dare you act so recklessly?" Lu Zhengping was so startled by the reprimand that he froze in place. Mr. Dongshan casually stuffed the scroll with the lyrics into his own clothes. The few renowned scholars around him were seething with anger, but since they still had to maintain their dignity in public, they refrained from snatching it away. After all, this was the original manuscript of a timeless masterpiece. How could this old rogue have become so cunning after all these years? He wasn't like this before. Feeling the resentful glances from his old friends, Dongshan gently cleared his throat and said, "Do you not understand today that the path of literature is boundless, and there are always greater heights to reach? One must never judge a person or a matter based on a single aspect." Upon hearing this, the students all looked ashamed and bowed deeply to Mu Ziyan, apologizing. "We were too hasty. Please forgive us, young master." Mr. Dongshan nodded satisfactorily. In this poetry contest, the victor is this young gentleman. Lu Zhengping, upon hearing this, was completely shattered. At that moment, he felt like a complete fool. As one of the leading literary figures of the young generation in the capital, he had never endured such humiliation. Lu Zhengping went berserk, pointing at Mu Ziyan and shouting furiously. "This poem couldn't possibly be his work. You cheated! You cheated! My father is the current chief clerk of the Ministry of Revenue. You, a lowly commoner with no achievements, how could you possibly write such timeless verses? This poem must have been bought." Everyone present fell silent upon hearing this. Such timeless verses could never be measured by money. Copy? Where would you copy it from? Whose work would you copy? Looking at Lu Zhengping, who was losing his mind, Mu Ziyan remained calm. He felt no guilt. In this world, there was no Li Bai, no Su Shi, no Du Fu, and certainly no Wang Enshi. Therefore, for this world and for the entire Great Li dynasty, Mu Ziyan was not considered to be copying. He was merely reviving the literary tradition of China that had been passed down for thousands of years. Seeing Mu Ziyan's calm expression, Lu Zhengping could no longer contain himself. "I am the prodigy of the Lu family of Fan Yang. I am here to pass the imperial exams and become a top scholar. How could I possibly lose to you, a nameless nobody? You have made me a laughingstock of the world. I will never let you have your way." As he spoke, Lu Zhengping's face twisted with hatred. He picked up the wooden mallet that had fallen to the ground and charged toward Mu Ziyan. The mallet whistled through the air, aiming straight for Mu Ziyan's head. The surrounding scholars gasped in shock. Master Dongshan never expected Lu Zhengping to become so enraged. Mu Ziyan stood his ground, his expression unchanged. Lu Ruoshi hesitated not a moment, stepping forward to block Mu Ziyan. Just as Lu Zhengping's wooden mallet was about to strike, a clear bell rang out. In the next instant, a red figure flashed by. Ning Hongqian raised his leg and kicked Lu Zhengping hard in the abdomen. With a loud crash, Lu Zhengping was kicked flying through the air, embedding himself into the wooden wall of the painted boat. Everyone stared at Ning Hongqian in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. The Lu family guards stationed beside the painted boat erupted into chaos upon seeing their young master being kicked flying in an instant. Protect the young master. In an instant, dozens of fierce-looking guards charged onto the painted boat. How dare you lay a hand on our young master? Brothers, take him down. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, a clear and resonant voice rang out. Princess of the ninth princess of the Great Li dynasty. She has arrived. Chapter 58, The Pei family's child prodigy, the poetry gathering begins. As the voice faded, a procession of phoenix and phoenix-shaped carriages led the way. 5 colored dragon and phoenix flags fluttered in the wind, and the yellow dragon umbrella moved slowly. As the crowd turned to look, they saw Xiao Xiuning, dressed in ceremonial robes, stepping out slowly. On his light purple robe were embroidered white butterflies fluttering among flowers, and at the collar, a golden embroidered white magnolia blossomed in a soft yellow hue. Under the moonlight, the pearls and jewels shone brilliantly yet remained utterly refined, and the embroidered robes only served to highlight Xiao Xiuning's extraordinary nobility. Xiao Xiuning's beauty lies in her dignity, grandeur, and nobility. She is a magnolia that is admired but unattainable. Upon seeing this, everyone bowed in respect and said, "We pay our respects to Princess Xiao Xiuning." Xiao Xiuning raised her jade-like arm and spoke softly. "Please rise, everyone. This poetry gathering on the painted boat is to celebrate the literary scene of our Great Li Kingdom with you scholars and scholars. There is no need to be so formal." "Thank you, Princess." Xiao Xiuning looked around and suddenly noticed Lu Zhengping still embedded in the wooden wall, causing her to frown. This is a place of literary elegance. What is going on here? Seeing this, Dongshan Xiancheng hurried forward to explain the entire situation to Xiao Xiuqing. Upon hearing that Lu Zhengping had acted out of jealousy to harm others, Xiao Xiuning coldly remarked, "As a distinguished scholar of the Great Li dynasty, how dare you, who holds a title of honor, break the law?" At that moment, Lu Yongping had already been pulled down from the wooden wall by the guards. Coming to his senses, Lu Yongping saw Xiao Xiuqing and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "Please forgive this humble student, Your Highness. I acted in a moment of confusion." Kneeling on the ground, Lu Zhengping was filled with fear. He was well aware of the matter involving the 5th young master of the Pei family. If he offended this young lady, not only would he be in trouble, but even his father's position would be in jeopardy. Fortunately, Xiao Xiuning had just arrived and did not wish to disrupt the gathering. She merely coldly reminded them. In a poetry gathering, victory is determined by literary talent. One must learn to accept defeat gracefully. Do you understand? The student understands. Xiao Xiuning turned to look at Dongshan Xianqing and asked, "I am also curious. What kind of poetry could possibly make Dongshan Xianqing praise it so highly? May I have a look?" Mr. Dongshan was taken aback for a moment before reluctantly pulling out the neatly folded sheet of rice paper from his sleeve. "Please take a look, Your Highness." Xiao Xiuning slowly unfolded the paper, her lips parting slightly, but she was immediately amazed after just one glance. "What a beautiful poem! What a beautiful poem! I wonder who composed these verses. I would also like to meet him." Mr. Dongshan, upon hearing this, hurriedly looked in the direction where Mu Zian was standing. However, by that time, Mu Zian, Lu Ruoxi, and Ning Hongqian had already vanished from sight. "Hey, where did that young gentleman go?" Everyone looked around frantically, but no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find Mu Zian anywhere. Mr. Dongshan, seeing this, regretted his actions. Such a timeless masterpiece, and I forgot to ask his name. Xiao Xiuning, though slightly disappointed, immediately spoke to comfort him. "Mr. Dongshan, there is no need to be so upset. As long as he is still on this painted boat, we're sure to meet again. Just be sure to introduce us when the time comes." "Not at all, not at all." At that moment, Mu Zian, accompanied by the 2 women by his side, had already gracefully entered the second painted boat. As the saying goes, when the deed is done, one departs without a trace, hiding one's achievements and fame. The water melody in his hand grew more and more appealing to Xiao Xiuning with each glance. He then folded the Xian paper neatly and, under Mr. Dongshan's expectant gaze, Xiao Xiuning calmly and casually slipped it into his sleeve. Seeing this, Dongshan Xianqing froze in place. The manuscript of what could have been the greatest poem of all time was gone. The few old friends beside him couldn't help but exchange smug glances. Xiao Xiuqing's appearance signaled the official start of the grand poetry gathering on the painted boat. Just then, the sound of splashing water echoed through the air. A startled cry came from the shore. "Look, it's Pei San, the 3rd young master." Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a beautifully decorated small boat cutting through the waves on the lake. At the bow stood a young man of striking beauty, standing tall and proud. Dressed in a white robe as pure as snow, his eyes shone like cold stars. From the flower-decorated boats surrounding the painted boat, a sudden chorus of shrieks erupted. "Mr. Pei! Mr. Pei!" The cries echoed endlessly, captivating countless women. The scholars on the painted boat, upon seeing Pei Xiaojie at that moment, all wore expressions of bitterness. His appearance was like a brilliant sun shining in the darkness. Everyone around him was bathed in his radiant glow. The small boat approached the painted boat and came to a steady stop. Under everyone's gaze, Pei Xiaojie, dressed in white, slowly boarded the painted boat. Two familiar figures also boarded the boat alongside him. They were none other than the long-absent Pei Jianji and Lu Yunxue. Although Pei Jianji was only a branch of the Pei family, he was the only young heir in the family to hold military power. Although he had recently suffered a major defeat and had unfortunately been captured by bandits. However, as they say, rarity makes something valuable, and the Pei family was willing to give him another chance. This was precisely why Pei Xiaoji had brought him along to the poetry gathering on the painted boat tonight. As for Lu Yunxue, her presence was purely coincidental. After all, Lu Yunxue is currently the first female marquise of the Great Li dynasty, and her title still carries some weight. Lu Yunxue looked at the lavish decorations on the painted boat and couldn't help but be deeply impressed. Poetry gatherings have always been elegant gatherings. Even if you are wealthy, not everyone is qualified to attend. Pei Jianji, following closely behind Pei Xiaojie, basked in the admiring glances from those around him, feeling a sense of pride. Swear, this poetry gathering is a place of literary elegance and the very heart of the Dali dynasty's cultural heritage. Those who attend are among the most outstanding talents in the realm. Moreover, today's poetry gathering is hosted by Princess Nine, and its scale is unmatched in the Great Li Kingdom. Those in attendance are all renowned scholars and high-ranking officials. If we can make connections with even one or two of these scholars, it will greatly benefit our future careers in the bureaucracy. Lu Yunxue nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Since returning from the Battle of Luzhou, Lu Yunxue had effectively become an invisible person. Those who once fawned over him had vanished overnight. The imperial court had not awarded him a single coin, and the entire Lu family was now in dire straits. Coming here with Pei Jianji was also to enhance his influence in the capital and seek an outlet for the current situation. Mr. Pei-san, you truly live up to your reputation as the leading figure among the young generation of scholars in the literary circles of the Great Li dynasty. Such an impressive display of honor is unmatched by anyone else. Pei Jianji laughed heartily, unable to hide his pride. That's for sure. Young Master Pei is a prodigy of the Pei family. He is certain to secure the top position in the imperial examinations this time. We have already discussed this at home. Once young Master Pei secures the top position, we will petition the emperor to marry him to Princess Jiuxiang. If the two of them were to marry, the influence of the Pei family in the Great Li Kingdom would rise to new heights, and the difficulties we face today would be resolved. As he spoke, a look of hatred flashed across Pei Jianji's face. We've ended up in this miserable state, all because of that good-for-nothing Mu Ziyan. If it weren't for his failure at the Battle of Luzhou, I would have already become famous throughout the land. But if that good-for-nothing dares to show up at today's poetry gathering on the painted boat, Xiaoji will show him what it means to dare to compete with the moonlight. Chapter 59, A Gathering of Geniuses, Competing for Supremacy. As Pei Jian's mutterings trailed off, the icy voice of Pei Xiaojie, who was walking ahead, echoed behind him. This poetry gathering was organized by the ninth princess. You, a mere warrior, must not disrupt the elegance of this place. My family sent me here to bring you along, not to make me lose face. Pei Xiaojie was 2 years younger than Pei Jianji, but their relationship was akin to that of master and servant. In his eyes, Pei Jianji was nothing more than a worthless piece of mud that couldn't even stand on its own. It wasn't just the inherent disdain for warriors, it was also the suppression stemming from their bloodline. Upon hearing this, Pei Jianji silently closed his mouth. Lu Yunxue, standing beside him, saw her lover being scolded in such a manner and immediately spoke up in displeasure. Jianji is a valiant general in the army, how dare you speak to him so disrespectfully? Pei Xiaoji sneered in response. A valiant general? In my opinion, he's nothing but a worthless. During the Battle of Luzhou, the Pei family lost face because of you. If it weren't for the family's connections, he would have been stripped of his title, investigated, and exiled to the frontier long ago. Lu Yunxue tried to argue further, but was abruptly pulled back by Pei Jian. Schwerer, say no more. Hearing this, Lu Yunxue felt a surge of anger rise in her chest. In her eyes, Pei Jianji was a fearless warrior who had conquered the grasslands, yet here he was, cowering before a junior member of the family, showing no trace of the courage and dignity of a true man. At that moment, seeing Pei Jianji's fawning expression, Lu Yunxue couldn't help but recall the image of Mu Ziyan standing tall with his sword drawn, fighting fiercely on the battlefield of Luzhou. Lu Yunxue felt a sudden sense of disorientation. It seemed as though everything around her had changed since she parted ways with Mu Ziyan. It felt as though he had fallen from the heavens to the depths of despair overnight. Lu Yunxue took a deep breath and suppressed the anger and frustration in her heart. As the saying goes, heaven will bestow a great mission upon a man. It must first temper his resolve, exhaust his strength, and starve his body. At that moment, Lu Yunxue could only comfort herself in this way. The sounds of people greeting one another echoed all around. The arrival of Pei Xiaoji immediately sent the crowd at the poetry gathering on the pleasure boat into a frenzy. Student Pei Xiaojie, paying respects to Princess Nine. Pei Xiaojie bowed deeply, every word and action exuding the elegance of a Confucian scholar. Xiao Xiuning, upon hearing this, also responded politely. This palace looks forward to seeing Mr. Pei's masterpiece at tonight's poetry gathering. The two exchanged a few words, completely ignoring Pei Jianji and Lu Yunxue who had followed them. Master Dongshan stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, the time has come. The poetry gathering may now begin." Xiao Xiuqing looked around but did not see Muzian's figure, feeling puzzled. However, since the time had come, there was no room for delay. With a wave of her hand, a eunuch immediately emerged, carrying a wooden tray. Today's poetry gathering on the painted boat emphasizes literary exchange. However, as the saying goes, there is no first in literature, but there is a second in martial arts. Since this is a poetry gathering, there should be some extra entertainment. Whoever stands out tonight and wins the top prize will receive this item. As he spoke, Xiao Xiuning abruptly lifted the red cloth covering the wooden tray. In the next moment, a string of crystal-clear purple grapes lay quietly on the tray. The crowd was momentarily stunned, but soon someone exclaimed in astonishment. "They're glass grapes! Such treasures are only found in the imperial treasury. This single bunch is worth 10,000 taels of gold." Everyone gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. Mr. Dongshan stroked his beard in admiration. Princess Joxian's generosity is truly extraordinary. Pei Xiaojie, seeing this, smiled slightly, stepped forward, and bowed his hands. Today's poetry gathering is to showcase the prosperity of our great Li dynasty. It is a great fortune for the nation to have a talented lady like the 9th princess. I am willing to add another 10,000 taels of silver as a token of my admiration. Pei Xiaojie smiled and looked at the 9th princess. This is merely a token of my sincerity. Please do not refuse it, princess. Everyone's gaze fell upon Xiao Xiuning. Seeing this, although Xiao Xiuning was displeased, she could only smile. Mr. Pei is so generous, how could I possibly dampen everyone's spirits? Immediately, a burst of cheers erupted from the crowd. Pei Jianji, seeing this, couldn't help but sneer. A bunch of overconfident fools. How dare they compete with Xiao Ji for the top spot? Lu Yunxue kindly reminded him. Mr. Pei, do not underestimate the heroes of the world. Have you not suffered enough already? Pei Jianji's expression flickered slightly upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure. Swear, you don't know Xiao Ji's true strength. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so confused. Just wait and see how I, Pei Jianji, will sweep through the literary world of the Dali Kingdom today. This confidence in Xiao Ji had been cultivated since childhood. From a distant painted boat, Mu Zi watched the scene unfold quietly. A gentle breeze blew across the lake, ruffling his hair. Ning Hongchen asked beside him. Pei Xiaoji isn't someone to be underestimated. If you want to outshine him at this poetry gathering, it won't be easy. The water melody is indeed a masterpiece, but now that our trump card has been played, how will we handle him later? Mu Zian laughed heartily upon hearing this, his thoughts clear without needing words. Ace card? The 1,000-year-old literary heritage of China is my ace card. A mere child prodigy, I'll show him what a 9-year compulsory education can do to someone from a higher realm. The rules of poetry gatherings have always been simple. The host sets the theme, the scholars compose poems, and the renowned scholars critique them. The poems are then ranked in order of literary merit. Tonight's poetry gathering on the painted boat is divided into 2 rounds. In the first round, all scholars may participate, with the best selected to advance to the second round. A new topic is then presented, and the final round determines the champion. The competition format seems simple, but it is actually quite challenging. All those who come to the capital to take the imperial examinations are regarded as geniuses in their hometowns. Studying for the imperial examinations is like 1,000 soldiers crossing a narrow bridge. 99 out of 100 will fall into the water. Those who remain are all outstanding scholars who dominate their regions. The capital of the Great Li dynasty is where the top scholars from all 13 provinces of the Great Li dynasty gather, each of them a true prodigy. Those invited to this poetry gathering are the cream of the crop, and the intensity of the competition is unimaginable. This is precisely why Xiao Xiuning went to such great lengths to invite Dongshan Master. After all, aside from this man, the foremost literary figure of the current Dali dynasty, who else could intimidate these prodigies? 9 painted boats were divided into countless rooms, each lavishly decorated. Mu Zian was in an excellent position, sitting inside the room with his gaze fixed on the central painted boat, where a high platform had been erected. Below the platform, a group of renowned scholars were arranged in order. Master Dongshan occupied the central position. In such a setting, even the 9th princess could only take the second seat. This was the treatment reserved for the foremost figure in the literary world of the Great Li dynasty. Xiao Xiuning's gaze darted back and forth across the 9 painted boats, yet he could not spot Mu Zian anywhere. Had she been stood up? Just as Xiao Xiuning was lost in thought, Dongshan Xiancheng bowed and spoke. The first round begins. Please choose the topic, princess. Mr. Dongshan's words snapped Xiao Xiuqing back to reality. After a moment of deep thought, she replied. Recently, the Prince of Jingguo led his troops to suppress the rebellion in Luzhou, defeating 10,000 rebels with only 3,000 men. He also beheaded Gong Sunyi, the former general of Chu Ling Tian, and annihilated 3,000 Chang elite cavalry. This battle has greatly enhanced our nation's prestige and is truly unparalleled. Given that, the topic for the first round of poetry should be the battlefield. Chapter 60, Clash of Titans. As Xiao Xiaoning's voice fell, a renowned scholar immediately stepped forward and wrote the title on the flag with a brush. A servant then hung the banner on a flagpole behind him. The flag fluttered in the wind, and all the scholars on the painted boat could see it clearly. At the bow of the painted boat stood a sturdy woman dressed in court attire, holding a bronze gong. She struck it with all her might. Clang! The sound of the gong echoed across the fields. The first round of the poetry competition begins. The topic is battlefield, with a time limit of 3 incense sticks. When the incense burns out, stop writing. As the palace maid's voice faded, the once bustling painted boat fell silent. All the scholars present knew that this was their chance to make a name for themselves. If their work was favored by a renowned scholar, they could skip years of arduous study. For a moment, the only sound on the painted boat was the rhythmic tapping of pens. On the main boat, Xiao Xiaoning felt a bit bored and took out the manuscript of Water-Adjusted Songhead from his robe to read again. However, after reading it several times, Xiao Xiaoning noticed that the font seemed familiar. But he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. The few renowned scholars nearby also began discussing who would emerge victorious at tonight's poetry gathering. At that moment, in the first-class cabin of the painted boat, Mu Ziyan was listening to the music coming from outside the boat, moving at a leisurely pace. He tapped his fingers to the rhythm, looking utterly at ease. By his side, Ning Hongchen was peering out the window, watching the incense in the brazier burn down to nothing. "Young master, aren't you going to start writing?" Mu Ziyan didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. "No rush, there's still plenty of time." Lu Ruoshi offered a peeled grape to Mu Ziyan's lips. Pei Shaoji is no ordinary man. He is the disciple of Gu Shiji, the current leader of the literary world in the capital, and the foremost literary figure of the Qinghe Pei clan. Everyone at today's poetry gathering on the painted boat says he could win the top prize. Mu Ziyan laughed confidently upon hearing this. With me here, he won't be able to take first place. As the first incense stick burned halfway, a clear voice rang out on the painted boat. The young master of the Pei family from Qinghe has submitted his work. A young scholar with a delicate appearance hurriedly walked toward the central stage, holding a manuscript in his hands. The surrounding students stopped writing and turned their attention to the scene. No wonder he is Mr. Pei. He has already finished his poem in such a short time. Such talent is beyond our reach. At that moment, within the private compartment of the painted boat where Pei Shaoji was seated, dozens of scholars had gathered. These were all of Pei Shaoji's loyal followers and old friends, among whom Lu Zhengping stood out prominently. Mr. Pei's manuscript is truly exquisite. To produce such a masterpiece in just half an incense stick's time is something we can only dream of. That's right. Who in the world can match Mr. Pei's talent? In my opinion, the winner of today's poetry gathering on this painted boat is undoubtedly Mr. Pei. The surrounding crowd erupted in applause and praise, while Pei Shaoji bowed with a smile. As literati, we should let our works speak for themselves. I look forward to everyone's masterpieces at today's poetry gathering on the painted boat. Though Pei Shaoji appeared humble, the arrogance in his expression was unmistakable. Pei Shaoji's gaze fell through the window onto Xiao Suning, who was bathed in moonlight, and the greed and longing in his eyes nearly overflowed. Xiao Xiaoning's beauty was unmatched in the world, and in Pei Shaoji's eyes, no one but himself was worthy of her. Just as Pei Shaoji believed his work would inevitably move Xiao Xiaoning. He noticed that Xiao Xiaoning's gaze had been fixed on the poem draft in her hands, while his work lay alone and neglected beside her. Seeing this, Pei Shaoji clenched the fan in his hand slightly, but his face still bore a warm smile as he asked, "Does anyone know who wrote the poem in the ninth princess's hands?" The people in the adjacent room looked at each other and shook their heads. Lu Zhengping, seeing this, immediately stood up and said, "Reporting to Mr. Pei, the draft in the ninth princess's hands was written by a reckless madman." "A reckless fool?" Lu Zhengping quickly embellished the events that had occurred earlier and recounted them to the crowd. That water melody is a timeless masterpiece. It could never have been written by a spoiled nobleman. The depth of the poem's meaning and the precision of its rhymes and meter can only be achieved by someone who has spent years immersed in the art of poetry. Yet that person is no more than 20 years old, a dissolute and reckless youth. How could he possess the talent to compose such poetry? If I am not mistaken, this person must have hired someone to write the poem on his behalf in order to gain fame at the poetry gathering on the painted boat. Alas, all the scholars at today's poetry gathering have been deceived by this person, and I have been wronged. As he spoke, Lu Zhengping bowed deeply to Pei Shaoji and said, "I am unable to expose this man's false facade, which has led to the ninth princess being deceived as well. I implore Mr. Pei to intervene and restore the literary heritage of the Great Li dynasty to its rightful glory." Sitting beside him, Pei Jianji saw his chance and immediately stepped forward to speak. "Shaoji, you are the leading figure among the young generation of the literary world in the capital. Such a despicable villain must not be allowed to run amok. He must be made to know that these petty tricks are unworthy of the stage. In the face of absolute strength, all such petty schemes are futile. Hearing this, everyone in the room was filled with anger and immediately bowed in unison. We implore Mr. Pei to restore the literary world of the capital to its former glory. Pei Xiaoji's gaze swept over Lu Zhengping, who felt a pang of guilt and lowered his head even further. Although he knew that Lu Zhengping's words must contain some deception, the fact that this madman's poetry had caught Xiao Xiaoning's attention meant he had no choice but to act. Rest assured, I, Pei Xiaoji, will expose this villain's hypocrisy in front of the ninth princess. I will not allow such a despicable individual to tarnish the literary heritage of the great Li dynasty. The crowd in the room erupted into cheers upon hearing this. Mr. Pei is truly noble. As time passed, more and more poetry manuscripts were submitted. At that moment, the third incense stick had burned down to its end. As a gentle breeze swept across his face, Mu Zian, who had been closing his eyes to rest, suddenly opened them wide. Bring me a brush. Lu Ruoshi handed the wolf hairbrush, already soaked in ink, to Mu Zian. Mu Zian held his breath, concentrating intently as the brush danced across the rice paper. The characters were as sharp as knife cuts, and the strokes as bold as golden halberds. From start to finish, it was done in one fluid motion, and with a casual blow, the ink dried instantly. Ning Hongchen and Lu Ruoshi looked curiously at the paper. At first glance, it was as though they had seen a ghost. Mu Zian smiled slightly, then wrote a single character at the bottom of the page. At that moment, below the high platform, a group of renowned scholars were engaged in lively discussion. The soldier's uniform is worn to the bone, and a lone rider arrives amid 1,000 miles of smoke. The vast desert swallows the sun and moon, and the ancient city lies in ruins, its walls crumbling. The banners still flutter in the wind, and the sword in the scabbard gleams with 1,000 rays of light. 10,000 miles away, a lonely grave is buried in rusted armor, and the flickering flames of the night illuminate the solitary platform. Mr. Dongshan, this poem by Mr. Pei is truly a masterpiece of battlefield poetry. With just a few strokes, he has painted a vivid picture of a desolate battlefield. This poem will undoubtedly stand out in the first round today. Mr. Dongshan nodded in agreement. Although Pei Xiaoji is a scholar who has never set foot on a battlefield, he has managed to write such a border poem, which is no easy feat. It is indeed a fine piece. What does the princess think? Xiao Xiaoning smiled gracefully. In the realm of poetry, how could I compare to the esteemed scholars present? I shall leave all decisions to you. Everyone laughed upon hearing this. Your Highness is too humble. Everyone knows you are a renowned scholar in the capital. However, Mr. Pei does have a reputation for talent. Compared to his work, the other scholars' pieces fall short by 3 points. Since that is the case, perhaps we should designate this poem as. Before he could finish speaking, a servant hurried over holding a manuscript. Gentlemen, please wait. There is one more poem. Everyone turned to see that the last incense stick had burned out at that very moment, not a second too soon or too late. Though another poem had been added at the last moment, no one harbored any hopes for it. After all, at this point, Pei Xiaoji's work was already the best, and another poem would not change anything. An elderly man over 60 took the poem. The others paid no mind, and Dongshan Xianqing said, "Since none of you have any objections, Pei Xiaoji's poem shall be declared the winner." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the elderly man who had just taken the poem suddenly stood up and shouted, "Hold on!" His voice trembled slightly, causing everyone present to turn their heads in surprise. Even Xiao Xiaoning's gaze was drawn to him. Mr. Dongshan, seeing this, stroked his beard and smiled. If Mr. Lu has any good poems, why not recite them quickly? There's no need to keep us in suspense. The others also grew curious upon hearing this, as Mr. Lu was renowned for his emotional stability, and it was rare to see him so flustered. Lu Gong took a deep breath and spoke. This is a 7-character absolute verse. Please listen carefully. Grape wine in a nightlight cup. The first line was met with admiration for its novel structure and ingenuity, but its straightforwardness left it far from a masterpiece. Before the crowd could ponder further, the next line rang out. As I raise my cup, the pipa urges me on. The crowd, who had been laughing and joking moments ago, fell silent. A pause followed by urgency, stillness followed by movement. In just 2 lines, a vivid scene of warriors preparing to depart for battle was sketched out. The once delicious wine now carried a hint of bitterness. Just then, there was a sudden leap, and Lu Gong's voice grew high and clear. Lie drunk on the battlefield, and let no one mock you. With a thunderous crash, everyone felt their minds go blank. In just 7 words, they heard heartbreak, grandeur, romance, and freedom. Everyone present looked at each other, seeing shock written on each other's faces. Lu Gong took a deep breath and recited the final lines. How many have returned from ancient battles? The emotions were complex yet not chaotic, sorrowful yet not lacking in freedom. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, and Dongshan Xianqing exclaimed, "Another timeless masterpiece. Who composed this poem?" Everyone turned their gaze toward Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu read the poem word by word, only to find the character Mu written at the bottom of the scroll. Chapter 61, A Frog in a Well Views the Moon in the Sky. Mu. The renowned scholars present all fell into deep thought. Is there a talented scholar surnamed Mu in the capital? Everyone shook their heads. Never heard of one. Master Dongshan said. There are so many talented individuals in the world, many gems are hidden in obscurity. How could we possibly have heard of them all? Everyone nodded in agreement. At that very moment, none of the people present had even considered that the hidden gem they were discussing was none other than Mu Zian, the man who had once caused an entire city to bloom with peach blossoms for a single person, the son of the Duke of the state. After all, prior to this, Mu Zian had always been seen as a spoiled, good-for-nothing playboy. How could he possibly be associated with the word talented scholar? Just as everyone was wondering who this Mu surnamed genius could be, Xiao Xiuning suddenly stood up and walked to Lu Gong's side, speaking softly. May I take a look? Taking the paper from Lu Gong's hands, Xiao Xiuning examined it closely. The handwriting was identical to that on the water melody in the head. Her gaze fell on the last character, Mu. Xiao Xiuqing finally remembered where she had seen this handwriting before. It was that letter of triumph from Lu Zhou. At that moment, a ridiculous and absurd thought suddenly popped into Xiao Xiuning's mind. Could the person who wrote these two timeless poems be Mu Zian? Unbelievable. But it seemed like the only possible answer at that moment. What does the ninth princess think of this poem? Dongshan's words interrupted Xiao Xiuqing's deep thoughts. Xiao Xiuqing forced herself to suppress her doubts and looked at everyone with certainty. A timeless masterpiece, immortalized for all eternity. Just 8 simple words, yet they left everyone present speechless. Mr. Dongshan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Before there was water melody on the head, now there is this piece. This journey was well worth it. Well worth it. Everyone present could already imagine the upheaval that would sweep through the literary circles of the capital after tonight's poetry gathering. Another gong sounded from the painted boat. Someone on the main boat shouted. The results are in. The news spread like waves, one after another, to the connected painted boats around them. The rankings of the poems had been posted, and students who still harbored a glimmer of hope had already gathered at the announcement site. On the deck, Pei Xiaoji slowly made his way forward, surrounded by a crowd. Upon seeing Pei Xiaoji, everyone rushed forward to greet him, then praised him. The top spot in the first round can only belong to Mr. Pei. Of course, Mr. Pei is the prodigy of our generation who dares to challenge him? Praise echoed continuously, but Pei Xiaoji remained composed, his face adorned with a confident smile. Just as everyone was offering their congratulations, a sudden cry rang out from the crowd. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! There is such a prodigiously talented individual in the world. After decades of arduous study, when will I ever reach his level? With such a master of poetry and verse standing before us, there is no room for us to advance further. Alas! Alas! Upon hearing these words, Pei Xiaoji felt utterly baffled. Although he was now widely recognized as the top literary figure in the capital. However, as the saying goes, scholars often look down on one another. While his own poem could be considered a fine piece, it was certainly not something that would elicit such despair from others. Pei Jian, seeing this, immediately stepped forward to disperse the students gathered around the bulletin board. Pei Xiaoji pushed through the crowd to reach the bulletin board and looked up. There, his name was prominently displayed at the top of the list. However, above these names were 4 separate columns of poetry. From a distance, they resembled a mountain peak and its base. Although he, Pei Xiaoji, was the top ranked, he was still merely the base. Gazing into the distance, Pei Xiaoji murmured to himself. Grape wine in a nightlight cup, I want to drink, but the pipa urges me on. Drunk on the battlefield, do not mock me, how many have returned from ancient battles? After finishing the 4 lines, Pei Xiaoji felt as though he had been struck on the head with a club, nearly fainting on the spot. His eyes went blank, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. In a state of panic, everything before his eyes began to blur. At that moment, Pei Xiaoji felt like a frog in a well gazing at the moon in the sky, a sense of helplessness welling up in his heart. Looking down at the signature, only the 3 characters Mu Gongzi stood out, their elegance tinged with a touch of arrogance. One poem surpasses 100. Who is worthy of my name? Mu Gongzi? Who is Mu Gongzi? I've never heard of him. The crowd below the notice board looked at each other in confusion, murmuring among themselves. The 3 words Mu Gongzi were completely unfamiliar to them. They had never heard of a scholar surnamed Mu in the entire realm. Just then, someone suddenly spoke up. I've heard that the current prince of the state is surnamed Mu. The moment those words left his mouth, they were met with a wave of mockery. Have you been out in the cold tonight? How could a mere soldier have such talent? He's just a spoiled brat from the capital. How could he create such a masterpiece? In my opinion, this must be the work of a renowned scholar who has spent years on the battlefield. At that moment, Lu Yunxue, who was among the crowd, felt a moment of hesitation. But he quickly shook his head. Someone capable of crafting such timeless verses must be a renowned scholar of his generation. How could Mu Zian possess such talent? It was merely a coincidence that they shared the same surname. There were countless people surnamed Mu in the world. At that moment, Pei Xiaoji, who had snapped back to his senses, felt a surge of anger rising within him. He absolutely refused to allow anyone to surpass him in the art of poetry. He was the prodigy of the Pei family, a once-in-a-century genius. He was destined to be the top scholar in the imperial examinations. The shock and disorientation he had just experienced only made him feel even more humiliated. The folding fan worth 1,000 taels in his hand was crushed in his fist. The gentle smile that had been on his face vanished, replaced by a fierce expression. Looking around, Pei Xiaoji shouted each word slowly and forcefully. "Who is the Mu gentleman? I am Pei Xiaoji. Please come out to meet me." As his voice faded, the area fell silent, with only the gentle lake breeze rustling the flickering candlelight on the boat. At that moment, Xiao Xiuning and Dong Shan arrived together. Pei Xiaoji's fierce appearance sent shivers down the spines of those around him, who quickly stepped aside. Seeing no response, Pei Xiaoji's gaze grew even more fierce. He resembled a wild wolf ready to pounce on its prey. Pei Jian, seeing this, immediately stepped forward and shouted, "Who dares to disrespect the Pei family? I'll make sure you have no place to stand in this capital city." The scholars present couldn't help but take a few steps back, fearing that they might be caught in the crossfire. This scene was witnessed by Xiao Xiuning, who couldn't help but furrow his brows. The Pei family's arrogance had reached such an extreme. The surrounding scholars cowered like wolves. Just as Xiao Xiuning stepped forward to rebuke them, a voice carrying a mix of amusement and 7-part sarcasm echoed from the distance. "The Pei family? What's that worth?" Everyone present was stunned by the remark. Someone dared to openly insult the Pei family in front of so many people. Was this person trying to get himself killed? Pei Xiaoji's gaze turned toward the source of the voice. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Yinshua's expression changed instantly, because she recognized that voice all too well. Xiao Suning, who had been about to step forward, silently stopped in her tracks upon hearing the voice, a faint smile curving her lips. Pei Xiaoji and Lu Zhengping both felt that the voice sounded vaguely familiar. The painted boat swayed. The lights flickered in unison. Suddenly, a firework shot into the sky, exploding in the heavens. The dazzling light illuminated the surroundings as brightly as day. At that very moment, everyone finally saw the figure hidden in the darkness. His eyebrows arched into his temples, and his phoenix-like eyes exuded a commanding presence. A long robe drapes down to the ground, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. What a noble figure, as graceful as jade, a gentleman without equal in the world. Lu Zhengping's voice trembled as he pointed at the figure and shouted, Pei Gongzi is this madman?" Pei Xiaoji glared coldly and asked in a harsh tone, "Who are you?" As he spoke, he wiped the makeup off his face and snapped open the fan in his hand. A gentle breeze blew through his long hair, and under everyone's gaze, his thin lips parted slightly. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. The Duke of Dali. Mu Zian. Chapter 62. 4 Women Make a Drama. Mu Zian? The Mu Zian who broke through the 100,000 mark with just 30,000 troops? The prince of the state who fought to a standstill against Lu Zhou in a single battle? At that moment, all eyes turned toward Mu Zian. Moonlight poured down like water, and Mu Zian, dressed in a long robe and holding a folding fan, looked like an immortal who had been banished from heaven. Behind him stood Ning Hongchen, as radiant as a blooming rose, and Lu Ruoshi, as proud as a snow-covered plum blossom, standing side by side. Upon seeing Mu Zian appear, Pei Jianji's eyes burned with hatred, which he could not hide. He immediately demanded, "This is a place of literary elegance. What are you doing here?" Before he could finish, Xiao Xiuning's icy voice echoed. The prince of the state was invited by this palace. What objection does General Pei have? Pei Jianji fell silent. Xiao Xiuning walked up to the crowd, looked at Mu Zian, and asked with a smile, "Does the clothing fit well?" Mu Zian bowed and replied, "Add an inch, and it's too much. Subtract an inch, and it's too little." The exchange between the two created a rather atmosphere. Even the most oblivious person could tell that the relationship between Mu Zian and Xiao Xiuning was far from ordinary. As they chatted, Xiao Xiuning's gaze fell on the two women behind Mu Zian. After sizing them up, he smiled and asked Mu Zian, "Lord Mu, wouldn't you like to introduce the two young ladies by your side?" Though Xiao Xiuning's face was adorned with a faint smile, the feeling he gave Mu Zian was dangerously unsettling. That insincere smile sent a chill down Mu Zian's spine. Before Mu Zian could think of a response, Ning Hongchen suddenly leaned against Mu Zian and said with a smile, "This servant, Ning Care, pays her respects to the princess." Every gesture and expression exuded seductiveness, causing the surrounding scholars to be completely captivated. In contrast to Ning Hongchen's allure, Lu Ruoshi bowed gracefully toward Xiao Xiuning. This humble maiden, Lu Ruoshi, pays her respects to the princess. Though her tone was respectful, Lu Ruoshi remained composed and unassuming. She showed no signs of panic or humility despite standing before the current 9th princess. In terms of beauty, Ning Hongchen and Lu Ruoshi were absolutely no match for Xiao Xiuqing. At that moment, the three women gathered together, drawing the attention of the crowd, who wished they had three pairs of eyes. Watching Mu Zian and Xiao Xiuning chatting and laughing intimately, Lu Yunxue, standing among the crowd, felt a surge of unnamed anger rise within her. Originally, Lu Yunxue still harbored a hint of guilt for abandoning Mu Zian. But now, seeing him surrounded by three breathtakingly beautiful women, that guilt vanished instantly. Mu Zian, no wonder you severed ties with me so decisively. It turns out you already had a new lover. If not for the many people present on the painted boat, she would have immediately drawn her sword to confront Mu Zian and demand an explanation for his treatment of her. Lu Yunxue's appearance immediately ignited the scene. The ex-girlfriend and the current girlfriend were both present. As the saying goes, three women make a drama with four women gathered together. It was nothing short of a spectacle. The students around them felt as though the sky was about to collapse. Why? Why does Mu Zian deserve the affection of four such stunningly beautiful women all at once? Ning Hongchen wore a faintly seductive smile, while Lu Ruoshi remained calm. Xiao Xiuning's smile carried a hint of coldness, while Lu Yunshue's face was filled with indignation. Mu Zian, caught between the four women, felt a chill run down his spine. Just then, Xiao Xiuning pulled out two poems from her sleeve and looked at Mu Zian, asking, "The Water Melody and the Liangzhou poem, if I'm not mistaken, both of these poems were written by the Duke of Mu, right?" The moment she spoke, the entire pavilion was stunned. Everyone's gaze turned toward Mu Zian. Under the bright moonlight, Mu Zian smiled confidently and asked, "What do you think? Do you like them?" The moment he spoke, it was like a drop of water had been poured into hot oil, causing an instant uproar. Everyone stared at Mu Zian in disbelief. Two timeless verses had come from the same person. Who would believe such a thing? Who could possibly believe it? Upon hearing Mu Zian's affirmative response, Lu Yunxue was struck speechless, staring blankly at Mu Zian. At that moment, it felt like a dream, a nightmare. Even though he kept denying it in his heart, the confident and certain gazes of Xiao Xiuning, Dongshan Xiansheng, Ning Hongchen, and Lu Ruoshi told Lu Yunxue that this wasn't a dream, it was the truth. The man she had once mocked as good for nothing in both literature and martial arts had returned in the most dazzling manner. All the students present let out gasps of astonishment, casting admiring, envious, and awestruck glances at Mu Zian. Meanwhile, Pei Xiaoji, who should have been the center of attention, was completely ignored. Having grown up under the spotlight his entire life, Pei Xiaoji felt for the first time what it was like to be ignored, to be reduced to a supporting role. Watching the woman he had always regarded as his own being flirtatious with another man, even going so far as to argue with him for his attention. A surge of anger welled up from the soles of his feet, and as he watched Mu Zian being the center of everyone's attention, Pei Xiaoji felt like he was going to go mad with jealousy. Seeing his own spotlight stolen by Mu Zian, Pei Xiaoji coldly declared, "A chicken can never become a phoenix. Do you really believe that an ignorant fool could come up with such timeless verses? This poem and this line must have been bought with money. Don't let him deceive you." Pei Xiaoji glared at Mu Zian and said harshly, "Even if I don't know where you bought that poem, in my eyes, you'll always be a worthless." Before Pei Xiaoji could finish his sentence, a loud slap echoed through the room. Everyone looked on in shock. They saw Pei Xiaoji being slapped across the face by Mu Zian and sent flying backward. In the candlelight, half of Mu Zian's face was hidden in the darkness. His eyes were cold as he stared at Pei Xiaoji lying on the ground and said, "Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve to critique me?" In a daze, everyone felt as though the air around them had grown colder. Ning Hongchen looked at Mu Zian's cold, arrogant, and domineering demeanor, and a faint blush involuntarily spread across her face. Her slender, fair legs couldn't help but rub against each other. This sudden scene left everyone present speechless. Pei Jianji snapped out of it and glared at Mu Zian in anger. "How dare you lay a hand on my Pei family?" Before he could finish, Mu Zian glanced sideways. His icy gaze sent Pei Jianji freezing in place. The painful memories of the brutal blows he had received at the celebratory banquet flashed before his eyes. Pei Jianji suddenly felt his face begin to throb with pain. Pei Xiaoji had gone mad. He had never endured such a humiliating insult. Everyone turned their sympathetic gazes toward him. And these glances felt like knives, stabbing his dignity over and over again. Pei Xiaoji's eyes turned bloodshot, and the broken fan he was clutching had pierced his palm, blood flowing down his hand. Pei Jianji, standing nearby, couldn't help but swallow hard. He had never seen Pei Xiaoji look like this before. Suddenly, Pei Xiaoji smiled. But this smile was tinged with madness. Pei Xiaoji slowly stood up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Mu Zian as he asked, each word deliberate. "Mu Zian, if you're a man, dare you duel me in poetry tonight? If I lose, I will withdraw from the literary world and never participate in the imperial examinations again. If you lose, you must kneel before me and apologize." At these words, everyone gasped in shock. Betting one's future on such a challenge was beyond it was madness. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've triggered a choice. Choice 1, refuse the poetry duel. Reward, 100,000 taels of silver. Choice 2, accept the poetry duel. Reward, 1 telescope. Ding! Please make your choice. Mu Xian's lips curled into a sneer as he looked at Pei Xiaoji, who was now borderline insane. Future? Dignity? You're betting too small. Mu Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at Pei Xiaoji, who was on the verge of madness. Why don't we? Let's bet our lives. Chapter 63, Betting Our Lives. The biting cold wind swept across the land, sending shivers down everyone's spines. The once bustling painted boat suddenly fell silent. The only sound echoing around was Mu Xian's cold and icy voice. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making your choice. The system reward has been distributed. Pei Xiaoji, who had been furious moments ago, froze in place upon hearing Mu Xian's words. Betting one's life? Even he, a madman, thought Mu Xian had lost his mind. Seeing the surprised expression on Pei Xiaoji's face, Mu Xian sneered and asked. What? Scared? The first prodigy of the Pei family, I thought you were so ruthless. Is that all you've got? Too scared to bet? Then why were you shouting so loudly? Mu Xian's words were like poison, directly confronting Pei Xiaoji. Everyone watching fell into silence. Pei Xiaoji's eyes turned bloodshot, and the blood dripping from them stained his white robe red. Xiao Xiuning was also stunned by the scene, and the classmates who had come with Pei Xiaoji were all silent as if frozen. They're all crazy. Pei Xiaoji was risking his future on this gamble, which was beyond their expectations. And Mu Xian? The esteemed Duke of Dali, a fourth-ranked general with real power. A noble among nobles in the Great Li dynasty. A favored minister of the emperor, second only to the emperor himself. Pei Xiaoji was the foremost young talent of the Pei family in his generation. A young literary leader whose fame spread throughout the capital from a young age. He was also the personal disciple of Gu Shiji, the current literary alliance leader of the capital. The true and genuine first young master of the Dali aristocratic family. He is destined to become the top scholar in the imperial examinations and hold the highest rank in the imperial court. Now Mu Xian is challenging Pei Xiaoji to a life or death bet in front of everyone present. This is nothing short of a direct declaration of war, a battle to the death. Pei Xiaoji's eyes flashed with a murderous glint. Mu Xian, seeing this, sneered coldly. Afraid? Then get out of my way and go home and cry like a coward. Mu Xian was pressing forward relentlessly, leaving Pei Xiaoji no room to maneuver. If he backed down now, from this night onward, Pei Xiaoji would become a laughingstock in the capital. The entire Pei family would plummet in status as a result. If Pei Xiaoji agreed, that would be even better. After all, he was just a young man who had been studying and writing for 20 years. What qualifications did he have to face the 5,000-year-old literary tradition of China behind me? To advance is death. To retreat is also death. Seeing this, Pei Jian hurriedly pulled Pei Xiaoji aside and said, Xiaoji, it's no big deal. Why bother arguing with such a person? This man must have come prepared. Don't fall into his trap. If something were to happen to Pei Xiaoji tonight, Pei Jianji would be the one to suffer the consequences. Mu Xian laughed heartily at the sight. What genius! I think he's just a fool. With his level of ability, even if I gave him 30 years to prepare, what difference would it make? Mu Xian's tone was filled with contempt, and his disdain caused the last remnants of Pei Xiaoji's rationality to vanish completely. Pei Xiaoji's face twisted into a ferocious expression as he roared. It's just a matter of life and death. Do you think I'm afraid of you? All of you fellow students present can bear witness. If I, Pei Xiaoji, lose this poetry duel to Mu Xian today, I will willingly give my life as compensation. These words caused a stir among the crowd. Dongshan hurriedly tried to calm him down. Xiaoji, don't let your emotions get the better of you. Xiao Xiuning was also taken aback that Mu Xian didn't hold back. He went straight for the kill. Prince of the state, matters of life and death are no trivial matter. However, before Xiao Xiuning could finish speaking, there was a loud clang. Mu Xian drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it into the ground. He then glared at Pei Xiaoji with a cold, piercing gaze and said, Once the words are out. Pei Xiaoji stood straight, his expression fierce. Words cannot be taken back. The atmosphere on the scene was tense and charged. Everyone knew that at this moment, no one could stop the two from fighting to the death. Pei Xiaoji turned to look at Dongshan Xiansheng, who stood frozen in place, and said, Please, sir, pose the question. Dongshan raised his hand to speak, but his gaze locked with Pei Xiaoji's bloodshot eyes. Please, Mr. Dongshan, give us the question. Pei Xiaoji's tone grew even more urgent. Dongshan Xiansheng sighed deeply upon hearing this. He knew this matter was beyond redemption. He looked around, at Xiao Xiuning and Lu Yunshui standing in front of Mu Xian. He then glanced at Ning Hongchen and Lu Ruosi standing behind Mu Xian. After a moment of contemplation, he stroked his beard and spoke. Among the 80,000 characters in the world, none is more hurtful than the word love. The two of you shall take love as your theme and compose a poem within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. What do you say? Pei Xiaoji heard this and remained silent, walking to the desk and beginning to compose a poem. Today, he must tell the entire world that only he, Pei Xiaoji, is worthy of the ninth princess. Mu Ziyan shook his sleeves, looked around, and asked with a smile. Composing poetry without wine? That's 3 points less in chivalry. Bring the wine. The person in charge of the wine on the painted boat was Xia Yuyao, the manager of Tingzhu Xian, the largest brothel in the current Dali kingdom, known as the Jade-Faced Fox. In my listening to Bamboo Pavilion, we have gathered the finest wines from all over the world. I wonder which one the prince of the state would prefer. Xia Yuyao's voice was soft and seductive, but her pride was evident in every word. Mu Ziyan laughed heartily and said boldly, "Bring as much as you have." Pei Jianji sneered upon hearing this. The Bamboo Pavilion has at least 100 varieties of wine. Do you really think you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? Don't talk big, you'll just end up eating your words. Mu Ziyan sneered with disdain. Just because you can't do something doesn't mean others can't. The mockery from 2 months ago was now returned in full. Pei Jianji's face flushed red in an instant. Xia Yuyao covered her mouth and giggled, her brows betraying her flirtatious nature. The prince of the state is indeed formidable. Ladies, what are you waiting for? Bring some wine for Mr. Mu. As Xia Yuyao finished speaking, a fragrant breeze swept through the air. Over 100 elegantly dressed women approached, carrying wooden trays. Each tray held a cup of wine. Mu Ziyan picked up a cup and took a sip. The wine was rich and aromatic, but not overly strong. Compared to the alcohol content of beer in later generations, it was no less potent. How much beer can you drink? Don't ask about my drinking capacity, just point your finger toward the sea. One cup after another, one glass after another. Everyone stared in astonishment at Mu Ziyan until the wine cups filled the desk. At that moment, Mu Ziyan's face was slightly flushed, his demeanor graceful, the wine at its peak, and the mood just right. Meanwhile, the incense burning nearby had already burned halfway through. Mu Ziyan showed no signs of picking up his brush. Pei Shaoji, seeing this, sneered coldly. I hope you'll be just as carefree when it comes time to keep your promise. The renowned scholars who had followed him exchanged glances. Seeing Mu Ziyan's half-drunk, half-awake state, could it be that he intended to feign drunkenness and give up? Just then, Pei Shaoji put down his brush and stopped. My poem is complete. Please all take a look. With that, Pei Shaoji began to recite aloud. If the long river could understand the hatred of the world, the sea would surely know the oath of the world. A withering tree cannot shelter a phoenix, a drifting speck of foam clings to a floating root. Having mistaken the stars for eternal night, why not let the wildfire burn on into the late hours? Knowing this object has little strength left, I fear its remaining warmth may not suffice to protect it. As he finished the poem, a burst of applause erupted. In the brief time it took to burn half a stick of incense, such verses were composed. The antithesis was perfect, and the rhythm rose and fell beautifully. Lu Zhengping immediately praised him. Your language is elegant, and your emotions build up beautifully. You truly live up to your reputation as the son of the Pei family. This is truly worthy of praise. Pei Shaoji's lips curled into a cruel smile. He drew the dagger from the wooden board and glared at Mu Ziyan with a menacing expression. It's your turn. Chapter 64, 1,000-Year Drunkenness, Dreaming Without Knowing One's True Identity. Mu Ziyan glanced at Pei Shaoji with disdain. What's the rush? Are you waiting to be reincarnated? With that, he downed another cup. The surrounding students, seeing this, began to whisper among themselves. Lu Zhengping crossed his arms across his chest and laughed coldly. In my opinion, that poem and verse must have been bought with money. Now that he has nothing left in his head, he's trying to get by getting drunk. Pei Jianji, upon hearing this, immediately chimed in loudly. Exactly. As everyone knows, Mu Ziyan has never published a single poem or lyric in the capital. How could he possibly compose 2 timeless masterpieces overnight? His poem must have been bought from somewhere else. Xiao Xiuning frowned upon hearing this and spoke coldly. If I gave you money, could you buy these 2 timeless masterpieces? Moreover, it's only been half the time allotted. How could one master the art of poetry in such a short time? This is blatant favoritism. This immediately made those around them sense the scent of gossip. Master Dongshan also spoke up. There is still plenty of time, why the rush? Ning Hongye picked up a cup of wine and handed it to Mu Ziyan's lips, smiling. My young master is a genius, how could you mediocre fools possibly understand? When he was thoroughly enjoying himself, Mu Ziyan sat down directly on the table. Fine wine, beautiful women, a gentle breeze, and a bright moon. How delightful. Mu Ziyan's wild and unrestrained demeanor made Xia Yuyao's heart flutter. Her cheeks couldn't help but flush with a hint of red. Mr. Mu, drink to your heart's content. The wine at this listening to Bamboo Pavilion is unlimited. Lu Yunxue couldn't help but frown at the sight. He had never seen Mu Ziyan act so recklessly before and couldn't resist reminding him. Mu Ziyan, as the representative of the current prince of the state, you must uphold the dignity of the court. How can you behave so recklessly? Pei Gongzi is the leading figure of the literary world among the younger generation. Losing to him would not be unjust. Can't you just concede defeat? In Lu Yinxue's eyes, Mu Ziyan was clearly just putting on a front, and in the end, he would only make himself look worse. Lu Ruoshi stepped forward and said, "How my young master behaves is none of your concern, Lady Lu. You have no connection to him. Please conduct yourself with dignity." Upon hearing this, Lu Yinxue felt a surge of anger. After all, she had been the first to speak. Why should she be the one to back down? Just as Lu Yinxue was about to step forward to argue, Mu Ziyan suddenly leaped down from the table. He tossed the wine cup he was holding directly into the lake, sending ripples across the water. "The wine may be good, but the person is too noisy. If you seek death, then this duke shall grant it to you. Bring me a brush." Lu Ruoshi, who had been preparing for this moment, immediately handed a brush to Mu Ziyan. Mu Ziyan staggered to the wooden wall of the painted boat. Before anyone could understand what Mu Ziyan intended to do, the brush in Mu Ziyan's hand had already fallen. Wine flows through the heart, 7 parts fermenting into moonlight, the remaining 3 transforming into sword energy. With a single utterance from his embroidered lips, half of China's grandeur was revealed. The brush danced like dragons and snakes, and with the aid of the wine, the first line was completed in one fluid motion. Xiao Xiuning, standing beside him, recited aloud. Leaning against a perilous tower in the gentle breeze, gazing into the distance, spring sorrow grows dimly on the horizon. It's a poem. What a vivid sense of autumn's desolate wind sweeping over us. The first line alone left everyone in awe. In just a few words, it expressed endless sorrow and longing. Before anyone could grasp its deeper meaning, the second line echoed once more. In the fading light, the grass is green and smoky. Who can understand the meaning of leaning on the railing? Suddenly, the once bustling surroundings fell silent. Pei Xiaoji's and ferocious expression began to fade. Mu Ziyan once again picked up a cup of wine from the tray held by a maid and drank it in one gulp. His figure was graceful, and the brush in his hand moved freely, like dragons and snakes dancing across the paper. As the wine entered his stomach, the third line was also written. "I seek to drown my reckless heart in wine, sing songs with my cup in hand, yet even forced joy tastes hollow." On the lake's surface, a chilling wind swept in. The banners fluttered in the wind, and suddenly, a faint sob could be heard. Who knows who was reminiscing about their lost love? Clang! Pei Xiaoji's dagger fell to the ground. His once rosy cheeks now began to pale. Each word felt like a heavy hammer striking his heart. His breathing grew rapid, and his hands grew cold. As the incense in the brazier burned to its end and suddenly ceased, Mu Ziyan's final words were spoken. Xiao Xiuning recited each word slowly and softly. "Though my belt grows loose, I never regret it for her, I waste away." With a thunderous crash, everyone present felt their minds go blank in an instant. Lu Yinxue gazed at the words on the wooden wall, feeling a bitter taste fill his heart. "Though my belt grows loose, I will never regret it. For her sake, I waste away." Lu Yinxue murmured the last 2 lines, tears streaming down her cheeks. All the prostitutes present lowered their heads involuntarily, tears streaming down their faces and falling to the ground. Who hasn't fantasized about love? Who hasn't had a secret crush in their heart? Yet reality had separated them. Social status and background were insurmountable barriers between them. Pitiful. Tragic. Ridiculous. For a moment, the entire pleasure boat fell into silence. Silence the world and listen to the sound of my broken heart. Mu Ziyan smiled slightly, his voice tinged with laziness. "Where's the wine?" Before Ning Hongqian and Lu Ruosi could react, Xia Yuyao had already stepped forward and placed the wine cup into Mu Ziyan's hand. Xia Yuyao's heart raced with excitement. For he knew that from tonight onward, Mu Ziyan's literary fame would echo throughout the land. And the poem he had written on the wooden wall would be passed down through the ages. Coincidentally, this painted boat belonged to her. Mu Zi held his wine cup and turned to look at Pei Xiaoji, who was still standing there in shock, asking with a hint of contempt. "Do you admit defeat?" Pei Xiaoji clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot, almost as if they could bleed. Seeing this, Pei Jianji immediately stepped forward and said, "Your poem is indeed good. But my young master finished writing his half an incense stick earlier than you. Considering all factors, your poem and his verse are at best a draw. You can't claim victory." These words immediately drew a chorus of boos. The Pei family is so shameless. Is this really the first family of the Great Li dynasty? This is truly eye-opening. How shameless. In an instant, the accusations from all around surged like waves, engulfing Pei Xiaoji and Pei Jianji. Mu Ziyan stood there, playing with the wine cup in his hand, a cold smile on his lips. The Pei family truly lives up to its reputation as a century-old clan. Their faces must be as thick as 100 feet. Facing Mu Ziyan's provocation, Pei Xiaoji roared angrily. "Don't be so arrogant. Who knows if this poem was bought or copied? You're not even in your 30s. How could you possibly have such deep emotional wounds?" As Pei Xiaoji finished speaking, everyone's gaze suddenly turned to Lu Yinxue. Recalling the day Lu Yinxue had publicly humiliated Mu Ziyan upon her triumphant return, everyone instantly understood the underlying meaning. In an instant, everyone present unconsciously cast a sympathetic and pitying glance at Muzian. I've heard of the Duke of Jingui's deep affection, but I never imagined it could be this profound. I actually mocked him. I'm not even human. In an instant, Muzian transformed from a reckless fool who didn't know his place into a deeply wounded man consumed by love. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the wound. Moreover, this poem was written as a response to kindness, showing that even though he had been hurt, he still loved silently, which further highlighted Muzian's greatness. Just as everyone was marveling at Muzian's profound love, suddenly, a loud laugh echoed through the air. Copied? That's right, I copied it. Chapter 65, Masterpieces Fall Like Rain, Poetry Shakes the World. Muzian's voice echoed, leaving everyone present speechless once again. This twist came way too fast. Our hearts can't take it. Pei Jianji, who had already given up hope, perked up instantly upon hearing those words. Like grabbing a lifeline, he shouted. Everyone heard that. He admitted it. All these poems were copied by him. It's my Pei family who won. It's my Pei family who won. Pei Jianji's excited expression was like that of a dog that had just received a reward. However, no one in the crowd paid him any attention. Muzian finished the wine in his cup and laughed heartily. Since they're all copied by me, why don't I copy a few more? Pei Jianji heard this and rejoiced wildly. Alright. Deal. Let everyone bear witness. Lu Ruoshi remained calm and stepped forward. No matter what, I believe in you, young master. Ning Hongchen covered her mouth and smiled, speaking with alluring charm. The young master is giving these mediocrities a lesson. Xiao Xiuning stood gracefully, surveying the surroundings. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. Lu Yunxue also wanted to say something, but the words stuck in her throat and she couldn't bring herself to speak. Pei Jianji was overjoyed inside. At that moment, he thought Muzian must be out of his mind. How could a timeless masterpiece be like cabbages by the roadside, picking up as many as you please? As long as you can't write a poem of the same caliber as before, then it will be proven that the previous poem and 2 lyrics were all plagiarized. Then I'll be able to turn the tables and come out on top. Just as Pei Jianji was lost in his fantasies, Muzian had already turned his head, picked up his brush, and began to write. I've never experienced heartbreak, so I can't write about it. Parting is hard, meeting is hard, the east wind is weak, and the flowers are withered. The silkworm dies before its thread is spun out, the candle burns to ash before its tears are dry. I have never been to the frontier battlefield, so I cannot write it. A new horse with a white saddle, after battling on the battlefield under the cold moonlight. The iron drums on the city walls still echo, and the blood on the sword in the scabbard has not yet dried. I have never experienced the pain of parting from friends, so I cannot write about it. The morning rain in Weicheng wets the dust, and the willows by the inn are green and fresh. I urge you to drink another cup of wine west of Yangwang, there will be no old friends. I have never experienced parting from my beloved, so I cannot write about it. The slanting light of dawn pierces the red door. Last night, the west wind withered the green trees. Alone on the high tower, I gaze to the end of the horizon. I wish to send a colorful note and a piece of silk, but the mountains are long and the waters vast, where could they go? I have never experienced the pain of a shattered nation, so I cannot write. The nation is in ruins, but the mountains and rivers remain. In the spring, the grass grows deep in the city. When I think of the times, flowers shed tears. When I think of parting, birds startle my heart. The fires of war have burned for 3 months. A letter from home is worth 10,000 pieces of gold. My white hair grows shorter from scratching, and I can barely hold my hairpin. I have never experienced retirement after marriage and reuniting with old friends, so I cannot write either. Red sweetened hands, yellow wrapped wine, the city is filled with spring colors and palace walls lined with willows. The east wind is cruel, and love is thin. A heart full of sorrow, years of separation. Mistake, mistake, mistake. Spring remains the same, but people have grown thin. Tears stain the silk handkerchief red. Peach blossoms fall, and the idle pavilion stands empty. Though our vows remain, how can I entrust them to a letter? No, no, no. Pei Jianji, who had been shouting loudly, suddenly fell silent as he read on. The quality of each poem was so exquisite that even he, who had never understood poetry, was deeply moved. Everyone present was so shocked that their mouths dropped open. Even Dongshan Xianxing was at a loss for words to describe the shock and awe he felt. So many timeless lines, any one of them was something everyone present could only aspire to but never achieve. Copy? Where to copy? Who's to copy? By? From whom? Who would sell? Who would give up the chance to be remembered in history? The students present were first stunned, then bitter, and finally laughed it off with a carefree smile. With such a prodigy before them, they couldn't muster even a hint of resistance. Looking around, everyone else was the same. Xiao Xiuning murmured, reciting over and over again. Her gaze swept over Ning Hongchen and Lu Ruosi. For a moment, it seemed as though she had come to some realization. A vibrantly blooming flower naturally attracts countless bees to swarm around it. Since she couldn't stop him from attracting others, why should she try to keep him all to herself? To share even a small portion was already a great blessing. With this thought, Xiao Xiaoning's gaze fell once more upon Lu Yunxue. For a moment, she even felt a hint of sympathy for her. Once, a flower had bloomed solely for her, yet she had rejected it. Now this flower blooms brilliantly once more, but it has nothing to do with you anymore. In that instant, Xiao Xiaoning felt fortunate, for at least she still possessed something. With a loud thud, Mu Ziyan threw the pen he was holding onto the ground. The crisp sound startled everyone present. Pei Xiaoji collapsed to the ground, his face completely pale. Mu Ziyan stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at him and asked, "Do you need me to copy some more?" Mu Ziyan's voice sounded like a demon from hell, driving Pei Xiaoji into a frenzy. "Impossible! Impossible! Are you human or a ghost? Are you human or a ghost? Ah! My head hurts! My head hurts!" Pei Xiaoji clutched his head and screamed wildly. In that moment, his worldview completely collapsed. The knowledge and talents he once prided himself on were worthless in front of Mu Ziyan. His once proud self-respect had been crushed under Mu Ziyan's feet. His once celebrated reputation had been utterly shattered by Mu Ziyan. From the heavens to the depths of hell! Pei Xiaoji screamed wildly. Mu Zi sneered and kicked the cold, gleaming dagger toward Pei Xiaoji. Upon seeing the dagger, Pei Xiaoji was instantly terrified and stepped back. The next moment, a strong urine-like odor filled the air. Everyone looked on in disbelief. The direct disciple of the esteemed leader of the literary circle in the capital had been so terrified he had lost control of his bladder. Whether a genius or a mediocre talent, whether emperor or commoner, death is equal for all. At that moment, Pei Xiaoji completely lost his mind. He climbed frantically from the deck, shouting wildly, "I am the once-in-a-century genius of the Pei family. A child prodigy. I am the future top scholar. I am the future chancellor of the Great Li dynasty. I cannot die. I cannot lose. I haven't lost." As soon as the words left his mouth, he turned and jumped into the lake. With a splash, he vanished instantly. Everyone present was stunned, but Xiao Xiaoning immediately reacted and ordered, "Quickly search the lake for Mr. Pei. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to him." Pei Jianji also froze in place, with only two words echoing in his mind. "It's over." Watching Pei Xiaoji jump into the lake, Mu Ziyan burst into laughter. The Pei family? A joke. Saying this, Mu Ziyan downed the last cup of wine in his hand and then fell backward. Lu Yunxue instinctively reached out to support him, but was swiftly intercepted by Ning Hongchen, who acted faster. "My young master's affairs are none of your concern, Lady Mu. You should go comfort your little lover instead. He looks like he's about to break." Ning Hongchen's words were as poisonous as venom. Xia Yuyao carefully put away the last cup Mu Ziyan had used, licked her lips, and smiled. "Exactly 1001 cups. The prince of the state is quite the drinker, isn't he? If you don't mind, my listening to Bamboo Pavilion has a private room. I also know a few tricks to sober someone up." Ning Hongchen and Xia Yuyao exchanged glances, both making the same judgment in their hearts. A worthy opponent. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiao Xiaoning stepped forward, exuding the aura of the empress. "Escort the prince of the state back to his mansion and take good care of him. I will report everything that happened here to His Majesty the Emperor. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility. You need not worry." Xia Yuyao, upon hearing this, clenched her legs and exclaimed regretfully. It seemed her hangover remedies would be of no use for now. The poetry gathering on the painted boat ended in a way that no one could have anticipated. No one knew what kind of upheaval this night would bring to the entire realm. Chapter 66, Developments Across the Realm. Tonight's Great Li capital city is destined to be extraordinary. Among the warriors, a true poet has emerged. The prodigy of the Pei family was so terrified that he jumped into the lake and took his own life. All the scholars aboard the painted boat were driven to the brink of madness by Mu Ziyan. The ninth princess openly favors Mu Ziyan, sparking a secret romance between the two. Moon-praising poems, border poems, parting sorrow poems, and love-wounded poems. Each poem is enough to shake the ages. Yet they all emerged overnight. There was too much information for everyone, whether it was the scholars from all over the country who had come to attend the poetry gathering tonight, or the renowned scholars and literati, or the wealthy merchants who came to join the festivities. All of them, without exception, immediately discussed everything they had seen tonight with their classmates, family elders, and household officials upon returning home. They all reached the same conclusion. All the absurd things Mu Ziyan had done before were merely to hide his true abilities. He is actually a rare genius of both literary and martial arts. Of course, there were also those who questioned the poetry. After all, the poems Mu Ziyan had written were emotionally inconsistent, stylistically diverse, and the contrast between them was simply too stark. It's as if a single person has suddenly split into countless others. However, no matter what the arguments may be, they cannot stop Mu Ziyan's fame from spreading throughout the land from this night onward. The imperial carriage of Xiao Xiaoning escorted Mu Ziyan back to the Jinguigong mansion. As the carriage entered the Jinguigong mansion, Mu Ziyan, who had been sound asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. The traces of his drunkenness vanished instantly. Lu Ruoxi and Ning Hongchen inside the carriage were startled by Mu Ziyan's sudden awakening. "Master, are you not drunk?" Lu Ruoxi covered her mouth in surprise. Mu Ziyan leaned half-reclined on the soft cushion inside the carriage. His nostrils twitched slightly, as if he could still smell the faint scent of milk lingering on the cushion. Mu Ziyan smiled and nodded, then shifted his body into a comfortable position and lay down. "It's just for show." Ning Hongchen heard this and looked puzzled. "Since you won the poetry contest this time, why pretend to be drunk? Isn't that redundant? But Pei Xiaoji didn't commit suicide in the end. Doesn't that mean your efforts were in vain?" Mu Ziyan picked a grape and stuffed it into Ning Hongchen's mouth, then burst into laughter. "Sometimes, living is more painful than dying. I never intended to kill him, or rather, the one who kills him shouldn't be me." The two women exchanged confused glances. Mu Ziyan spoke calmly. "Betting one's life is merely to cut off Pei Xiaoji's escape route. Pei Xiaoji has a reputation for literary talent in the capital, and the Pei family has considerable influence in literary circles. If Pei Xiaoji were to commit suicide on the painted boat, I would be branded with the shameful reputation of forcing a talented individual to their death. At that point, the Pei family could use this as an excuse to cause trouble. But if I pretend to be drunk and leave, whether Pei Xiaoji lives or dies afterward will have nothing to do with me." Lu Ruoxi seemed to have suddenly thought of something and immediately said, "In this way, you won't have to bear the blame for forcing a talented person to their death, and you can also use this opportunity to label the Pei family as untrustworthy, bringing shame upon them. Moreover, if the young master withdraws at the right time without pressing too hard, he can earn a reputation for being magnanimous, which also spares face for Pei Xiaoji's status in the literary circles of the capital. You are using retreat as an advance, completely turning the Pei family and this person into a laughingstock in the capital. After tonight, if I were Pei Xiaoji, I would absolutely dare not show my face in public for fear of being mocked by others. Under such circumstances, winning the imperial examination is nothing but a pipe dream, and the young master has fulfilled the emperor's command. By not forcing Pei Xiaoji to take his own life, the young master has also made amends to the literary circles of the capital. The Pei family cannot blame the young master, they should thank him for sparing Pei Xiaoji's life. The bitter fruit of this ordeal must be swallowed by them alone. Your actions have truly achieved 3 objectives with 1 move." Mu Ziyan, lying on the soft mattress, felt slightly embarrassed. Had he really thought of all that at the time? Mu Ziyan stretched lazily, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. It was merely collecting some interest first, the real show was yet to come. In the Imperial Palace's Hall of Cultivating the Heart, the poems Mu Ziyan had written were now laid out on Emperor Xiaoyu of the Great Li Dynasty's imperial desk. The more Emperor Xiaoyu read, the broader his smile grew. The Pei family has always held themselves in high regard, and Pei Xiaoji was their chosen heir for the next generation. Yet tonight, they were forced to flee by drowning themselves in the lake. It's a laughingstock for all to see. Once these poems spread throughout the realm, the Pei family will be reduced to a laughingstock among the aristocratic clans. Over the years, the Pei family has been intertwined with factions in the court, influencing the political landscape. This is the perfect opportunity to dampen their arrogance. Chao Gonggong chimed in from the side. "It is all thanks to the emperor's discerning eye. Had it not been for the emperor's recognition of the Prince of Jingua's extraordinary talent, he would never have had the opportunity to showcase his abilities. The imperial examinations haven't even begun yet, and the Prince of Jingua has already dashed the Pei family's hopes of winning the top prize. That's a pretty harsh move. Given the Pei family's temperament, they won't just swallow this. Should we remind the Prince of Jingua to be on guard?" Xiaoyu shook his head and smiled. The poetry contest was proposed by Pei Xiaoji, the life or death wager was agreed to by Pei Xiaoji, and in the end, it was Pei Xiaoji who reneged on the deal. Mu Ziyan did not force him to kill himself, he jumped into the lake and fled on his own. Therefore, the Pei family must accept this loss. At this point, a cold gleam flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes. "I hear that Pei Xiaoji has already been rescued from the lake." Chao Gonggong nodded. "Your Majesty, the Imperial City Guard has reported that Pei Xiaoji has just been sent back to Qinghe in the middle of the night." Xiaoyu picked up the poem he had copied onto the imperial desk and examined it carefully by the candlelight. After all, what happened to Pei Xiaoji occurred at the poetry gathering on the painted boat hosted by Xiaozhou. "Go to the imperial physician's quarters and fetch some herbs for treating cold-induced injuries to send to the Pei family." Chao Gonggong bowed respectfully. "As you command." The next morning, the gates of the Jinguigong mansion were crowded with scholars. Mu Ziyan's reputation as a poetic genius had spread far and wide overnight. Countless students, after hearing Mu Ziyan's poems, were so excited that they rushed to pay their respects. Countless carriages nearly blocked the street where the Jinguigong mansion was located. Inside the carriages were the daughters of prominent families, all gathered here with the sole purpose of catching a glimpse of Mu Ziyan. Servants holding visiting cards pushed their way to the front, shouting, The eldest daughter of the Zhao family of the Great Li dynasty has come to present a calling card, inviting the Duke of the State to meet her. The eldest daughter of the Zhang family of Jizhou, having heard of the Duke of the State's great reputation, has specially arranged an elegant banquet at the heavenly residence to invite the Duke of the State for a chat. The Jiang family of Hedong. The Wu family of Yinping. The Lu family of Jiangnan. The cacophony of voices intertwined and overlapped, making the scene even more chaotic than a bustling marketplace. Some servants were even willing to fight to push their way forward. At the front gate, Jia Sun was sweating profusely. None of those who had come were ordinary people. They were either descendants of prominent clans or sons of high-ranking families, making socializing quite a hassle. Fortunately, Zhao Yun stood there proudly, holding his long spear. The icy killing intent emanating from him kept the scholars at bay, preventing anyone from charging in. However, inside the Prince of the State's mansion, it was deathly quiet. Mu Ziyan was intently writing a memorial. At the top of the memorial were 4 bold characters. Reform of the Imperial Examination System. Chapter 67, Reform of the Imperial Examination System, Developments in the Pei family. At present, the Imperial Examination System of the Great Li dynasty still appears rather rudimentary. In addition to the regular examinations, there is also a public recommendations system. Public recommendation refers to officials above the imperial court recommending candidates to fill vacancies in the government. While the initial intent was noble, after years of development, public recommendation has long since lost its original intent and become a tool for aristocratic clans to manipulate the examination system. On the surface, it appears to be a selection based on academic merit. But in reality, before candidates even reach the examination stage, the elite families have already divided up the positions among themselves. Those who remain are either the offspring of high-ranking officials or connected to aristocratic families. To completely change the current situation where the aristocratic clans control the imperial examinations in the Great Li dynasty, reform is absolutely necessary. The remnants of this examination system must be completely eradicated. However, Mu Ziyan was well aware that any reform would inevitably infringe upon the interests of the aristocratic clans across the entire Great Li Empire. Those who had benefited from the system would never agree. This move was tantamount to challenging the entire aristocratic class of officials in the Great Li dynasty with one's own strength, and the difficulty was self-evident. If it were an ordinary person, success would be impossible. But Mu Ziyan was the Duke of the State, a pillar of the Dili regime. A figure second only to the emperor, and moreover, Xiaoyu wanted Mu Ziyan to be his lone loyal minister. There was no better way to do so than by making enemies of all the official clans in the realm. Moreover, Mu Ziyan could use this opportunity to win the hearts of scholars from humble backgrounds across the realm. Just as he was pondering this, the study door creaked open. Lu Ruoxi and Ning Hongqian each held a stack of invitations in their hands, piling them before Mu Ziyan. Ning Hongqian smiled. Young master is now the most sought-after person in the entire capital. These invitation cards are so numerous that even the imperial treasury can't hold them all. Mu Ziyan had anticipated this situation long ago. He had pretended to be drunk upon his return to avoid being questioned on the spot. Although he possessed knowledge spanning thousands of years, this did not mean that ancient people were all naive and could be easily deceived. As the saying goes, the more you speak, the more you risk making a mistake. Mu Ziyan put pen to paper, feeling a bit headache at the moment. The title of Poet Immortal was something he couldn't escape. Tell Mr. Jia that I overexerted myself last night and need to rest for a few days. With the imperial examinations approaching, as one of the examiners, I should avoid excessive contact with the candidates. Lu Ruoxi relayed Mu Ziyan's words to Jia Su. However, even so, people continued to visit his door in a steady stream over the next few days. Not only that, but the visitors were of increasingly higher status. Some even included noblemen and high-ranking officials who were inquiring about whether Mu Ziyan had any suitable women in mind. All of them were hoping to send their own daughters to the Prince of the State's mansion. After all, Mu Ziyan was currently at the peak of his fame, not only holding military merits but also renowned for his poetry. He was the very embodiment of talent, and marrying into such a family would ensure a bright future. For a time, the prominent families of the capital were all rushing to the Jingguigong mansion, nearly wearing out the threshold. Until the matter was reported to Xiaoyu. Seeing that the prince consort he had almost secured was about to be snatched away by others, Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively and immediately issued an edict harshly rebuking those who dared to compete with him for his daughter's hand. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. At least, the number of suitors coming to the Prince of Jingguo's mansion had decreased significantly, and Mu Ziyan could finally breathe a sigh of relief and focus on his official duties. But as the days passed, another bombshell dropped. Pei Xiaoji had gone mad. Ever since the night of the poetry gathering on the painted boat, when he jumped into the lake and was rescued, Pei Xiaoji had been suffering from a severe fever caused by typhoid fever. He was rushed to the Pei family in Xinghe for treatment, but no matter how many doctors were summoned, their efforts were in vain. The high fever persisted for 7 days, and it seemed as though Pei Xiaoji was on the brink of death. It wasn't until the imperial physician arrived at the palace that his life was finally saved. Though he was saved, he became mentally impaired. He became extremely violent, often lashing out and injuring others, his behavior a stark contrast to his former gentle and refined demeanor. One night, he even set fire to the entire Pei family's library. The fire raged on, and if it hadn't been discovered in time, the entire Pei family might have been consumed by the flames. The once promising young master has now become a violent madman, leaving many people deeply moved. Although Pei Shaoji suffered so terribly, no one blamed Mu Ziyan. After all, Pei Shaoji had already lost the respect of many for breaking his word and fleeing by jumping into a lake. Now, with his drastic change in temperament, it only served to confirm his narrow-mindedness and lack of magnanimity. As a result, the reputation of the Pei family has plummeted. In just half a month, the younger generation of the Pei family, Pei Shaojing and Pei Xiaoming, one dead and the other mad. Even the Pei family, a top-tier aristocratic clan, was on the brink of collapse in the face of such a situation. However, Mu Ziyan has left them no room for retaliation. At this moment, the Pei family of Qinghe was shrouded in gloom and despair. A young man dressed in a long robe stood there, filled with righteous indignation, shouting loudly. This was none other than Pei Shaking, the eldest son of the Pei family in the present generation. Although Pei Shaking was the eldest son, he was not the legitimate heir, having been born to a concubine. However, he was adopted into the main branch of the Pei family at a young age and raised alongside Pei Shaoji, earning him a prominent status within the family. Father, how can we just let this go? My third brother is the prodigy of the Pei family. Now he's been driven mad by that Mu Ziyan. Our mother has been weeping day and night, and she will soon weep herself blind. Moreover, Xiaoming's body is still cold. Father, if we don't avenge him, how will the world look upon the Pei family? As soon as Pei Shaking finished speaking, a stern voice echoed. As the eldest brother, how can you act so recklessly? Don't you know that haste makes waste when faced with a crisis? Following Pei Shaking's gaze, they saw a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance sitting beneath the large, brightly lit plaque in the center of the hall. This man was none other than Pei Liang, the current head of the Pei family. At that moment, Pei Liang's face was dark, and his clenched fists revealed the anger within him. Pei Xiaoming's death was tragic, but if it could appease the emperor's anger, it was worth it could be endured. But Pei Shaoji was the heir he had nurtured with all his heart for years, and now he had been driven mad. This was not only a blow to Pei Liang as a father, but it was also equivalent to directly destroying the future prospects of his entire branch of the family. The position of clan leader is akin to the imperial throne, both inherited through the legitimate line. However, throughout 1,000 years of history, how many imperial thrones were inherited by the crown prince in succession? The struggle for the position of clan leader is no different, it goes to the most capable. Originally, Pei Shaoji, as the strongest member of the Pei clan in his generation, had firmly suppressed all the other branches of the Pei family. Had he secured the top position in the imperial examinations, married the princess, and then maneuvered strategically, Pei Shaoji would undoubtedly have attained the rank of first-class official, reaching the pinnacle of power. At that point, the entire Pei family would undoubtedly rise to even greater heights. However, all these future aspirations have been completely shattered by Pei Shaoji's madness. The suppressed branches of the family are now stirring with ambition. As a result, the reputation of the Pei family has plummeted in recent days, and as the family head, he has been constantly held accountable. Just as the atmosphere in the main hall grew tense, a servant rushed in from outside. Pei Liang frowned upon seeing this. What's the commotion about? The servant immediately knelt down and spoke with a trembling voice. Reporting to the family head, there is a scholar seeking an audience outside the gate. Pei Shaking heard this and couldn't help but grow angry. It must be another destitute scholar from a lowly family trying to climb the social ladder by associating with the Pei family. Tell him to leave immediately. The servant replied, his voice trembling slightly. Report to the young master. The scholar outside claims to be. Pei Liang sensed something was amiss. Continue. The servant knelt down with a thud and shouted loudly. He claims to be the advisor to the current duke of the state. His name is Jia Su, courtesy name Wenhe. Chapter 68, Harming Heaven, Not Harming Culture. Upon hearing that it was someone from the prince of the state's mansion, Pei Shaking flew into a rage, charging forward and kicking the servant who had come to report the news to the ground. My third brother has been reduced to this by the prince of the state's mansion. How dare they show their faces here? As he spoke, Pei Shaking drew his sword from his waist and, with hair standing on end, was about to charge outside. Get back here. Do you want to make us even more disgraced? Pei Liang's furious shout froze Pei Shaking in his tracks. For a moment, he couldn't move forward or backward, his face turning bright red with embarrassment. The servants and maids around them all lowered their heads, dared not look up, fearing they might become the next target of his anger. Pei Liang rose slowly. As the head of the Pei family, his cultivation of inner calm was naturally of the highest caliber. Even when facing the Jingui Gongfu, who had driven his own son to the brink of madness, he maintained a nonchalant expression. Go fetch that Mr. Jia over here. The servant nodded and hurriedly fled, fearing that even a moment's delay might earn him a sword from his young master. Pei Shaking threw his sword to the ground and turned to ask his father in confusion. "Father, the prince of the state's mansion has driven my third brother to this state. Why must we still meet them?" Pei Liang shot Pei Shaking a cold glance and snorted. "Forced? Who forced him? Everyone saw your younger brother jump into the lake and flee during the poetry gathering on the painted boat. If it weren't for the prince of the state's broad-mindedness, your third younger brother's seventh-day memorial would have already passed. Mu Xian's move was a strategic retreat, placing our Pei family in the eye of the storm. Such a well-planned scheme surpasses even his father's." Pei Liang's eyes grew cold, and his mind couldn't help but flash back to a thought. Could it be that the matter has been exposed? But he quickly shook his head. That matter was too complicated, even the current emperor wouldn't be able to uncover any leads so quickly. Just as Pei Liang was lost in his thoughts, a crisp set of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Pei Liang looked up and saw Jia Su, dressed in a blue robe, walking toward him. Behind Jia Su followed Zhao Yun, with his jade-like face and icy expression. There was no one else besides them. Pei Shaking sneered upon seeing this. "I never expected the Jinguigong mansion to dare to step foot on my Pei family's doorstep." Feeling Pei Shaking's hostility, Jia Sun's face remained adorned with a warm smile. "The ground beneath my feet belongs to the Great Li Kingdom. Could it be that the land the Pei family has claimed is not part of the Great Li Kingdom?" Jia Su's words cut like a knife. Pei Shaoqing was immediately flustered and turned red. If he admitted what Jia Sun said, wouldn't that mean the Pei family had become a state within a state? He hurriedly denied it. "That's not what I meant." Jia Su laughed heartily. "Then what does this gentleman mean? My Jinguigong mansion has neither violated the law nor committed acts of violence. Since we have nothing to hide, why can we not enter the Pei family's gates?" As he spoke, Jia Sun's voice grew cold, and his gaze, like two icy stars, pierced the already flustered Pei Shaking. "Could it be that the Pei family looks down on the Jinguigong mansion? Do you dare to disrespect my family's duke?" At these words, Pei Shaojia immediately broke out in a cold sweat. In the Great Li dynasty, showing contempt for a duke was an extremely serious crime. Although Mu Xian's power had not yet reached its peak. However, the title was a tangible fact. Pei Shaking had no official position, no military achievements, he was a commoner. Under such circumstances, showing contempt for a duke was an even graver offense. Pei Shaoqing never expected that this man, who had entered the room with a warm smile, would strike so ruthlessly. In just a few words, he had pinned 2 charges on him. This was clearly an attempt to destroy him completely. Just as Pei Shaking was at a loss for words, Pei Liang's voice rang out. "A child's words are just playful banter, they shouldn't be taken seriously. Please don't hold it against him, Mr. Jia. Bring tea for Mr. Jia and this young general." With just a casual remark, he effortlessly diffused Jia Sun's aggressive stance. Jia Su and Pei Liang's gazes met in mid-air. Both knew the other was no ordinary person. "You ungrateful son, get out of the way." Pei Liang's furious shout snapped Pei Shaking out of his daze, and he hurriedly stepped aside. Jia Su and Zhao Yun took their seats, and the atmosphere in the hall suddenly grew tense. Pei Liang smiled faintly and bowed to Jia Su. "I am well aware of the things my son has done. He is ignorant of his place and has offended the Duke of the State. I should have come to apologize in person, but due to the many matters at home and my son's persistent fever, I was delayed. Please do not hold it against me." Jia Su heard this and stroked his beard with a smile. "Mr. Pei, you worry too much. My lord is a man of broad mind. How could he hold such a trivial matter against you? On the contrary, I heard that your son fell into the water that day, and I was deeply concerned, so I specially sent me to come and inquire after his well-being." Pei Liang heard this and felt furious. "You didn't come to see him when he fell into the water, but you waited until he was rescued and had gone mad before coming to visit. You speak so nobly, but you're only here to see if your son is truly mad or feigning madness." Though he thought this in his heart, he dared not speak it aloud. "Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency. It was merely that my wayward son lost his mind after falling into the water. However, since things have come to this, it is his own fault. We cannot blame others. We must thank the Prince of the State for his generosity in not pursuing the matter further and sparing my son's life." Jia Su heard this and waved his hand with a smile. "Mr. Pei, there is no need to thank me. The Duke specifically entrusted me with a gift for Mr. Pei's third son, and it must be handed to him in person." Pei Liang's smile froze. The wayward son is mentally unstable and might offend the gentleman. Perhaps the gentleman could leave the gift here, and I will deliver it to him once his emotions have settled. Jia Sun remained unmoved and repeated, "Please invite Mr. Pei's third son out to meet me." Pei Liang clenched his fists, and the previously gentle expression on his face turned icy. Jia Sun's actions were tantamount to slapping him in the face. "Your words are indeed domineering. If I refuse to summon him, what then? Even a clay figurine has some temper, let alone someone of Pei Liang's stature." Facing the aura of superiority emanating from Pei Liang, Jia Sun remained completely unfazed. The Duke has spoken. This item must be handed over to third young Master Pei. If we cannot see him today, we will have no choice but to force our way in. Jia Su's voice was calm, but the arrogance and boldness hidden within his words were unmistakable. Pei Shaking, standing nearby, erupted in anger upon hearing this. Do you think the Pei family is someplace you can just come and go as you please? As Pei Shaking finished speaking, a commotion erupted around them. Countless guards armed with clubs emerged from all directions, glaring menacingly at Jia Sun. Pei Shaking sneered. The laws of the Great Li State clearly state, anyone who dares to trespass into a private residence shall be killed without mercy. Jia Sun picked up the teacup on the table, blew away the foam, and sipped it slowly. Then, as if by chance, he asked, Zilong, do you remember what the Duke instructed before he left? Zhao Yun rose slowly, gazing down at the servants in the courtyard with disdain, and spoke coldly. The Duke said, anyone who dares to block the way shall be killed without mercy. Chapter 69, Aggressive. As Zhao Yun's voice faded, the hall fell into complete silence. The bone-chilling intent to kill was unmasked. The overwhelming aura caused everyone to involuntarily take a few steps back. A pair of phoenix-like eyes swept across the room, viewing everyone as mere ants. Pei Shaking, though nervous inside, couldn't back down due to the dignity of his noble lineage. Attack! Before the bodyguards could charge forward, a dark figure descended from the sky, and Zhao Yun had already landed in front of Pei Shaking. With a swift movement, he grabbed Pei Shaking by the throat. With a slight exertion of his single arm, he lifted Pei Shaking off the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the surrounding guards reacted, Pei Shaking was already struggling in mid-air. Protect the young master! A guard shouted, and immediately, countless servants armed with clubs rushed forward. Amidst the chaos, Zhao Yun stood tall and proud. With a casual toss, he sent Pei Shaking flying through the air. Catch the young master! Before the words had even finished, a loud thud echoed through the air. Pei Shaking, who had been thrown through the air, crashed into a group of people. Zhao Yun transformed into a streak of light, darting through the crowd. Fists flew like the wind, and whipping legs rained down. In the blink of an eye, the servants and guards surrounding the main hall lay scattered on the ground. Zhao Yun stood towering above, his foot crushing Pei Shaking's chest. Jia Su, sitting calmly in his original seat, set down his teacup and smiled. Is this how the Pei family treats their guests? Pei Liang looked at the defeated servants and guards before him, his eyes boiling with anger. Humiliation. Blatant humiliation. The commotion in the hall immediately drew the attention of many members of the Pei family and renowned scholars who had come to pay their respects. Among them were many scholars who were renowned in the literary circles of the capital. After all, the Pei family had enjoyed an unparalleled reputation in the scholarly circles over the years, and they had a prodigious child like Pei Shaoji. The intricate network of connections in the imperial court was equally complex, attracting numerous literati seeking to cultivate connections. As soon as the crowd entered the hall, they saw the scene before them and erupted in anger. Who are these audacious ruffians daring to cause a commotion at the Pei residence? A disgrace to literature! A disgrace to literature! In broad daylight, you dare to harm someone's servant? Have you all lost all respect for the law? Jia Su's face betrayed his disdain. He had no regard for those who only knew how to climb the social ladder by attaching themselves to the powerful. Pei Liang stood up and coldly snorted. Bring Xiaoji over here. He wanted to see what Jia Sun was really up to. At that moment, the entire hall was filled with his close relatives and friends. If Jia Su did anything out of line today, he could use it as an opportunity to target Mu Zian and vent his pent-up anger. Before long, a hunchbacked, disheveled figure was dragged out from the back courtyard. Everyone looked over and sucked in their breath in shock. Who could have imagined that the once brilliant and promising child prodigy, Pei Shaojia, would end up in such a state? From a distance, he looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s. Upon seeing Pei Shaoji being led out by the servants, Pei Liang's eyes flashed with a mix of helplessness and heartache. But it was quickly replaced by a surge of anger. If it weren't for Mu Zian's own son, how could he have ended up in such a state? Pei Liang turned away, seemingly unable to bear looking at his son any longer. If the Prince of Jin has something to give to Xiaoji, please feel free to do so, Mr. Jia. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Jia Sun. Among them were Pei Shaojia's classmates and his teachers. An elderly man with white hair pointed at Jia Sun and shouted angrily. The Prince of Jingua's mansion is simply too arrogant. Have you come here to mock him after what you did to Xiaoji? Jia Sun faced the crowd without flinching. He calmly took out a wooden box and walked over to Pei Shaoji, who was still standing there in shock. My lord said that Mr. Pei forgot to take this item with him, so I was specially sent to deliver it to you today. Pei Shaoji took the wooden box from Jia Su's hands and opened it. Instantly, Pei Shaoji let out a piercing scream and scrambled backward in terror. The wooden box he was holding slipped from his hands and landed on the ground with a dull thud. A gleaming dagger then fell out of the wooden box. Pei Shaoji recognized the dagger immediately. It was the very same dagger he had used to gamble his life with Mu Zian at the poetry gathering on the painted boat that night. The terrifying memories of that night resurfaced once again. The poems Mu Zian had recited that night echoed in Pei Xiaoji's ears like a haunting melody. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Get out of here. All of you, get out of here. Pei Xiaoji, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly turned red-eyed. He rose like a raging lion, picking up the scattered sticks and wildly swinging them in all directions. This scene was truly terrifying. Pei Liang glared at Jia Sun and asked, "What does the Duke of Jingui intend by this? Are you trying to drive my child to death?" Seeing this, the crowd also spoke out in condemnation. That's right. How dare the prince of the state act so arrogantly? Mr. Pei could have been a pillar of our great nation, yet now he has come to this. We scholars cannot stand idly by. We must jointly petition the emperor. That's right. Let's jointly petition the emperor. In an instant, the entire Pei family was filled with righteous indignation, determined to fight the prince of the state to the death. Pei Liang saw this and a faint smile flashed across his face. He had been worried about not having any evidence to attack Mu Zian. Mu Zian's actions had played right into his hands. However, Pei Liang still put on a sorrowful expression. Alas, my son has spent decades studying in poverty, hoping to serve the nation, yet now he has ended up in this miserable state. If the prince of the state is unwilling to spare my son's life, then please let him take his own life. The Pei family will have no further objections. Pei Liang was indeed a cunning old fox, employing the same tactic of retreating to advance. In an instant, he shifted the narrative to portray himself as the victim, while the prince of the state's mansion, which had been pressing the issue, now appeared to be the aggressor. Just as Pei Liang thought he had the upper hand, he noticed a faint smile on Jia Su's face. The Duke of the State did not give this dagger to force Pei Gongzi to his death, but to use it as a warning. The way of literature lies not in petty rivalries or fierce battles. As Jia Sun finished speaking, a cold voice echoed from outside the door. The Prince of the State speaks with great arrogance. Does he think that writing a few poems and verses is enough to look down on all the literati of the world? The crowd parted to make way for a narrow path. The next moment, a middle-aged scholar dressed in a long robe emerged from the crowd. Pei Liang saw this and his face lit up with joy. He immediately took 3 steps forward and bowed in greeting. Gu Xiong, you've arrived. The man who had arrived was none other than Gu Shiji, the current leader of the literary circle in the capital. Upon seeing his teacher, the previous Lipi Xiaoji suddenly seemed to regain his senses. Seeing his most proud disciple in such a state, Gu Shiji's face betrayed a hint of anger. Xiaoji, do not fear. Today, I am here. Your master will certainly seek justice for you. After speaking, Gu Shiji glared at Jia Sun and said coldly. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. The way of literature lies in the word strive. Dare to be the first in the world. Even if it means facing the current emperor, we must fight for a just and fair world for the common people. The words and actions of the Prince of Jin are nothing but an attempt to smooth out the sharp edges of a scholar. To not strive or compete, are we to become a docile and submissive creature? Gu Shiji, the current leader of the literary world, truly lived up to his reputation. In just a few words, he had already revealed his sharp wit. The crowd nodded in agreement. What the great Gu says is true. A scholar must strive. Without the sharpness of a needle, how can we seek peace for the common people? Gu Shiji fixed his gaze on Jia Su and retorted coldly. I would like to know, what does the Duke of Jingui consider reading to be? Instantly, all eyes turned to Jia Sun. If Jia Sun did not provide a satisfactory answer today, the matter would certainly not end well. As the leader of the literary circle in the capital, Gu Shiji naturally had to stand up for his disciple. Jia Su seemed to have anticipated this, slowly tearing open the envelope in his hand. His gaze swept across the renowned scholars and students present, finally settling on Gu Shiji. Today, let my lord, the Duke of the State, tell you all why we study. Listen carefully. Within the Pei family residence, a gust of wind swept through the hall, causing Jia Sun's blue robe to flutter in the breeze. The Prince of the State has spoken. What is the purpose of reading? Upon hearing this, everyone in the Pei family wore expressions of disdain. Gu Shiji sneered. How dare you speak so boldly? How many years have you studied to dare say such things? Even Dongshan Xiansheng would not dare to make such a definitive statement. Ignoring Gu Shiji's words, Jia Su recited aloud. Reading has 4 purposes. The first, to establish a heart for heaven and earth. As Jia Sun's voice fell, the once bustling surroundings suddenly fell silent. Pei Liang, who had been confident of victory, looked shocked. Gu Shiji's previously cold face turned pale with fear. Jia Su continued in the same tone, reciting aloud once more. Second, to establish a destiny for the people. Boom! Those 2 short sentences felt like a 1,000-pound hammer striking everyone's hearts. At that moment, some Confucian scholars trembled uncontrollably. These 2 sentences alone were already beyond their reach. A look of panic finally appeared on Gu Shiji's face. Pei Liang sensed something was amiss and immediately roared. Stop! He had a premonition that if he let Jia Su finish speaking, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Zhao Yun stood alone before Jiasu. The icy aura emanating from him was so intense that no one dared to approach. Jiasu's gaze darted across the crowd. The third, to carry on the teachings of the sages of old. Gu Shiji's face turned completely pale. At that moment, it felt as though a towering mountain stood before him, impossible to overcome. At that moment, Gu Shiji finally understood the helplessness and despair that Pei Shaoji had felt when facing Mu Ziyan. Pei Liang felt a chill run down his spine. He had miscalculated. Mu Ziyan had sent Jia Sun today not to force Pei Shaoji to his death, but to force the entire Pei family to their deaths. On this sweltering day, everyone felt as though a chill was blowing through the air. Jia Sun looked up and shouted loudly. The fourth, to bring peace to all future generations. His voice boomed like a bell, echoing endlessly. Mu Ziyan had recited the 4 sentences of Hengju. It felt like a giant poem had struck down, crushing everyone present until they could barely breathe. Pei Liang spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed backward. The Pei family. In danger. Chapter 70, The Eve of the Storm. Looking at the stunned crowd, Jiasu smiled slightly. For all scholars in the world, the impact of these 4 lines was no less devastating than an atomic bomb. Ha ha ha. I never imagined that after 30 years of diligent study, I still failed to uncover the true essence of this. The Duke of Jinghua has truly awakened me from my dreams with a single sentence. Exactly. That is the true aspiration of scholars. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to continue the teachings of the sages of old, and to open an era of peace for all future generations. How delightful! How delightful! My life is finite, but learning is infinite. The way of reading lies within. For a moment, the entire Pei household was filled with hearty laughter. Everyone present felt as though they had finally seen the light after parting the clouds. Those scholars who had sought to climb the Pei family's social ladder now blushed with shame. A gaunt scholar stepped forward and bowed deeply. Please convey my deepest gratitude to the Duke of the State on my behalf. From this day forward, I shall take these 4 phrases as my guiding principles, studying for the sake of heaven and earth, for the people, for the sages of the past, and for all future generations. After speaking, he bowed toward the weakened Pei Liang from a distance, then turned and left in large strides. At that moment, everyone present was moved, recalling their original purpose for studying. As the first person turned and left, the scholars and Confucian scholars who followed were like a school of fish crossing the river. Pei Shaking, seeing this, grew furious and exclaimed. Very well. You ungrateful wretches. The Pei family has treated you so well, yet you dare to abandon us today? The departing scholars turned and coldly replied. The Pei family has monopolized the imperial examinations. If we had no other choice, who would willingly bow down? Now that the Prince of the State has shown us a path forward, why should we cling to these official positions? If need be, we can return home to write books and educate the masses. That too is a noble endeavor. That's right. We'll go with you. A cold expression flashed across Pei Shaking's face. He picked up the sword on the ground and shouted. I'll see who dares to leave. Hearing this, everyone stopped in their tracks and glared angrily. Does the Pei family intend to imprison us scholars? Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Pei Liang felt as though all his strength had been drained from his body. Rebellious son. Get out of the way. Do you want to drag the Pei family into a position of injustice and disloyalty? Having said this, Pei Liang turned his gaze toward Jia Sun, who stood beneath the plaque bearing the words upright and honest. The Prince of Jin is indeed a master strategist. With just a few words, he has shattered the very foundation of the Pei family. But in this world, people come and go for their own gain. Today they leave, and tomorrow others will come knocking. Jia Sun smiled without a word, rose, and walked toward the door. As he passed by Pei Liang and Gu Shiji, Jia Sun paused and smiled. At the poetry gathering on the painted boat, Mr. Pei promised to give the winner 10,000 taels of silver. I suppose the Pei family won't go back on their word, will they? That was a dagger to the heart. Jia Su's words were as poisonous as if they had been dipped in venom. Pei Liang's breathing grew, and he fainted on the spot. Jia Sun laughed heartily and left with Zhao Yun in high spirits. Only the members of the Pei family were left staring at each other in shock. Gu Shiji looked at the unconscious Pei Liang, then at the cowering Pei Shaoji on the ground, sighed deeply, and turned away dejectedly. As the students who had been clinging to the Pei family departed, the 4 words spoken by Mu Ziyan spread throughout the entire capital in an instant. The once quiet entrance to the Jinguigong mansion once again bustled with activity. Inside the Jinguigong mansion, Jia Su explained in detail what had happened at the Pei family's residence. From today onward, the Pei family's reputation will be utterly ruined. Mu Ziyan put down his brush. The Pei family has been cultivating influence in the imperial court for years. This is merely severing one of their arms. As he spoke, Mu Ziyan shifted his gaze to the memorial on the desk regarding the reform of the imperial examination system. This was the true move to sever their roots. Reforming the imperial examination system was no easy task, and Mu Ziyan was well aware of that. However, there are some things that must be done. As night fell, the hall of mental cultivation in the imperial palace was ablaze with light. Xiao Yu's brows were furrowed. Before him lay the memorial on the reform of the imperial examination system that Mu Zian had presented. Xiao Yu never imagined that he had merely intended for Mu Zian to test whether he could use this opportunity to restrict the Pei family. But Mu Zian was now aiming to completely eradicate the roots of the aristocratic families. Xiao Yu could already imagine the upheaval that would ensue if this memorial were to be exposed tomorrow. Just then, Xiao Xiuning, dressed in court attire, entered from outside. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Upon seeing Xiao Xiuning, the fatigue on Xiao Yu's face vanished instantly. "Little Nine, why have you come here?" Xiao Xiuning approached with a faint smile on her face. "For more proverbs have been circulating in the capital today. I found them interesting, so I brought them to you in the middle of the night." Xiao Xiuning waved his hand, and a young eunuch immediately stepped forward, presenting a sheet of xian paper to Xiao Yu. The paper bore the 4 lines of the Hangju sayings. Xiao Yu took the paper and examined it carefully. The next moment, his expression grew solemn. Who wrote these 4 proverbs? How could someone have such lofty aspirations? They were composed by the Duke of Jingua. Xiao Yu was startled upon hearing this. I never expected Mu Zian to not only possess such poetic talent but also such a grand ambition. Xiao Yu's gaze involuntarily fell upon the memorial on the desk. At that moment, as he looked at the 4 lines of poetry in his hand and recalled the proposed reforms to the imperial examination system mentioned in the memorial, for a moment, even Emperor Xiao Yu of the Great Li dynasty couldn't help but marvel at how far-reaching Mu Zian's plans were. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's gaze fell upon Xiao Xiuning. "Xiao Jiu, what do you think of Mu Zian?" Upon hearing his father mention Mu Zian, Xiao Xiuning's cheeks flushed with a hint of red. The Duke of Jingui is a man of both military and civil prowess, a pillar of the nation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu felt a sense of helplessness. His daughter hadn't even been married off yet, and he already felt like she was leaning towards someone else. Xiao Yu said nothing more, instead passing the memorial on the table into Xiao Xiuning's hands. "Take a look." Xiao Xiuning took the memorial and began to read it carefully. Xiao Yu stood with his hands behind his back. Mu Zian's actions are no different from declaring war on all the great families of the realm. The risks involved are self-evident, and those who are too rigid in their ways are prone to breaking. I have promised your mother that I will protect your safety for life. If you wish, I can arrange for you to marry another prince, ensuring you a life of peace and prosperity. Xiao Xiuqing closed the memorial in her hands, and the smile on her face had long since faded. She naturally understood the true meaning behind her father's words. The way of a loyal subject is to risk life and death. The way of a married couple is to live and die together. Even if it means standing against the entire world, what of it? I trust him. That is enough. Xiao Xiuqing's voice was firm, without a hint of hesitation. Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Xiuning with a complex expression. After a long time, he finally spoke. You are very much like your mother. You seem delicate, but you're stubborn at heart. Since you have already chosen him, I shall grant you both your wish. Tomorrow at the morning court, I will announce your marriage to Mu Zian. But you must know that while your father can protect you for a time, I cannot protect you for a lifetime. The path you choose to take in the future is entirely up to you. Xiao Xiuning bowed respectfully toward Xiao Yu. Thank you, Father Emperor, for your kindness. Your daughter swears to never regret this decision. Chapter 71, The Evils of the Imperial Examinations, A Battle of Wits. As the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness, the gates of the imperial palace in the capital were already crowded with countless officials. In reality, the morning court assembly was not as depicted in later TV dramas. The emperor sat on the dragon throne, with officials standing in 2 rows, then began to speak one after another in a chaotic manner. The true morning court session was akin to a pre-work meeting in a modern company. Unless there were urgent matters to discuss, it rarely lasted very long. At that moment, officials gathered in small groups at the palace gates, chatting as usual. Many of them were already discussing where to have breakfast after the court session. Just as everyone was engrossed in lively conversation, the sound of a hurried carriage broke the peaceful atmosphere. Civil officials dismounted from their carriages, while military officers dismounted from their horses. And there was only one person in the entire Great Li who was permitted to drive a carriage into the palace. As the wheels rolled over the cobblestones, the sound grew louder and closer. The carriage of the prince of the state appeared before everyone's eyes. Since the death of Mu Zhenaying, it had been a long time since anyone had seen the chariot of the prince of the state's mansion at the morning court. As the carriage came to a steady stop before the palace gates, Jia Sun stepped forward and lifted the curtain of the carriage. Then Mu Zian, dressed in a black and gold python-patterned robe, stepped down from the carriage. The moment Mu Zian appeared, all eyes at the palace gates turned toward him. A deep, muffled sound echoed through the air. The heavy gates of the imperial palace slowly opened. A corridor less than 100 meters long led directly to the main hall of the imperial palace. Yet, this mere 100 meters was a distance that countless people had spent their entire lives striving to cross. Under the sunlight, Mu Zian seemed bathed in a golden glow. Jia Sun bowed deeply to Mu Zian and then spoke aloud. May your martial arts prosper on this journey. Mu Ziyan smiled slightly, then stepped into the palace, facing the rising sun. The main hall of the palace was adorned with gold and jewels. Officials of all ranks were arranged in order of seniority, from highest to lowest. Mu Ziyan, dressed in a dragon-patterned robe, took his place at the head of the military officials. The emperor has arrived. As the sharp, high-pitched voice of Chao Gonggang echoed through the hall, Emperor Xiaoyu, dressed in a five-clawed dragon robe, appeared before the assembled civil and military officials. We, the officials, pay our respects to His Majesty. Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live! All the civil and military officials knelt down in unison and shouted loudly. Only Mu Ziyan merely bowed in respect. This was the privilege of the prince of the state. He entered the hall with his sword at his side, did not hurry to approach the throne, and did not announce his name when paying respects. Xiaoyu sat majestically on the dragon throne, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling court officials before finally resting on Mu Ziyan. Their gazes met in mid-air without a word. Xiaoyu saw the word confidence in Mu Ziyan's eyes. All ministers, rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chao Gonggang, dressed in red robes, shouted loudly. Those with petitions may present them. Those without may retire. As Chao Gonggang finished speaking, Mu Ziyan stepped forward from the ranks. Your servant, Mu Ziyan, has something to report. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. They had never imagined that Mu Ziyan would step forward to present a memorial. Before the other ministers could react, Xiaoyu's authoritative voice rang out. Present your petition. Mu Ziyan bowed deeply, then followed the procedure to present the petition he had prepared in advance. He then spoke. Your Majesty, the imperial examinations are meant to select talent for the court to assist the emperor in governing the realm. However, upon reviewing the imperial examinations over the years, the talents selected have been superficial in their writing, lacking practical skills. 8 out of 10 candidates cannot even distinguish the 5 grains. With such knowledge, how can they govern the court and educate the people? The imperial examinations today are nothing but a hollow shell. Those who pass are all descendants of aristocratic families and officials, while the common people are few and far between. Corruption in the examinations is rampant, and the examination halls have become nothing but money-making venues. Some scholars even go so far as to align themselves with aristocratic families to become their henchmen in order to pass the examinations. What is the point of such an examination system? Therefore, I dare to suggest that His Majesty abolish the outdated system and establish a brand new examination system. Upon hearing these words, the entire hall fell silent. The ministers, who had been dozing off moments ago, now stared intently at Mu Ziyan. Xiaoyu handed the memorial to Chao Gonggang, then said with a hint of satisfaction. Read the memorial of the Prince of Jingui to all the ministers. Chao Gonggang took the memorial, cleared his throat, and began to read aloud. The imperial examination system is riddled with flaws. The most glaring issue is the practice of official recommendations. Aristocratic families and officials have monopolized the path to success for candidates, and countless unworthy individuals have secured positions they do not deserve. In the imperial court, factions have formed, and the integrity of the examination system has deteriorated to the point of collapse. Those in power manipulate the examinations, while corrupt officials openly bribe their way to recommendations and success. Talented and ambitious individuals across the land sigh in despair, yet dare not speak out. To the point where today, there are no commoners among the high-ranking officials, and no nobles among the lower ranks. Fairness and justice have become a laughingstock. Favoritism and corruption have become the norm. I believe that the way to select officials should follow Confucius' teachings, educate all without distinction, and treat all equally. Therefore, I propose that we first abolish the recommendation system, and then, based on the 4 books and 5 classics, poetry, and prose, add engineering, mathematics, agriculture, and medicine. Chao Gonggang spoke endlessly for the duration of a stick of incense. The various reform measures outlined in Mu Ziyan's memorial left all the officials present sweating profusely. At that moment, only one thought crossed their minds: has Mu Ziyan lost his mind? As Chao Gongdang's voice faded, the hall fell into complete silence. Mu Ziyan's reform measures could no longer be described as bold. They were outright reckless. The minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Gong Zhengming, looked even more grim. The imperial examinations had always been overseen by the Ministry of Personnel, yet every word in Mu Ziyan's memorial was like rubbing the ministry's face in the dirt. He was essentially accusing them of forming factions, embezzling public funds, and accepting bribes. Gong Zhengming is a veteran statesman of the Dali dynasty, and at heart, he is a die-hard conservative. Upon hearing Mu Ziyan's words, he couldn't help but step forward and say, Your Majesty, the words of the Prince of Jingui are nothing but nonsense. The imperial examination system of our dynasty has been in place for over a century. How can it be changed on a whim? We scholars study the classics of the sages. Craftsmen, farmers, doctors, and mathematicians are all considered inferior professions. If they were to participate in the imperial examinations, wouldn't that be a desecration of the sages? These words caused an uproar in the court. That's right. The laws of our ancestors must not be altered. The Duke of Jinggui's actions are undermining the very foundation of the nation. For a moment, the entire court was as chaotic as a pot of boiling dumplings. Xiao Yu never expected the officials in the court to react so strongly. Amidst the surrounding criticism, Mu Ziyan stood tall and proud, seemingly unaffected by the commotion. Seeing this, Xiao Yu slammed his fist on the imperial desk and coldly ordered, "Silence! This is the imperial court, not a street market." The once noisy hall fell silent. Xiao Yu turned his gaze toward Mu Ziyan and asked again, "Lord Jinghua, do you have anything to say?" Mu Ziyan smiled upon hearing this and replied, "Your servant believes that Minister Gong's words are reasonable." Upon hearing this, not only Xiao Yu, but all the civil and military officials in the hall were completely baffled. No one could fathom what Mu Ziyan was truly up to. Xiao Yu couldn't help but frown. After all, Mu Ziyan wasn't the type to give up so easily. Sure enough, just as everyone was scratching their heads in confusion, Mu Ziyan silently pulled out another memorial from his robe. He then spoke aloud. "This servant has another petition to present." Xiao Yu sensed something was amiss. Mu Ziyan hadn't discussed this memorial with him beforehand. Before Xiao Yu could react, Mu Ziyan raised the memorial and shouted, "Your Majesty, I request that you abolish the position of Chancellor and establish a cabinet." Chapter 72, The Theory of Demolishing Houses, Shifting the Blame. The Grand Hall fell so silent that a pin dropping could be heard. Gong Zhengming, who had been about to speak, froze in his tracks. At the front of the civil official procession, Du Yuhong, who had been closing his eyes in feigned sleep, opened his eyes. His eyes flickered with 3 parts of astonishment and 7 parts of confusion. He wondered if he had heard something incorrectly. Weren't they discussing the imperial examinations? How did this suddenly come to involve him? Xiao Yu, seated on the dragon throne, also froze in place. This isn't right. This isn't how the script was supposed to go. This plot twist is way too sudden. Just as everyone in the court was stunned, Mu Ziyan spoke up loudly. Since all the officials in the court believe that the imperial examination system cannot be reformed, then factional strife will inevitably escalate over time, and the Chancellor, as the second highest official in the realm, will hold immense power. If they are entangled in factional struggles, their governance will inevitably be biased. Therefore, I humbly request that His Majesty abolish the position of Chancellor and establish a cabinet. The cabinet will be composed of capable officials selected from the 6 ministries, the censorate, the left censor, and other imperial departments, appointed directly by the emperor and subject to his direct authority. All officials serving in the cabinet shall be referred to as Grand Secretaries of the Cabinet. Cabinet officials hold positions but no authority, and their highest rank shall not exceed the 5th grade. Cabinet officials may participate in discussions on major state affairs, but the final decision rests with the emperor, who then instructs the 6 ministries to implement it. In this way, the responsibilities of a chancellor can be fulfilled, while preventing those in power from making decisions unilaterally, thereby eliminating the root cause of factional alliances that could lead to unclear government policies. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned into silence. The reason for such shock was that all the officials present realized that Mu Ziyan's words were not mere boasts. Rather, it was a policy that could be implemented in practice. Who among the officials did not aspire to reach the pinnacle of power and govern the nation? However, there is only one position of Chancellor in the entire Great Li dynasty. Why should it be your turn? Therefore, in the race for the position of Chancellor, 90% of the officials were merely making up the numbers. But if the cabinet system is established, it would be like suddenly having several more positions equivalent to that of a chancellor, though with slightly less power. But there are more opportunities. As long as everyone works hard and strives for advancement, they all have a chance to enter the cabinet and experience the thrill of being a chancellor. This alone is enough to drive those officials with lofty ideals but constrained by their seniority and rank into a frenzy. Moreover, the eyes of the 6 ministers of the 6 ministries in the imperial court suddenly lit up. Under the chancellor system, the 6 ministries are subordinate institutions under the chancellor. However, if a cabinet is established, the cabinet only holds decision-making authority, while the executive power lies with the 6 ministries. The two would be on equal footing, and the status of the 6 ministries would rise sharply. It would no longer be a one-sided situation where the east wind overwhelms the west wind. On the imperial throne, Xiao Yu is also deep in thought. Throughout history, imperial power and ministerial power have always been mutually checks and balances. The power of the chancellor can even interfere with imperial authority. Throughout history, the position of chancellor has been the favorite target of usurpers of the state. Even deposing emperors was a common occurrence. Therefore, throughout history, imperial power and ministerial power have been in constant struggle for dominance. Both sides have had their share of victories and defeats. Although history has produced countless renowned and virtuous chancellors, however, one thing is certain: no matter how the chancellor system is adjusted, the conflict between the power of the chancellor and the imperial power remains irreconcilable. However, if the cabinet system proposed by Mu Ziyan were adopted, Then the power of the chancellor could be directly reclaimed. This would undoubtedly represent an unprecedented strengthening of imperial authority. At that moment, the imperial court fell into an eerie silence. The civil officials kept exchanging glances with their colleagues, as if discussing the feasibility of abolishing the chancellor and establishing a cabinet. Only the current chancellor, Du Yuhong, had a grim expression. Du Yuhong tossed and turned in his thoughts, wondering if he had done anything to offend Mu Ziyan. When the Jingguigong mansion was reopened, he had even gone personally to show his support. How could this man, on his first day in court, come straight at him like this? At that moment, Mu Ziyan stood tall in the center of the hall. It seemed as though he had anticipated this situation long ago. As Lu Sun once said, the Chinese temperament always emphasizes moderation. For example, if you think this room is too dark and want to open a skylight, no one would agree. But if you suggest tearing down the roof, someone will step in to mediate and agree to open a skylight. This is the famous tearing down the house theory. The current reform of the imperial examination system and the abolition of the chancellor's office are precisely such a situation. Reforming the imperial examination system is akin to opening a skylight in the dark house of the Great Li dynasty. The official families who have grown accustomed to the darkness will certainly oppose it. However, if one were to propose abolishing the chancellor and establishing a cabinet, that would be equivalent to directly tearing off the roof of this dark house. When compared to that, reforming the imperial examination system is merely a minor matter. Moreover, throughout history, the struggle between imperial power and ministerial power has always been the primary focus of the conflict between civil officials and the emperor. Only by securing sufficient power from the emperor can they ensure the stability of their positions as civil officials. Yet the cabinet system proposed by Mu Ziyan would precisely help the emperor strengthen central authority and weaken the power of the literati officials. Although these civil officials are aware of the benefits of the cabinet system, they would never agree to it lightly. Because without the chancellor, the civil officials would lose a crucial tool to check the emperor's power. Back when Emperor Hongwu Zhu Yuanzhang abolished the chancellor position, was because Hu Weiyong had already made a fatal mistake beforehand, leading to the execution of over 30,000 people. This directly terrified the civil officials, making it possible to abolish the chancellor's position. However, the current chancellor of the Great Li dynasty, Du Yuhong, has no crimes to his name and is renowned for his virtue throughout the realm. Therefore, Mu Ziyan's proposal to abolish the chancellor and establish a cabinet is simply impossible to succeed in the short term. However, the reason it was still being proposed was to shift the contradictions arising from the reform of the imperial examination system onto the conflict between the power of the chancellor and the imperial authority. Du Yuhong took a deep breath and stepped forward. Your Majesty, I acted too hastily due to the words of the Duke of Jinghua. The chancellor is there to assist the monarch in governing the realm. How can such a position be abolished lightly? However, I believe that the reform of the imperial examination system proposed by the Prince of Jinghua earlier does have some merit. The system of recommendation by officials has indeed become corrupted. Among the candidates in our imperial examinations, 90% are from aristocratic families. If this continues, there will indeed be the danger of factionalism. The children of humble families have no chance to rise, and the aristocratic families run rampant in the court. They cannot even distinguish between the 5 grains. How can they understand the hardships of the people? How can they educate the masses? Du Yuhong looked up at Emperor Xiaoyu on the dragon throne with great solemnity and spoke aloud. Therefore, I believe the words of the Duke of Jinghua are extremely reasonable. Reform of the imperial examination system. It is urgent. The reform of the imperial examination system is imperative. Chapter 73, Establishing the Rankings in the North and South, the Emperor grants a marriage. Seeing that the chancellor had spoken, the disciples and subordinates of Du Yuhong among the civil officials hurried forward to bow and say, "We also believe that the words of the Prince of Jin are correct. The imperial examinations are meant to select talent for the nation. How can they be reduced to a money-making scheme for aristocratic families? The current examination system is riddled with flaws. Reform. It must be reformed. We second the motion." In an instant, dozens of high-ranking officials stepped forward in agreement. The Minister of Revenue, Gong Zhangming, looked at the scene before him and felt his head spinning. Wait. This isn't right. We were all on the same side just now, weren't we? Why have they all turned against us now? Gong Zhangming was about to step forward to object, but Du Yuhong's gaze, filled with icy intent, had already locked onto him. Both were seasoned veterans of the imperial court. A single glance was enough for them to understand each other's intentions. It was clear that Du Yuhong was willing to sacrifice the reform of the imperial examination system to solidify his own position. Compared to losing the power of the chancellor, the reform of the imperial examination system was nothing. The only ones truly affected by the reform were the idle and uneducated members of the aristocratic families. For those with true ability, whether the reform was implemented or not made little difference. At worst, future imperial examinations would simply be based on merit. The capable will rise, and the weak will fall. At least the court won't be filled with incompetent officials. However, If Xiaoyu were to believe that abolishing the chancellor position and replacing it with a cabinet system were feasible, that would be a major development. Once the position of chancellor is abolished, civil officials will no longer be able to restrict the emperor. The current balance would be shattered in an instant. This is a consequence no one can afford to bear. After being scanned by Du Yuhang's gaze, Gong Zhangming silently swallowed the words he had intended to refute. Your servant believes that the words of the Prince of Jingguo do indeed hold some merit. However, the imperial examinations are just around the corner. Implementing drastic reforms at this time might provoke criticism from the scholars. It would be better to proceed cautiously. The details of the reforms still require further discussion between His Majesty, the Chancellor, and the 6 ministries. Gong Zhengming's tone softened instantly. Mu Xian's lips curled into a faint smile. To be honest, I preferred your earlier stubbornness. Now that the future of the Chancellor's authority is at stake, these civil officials no longer dare to mention the unchangeable laws of our ancestors. It turns out that when a greater enemy is before them, the interests of a small group can be easily abandoned. Xiaoyu looked at Mu Xian's composed demeanor and couldn't help but feel a touch of admiration. What should have been a situation where he was attacked by everyone was perfectly resolved by him with the strategy of establishing a cabinet. Even the current chancellor had to step forward to support Mu Xian. After all, everyone understood that if they did not satisfy Mu Xian's goal of reforming the imperial examination system, who knew what other tricks he might have up his sleeve? Dismissing the chancellor and establishing a cabinet was already enough to cause a stir. This was essentially uprooting the very foundation of the civil officials. Although Xiaoyu was inwardly thrilled, he had to put on a helpless expression, though the smile at the corners of his mouth was hard to contain. Since all of you ministers speak so, I shall heed your advice. The flaws of the imperial examination system have indeed reached a point where reform is inevitable. Issue an edict, effective immediately, the imperial examination system is abolished. As for the strategy proposed by the Duke of Jingguo, it shall be discussed by the 6 ministries. As soon as Xiaoyu finished speaking, Mu Xian spoke again. Your Majesty, I have another suggestion. At these words, the civil officials who had just relaxed grew fearful once more. Oh, my ancestors! Don't even mention suggestions. The old men in the imperial court have weak hearts, you're going to scare them to death. Mu Xian bowed respectfully and said, among the candidates selected in the imperial examinations, southern scholars account for 80%. Does this mean that our glorious Great Li dynasty only holds half the realm? These words were like a thunderclap, and the officials present looked around and realized it was indeed true. Most of the officials in the imperial court were also from the south. The reason for this is actually quite simple: war. Many aristocratic families from the Central Plains had migrated south, leading to the flourishing of southern scholarship and the dominance of aristocratic clans. In this era, these aristocratic families controlled the majority of educational opportunities. This is why, after an imperial examination, 8 out of 10 successful candidates were from the south. Xiaoyu was also deeply troubled, as there were no shortage of fellow townsmen and factions within the court. These officials essentially became the spokespeople for the southern aristocratic families. As a result, conflicts between the north and south were commonplace in the court, but the northern officials were often suppressed due to their weaker position. What is the opinion of the Duke of Jingguo? Your Majesty, I suggest dividing the imperial examinations into 2 separate institutions, one for the north and one for the south based on the candidates' hometowns. Then establish separate northern and southern rankings to ensure that all scholars from the 13 states of our Great Li dynasty have the opportunity to enter the court and serve as officials. As the chancellor, Du Yuhan looked at Mu Xian, his eyes flickering with a mix of conflict and astonishment. Who would have thought that this man, renowned in the capital for his extravagant lifestyle, possessed such talent for governing the nation? Whether it was the reform of the imperial examinations, the establishment of the inner court, or now the north-south lists, each proposal was like a thunderclap out of the blue. His policies were so forward-thinking that they were almost unimaginable. Yu Hong, do you have any opinions? Xiaoyu's voice snapped Du Yuhang out of his reverie. Your Majesty, the words of the Duke of Jingguo are far-sighted. This is a measure that will benefit scholars across the realm. Though it may be unfair to scholars in the south, any reform must inevitably face some growing pains. As the Prince of Jingguo has said, how can our great nation of Dali be content with only half the realm? Separating the northern and southern rankings will greatly stabilize the hearts of scholars in the north. I believe this is a wise decision. Xiaoyu couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. Although Xiaoyu hoped that Mu Xian could remain a loyal minister, he feared that Mu Xian's unwavering integrity might alienate him from everyone else. However, he never expected Mu Zi to possess such political acumen, effortlessly resolving the deadlock. Moreover, Xiaoyu could already envision that once the proposal of the northern and southern rankings spread throughout the realm, Mu Xian would hold an unparalleled status in the hearts of scholars in the north. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyu slowly stood up and said, since that is the case, let us follow the words of the Prince of Jingguo. This imperial examination will be divided into northern and southern examination halls based on household registration, and 2 separate rankings will be established. Furthermore, the number of candidates selected in this examination shall be doubled. Upon hearing this, all the officials knelt down and bowed their heads in unison. Your Majesty is wise. It was clear that Xiao Yu was in a good mood. Not only had he resolved the issue of the imperial examinations being controlled by aristocratic families, but he could also use this opportunity to suppress the southern aristocratic families and win the hearts of northern scholars, a threefold victory. Xiao Yu grew increasingly fond of Mu Ziyan. How had he not noticed before that Mu Ziyan was so well suited for his daughter? Thinking about Mu Ziyan's current popularity in the capital, Xiao Yu made a swift decision. Speaking of which, I have an important announcement to make to the entire realm today. Xiao Yu cleared his throat, and Xiao Gonggang immediately stepped forward to unfold the imperial edict that had been prepared in advance. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, I have ruled the empire with the people as my foundation, valuing harmony above all else. Now that the 4 seas are at peace and the people are prosperous, my heart is filled with joy. In this era of prosperity, I reflect on the principle that the nation and the family are intertwined. Marriage is the foundation of human relationships and the cornerstone of the family, and it is closely tied to the rise and fall of the state. Prince Mu Ziyan, the son of the Marquis of the state, has served the state with loyalty for generations. Born into a distinguished family, he is both scholarly and martial, and is truly a pillar of my throne. My daughter, Xiao Xiuning, is graceful, elegant, kind-hearted, and virtuous, a perfect match. I observe that the 2 of them are a perfect match, a union made in heaven. I hereby bestow this marriage upon them. May they soon unite in eternal bliss. Upon hearing Xiao Gonggang's words, Mu Ziyan froze in place. What? Happiness comes so suddenly? Just then, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice. Choice 1, reject the arranged marriage and pursue your own love. Reward, a pair of night pearls from the South Sea. Choice 2, accept the arranged marriage and marry the princess. Reward, a jar of 6-flavor Remania pill, sugar-free and more effective than 6 pills. Please make your choice. Chapter 74, stripped of title and demoted. Within the Grand Hall, all eyes turned toward Mu Ziyan. Who didn't know that the current 9th princess was the emperor's favorite? Though rumors had already been circulating in the capital that the 2 had secretly developed feelings for one another. But rumors are just rumors, they cannot be taken as fact. But now, the emperor had directly announced their engagement in the Grand Hall. That was as good as a done deal. Mu Ziyan bowed deeply. The servant thanks the emperor for his kindness. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making your choice. The system reward has been distributed. Xiao Yu, seated on the dragon throne, laughed heartily upon hearing this. Issue an edict to the Astronomical Bureau to select an auspicious date for the wedding. Your servant obeys. As Xiao Yu departed, the morning court session officially concluded. The court officials dispersed and returned to their respective offices. Today's court session had been quite eventful. All the officials who had left the hall sighed in relief and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Mu Ziyan was just about to leave when he heard Du Yuhong's voice behind him. The Duke of Jingguo requests your presence. Mu Ziyan turned around and saw Du Yuhong walking quickly toward him. Upon meeting, Du Yuhong bowed his fist and smiled. Congratulations on your joyous occasion, Duke of the State. Don't forget to invite me to the wedding banquet when the time comes. To have the favor of the Chancellor, I will naturally invite you then. At the mention of the word Chancellor, a trace of resentment flashed across Du Yuhong's face. I almost lost my position as Chancellor because of you, you young upstart. I never expected the Prince of the State to not only be a valiant warrior on the battlefield but also possess such political acumen in the court. This cabinet system truly astonishes me. However, the Prince of Jingguo did not discuss it with me beforehand and instead brought it up directly in the court, which seems a bit too casual. Mu Ziyan smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. He could tell that Du Yuhong was complaining about him. Please forgive me, Chancellor. I am new to the court and spoke without thinking. Du Yuhong stroked the beard on his chin and replied, the Duke of Jingguo's heart for the country is commendable. Although the Prince of Jingguo has achieved his goal of reforming the corrupt imperial examination system today, this move has also offended the aristocratic families in the court. In the future, he may find it difficult to advance in the court. Mu Ziyan smiled calmly, then turned to look at the moon hanging high in the sky. Throughout history, all reformers have faced bloodshed and sacrifice. Let us begin with our generation. If one fears the wolf ahead and the tiger behind, one is doomed to achieve nothing. And I, Mu Ziyan, refuse to be an ordinary person. Those who block my path shall be killed. Those who obstruct me shall be annihilated. I demand this world. Wherever the sun and moon shine, that is the territory of the Great Li dynasty. Mu Ziyan's voice was not loud, but in Du Yuhong's ears, it sounded like thunder on a clear day. It was not until Mu Ziyan's figure disappeared from Du Yuhong's sight that he finally snapped back to reality. A complex emotion flashed across his eyes. Beneath the grand hall, Du Yuhong narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself. The sword hangs over the head, the sword hangs over the head. As the court assembly dispersed, the events that had unfolded quickly spread throughout the entire capital. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others grieve. Due to the existence of the public recommendation system, the imperial examinations of the Great Li dynasty had been dominated by aristocratic families for years, with fewer than 1 in 10 candidates from humble backgrounds passing the exams. Those scholars who had once held little hope immediately spread the news upon hearing that the public recommendation system had been abolished. Some scholars who had failed the exams for years even burst into tears, as if a cloud had been lifted from their eyes. In contrast to the excitement of the scholars from humble backgrounds, the aristocratic families were filled with anger. Originally, they could rely on their connections and influence to pass the exams without much effort, and eventually enter the imperial court as officials. However, with the abolition of the public recommendation system, the uneducated offspring of these aristocratic families were left in a state of despair. Their once promising futures had turned to dust, leaving them furious and helpless at home. Even more miserable were the scholars from the southern aristocratic families. They had once been able to outshine the northerners with their knowledge and skills, but now that the northern and southern courts had opened, the competitive pressure had skyrocketed. Overnight, the taverns of the capital were bustling with people. Some gathered in small groups, laughing and chatting loudly, while others gathered together, wailing and crying. It proved that the joys and sorrows of people do not intertwine. Meanwhile, Mu Zian, the one responsible for this situation, was leisurely enjoying himself at the Prince of the State's mansion, waiting for the imperial examinations to begin in half a month. In an unnoticed corner of the Lu family mansion, an imperial edict long awaited finally arrived. Upon hearing of the imperial edict, the matriarch of the Lu family was overjoyed. A young eunuch held the imperial edict aloft and announced with pride, "Lady Junjie, receive the imperial edict." Lu Yunxue, whose face looked somewhat haggard, knelt on both knees. Ever since that day on the painted boat when she saw Mu Zi drunk and wielding his brush, she had been unable to forget him. Especially those words, "Though my belt grows loose, I never regret it for her, I waste away." It echoed in her mind like a haunting melody, causing a wave of guilt to surge within her. She had hoped that the imperial edict would bring good news, but to her despair, something even more devastating had occurred. After deliberation by the Ministry of War, it was determined that during the Battle of Luzhou, Lu Yunxue, as deputy commander, had failed to fulfill her duty to advise the commander-in-chief, resulting in the loss of 3,000 elite troops on the battlefield. Although she later distinguished herself in subsequent battles, her merits could not offset her failures. Ultimately, the current emperor personally issued an edict stripping Lu Yunxue of her title as a female marquis and demoting her to an 8th-rank Xuanjie captain. The once mighty First Lady Marquis of Dali, who once commanded tens of thousands of troops across the grasslands, was suddenly demoted to an insignificant 8th-rank official. It was as if she had fallen directly from the heavens to the depths of hell. When the people of the Lu family heard the contents of the imperial decree, they felt as though they had been plunged into an ice cave. Lu's grandmother was so enraged that she nearly fainted. What a shattered dream of being a first-class noble family. From now on, within the capital, the Lu family would be reduced to a lowly minor clan. Not only that, but the Lu family's mansion was originally granted to them when Lu Yunxue was bestowed his title. Now that the title had been stripped away, the mansion naturally had to be reclaimed. As for the already abandoned construction of the Lady Marquise mansion, it can be completely abandoned as well. Lu Ming collapsed to the ground upon hearing this. Over the years, he had relied on Lu Yunxue's status as a Lady Marquis to commit all manner of crimes and offend countless people within the capital. Now that the support of the Jinguigong mansion is gone and Lu Yunxue's title has been revoked, those who had been bullied by him in the past would certainly not miss this opportunity to strike while the iron is hot. Lu Ming felt as though the sky was falling on him. Lu Yunxue also froze in place, her mind going blank. It was only the voice of the young eunuch summoning her to receive the imperial edict that brought her back to reality. Seeing her grandmother lying helplessly by her side, Lu Yunxue forced herself to speak through her grief. "Grandmother, please do not worry. Although my title has been stripped, Pei Lang's official position remains intact. We must endure for now. There will still be opportunities to rise again in the future." However, as soon as Lu Yunxue finished speaking, the eunuch delivering the imperial edict couldn't help but sneer. "Lu Xiaowei, I must be honest with you. Your lover is now in a precarious situation himself." Chapter 75, A Flower in the Mirror, A Moon in the Water. Lu Yunxue's regrets. "What did you say?" Lu Yunxue's emotions flared up instantly. However, a cold, stern glance from the young eunuch caused Lu Yunxue to calm down instantly. She was no longer the heroic female general she once was. Without her title and power, she had become a lowly figure in the capital. Lu Yunxue suppressed her anger and bowed respectfully. "Please speak plainly, eunuch." The young eunuch, upon hearing this, wore a smirk on his face. Lu Yunxue was startled for a moment before realizing what the eunuch was after. Thinking of this, Lu Yunxue felt even more desolate. Not long ago, such a lowly eunuch would have been eager to curry favor with her. How dare he now demand favors from her? But now, she was the one everyone was pushing aside, the one everyone was beating down. She took out a silver ingot from her waist and placed it in the eunuch's hand. The eunuch weighed it and found it to be only 3 taels of silver, unable to suppress a sneer. After dismissively taking the silver, the eunuch raised his head proudly. Let Lu Xiaowei know that Pei Jian has now been stripped of his title and reduced to a commoner. If it weren't for the emperor sparing his life out of consideration for his past merits to the Great Li dynasty, he wouldn't have been granted even a dog's life. After speaking, the young eunuch turned and left, leaving Lu Yunxue standing there dumbfounded and at a loss. The fact that Pei Jianji had been demoted to a commoner was not hard to understand. After all, Emperor Xiaoyu had spared him earlier because the Pei family had been intervening on his behalf. However, at the recent poetry gathering on the painted boat, Pei Xiaoji was driven mad by Mu Ziyan. Although this had nothing to do with Pei Jianji, the Pei family couldn't vent their anger on Mu Ziyan, so they could only redirect it toward Pei Jianji, the scapegoat. Without the Pei family's connections and support in the court, how could a mere branch family member possibly reverse the fact that 3,000 elite troops had died in battle due to his incompetence? Therefore, Xiaoyu waiting until now to settle the score was entirely reasonable. As the young eunuch approached the Lu family's gate, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and spoke with a hint of mockery on his face. I forgot to tell Lu Xiaowei that the emperor has already issued an edict. The prince of Jinghua and the 9th princess will soon be married. As he spoke, the eunuch feigned a look of regret. When Lu Xiaowei publicly humiliated the prince of Jinghua on the street, did he ever think of this day? The eunuch's mocking voice echoed above the Lu family mansion. Lu's grandmother felt her chest tighten and her breath catch. She pointed at Lu Yunxue and shouted angrily. If it weren't for your stubbornness back then, how could the Lu family have ended up in this miserable state? And now, the man you once looked down upon, Mu Ziyan, has become a duke. He is a 4th-rank general with real power, not only fearless on the battlefield but also highly educated. And look at the man you chose as your husband? He's been demoted to a commoner. He's nothing but a worthless piece of trash. Spit on him. He's not even worth being called trash. I truly don't know which eye you're blind in to have chosen such a person. The matriarch of the Lu family's breathing grew increasingly. Back when Lu Yunxue was engaged to Mu Ziyan, no one in the capital dared to disrespect the Lu family. Now, even a lowly eunuch dares to mock them for trying to bribe him. This is an unbearable disgrace. Not only that, but the mansion where the Lu family currently resides is also being confiscated. What was once a life of endless glory has turned into that of a homeless dog. How could the Lu family, who had grown accustomed to a life of luxury, possibly accept this so easily? How could she possibly hold her head high in the capital from now on? The matriarch of the Lu family grew increasingly furious. She extended her trembling hand and pointed at Lu Yunxue, saying, all the glory and achievements earned through 3 years of hard battle are now lost in an instant. In this capital city, even the lowest ranking official is at least a 7th rank official. You, an 8th rank official, are barely better than a P. The monthly salary you earn isn't even enough to rent a doghouse in this capital city. And that Pei Jianji? What kind of Pei family is that? I thought they were so powerful. In the end, he's just a stray dog on the street. In my opinion, he is a disaster. Since you've been with him, nothing good has ever happened. If you still recognize me as your grandmother, then cut ties with this good-for-nothing immediately. Lu Jia's grandmother's anger was boiling over. Back then, she had been so content. The Lu family was thriving, just one step away from becoming one of the top aristocratic families in the Great Li dynasty. However, ever since Lu Yunxue and Mu Ziyan parted ways, the Lu family has been in decline. Now it had even become a laughingstock in the capital. Some things are only appreciated once they're lost. At that moment, Lu Yunxue couldn't hear a word of the old matriarch's curses. Because her mind was still echoing the words of the young eunuch. Is Mu Ziyan really going to marry the 9th princess? Why? What gives him the right? Does that mean pursuing her own love from the very beginning was wrong? Seeing that Lu Yunxue was still in a daze, the matriarch of the Lu family shouted angrily. What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and beg Mu Ziyan to help us. Do you really want to see our entire family end up homeless on the streets? Lu Yunxue snapped back to reality. Although she had already been stripped of her title as a female marquis, the pride in her bones refused to let her bow her head. Ask him for help? That is impossible. Bamboo may be burned but its integrity cannot be destroyed. Jade may be shattered but its whiteness cannot be altered. I, Lu Yunxue, would rather starve to death on the streets than beg Mu Ziyan for help. Grandmother, you must be tired. Please rest first. I will handle this matter myself. With that, she turned and left without heeding her grandmother's cries and curses. On the empty street, Lu Yunxue walked aimlessly, her soul lost. Moments later, Lu Yunxue stopped in her tracks. Without realizing it, she had arrived at the gates of the abandoned Jinghua Ho mansion. The cold night wind howled fiercely. Gazing at the building before her, which had once been the object of Mu Xian's heart and soul, Lu Yunxue felt a mix of emotions. If this mansion had been completed, it would undoubtedly be the most beautiful estate in the entire Great Li Kingdom. Yet now, it was all but a fleeting illusion, as ephemeral as a flower in a mirror or the moon in water. The biting cold wind made Lu Yunxue hug herself tightly. The loss of his title meant nothing to Lu Yunxue. She didn't care about her demotion either. But for some reason, when she heard the young eunuch say that Mu Xian and Xiao Suning were to be married, her heart felt heavy. She recalled the days when cherry blossoms fell all over the city, all for her sake. When she set off for battle, Mu Xian had seen her off for 100 miles, reluctant to part. He even went so far as to obtain the tiger token of the frontline troops for her. On the battlefield, Mu Xian personally arranged for supplies and had them transported there. Whether it was the grasslands or the Baihui region. No matter how distant or winding the path, Mu Xian's supplies always arrived on time. Yet despite all this silent dedication and tireless effort, he not only failed to show gratitude. When he returned victorious, he humiliated him in front of the entire capital. At this very moment, Lu Yunxue finally realized how foolish her actions had been. But there is no such thing as a second chance in this world. Some people miss their chance, and that's it for a lifetime. Chapter 76, Night Uncollected. Since the reform of the imperial examination system, the number of scholars gathering daily at the gates of the Prince of the State's mansion has only increased. However, Mu Xian did not make an appearance, lest he be accused of forming a faction for personal gain. After all, nearly every prominent family in the entire Great Li Kingdom now harbored a deep-seated hatred for Mu Xian. Mu Xian understood the principle that a tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind. In recent days, he had drawn too much attention to himself, and it was inevitable that he would attract envy. In the study, a detailed blueprint of a crossbow lay on the desk before Mu Xian. The so-called crossbow is essentially a bow with arms. During the Qin dynasty, the crossbow played a significant role in unifying the 6 states. A regular archer could only shoot up to 50 paces, but the Qin crossbow had a range of 200 paces. Qin troops typically employed crossbows for precise strikes before advancing with heavy infantry, ensuring unstoppable victories. The Divine Arm crossbow was the pinnacle of crossbow design, with an effective killing range of 300 paces. In the 4th year of the Song dynasty's Shaoxing era, the Jin army's supreme commander, Wanyan Zongbi, also known as Wanyan Wuzhu, capitalizing on the momentum of the Battle of Fuping, launched a general assault on the Song forces defending Xianren Pass with an army of 100,000 troops. They believed victory was assured, but to their surprise, the Jin cavalry, which Wanyan Zongbi prided himself on, was pierced through armor and bone by the Divine Arm crossbows. Even the so-called invincible iron floating towers were pierced by the divine crossbows, turning them into hedgehogs. The Southern Song dynasty managed to repel the Jin dynasty's repeated attacks with the divine arm crossbows, clearly demonstrating their extraordinary effectiveness. Just as Mu Xian was deeply engrossed in his research, the sound of a door opening interrupted his thoughts. Mu Xian turned to see Xiao Xiuning, dressed in white, standing at the door. Her ethereal demeanor was like a fairy descended from the heavens. For a moment, Mu Xian was so captivated that he couldn't take his eyes off her. Cough cough. A soft cough echoed, and Lu Ruoshi emerged from behind Xiao Xiuning, glaring at Mu Xian with ill intent. "Young master, the Ninth Princess has come to visit." Seeing this, Mu Xian gave an awkward smile and hurriedly invited Xiao Xiuning inside. Although the two had already confirmed their engagement, this marriage before love scenario was something even Mu Xian, who had lived 2 lifetimes, had never experienced. Fortunately, Lu Ruoshi was a well-educated and proper young woman. After escorting Xiao Xiuning into the room, she turned and left. Xiao Xiuning's gaze was drawn to the blueprints on Mu Xian's desk, and he couldn't help but step forward and ask, "What is this?" Mu Xian stepped forward and replied, "Your Highness, this is called the Divine Arm Crossbow." Upon hearing the word princess, a trace of prideful displeasure flashed across Xiao Xiuning's face. Mu Xian immediately realized his mistake and called out nervously, "Xiuning?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiuning's cheeks flushed a deep red, but her smile was sweet. "Have you been studying this thing all these days without going out?" Mu Xian nodded and stepped forward to explain. "This divine arm crossbow has a range that exceeds the best crossbows in the Great Li Kingdom by 100 paces. If 2 armies were facing off, I could shoot the enemy from 100 paces away, but they couldn't hit me. We gained the upper hand before the battle even began. If all the soldiers of our Great Li Kingdom were equipped with this crossbow, our combat strength would be greatly enhanced." Mu Xian spoke while gesturing on the blueprint. Xiao Xiuning stood beside him with a smile, her eyes as calm as water, watching Mu Xian. Though she had no interest in military matters, seeing Mu Xian so excited made her heart race with joy as well. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and this holds true for both men and women. At that moment, Mu Xian had a grand plan in mind, to establish a special forces unit in the Great Li Kingdom. On the surface, the Great Li dynasty appeared peaceful, but in reality, it was surrounded by hostile neighbors. A specially trained special forces unit would be a game changer in this era. However, creating such a unit that surpasses its time would require an enormous investment. Relying solely on the Jinguigong mansion is insufficient, and training private troops is also likely to arouse the emperor's suspicion. Therefore, Mu Ziyan set his sights on Xiao Xiuning. As the most beloved daughter of Xiao Yu, Xiao Xiuning is undoubtedly the wealthiest woman in the Great Li Kingdom. Upon this thought, Mu Ziyan sighed deeply and said, "The divine arm crossbow is indeed remarkable, but crafting it is no easy feat. Though we have the blueprints, the absence of skilled craftsmen capable of bringing it to life is truly regrettable." Xiao Xiuning pondered for a moment before responding. "This matter is simple. All we need to do is hand this item over to the Ministry of Works. The Ministry of Works gathers the finest craftsmen from all over the realm. With the blueprints in hand, crafting the divine arm crossbow should not be too difficult. I can personally go and speak with the Minister of the Ministry of Works. I'm sure he won't refuse my request. As long as the prototype of the divine arm crossbow meets the standards you mentioned, we can report it to my father, the Emperor, for mass production. This achievement will also be credited to you." Mu Ziyan felt a warm glow in his heart upon hearing this. A wife as beautiful and kind-hearted as her was hard to find even with a lantern. Thus, Mu Ziyan did not beat around the bush and spoke directly. "The divine arm crossbow is merely an appetizer. I plan to train a special forces unit for the Great Li Kingdom." "A special forces unit?" Xiao Xiuning looked puzzled, and Mu Ziyan patiently explained. "A special forces unit is simply a military unit tasked with carrying out special missions. For example, infiltrating the grasslands to gather intelligence or assassinating enemy leaders. They must be the cream of the crop, even stronger than the Shanjin camp my father trained, and they must all be cavalry." Xiao Xiuqing was slightly taken aback by this. After all, the frontline camp was already the most elite fighting force in the realm. If they were even stronger than that, Xiao Xiuqing couldn't even imagine it, let alone if they were cavalry. The Great Li dynasty was short on horses, or rather, this was a challenge faced by all Central Plains dynasties. Training such an elite force must require significant resources, right? Mu Ziyan nodded in agreement. "That's correct. A qualified special forces soldier must not only be skilled in archery and horsemanship but also capable of fighting 10 enemies alone. Only then can they survive in the most extreme and harsh conditions. Special forces are like an elite unit that operates covertly, capable of turning the tide of battle at a critical moment. As the kings of the battlefield in ancient times, training a cavalryman required at least 30 taels of silver per year. According to Mu Ziyan's plan, training a special forces soldier would cost at least 100 taels of silver per year." Before Mu Ziyan could continue, Xiao Xiuning smiled and looked at him. "Are you asking to borrow money?" Mu Ziyan was taken aback, and the words he had been about to say got stuck in his throat. As the first lady of the Dali kingdom, Xiao Xiuning was naturally quick-witted and had already discerned Mu Ziyan's intentions with just a few words. Though his intentions had been exposed, Mu Ziyan nodded calmly. Xiao Xiuning once again wore a pensive expression, as if torn by indecision. Mu Ziyan, noticing this, scratched his head awkwardly and said, "This matter isn't particularly urgent." However, before he could finish, Xiao Xiuning looked up and said, "Over the years, the Imperial Clan Office has given me roughly 5 million taels of silver as my salary. Add to that the land deeds and shops along the street under the princess's mansion, plus the gold, silver, and jade artifacts my father the emperor has bestowed upon me, I should be able to come up with 10 million taels for you." Mu Ziyan? Just as Mu Ziyan was stunned, Xiao Xiuning smiled and said, "However, the name Special Forces is a bit too straightforward. Since this Special Forces unit operates under the principle of daytime concealment and nighttime action, it doesn't align with the regular military system. Why not call it Night Watch instead?" Chapter 77, The Liquor Business and the Imperial Examinations begin. Night Watch? Mu Ziyan, who had just recovered from his shock, repeated the name over and over. Indeed, compared to military codenames like Frontline, Five Armies, and Divine Mechanics, the term Special Forces did seem a bit too straightforward. "Alright. Let us call it Night Watch." Looking at Xiao Xiuning, who was curiously examining everything around him in the study, Mu Ziyan couldn't help but feel deeply moved. 10 million taels of silver was no small sum, even for a princess. And Xiao Xiuning could hand it over so decisively, which clearly demonstrated her trust in him. Mu Ziyan naturally couldn't take advantage of Xiao Xiuning's generosity, so he stepped forward and said directly, "Xiuning, I happen to have a business opportunity I'm wondering if you'd be interested in." Xiao Xiuning asked curiously, "Business?" Mu Ziyan nodded and then explained the details of the distilled liquor business to Xiao Xiuning. Although Mu Ziyan had considered running a liquor business himself, he knew it was too complicated. Many of the liquor shops in the capital were backed by noble families with close ties to the imperial court, and their relationships were highly complex. As a member of the noble class himself, if Mu Ziyan were to monopolize the liquor business alone, he would inevitably offend many people, which would be tantamount to cutting himself off from the noble class. However, Xiao Xiuning was different. She represented the imperial family. Mu Ziyan spoke confidently. Once this distilled liquor hits the market, it will sweep across the entire realm. At that point, it will be a business that brings in 10,000 gold pieces a day. Xiao Xiaoning pondered for a moment. Based on Mu Xian's few words, she had already determined that this distilled liquor had great potential. If it were to be promoted nationwide or even exported to the Mongolian grasslands, the commercial taxes it could bring to the court would be enormous. I will contribute my technical expertise and take a 50% stake in the profits. The remaining 50% is yours to dispose of as you see fit. As soon as Mu Xian finished speaking, Xiao Xiuqing, who had been smiling, suddenly spoke up. 5% is too much, I can only give you 1%. Mu Xian, who had been busy envisioning his business plans, was completely taken aback. It was clear that he had been completely thrown off by Xiao Xiaoning's words and instinctively rebutted. No, 4%. Xiao Xiaoning immediately followed up. 15%. Mu Xian grew annoyed. 30%, or else there's no deal. Before Mu Xian could react, Xiao Xiaoning immediately smiled. Deal. Only then did Mu Xian realize he had been outmaneuvered by Xiao Xiaoning. Unwittingly, he had lost 2/3 of his profit. Xiao Xiaoning's face lit up with a cunning smile. As if sensing Mu Xian's dissatisfaction, Xiao Xiaoning couldn't help but take a step forward. Instantly, the unique fragrance of a woman's body filled the air. Xiao Xiaoning explained in a playful tone. The liquor business in the Great Li Kingdom is backed by officials of all ranks and even imperial relatives. If distilled liquor were to emerge, it would inevitably cut off their source of income. Therefore, instead of making enemies, we should turn swords into plowshares and invite them to join us. With the court leading the production of wine, and them using their existing trade networks to distribute it across the land, it will spread throughout the realm in no time. Therefore, the profits from the wine must be divided into 3 shares, one for you, one for the court, and one for the noble collaborators. Upon hearing this, Mu Xian couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Xiaoning's extraordinary business acumen. However, I doubt these noblemen will easily give up what they've already secured for themselves. Xiao Xiaoning responded calmly. If they refuse to cooperate, then they have no reason to exist. The calm words revealed a domineering aura that truly caught Mu Xian's attention. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Xian suddenly took another step forward. Xiao Xiaoning was startled and instinctively tried to step back, but Mu Xian grabbed her slender waist. As a princess of high birth, she had never been treated so roughly before. At that moment, as their eyes locked, Xiao Xiaoning could almost feel Mu Xian's scorching breath. For a moment, her entire body went numb, and she couldn't muster the strength to move. A mischievous smile curled the corners of Mu Xian's lips. Princess, you've wiped out 20% of my profits with just a few words. How do you plan to compensate me? Xiao Xiaoning turned her head away, bit her lower lip, and the blush on her cheeks resembled a blooming peach blossom. What do you want? My father has already given me to you. Xiao Xiaoning's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but the shyness in her words was impossible to hide. For a moment, Mu Xian felt a surge of restlessness in his heart, a fiery passion burning within him. He longed to devour Xiao Xiaoning before him right then and there. However, just at that moment, the study door was suddenly pushed open by Lu Rui. Looking at the familiar scene before him, Lu Rui remained calm and composed. After setting down the teacup, she turned and closed the door in one fluid motion. The two people left alone in the study stared at each other in silence. Xiao Xiaoning immediately snapped out of it and struggled free from Mu Xian's embrace. The blush on her face was as vibrant as a ripe apple. Mu Xian felt a bit awkward and scratched his head. After all, women in ancient times were still quite conservative. And even those with an engagement were expected to adhere strictly to the rules of propriety, let alone a woman of the imperial family. Just as Mu Xian was about to apologize, Xiao Xiaoning suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered softly. 2 people isn't so bad. Mu Xian froze in place, while Xiao Xiaoning lowered her head, her face as red as a boiling kettle. Before Mu Xian could react, she quickly turned and fled. By the time Mu Xian came to his senses, Xiao Xiaoning had already vanished. Only the faint scent of her perfume lingered in the air. Lu Ruosi, who hadn't gone far from the courtyard, watched Xiao Xiuqing flee in disarray and felt puzzled. Standing at the door, Mu Xian looked at Lu Ruosi and suddenly seemed to understand something. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he murmured to himself. 2 people? As it turned out, when a cow is sufficiently outstanding or powerful, principles aren't all that important. Half a month passed quietly. The imperial examinations of the Great Li dynasty arrived as scheduled. As one of the examiners, Mu Xian arrived at the examination hall accompanied by Zhao Yun and Jiasu. This year's examination was divided into northern and southern halls as planned. Every scholar who passed by Mu Xian would stop in their tracks and bow respectfully to him, which Mu Xian accepted with composure. However, after some time, a piece of news came that surprised Mu Xian greatly. The Pei family had failed to show up for the examination. Chapter 78, Xinghe County. As one of the top aristocratic families in the Great Li dynasty, the Pei family had numerous descendants. However, this time, all the members of the Pei family mysteriously failed to appear for the imperial examinations. However, Mu Zian did not give this matter much thought. The imperial examinations in the Great Li dynasty lasted 3 days. Candidates were not allowed to leave the examination hall during this period, and all their basic needs had to be met within the hall. Therefore, the imperial examinations were not only a test of knowledge but also a test of physical endurance. Many candidates would fall seriously ill after a single exam. As an exam supervisor, Mu Zian also had to spend the 3 days within the examination hall, though his accommodations were far more comfortable than those of the candidates. The 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Mu Zian successfully completed his duties as an exam supervisor. Next, the main and deputy examiners, including Sun Ning, the Minister of Justice, Li Ping, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and Zhao Enghua, the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, would review the exam papers. Mu Zian had barely returned to the Prince of Jingua's mansion when Xiao Xiuning arrived. She also brought Mu Zian some shocking news. Pei Xiaoji was dead. On the eve of the imperial examinations, the deranged Pei Xiaoji drowned in a lake while beating a maidservant. The child prodigy who had been the hope of the entire Pei family had departed so abruptly. This is precisely why all the disciples of the Pei family were absent from the imperial examinations. Upon hearing the news, Mu Zian remained calm, showing no emotion, and did not seem the least bit surprised. Since Mu Zian learned that the Pei family was behind the murder of his father, the Pei family had already been marked for death. The last time Mu Zian sent Jia Ju to act, it was to force Pei Xiaoji into a corner once more. As a master of poisonous words, Jia Sun perfectly demonstrated what it means to have a sword on the tongue that kills without spilling blood. Earlier, when his father passed away, the Pei family had come to pay their respects with false condolences. Now, Mu Zian naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. Mu Zian summoned Jia Su and Jia Yun, and they set off in a carriage straight for the Pei family in Qinghe. Qinghe County was only 20 miles from the capital. Upon arriving in Qinghe, they saw the entire county shrouded in mourning. Every household had white silk hanging at their doors, and from afar, the white silk fluttered in the wind, resembling a chaotic graveyard. Seeing this, Jia Su couldn't help but remark, "For the death of one person, the entire county has hung white silk at every household. The Pei family is indeed domineering." Mu Zian remained silent, simply lifting the curtain to look out the window. As the undisputed local tyrant of Qinghe County, the arrogance and tyranny of the aristocratic families were evident. To them, the common people were nothing more than private property. They was covered by a thick layer of paper money, and the chilly wind rustled the white paper lanterns hanging from the eaves, emitting a series of muffled sounds. Upon seeing the carriage of the prince of the state, the villagers dressed in mourning robes stood motionless, retreating to the sides of the road. The entire county town was eerily quiet, like a haunted place. As the carriage passed by the county office of Qinghe County, a sudden, heart-wrenching cry echoed through the air. "My daughter! My daughter! I beg you, honorable magistrate, please spare my daughter from the Pei family." The carriage came to a slow stop. Mu Zian peered through the curtains and saw an old woman with disheveled hair and dirt-stained clothes kneeling at the county office gate, repeatedly banging her head on the ground. The blood trickling down her forehead stood out starkly against the scattered paper money on the ground. Several burly county officials stood before the county office, glaring coldly at the old woman. "In Qinghe County, you dare to accuse the Pei family? Don't you even look at yourself and see if you're worthy?" A burly constable kicked the old woman flying with a single kick. "Get out of here immediately. The county magistrate has spoken. If you dare to cause trouble again, we'll arrest you and subject you to torture in the dungeon." The old woman, who had been kicked to the ground, endured the pain and crawled toward the steps of the county office with her hands scraping the ground. Her cloudy eyes seemed unable to see the path ahead, and the 2 gory bloodstains she left behind were startlingly vivid. "Please, have mercy. She is my only daughter." Inside the carriage, Mu Zian's expression was cold and stern, a surge of anger rising within him. Seeing that the old woman refused to move, the burly constable grew furious. He drew a leather whip from his waist, stepped forward, and shouted angrily, "You damned old hag! Today, even if I beat you to death, it'll just prove you're tough. Who doesn't know that Qinghe County is under the control of the Pei family? Your worthless daughter killed the young master of the Pei family. Do you think you can live? Today, I'll send you and your daughter to the underworld to reunite with your family." A loud crack. The whip in the constable's hand cracked through the air. The other constables burst into laughter at the sight. "Good brother! Let us beat this old hag to death so we can go collect our reward from the Pei family." The constable, with a face covered in scars, grinned savagely. The surrounding villagers watched the scene before them numbly, not daring to utter a single word. It seemed as though they had grown accustomed to such scenes. The next moment, the brutal constable swung his whip heavily toward the old woman lying on the ground. The old woman curled up on the ground, her face now filled with despair. At that moment, Mu Zian spoke coldly. "Zilong." Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Yun, who was driving the carriage, had already transformed into a streak of light and darted forward. The tacit understanding between Mu Zian and Zhao Yun needed no words. Zhao Yun witnessed everything, and the anger in his heart could no longer be contained. The constable's whip came down, but it did not land on the old woman's body. Everyone looked closely and saw a tall, handsome man standing in front of the old woman. Who else could it be but Zhao Yun? The whip swung by the burly constable was firmly grasped in Zhao Yun's hand. The burly constable was startled by this, then pulled back with all his strength. However, no matter how hard he pulled, the whip did not budge an inch. The other officers on the steps burst into laughter. "Hey, brother, can you do it? Don't delay us from collecting our reward money to go drink with the women." Seeing this, the burly constable's face turned grim. "Who the hell are you? Dare to provoke your old man?" With that, the constable drew his sword and swung it toward Zhao Yun's hand, holding the whip without a moment's hesitation. The onlookers quickly closed their eyes, as if they were about to witness a bloody scene. A loud crash echoed through the air. No blood stained the white paper on the ground. The villagers snapped back to reality and stared dumbfounded at the county office gate. There, the once arrogant constable, now lying motionless on the ground, had been kicked flying by Zhao Yun with a single blow. His massive body crashed into the county office door like a meatball, shattering it completely. Inside the county office, fallen leaves littered the ground, and the 4 characters on the plaque hanging above the Hall of Justice were covered in dust. The surrounding villagers stood frozen in place. The old woman lying on the ground looked around in confusion. Click, click. A crisp sound of footsteps echoed. The old woman's cloudy eyes caught sight of a figure walking slowly toward her in the blazing sunlight. Mu Ziyan stood before the courthouse, bathed in a golden glow as if the sunlight had cast a halo around him. A gust of wind swept through the courthouse, blowing away the dust on the signboard. The 4 characters' clear mirror became increasingly clear. Mu Ziyan reached out to help the old woman up from the ground and smiled. "Shall I take you to the Pei family to retrieve your daughter?" Chapter 79, The Spirit Hall. Wax figures. A crime against heaven. The old woman trembled as she looked at the young man before her and asked, "Can you really take me back to get my daughter?" Mu Ziyan nodded, his answer implicit in his silence. As soon as the words left her mouth, a commotion erupted within the courthouse. In the next moment, countless constables armed with clubs poured out of the door, surrounding Mu Ziyan, Zhao Yun, and Jia Su. The lead constable, the head of the group, looked at the shattered door and the half-dead man lying on the ground. He immediately drew his waist knife, glaring coldly at the 3 men before him, and shouted angrily, "Who are you bandits? How dare you injure people at the county office gate?" Mu Ziyan ignored the constables and reached out to help the old woman lying on the ground to her feet. Seeing that he was being ignored, the head constable flew into a rage. "I'm talking to you." Before he could finish speaking, Mu Ziyan shot him a piercing glance. At that single glance, the head constable was so terrified that he froze in place, his limbs stiffening. In that moment, he felt as though he had glimpsed a scene of mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Mu Ziyan stood with his hands behind his back, his spine seeming to push the heavens and earth apart. "When he, Zilong, present, anyone who dares to block my path shall be killed without mercy." Mu Ziyan took a step forward, with the old woman following closely behind. The surrounding officials looked at each other in shock. The killing intent emanating from Mu Ziyan's body condensed into a tangible force. At the end of the street, the Pei family mansion, draped in white silk, stood silently. As Mu Ziyan took a step forward, the constables retreated a step. The surrounding villagers, seeing this, followed suit as if by some unseen force. One step forward. Step by step forward. Mu Ziyan's gaze was sharp, and his steps were firm. The crowd behind him grew larger and larger, stretching endlessly like a roaring river rushing forward. Life is as insignificant as an ant, one should aspire to soar like a swan. Life is as fragile as paper, one must have an unyielding heart. Seeing the suffering of the people, how could one turn a blind eye? He, Mu Ziyan, is not the feudal corrupted prince of the state. He had received 20 years of education under the new China. He is a young man raised under the red flag. He is a practitioner of Mr. Ziren's ideology of long live the people. He is a tough guy who has weathered storms, worked from dawn till dusk, and fought his way through universities in other provinces. The books they have read, I have read. The books they haven't read, I have read. Throughout the ages, all that is written is one sentence: uproot the strong, protect the weak, and safeguard the people. At the entrance of the Pei family mansion, scattered paper money littered the ground. On either side, white silk soul flags fluttered in the wind. Countless white paper lanterns hung from the walls. Layers of ashes from burning paper money drifted through the air. Despite the bright daylight, the mansion was eerily dark and foreboding. The servants at the gate stepped forward to block the way, but were kicked flying by Zhao Yun with a single kick. Mu Ziyan hesitated not a moment, stepping into the Pei family mansion. The spirit hall within the mansion was shrouded in darkness, with only the flickering candlelight swaying in the wind. In the center of the hall stood a pitch-black coffin, silent and still. Upon seeing Mu Ziyan's arrival, the members of the Pei family kneeling on the ground all raised their heads and fixed their gaze on him. Cold, piercing glances came from all directions, as if countless venomous snakes were lurking in the shadows. The Duke of Zhenghua? A hoarse voice echoed through the darkness. The flickering candlelight revealed Pei Liang's face, which alternated between light and shadow, appearing before Mu Ziyan. At that moment, his face was gaunt and disheveled, his once jet-black hair turned white overnight. It seemed as though he had aged 20 years in an instant. Pei Liang's face no longer bore the confidence and composure of before. Instead, it was filled with endless fatigue and desolation. Pei Liang sat quietly by the coffin, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Mu Ziyan. Their gazes met in mid-air. The next moment, Pei Liang suddenly spoke. "You know?" This abrupt statement left everyone puzzled. Mu Ziyan remained silent, but the fierce killing intent in his eyes already answered Pei Liang's question. Pei Liang burst into laughter, but his laughter was tinged with sorrow. "No wonder. No wonder." Pei Liang's hand caressed the coffin beside him. "So, all of this was part of your plan?" Mu Ziyan remained silent. Pei Liang suddenly swept all the offerings in front of Pei Shaoji's coffin onto the ground. He then glared at Mu Ziyan with hatred and said, "Do you think this will destroy the Pei family?" Mu Ziyan calmly looked at the crazed Pei Liang. "How will you know unless you try?" Their conversation left everyone baffled. However, the murderous intent in their words collided, making the already cold and desolate funeral hall even colder. "Shaoji! Shaoji! Where are you? Mother is here to comfort you." A madwoman burst out from the inner chambers. Several maids tried to hold her back, but they couldn't stop her. Inside the funeral hall, the moment the woman saw Mu Ziyan, she suddenly went mad and shouted, "It's you! You killed my son! Give me back my son's life! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" Outside the funeral hall, the countless gathered villagers gasped in horror at the scene. For the woman who had gone mad was none other than the current matriarch of the Pei family, the legitimate wife of Pei Liang. Once the most prestigious woman in the entire Qinghe County. With his son dead and his wife mad, the future of his lineage was cut off. The once powerful head of the Pei family had become a lonely widower overnight. The fact that Pei Liang hadn't gone mad along with her was enough to earn Mu Ziyan's admiration. As they spoke, the old woman who had been following Mu Ziyan knelt down with a thud. Her hoarse voice trembled with pleading. "Master Pei, please have mercy. Spare my daughter. I am willing to be your servant for life. Please spare my daughter's life." Watching the scene unfold, Pei Liang suddenly smiled and asked Mu Ziyan with a hint of mockery. "The Duke of Jingguo wants to intervene on her behalf? Too bad, you're too late." Mu Ziyan furrowed his brows, sensing something was amiss. "What do you mean?" Pei Liang slowly stood up and walked toward the compartment next to Pei Shaoji's coffin, speaking as he went. "She could have saved my son with just a single hand. But he just stood there and watched my son sink into the water." As he spoke, Pei Liang's emotions suddenly flared up. He gripped the curtain of the compartment tightly and said harshly, "A worthless servant. How dare she stand by and watch her master die? Such a whore. What use is she to me? I'll make her pay for my son's life. I'll make her a slave for all eternity. I'll make her wish she were dead. I'll make her never be reincarnated." As he finished speaking, Pei Liang violently pulled open the curtain of the partition. The curtain hit the ground, sending countless pieces of paper money flying into the air. The paper money danced in the wind like falling rain. Mu Ziyan's previously calm gaze suddenly filled with anger. He stared in disbelief at the scene inside the partition. How could someone be so heartless and cruel? Inside the partition, a young girl was tightly bound with ropes. Her hands were twisted at an odd 90-degree angle behind her back. She was kneeling on the ground, her neck stretched upward, her eyes wide with anger. And her open mouth was filled with wax, with a flickering candle flame dancing in the breeze. The flickering light cast a faint glow on her pale cheeks. A cold wind howled through the funeral hall. It was like the depths of hell. Jiasu, upon seeing this, exclaimed in shock. Wax figure. Chapter 80, Colluding in Evil, Conspiring in Harm. At that moment, Pei Liang was hunched over, his once well-fitting long robe hanging loosely, revealing the emaciated bones beneath. It's this. It's this. If it weren't for her, my son wouldn't be dead. I'll use her body to fuel an eternal flame. I'll make sure this never finds peace in this life or the next. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Pei Liang was laughing. Laughing madly. Just like Pei Shaoji had done that day. Suddenly, Pei Liang turned his head and stared intently at Mu Ziyan, like a wild beast. Do you know how I turned her into a wax figure? I bound her tightly. Then I drove steel nails into her joints, so she couldn't move. What could she do but scream in pain? Finally, I pried open her mouth and poured the scorching hot wax directly into it. The taste. It must have been worse than death. Pei Liang's face twisted into a depraved grin as he vividly described the beastly acts he had committed. Mu Ziyan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with icy coldness. The old woman following Mu Ziyan collapsed to the ground. She dared not imagine that the woman kneeling in the partition, turned into a wax figure, could be her own daughter. Linger! My poor Linger! It's all my fault! It's all my fault! I shouldn't have brought you to the Pei family. The old woman wailed, tears streaming down her face, leaving 2 trails of blood. It was only at that moment that Mu Zian realized he was not living in a peaceful and civilized era. This was a barbaric era cloaked in the trappings of civilization. Human life meant no more to these powerful aristocratic families than the pigs and dogs on the street. Pei Liang smiled coldly at Mu Zian's icy face, slowly straightening his chest. Exchanging a maid for my son's life is a bargain for her. When the time comes, I will build her a grand tomb, with a candle burning eternally in her mouth. This will serve as a tribute to my son's spirit in heaven. As he spoke, Pei Liang asked in a provocative tone, "Does the Duke of Jingguo still wish to take this corpse with him?" Mu Zian remained silent, taking a step forward. Endless killing intent enveloped the entire funeral hall. Clang! 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 Countless members of the Pei family, dressed in mourning robes, rushed forward to form a human wall in front of the coffin. What does the prince of the state intend to do? Do you want my family's elder to rest in peace even after death? That's right. The Pei family is a scholarly clan. A prominent family of the Great Li dynasty. Though you are a duke, how dare you dishonor the Pei clan? My father is the current minister of the Imperial Academy. My brother is a Hanlin Academy scholar. We are all scholars, educated in the Imperial Academy. I don't believe you can kill us all today. All the disciples of the Pei family glared angrily at him. In their eyes, Mu Zian was simply using this opportunity to cause a commotion at the funeral hall and bring dishonor to their family. There was not a single trace of remorse or discomfort for turning living people into wax figures. Perhaps in their eyes, maids and servants weren't even considered human beings, they were merely part of their assets. At this moment, Mu Zian's anger had reached its peak. However, at that very moment, a voice echoed outside the Pei family gates. The magistrate of Qinghe County has arrived. The next moment, the crowd gathered at the entrance of the Pei family mansion was violently dispersed. Then, a middle-aged man dressed in light green official robes entered the funeral hall, surrounded by constables. Upon seeing Mu Zian, the magistrate of Qinghe County feigned panic and hurried forward to bow in greeting. This humble official, Chen Yuanbai, the magistrate of Qinghe County, pays his respects to the prince of the state. Mu Zian remains silent. This county magistrate of Qinghe County was clearly in cahoots with the Pei family. Seeing that Mu Zian ignored him, Chen Yuanbai did not grow angry but continued to speak. Today is the funeral of the third young master of the Pei family. As the saying goes, the deceased should be honored. I implore the prince of the state to spare me the trouble and not cause any trouble. When one is speechless to the extreme, one truly laughs. Mu Zian looked at Chen Yuanbai in front of him and asked coldly, "Do you think it is this duke who is causing trouble?" Chen Yuanbai looked around. Outside the door were a large crowd of onlookers, and inside, countless disciples of the Pei family had formed a human wall in front of the coffin. Chen Yuanbai feigned a look of confusion, as if asking Mu Zian in return, "Isn't that the case?" Zhao Yun, seeing this, shouted angrily, "You, as local officials, how dare you stand by and watch your subjects be turned into human wax?" Chen Yuanbai heard this and revealed a look of terror. "Sir, you dare not speak such nonsense. I, Chen, have served as an official in Qinghe County for over a decade, always adhering to the laws of the state and never daring to neglect my duties. You cannot slander my integrity without cause." Zhao Yun, enraged, pointed at the partition and shouted, "Can't you see with your own eyes?" Chen Yuanbai followed Zhao Yun's finger and looked in the direction he was pointing, then revealed a shocked expression. He then turned to Pei Liang, who was standing beside the coffin, and asked, "Oh my! What's going on here, Mr. Pei?" Pei Liang smiled upon hearing this. "This vile woman killed my son, I naturally must make her pay with her life, one life for one life. Moreover, this lowly woman was a private slave of the Pei family. Her life was in my hands, and it was none of others' business." Having said this, Pei Liang's face broke into a mocking smile. "Bring the slave contract here for the county magistrate to review." The next moment, a servant handed the document to Chen Yuanbai. Chen Yuanbai took the document, read it carefully, then turned to Mu Zian and said, "Ah, I must confess, Your Excellency, this document is indeed genuine. It bears the seal of the official brokerage office. This woman was purchased by the Pei family for 30 taels as a private slave. Since she is a private slave, the Pei family may dispose of her as they see fit, and the government has no authority to interfere." The elderly woman, who had been lying on the ground, heard this and froze. She angrily rushed forward and snatched the contract from Chen Yuanbai's hands. "No! No! My daughter was only taken into the Pei household as a maid. How could she have been sold into slavery?" Although the old woman could not read the text on the contract, she clearly remembered that her daughter had only entered the mansion as a maid, not as a slave. "This isn't the contract we signed. This isn't it." Chen Yuanbai snorted coldly upon hearing this, pointing at the dazed old woman on the ground and shouting angrily, "What do you mean, you shameless woman? The contract is written in black and white. Your daughter was sold into the Pei mansion as a slave. Do you really think the prestigious Pei family would go to such lengths to deceive over a mere slave? Or do you think I'm framing you? Having said that, Chen Yuanbai turned toward the door and shouted, "Go to the case room at the county office and fetch the records. Today, this official will give the prince of the state a proper account. As you command." Moments later, a sweaty constable rushed in and handed over a deed. Chen Yuanbai took the two contracts, compared them, and then handed them to Mu Ziyan. "Please review these documents, Your Excellency. There appears to be no issue with them. This woman voluntarily sold herself into the Pei household as a slave. Since she is a private slave, matters of life and death or family affairs the government has no authority to interfere." Chen Yuanbai's face wore a smile, clearly implying that he was favoring the Pei family and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Before the coffin, Pei Liang laughed heartily. "The prince of the state wants to speak up for a private slave? Ridiculous, ridiculous. According to the laws of the Great Li dynasty, executing a private slave would at most result in a fine." With that, Pei Liang smiled at Mu Ziyan and pulled out a handful of silver coins from his sleeve, scattering them on the ground. The silver coins clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. "What as a little silver? The Pei family can afford it." Chapter 81, Ants Shaking a Tree. A spark ignites a prairie fire. Pei Liang's voice was arrogant and unrestrained. Silver coins glinting with cold light landed at Mu Ziyan's feet. The old woman collapsed to the ground, as if her soul had been drained from her body. She couldn't understand why, after going to the Pei family to work as a maid to earn some money to support her family, she had suddenly been sold into slavery. She couldn't understand why her daughter, who was as beautiful as a flower, hadn't even begun to enjoy her life, yet had been turned into a wax figure. She couldn't comprehend how a living human life could be worth a mere 30 taels of silver. Mu Ziyan stood in the funeral hall, silent for a long time. The wax figure of the woman in the adjacent room continued to burn. The black coffin lay quietly there. Jia Sun, standing nearby, stepped forward and said, "The young master and the others have come prepared. We must not lose our temper." Mu Ziyan waved his hand, signaling Jia Sun to relax. With such obvious collusion before his eyes, Mu Ziyan naturally wouldn't fall for it. Mu Ziyan bent down and helped the elderly woman, who was lying limp on the ground, to her feet. Pei Liang watched the scene unfold before him and couldn't help but sneer. "You, the prince of the state, can't even save a lowly servant woman. How can you possibly save the entire realm? Your father couldn't do it back then, and you can't do it now. The Pei family will endure for thousands of generations." Mu Ziyan ignored Pei Liang's mockery, helped the old woman to her feet, and walked toward the door. As he stepped through the gates of the Pei family mansion, the sunlight streaming down from the sky seemed unusually harsh. The old woman clutched the contract in her arms and broke free from Mu Ziyan's support. Her cloudy eyes had completely lost their luster, resembling a stagnant pool of water. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I can't take you home. I can't take you home." The surrounding villagers parted to make a narrow path leading into the distance. They let the old woman, now completely disoriented, walk off into the distance. Under the sunlight, the old woman's shadow stretched out long behind her. Inside the partition, melted wax dripped down the corners of the woman's eyes, resembling two streams of tears. Chen Yuanbai stepped forward and said, "If the Duke of Jingguo does not mind, I have prepared a banquet at the county office to welcome you." Mu Ziyan turned his head and looked down at Chen Yuanbai with a cold gaze that made Chen Yuanbai's scalp tingle. Mu Ziyan took a step forward, and the overwhelming pressure forced Chen Yuanbai to collapse onto the ground. What does the prince of the state intend to do? Does he intend to slaughter a court official in broad daylight? As Mu Ziyan looked up, the four characters "Virtue bears all" were prominently displayed on the gate of the Pei family mansion. At that moment, those four characters seemed utterly absurd. A clan that could turn living people into wax figures, a family that regarded human life as worthless, a foolish and ignorant aristocratic clan. Do they deserve the four characters' virtue and forbearance? Mu Ziyan bent his knees slightly, then leaped into the air from his original position. Mid-air, Mu Ziyan clenched his fists, his eyes sharp as he charged forward and struck out with a punch. This punch was filled with endless rage. This punch carried the sorrow of an era. This punch bore the resolve of an unyielding battle. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. The gate plaque of the Pei family shattered into pieces. The immense force caused the entire Pei family mansion to tremble. The walls around them were covered in countless cracks, resembling writhing venomous snakes crawling up the walls. The signboard, along with the shattered stones, fell to the ground. Chen Yuanbai was so startled that he scrambled backward in panic. Mu Ziyan regained his footing, his fist stained with droplets of blood. Inside and outside the door, one side was bright, the other dark, as if they were in two different worlds. Mu Ziyan glanced at Pei Liang, who was hiding in the darkness, then turned and left. Watching Mu Ziyan's departing figure, Chen Yuanbai felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder he's the prince of the state. Such overwhelming pressure truly makes this official afraid. Why must Lord Pei go to such lengths for a lowly concubine and antagonize the prince of the state? Pei Liang stood with his hands behind his back, casting a cold glance at Chen Yuanbai. That single glance was enough to send Chen Yuanbai into a bow of submission. It was my fault for being so bold. Pei Liang fixed his gaze on the direction where Mu Ziyan had disappeared. You did well this time. I will personally intervene on your behalf for your promotion. Chen Yuanbai was overjoyed at the news. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Pei. Before Chen Yuanbai could even savor his joy for 3 seconds, Pei Liang spoke again. Don't think that leaving Qinghe means you're off the hook. We're all in the same boat now. If the boat sinks, we all drown. A cold sweat trickled down Chen Yuanbai's forehead. Using the carrot and stick approach, Pei Liang's skill in handling people was already masterful. I will forever remember Lord Pei's kindness. No matter how high I rise or where I go, I will always remain loyal to the Pei family. But now that Lord Pei has completely offended the prince of the state, aren't you afraid he'll seek revenge? Pei Liang sneered at the words. I'm eager to see what tricks Mu Ziyan has up his sleeve that could possibly shake the very foundations of the Pei clan. Over 80% of the officials in the court are related to the Pei family. Even the current emperor cannot touch us. Do you think the Pei family's century of hard work has been in vain? Let him stir up trouble, he won't be able to create any waves. Chen Yuanbai heard this and felt a surge of joy in his heart. As long as he could cling to the Pei family's mighty tree, his future official career would be smooth sailing. Lord Pei speaks wisely. With all the proper procedures in place, even if the Imperial City Bureau comes, they won't find a single flaw or fault. In my opinion, even the prince of the state would have to swallow his pride. Pei Liang turned and ran his hand over the pitch-black coffin beside him, his eyes flashing with a ruthless expression. If I can kill one, I can kill two. Jier, do not worry. Your father will avenge you immediately. The atmosphere inside the carriage was eerily cold and silent. Mu Ziyan's eyes were icy cold, and Jia Sun spoke up beside him. The officials in Qinghe County are all corrupt and colluding with one another. That slave contract must be forged. However, since the young master has been busy with the imperial examinations these past few days, the county magistrate has likely already completed the necessary paperwork. If the young master intends to challenge the paperwork, it will be no easy task. The Pei family has been in business for a century, and their connections within the court are complex. Although the young master is a duke, exerting pressure through this matter will not be easy. The officials in the imperial court would not risk their careers over the death of a concubine. Mu Ziyan took a deep breath. Jia Sun was right. After all, it was just a maidservant who died. In the eyes of the high officials in the court, it was no different from the death of an ant. This was simply insufficient to provoke them into war with the Pei family. Jia Sun looked at Mu Ziyan and sighed deeply. Young master, there is no need to blame yourself so much. You have done your best. Mu Ziyan heard this and pulled back the curtain, only to see countless common people on both sides of the road in Qinghe County, wandering aimlessly like ants. But it was these very ants that had built the glorious history of China for thousands of years. Indeed, it was merely the death of a maidservant, nothing worth mentioning. If he were the Duke of the Great Li dynasty, he could continue to enjoy the privileges of the nobility without a shred of guilt. He could close his eyes to the sufferings of the world and simply say he had done his best. After all, in this world, countless people die of starvation and freezing every moment. But Mu Ziyan is not like that. Echoing in his mind are the ideas of Master Zirin and the principles of Master Zai. All people are born equal. There is no distinction between the noble and the lowly. The dead have not even been buried. The wicked roam free. Where is the law of the land? Where is the justice of heaven? Since they think this is just a minor matter, nothing to worry about, then I will tear open the heavens. Whether officials protect one another or collude in wickedness, I will use the strength of an ant to shake a tree. A spark can start a prairie fire. Chapter 82, Making Plans, the Calm Before the Storm. Upon returning to the Jinguigong mansion, Mu Ziyan immediately retreated to his study, refusing to see anyone. Lu Ruoshi and Ning Hongqian both felt puzzled. Jia Sun then recounted in detail everything he had seen and heard during his visit to the Pei family. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoshi's face turned red with anger. How could the Pei family, a renowned noble clan, commit such an atrocious act? Ning Hongqian slapped the table angrily and exclaimed, "They're no better than beasts. I'll kill every last one of them tonight." Jia Su rushed to stop Ning Hongqian. "Miss Ning, calm down, calm down." Jia Sun didn't know the true identity of the woman before him. However, from her tone, it seemed she might actually go through with killing the entire Pei family. Zhao Yun stood by silently, but the murderous intent on his face was impossible to hide. Jia Su, seeing the anger on everyone's faces, covered his head with his hands. "You must not act recklessly in this matter. The Pei family is a distinguished and influential clan, not just an ordinary noble family. If we act recklessly and disregard the law, we may end up putting the young master in a position of injustice." Ning Hongqian crossed her arms across her chest in anger. "Then what should we do? Are we just supposed to swallow this humiliation? No way. If you want to swallow it, you can swallow it. This old lady isn't going to swallow it. This old lady has always been a wanderer. If it comes to it, I'll take the head of that Pei family dog and roam the Jianghu. Lu Ruoshi also stood up and said, if we ignore this matter, it would be a waste of the sacred books we've read. Since the Qinghe County magistrate is in cahoots with them, let us report it to the prefect of the capital. If the prefect of the capital can't make a decision, we'll beat the drum of petition to reach the emperor's ears. I refuse to believe there's no place in this world where reason prevails. Jia Su had no words to respond. These two ladies were one more troublesome than the other. One threatens to kill an entire family at the slightest provocation, while the other demands to strike the drum of petition. Jia Su spoke patiently. Matters of the imperial court are naturally not as simple as the two young ladies imagine. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. Otherwise, with your current strength, killing the entire Pei family would be as easy as turning over your hand. The Pei family is a prominent and influential clan in the current dynasty, holding great prestige among the literati. If you disregard the law and take action against them, the scholars of the entire realm would drown the entire prince of the state's mansion with their spit. Moreover, the Pei family has been intertwined with the imperial court for a century, and there are undoubtedly countless high-ranking officials who are their puppets. This grievance must be avenged, but we must have a foolproof plan. Upon hearing this, Ning Hongqian sneered disdainfully. In my opinion, you scholars are nothing but cowards, afraid of both wolves and tigers. You overthink everything and are too indecisive. Just as everyone was discussing the matter, the long silent study door creaked open. Mu Xian's eyes were bloodshot. Everyone present rose to their feet in respect. Young master. No need to stand. Please sit down. Lu Ruoshi brought a cup of red date tea and handed it to Mu Xian. No one spoke, they all waited quietly for Mu Xian's decision. Mu Xian picked up the teacup. The reddish surface of the tea resembled a bowl of fresh blood. In a few days, it will be the 7th day since Pei Shaoji's death. Jia Sun heard this and calculated with his fingers. Pei Shaojie died the night before the imperial examination. As of today, 5 days have passed. After 2 more days of keeping the coffin open, it will be the day of his burial. Mu Xian murmured. 2 days? That should be enough. After speaking, Mu Xian downed the red date tea in his cup in one gulp. Jia Su couldn't help but ask. Does the young master have a plan in mind? Mu Xian nodded, gazing at the bustling streets of the capital city just a wall away, the clamor of voices rising and falling, and then asked in return. Do you know what the strongest force in this world is? Everyone fell into deep thought. Ning Hongye raised his hand and said. Of course, it is the catapults used by the military. I have seen them with my own eyes, launching boulders weighing thousands of pounds hundreds of meters away. Zhao Yan pondered for a moment before speaking solemnly. In my humble opinion, it is the cavalry. 10,000 ironclad cavalry can sweep across the land and achieve unparalleled dominance. Mu Xian smiled slightly and turned to look at Jia Su and asked. What do you think, Wen He? Jia Su pondered for a moment before speaking. The strongest force in the world lies in the 2 words, imperial authority. It is formless and merciless. When the emperor grows angry, 1,000,000 corpses lie in his wake, and rivers run red with blood. Under the shade of the trees, Mu Xian stood with his hands behind his back but shook his head. Neither is correct. The 3 looked at each other in confusion. Neither a physical object, nor a weapon, nor power? Then what is the strongest force in the world? Just then, Lu Ruoshi suddenly spoke up. It is the people. At these words, everyone turned to look at Lu Ruoshi. Ning Hongqian rested her chin on her hand and said, Sister, have you been baked silly by the sun? The common people of this world are all bullied by those in power. County magistrates who destroy families, prefects who wipe out clans. The common people are nothing but playthings in the hands of those in power. How can they be called the strongest? As Ning Hongqian finished speaking, Mu Xian suddenly turned around and said, That's right. It's the people. The people are the foundation of all buildings. If the people are unstable, the Great Hall will collapse. If the people are angry, the nation will be reduced to ashes. Even an ant can shake a tree, and even a grasshopper can block the sky. Even a spark can start a prairie fire. Jia Su was startled awake upon hearing this. He stared at Mu Xian in disbelief. He never expected that in this desperate situation, Mu Xian had come up with another winning strategy. Jia Su laughed. The people are water, and the ruler is the boat. Water can carry the boat, but it can also overturn it. Ning Hongqian was filled with questions, and his already limited brain capacity was clearly struggling to keep up. Watching Jia Su and Mu Xian engage in a silent riddle, Ning Hongqian was filled with confusion, and his already limited mental capacity was clearly strained. Her wide eyes darted left and right, making her look adorably dazed for a moment. Who would have thought that this seemingly innocent woman was actually a ruthless top-tier assassin? Mu Xian pulled out a pre-written manuscript from his robe and handed it to Jia Su, then spoke seriously. Print as many copies of this document as possible today. Jia Sun flipped through the manuscript, glancing at it briefly before being so shocked that his scalp tingled. Our young master is planning to completely destroy the Pei family. Mu Ziyan turned to Zhao Yun and said, "Bring me my tiger token. Select 1,000 elite soldiers from the frontline camp. They will receive their orders tonight." Zhao Yun stood up and saluted. "This subordinate obeys your orders." Ning Hongchen stood up and asked, "What about me? What about me? The Pei family is so despicable and heartless, this old lady 1T let them off the hook." Mu Ziyan replied upon hearing this. "There is an even more important task for you. Now is not the time to discuss it." Ning Hongchen heard this and felt some resentment in his heart, but he can only accept it. After all, she couldn't defeat Mu Ziyan in a fight, and when it came to cunning, she wasn't even worth mentioning. Mu Ziyan turned and whispered a few words into Lu Ruoshi's ear. Lu Ruoshi nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. "Please inform the ninth princess of this matter." After making all the arrangements, Mu Ziyan looked toward the courtyard and spoke aloud. "Since the Pei family has the heavens watching over them, then I, Mu Ziyan, will carry the will of the people and shatter the heavens." Chapter 83, Strategic Layout, Undercurrents Swirling. Within the ninth princess's mansion, Lu Ruoshi truthfully relayed the matters concerning the Pei family to Xiao Xiuning. Even Xiao Xiuning, who was of high rank and had seen much of the world, was stunned by the news. The Pei family, a renowned noble clan of the Great Li dynasty, how could they commit such an act that provokes the wrath of heaven and the people? Altering slave records is a capital offense. Does the county magistrate of Qinghe County not know this? I will report this matter to His Majesty the Emperor. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoshi quickly grabbed the furious Xiao Xiuning and spoke patiently. "Princess, please do not be angry. I too felt the same way, but even if we were to report this to the Emperor, what could be done? The Pei family is a powerful clan with numerous allies and significant influence in the court. Even if the deceased were merely a maidservant, or even the daughter of a noble family, the most that could be done is to reprimand the Pei family. The perpetrators would still roam free, and it would accomplish nothing." Xiao Xiuqing calmed down upon hearing this, though she remained furious inside. What Lu Ruoshi said was indeed the harsh reality. "What do you think, Ziyan?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Lu Ruoshi's gaze fell upon her. Xiao Xiuning felt her face flush and quickly cleared her throat twice. "What does the Prince of Jin plan to do?" Lu Ruoshi smiled indifferently upon hearing this. "The marriage between the princess and my young master was bestowed by the emperor himself, with all officials as witnesses. There is no need to hide it." Xiao Xiuning couldn't help but look at Lu Ruoshi in front of her, as if trying to discern something from her expression. Unfortunately, aside from the word open-hearted, Xiao Xiuqing saw nothing else. There was no jealousy, no envy, and certainly no resentment or hatred. Xiao Xiuning straightened her posture slightly, and the two of them now seemed to have reached a subtle equality in status. Lu Ruoshi, neither humble nor arrogant, took out a document and handed it to Xiao Xiuning. "My young master requests that the princess dismiss all literate servants and maids from the mansion by tomorrow morning. And if any commoners on the streets and alleys do not understand its meaning, please have them read and explain it to them." Xiao Xiuqing took the document and glanced at it, her eyes widening in shock. She looked at Lu Ruo for a moment and said solemnly, "Very well, return and inform the Duke of the State that I shall not fail in my duty." At the same time, within the Lu family mansion, Lu Yunxue, looking haggard, sat across from Pei Jianji, who had been demoted to a commoner. Since being demoted and stripped of his title, Lu Yunxue had thought a great deal. A wave of regret kept welling up in his heart. She recalled how she had once mocked him for being neither skilled in literature nor martial arts. Now, she had witnessed Mu Ziyan's bravery in the Battle of Luzhou with her own eyes. She had also already admired Mu Ziyan's literary talent during the boat trip. Such a man, both scholarly and martial, was the dream husband of countless women. Yet she had pushed him away so harshly. At this very moment, Lu Yunxue still vividly recalls that day on the city walls of Anping County, when Mu Ziyan had been so cold and resistant toward her. It was as though they had never met before. But the past is gone. Mu Ziyan's distant and unapproachable demeanor made Lu Yunxue realize that there was no longer any fate between them. Moreover, Mu Ziyan was about to become a prince consort, and there was no way someone like her, a mere 8th rank captain, could ever hope to be with him. The more she thought about it, the more unwilling she felt. Schwerer. Pei Jianji's voice snapped Lu Yunxue back to reality. Seeing Lu Yunxue's dazed expression, Pei Jianji couldn't help but frown. "Why did you suddenly zone out?" Lu Yunxue grew flustered and tucked away a strand of hair from her temple. Nothing. Pei Jianji, upon hearing this, did not press the matter further. After all, he was merely a commoner now. Lu Yunxue held an official position, albeit a low one, so Pei Jianji naturally ranked below her. "Schwerer, don't look down on me now that I've been demoted to a commoner. But it won't be long before I'm given another chance. For now, we just have to wait for this storm to pass. It's just a matter of biding our time. With the connections and influence of the Pei family, our future remains bright." Pei Jianji's confidence stems from the fact that the Pei family has a strong literary tradition, and there are few like him who follow the military path. Therefore, as long as the Pei family still wants to have a say in the military, he is the best and only choice. Although he is currently implicated in the matter involving Pei Shaoji by the main branch of the Pei family. However, Pei Jianji was confident that it wouldn't be long before he could regain his position. Lu Yunxue heard this and wore a weary smile on his face. In comparison, Pei Jianji indeed still had a chance. After all, his status as a member of the Pei family spoke for itself. But without Mu Zian's assistance, his path to promotion would inevitably be fraught with obstacles. Therefore, she could only follow Pei Jianji down this path, no matter what. I know Pei Lang's capabilities, he's just a tiger out of its den for now. A temporary setback is nothing to fear. As long as Pei Lang still has the resolve to strive forward, he will inevitably shine again in the future. Upon hearing this, Pei Jianji couldn't help but smile slightly. He then took Lu Yunxue's hand and said, I knew you understood me, Schwer. Lu Yunxue furrowed her brows and quietly withdrew her hand. I naturally believe in Pei Lang. Seeing this, Pei Jianji's smile froze on his face. However, he quickly pretended nothing had happened and smiled again. Schwer, you don't know. Yesterday, Mu Zian caused a scene at my Pei family's memorial hall, and even dared to have a mere servant step forward. It was truly embarrassing. Lu Yunxue's expression betrayed her confusion. Pei Jianji, seeing this, explained the entire incident in detail. Upon hearing that the maidservant had been turned into a wax figure, her expression froze. But she quickly regained her composure. In this era, human sacrifice was not unheard of. Though the Pei family's methods were brutal, in her eyes, it was nothing out of the ordinary. Pei Jianji's smile did not waver. Even if he is the Duke of Jin, what can he do? In the end, he still had to leave in disgrace before our prestigious Pei family. Even if he were to report this to the emperor, the Pei family would have nothing to fear. In the end, it will only be Mu Zian who brings shame upon himself. Pei Jianji laughed heartily, but Lu Yunxue's face showed no trace of a smile. He's caused us so much suffering. What about you, Schwer? Aren't you happy to see Mu Zian humiliated? Lu Yunxue remained silent for a long time. It was as if she had suddenly realized that the person before her was no longer the Pei Jianji she once knew. In her memories, Pei Jianji was a young hero, a general on the battlefield, and a broad-minded figure under the moonlight. But the Pei Jianji of now was arrogant, reckless, jealous, and had become somewhat twisted. For a moment, Lu Yunxue felt disoriented. Do you think Mu Zian can swallow this humiliation? In my opinion, you'd better tell your family to prepare for the worst. The Mu Zian of today is no longer the ignorant playboy he once was. Pei Jianji's face darkened with displeasure. Schwer, you're overthinking this. Our Pei family is a mighty clan. He's nothing but an ant trying to shake a tree. Lu Yunxue forced a smile. Pei Lang is right. I'm feeling a bit tired. If there's nothing else, Mr. Pei may return first. Pei Jianji paused, his eyes darkening, but he clenched his teeth and said, All right, Schwer, you've recently endured a great tragedy. Rest well. I'll come visit you again tomorrow. With that, Pei Jianji turned and left. Watching Pei Jianji's departing figure, Lu Yunxue felt an uneasy sensation rising in her heart. The sun was setting in the west, as if a storm were brewing. Chapter 84, The world is full of injustice. Drawing thunder with blood. Since nightfall, the capital city of the Great Li dynasty had imposed a curfew. Common folk and street vendors were not permitted to linger on the streets. At this moment, the listening to bamboo pavilion in the capital city was brightly lit. In a private room, Mu Zian smiled. Commander Shin, is the wine here at the listening to bamboo pavilion not to your taste? Sitting across from Mu Zian was none other than Shin Kangwu, the current commander of the Imperial Guard. At that moment, Shin Kangwu was surrounded by beautiful women, who kept offering him wine. General Shin, let me feed you some wine. That's right, General Shin, tonight is worth 1,000 gold pieces. A faint blush appeared on Shin Tsongwu's face. Clearly, he had never experienced such a sensual scene before, and now he seemed a bit awkward and uneasy. Mu Zian couldn't help but find Shin Tsongwu's awkwardness amusing. Standing beside him, Xia Yuyao secretly moved her body closer to Mu Zian. In an instant, a vast expanse of springtime beauty was laid bare before Mu Zian. The Honorable Mu has honored my humble abode, the listening to bamboo pavilion, with your presence. It is truly an honor. All expenses today will be charged to my account. Please enjoy yourselves to your heart's content. Mu Zian, upon hearing this, extended a finger and gently tapped Xia Yuyao's delicate chin. Miss Xia is indeed generous, but today is this duke's banquet for General Shen. The expenses should naturally be charged to the Jingui Gong mansion. Looking at Mu Zian's mischievous smile, even Xia Yuyao, who had seen countless men, felt her heart racing. Wealth, power, good looks, and talent. Mu Zian was like a living hormone vaporizer. A faint blush spread across Xia Yuyao's cheeks, and her body went limp as she stumbled toward Mu Zian. Just as Xia Yuyao was about to fall into Mu Zian's arms, Mu Zian's body shifted slightly to the side. With her body limp, Xia Yuyao could only end up lying on Mu Ziyan's knees. Before Xia Yuyao could react, Mu Ziyan reached out and gently lifted her neck, smiling. What I give you is yours. If I don't give it to you, you can't take it. These words caused Xia Yuyao's already limp body to collapse completely. Xia Yuyao looked at Mu Ziyan and said timidly. The prince of the state is so domineering. Your servant, I like it. Shen Kangwu looked at Mu Ziyan and said. Why be so formal, Lord Zhenghua? It's just that I'm on duty at the Jinwu Guard today and can't stay long. Mu Ziyan held his teacup and smiled lightly. The night is long. Please do not feel constrained, Shin Commander. Enjoy yourself. The patrol is a minor matter. This duke will arrange everything for you. As he spoke, Mu Ziyan pulled out a token from his robe and placed it on the table. Shin Kangwu picked up the token and saw 4 large characters clearly inscribed on it, Princess Pingyang. And the only princess in the entire realm with a title was the 9th princess, Xiao Xiuning. Upon seeing the token, Shin Kangwu's face betrayed his surprise, while Mu Ziyan remained composed. Tonight, the 9th princess has other arrangements for the patrol. Commander Shin need only enjoy himself here. Shin Kangwu sighed in relief upon hearing this. Since it is the princess's order, I shall obey. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Kangwu directly wrapped his arm around a prostitute's waist and smiled. Tonight, we won't return until we're drunk. Mu Ziyan smiled slightly. Those who had risen to the rank of commander of the Imperial Guard were no ordinary men. At the same time, on the vast street outside Tingzhu Shen, countless figures darted back and forth through the alleys. Posted here. They quickly applied paste, affixed a poster, and moved on. The same thing was happening simultaneously in different alleys throughout the entire capital city. One by one, the posters were affixed to the most prominent and bustling locations throughout the capital. At that moment, a squad of Jinwu guards happened to come across the people posting the posters. Both groups stared at each other, and it seemed as though a battle was about to begin. The leader of the Jinwu guards immediately lowered his head and quietly walked past them. Both sides maintained a highly coordinated and unobtrusive arrangement. The night passed without incident. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight broke through the eastern sky, the capital city seemed to awaken like a giant beast, resuming its bustling activities. The gates of the capital were bustling with people, as countless citizens gathered together, pointing and whispering at the side of the city gates. There, on the city walls, was a large notice prominently displayed. As more people gathered, many began to curiously read the contents of the proclamation. Among the crowd, a young man with a fair complexion and no beard, seeing that the crowd had grown large enough, cleared his throat and stepped forward. May I ask if any of you can read the text on this proclamation? The surrounding citizens rolled their eyes at him. We're just peasants who scrape a living from the land. How could we possibly recognize the words on that notice? You look like an educated young man. Why don't you read it aloud for us? What does it say? The young man smiled, cleared his throat, and said, Everyone, please wait a moment. I'll read it to you slowly. This proclamation is titled, The Case of the Wax Family. Heaven and earth have their constant laws, and the people have no second life. Now we hear that the Pei family of Qinghe, out of grief for their son, have killed an innocent person to make wax figures, using human bodies as molds, carving out bones to form shapes. It is said that the people are precious, yet how can one use living people as sacrifices? Having lost their son, they have gone mad, carving a young girl into wax. Melting glue to suffocate her, pouring grease to shape her form, slicing her flesh to adorn it with jade, hanging her organs to decorate them with pearls. Such barbaric acts would shame even snakes and lizards, and even demons would refuse to eat them. As the young man's voice echoed, the once bustling crowd before the city gate gradually fell silent. At the same time, countless students gathered before the gates of the Imperial Academy. A man shouted loudly. Using humans as sacrifices is defying heaven. Sacrificing the living for the dead is defying morality. These criminals, cloaked in the guise of compassion, are truly beasts in human form. According to the 3,000 laws of Lu, their crime deserves execution by dismemberment. At that moment, all the students of the Imperial Academy stared blankly at the contents of the proclamation, their voices trembling slightly. Due to the imperial examinations, students from all 13 states of the Great Li dynasty had gathered in the capital. At that moment, the proclamation had already been posted all over the capital, and countless scholars gathered to read it, their voices echoing in all directions. Pei Jian, who had been demoted to a commoner, was on his way to the Lu family when he saw the crowd and stopped to watch. As soon as he stopped, he heard the sound of recitation coming from ahead. A single lamp illuminates the tears of 1,000 households. A piece of wax can wither the spring of 10,000 bones. The country has the Pei clan acting against the heavens. What noble clan is this? They are truly a family of wax. Why read books? It is to establish a heart for heaven and earth, establish a destiny for the people, continue the teachings of the sages of old, and open an era of peace for all future generations. A true man should wield a sword to eliminate all injustices in the world. All of you, reflect, if we stand by and watch today, when disaster strikes us tomorrow, who will raise the banner and shout for us? The voice was not loud, but it echoed in everyone's ears like thunder. Whether commoners, scholars, or merchants, all eyes were wide with anger. At that moment, for words echoed in their minds, a family of traitors. The proclamation reached its conclusion. The young man at the city gate, the students at the gates of the academy, and the scholars at the entrance of the tavern. Throughout the streets and alleys of the entire capital city, a loud, united cry rang out. The world is full of injustice. Let blood summon the thunder. Like ants shaking a tree, a spark can ignite a prairie fire. Today is the day. Chapter 85. Charge forward with one breath. Press onward step by step. Pei Jianji, standing amidst the crowd, felt as though the sky had grown dark before his eyes. At that moment, only one thought filled his mind. Who is harming the Pei family? The words candle-making family were like a thunderclap out of a clear blue sky. In ancient times, things weren't like they were in later generations, where a trending topic might stay on the front page for 3 or 4 days at most. In this era of extreme mental poverty, a sensational piece of news could dominate the headlines for years. And this one involved the most prestigious family in the current era of the Great Li dynasty. Pei Jianji took a swift step forward, rushing to the front of the crowd, and tore down the notice posted on the wall. Don't look! None of you dare to look! The surrounding civilians and scholars, seeing this, erupted in anger. Who are you? How dare you act so arrogantly? Pei Jianji, hearing this, flew into a rage. This notice is a frame-up. It's framing my Pei family. Upon hearing this, a beautiful young woman stepped forward and said, Slander? Then may I ask, is it true that the Pei family uses living people to make wax? The surrounding villagers echoed in agreement. Yes. Is it true or false? Caught off guard by the villagers' questions, Pei Jianji fell silent. Seeing this, the beautiful woman turned to the scholars among the crowd and said, Every word on the proclamation is true. Throughout the 100 years since the founding of our Great Li dynasty, has there ever been such a heinous crime that has aroused the anger of heaven and the people? Who is the daughter of the woman who was brutally turned into a wax figure? And who is her husband? As the proclamation states, if we stand by and watch today, who will come to our aid when disaster strikes us in the future? These words immediately stirred the emotions of all the people present. That's right. Are our lives not worth anything? Let us go to Qinghe. Let us ask the Pei family why they treat human life so carelessly. Let us go together. Let us go together. Seeing this, Pei Jian was immediately panicked. He stepped forward and shouted at the crowd. You rebellious peasants! None of you are allowed to go. None of you are allowed to go. A scholar among the crowd spoke up angrily. What rank are you? How dare you tell us where to go? We are educated scholars. Even the imperial palace is off limits to us. Is Qinghe County not under the emperor's jurisdiction? Pei Jianji was so flustered he didn't know what to say. If he had been a military officer in the imperial court, he would have already dispatched troops to suppress the crowd. But alas, he was now just a commoner. Faced with the overwhelming tide of public opinion, Pei Jianji also felt a sense of fear. At the same time, within the mansion of the Prince of Xinhua, Jia Sun was reporting the situation. Mu Ziyan played with his teacup, his expression calm. As the Zhua commentary states, in battle, courage is key. The first charge is full of vigor, the second wanes, and the third is exhausted. It's time to make our next move. Mu Ziyan looked at Jia Sun. Are when he and the supplies ready? Jia Su bowed respectfully. Miss Ning has been waiting impatiently for a long time. Mu Ziyan set down his teacup and said, Let's move out. In a courtyard of the Jinguigong mansion, over 100 children gathered together, with Ning Hongqian standing at the front of the crowd and speaking. Do you remember the words I entrusted to you? The children replied in unison. Yes, we remember. Ning Hongqian was very satisfied. Good. Whoever can deliver all the items will not only receive money but also candy from your sister as a reward. Great. As Mu Ziyan gave the order. The next moment, over 100 children each jumped onto a cloth sack and dashed out the back gate of the Prince of the State's mansion. In no time, they had vanished from the streets. At that moment, Pei Jianji was still facing off against the scholar who had raised his head, neither willing to back down. Just as the crowd grew larger, a clear, childlike shout suddenly rang out from the street. Newspapers! Newspapers! A family of wax figures has appeared in the Great Li Kingdom. They use living people to make wax figures. The Pei clan has lost all humanity. Is this a distortion of humanity, or the collapse of morality? These words immediately drew the attention of countless people. Though this was a cliché tactic used to death by later-day editors, in an era where the news media was virtually non-existent, it was a game-changer. A merchant approached and asked, Little boy, what are you selling? The young boy smiled and replied, Sir, I'm selling newspapers. Newspapers? The merchant looked puzzled. The young boy calmly pulled out a sheet of xian paper measuring 10 inches square from his chest and said, This is the newspaper. It records the latest strange and interesting events happening around the world. The merchant, upon hearing this, became quite interested and asked, "This is indeed novel. I wonder how much it costs." The young boy handed the newspaper to the merchant and said, "Today is the first day we've been selling newspapers, so this one is free." The merchant was delighted upon hearing this. There's actually such a good thing in this world? Paper was a rare commodity in the Great Li Kingdom. The merchant took the newspaper from the young boy and immediately opened it. At the top of the newspaper were 8 large characters. The Pei family of Qinghe, a renowned family of wax artisans. At first glance, the merchant felt a chill run down his spine. The text on the newspaper was simple and did not quote any classical texts. Even the merchant, who had little formal education, could understand it. When he read about how the Pei family of Qinghe had nailed a young girl's joints with iron nails, then they poured scalding wax oil down her mouth. His originally rosy cheeks turned pale in an instant, and his body trembled before he vomited violently. In an instant, the merchant regained his composure and looked up, shouting angrily, "Shameful! Shameful! How could such a shameful family exist in this world? Heaven will not forgive this! Heaven will not forgive this!" The same scene was playing out repeatedly throughout the entire capital city. In an instant, the entire capital city erupted into chaos. The name of the Ren family spread like a plague. In the streets and taverns, crowds gathered in groups of 3 or 4, hurling insults at the Pei family. A single newspaper ignited the entire capital city. The Pei family's disciples at the Imperial Academy were subjected to verbal and written attacks. For a time, the Pei clan members became like rats in the street, everyone shouting for their blood. At the same time, in a tea house, a storyteller dressed in a long robe set out the tea and prepared to begin today's tale. Just then, a tall, handsome young man walked onto the stage, bowed to the storyteller, and said, "Please tell us this story today." The storyteller looked astonished, took the storybook from the young man's hands. After glancing at it briefly, the storyteller was immediately engrossed. After a long while, the sound of angry shouts from the audience snapped him back to reality. However, when he looked around, the young man's figure had already vanished, leaving behind a silver ingot on the table. The storyteller quietly slipped the silver ingot into his robe. A young man dressed in luxurious robes, clearly a spoiled aristocrat, spoke impatiently from the crowd. "Every day it's the same old stories. Do you have anything new? My ears are about to bleed from listening to them so much." The storyteller laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Sir, you've come at the right time. I've just obtained a new storybook." The young aristocrat, still impatient, said, "Hurry up and tell it. If the story isn't good, I'll smash your stall." The storyteller smiled, cleared his throat, and struck the wooden block loudly. As the saying goes, 10 miles of flat lake, frost fills the sky, every strand of black hair mourns the passing years. Gazing at the moon alone, I long for companionship, I envy the mandarin ducks, not the immortals. The story I will tell today is called The Lone Woman's Ghost. Chapter 86, The Battle of Public Opinion, Public Sentiment Runs High. The title Xian Nu Yuhun was coined by later generations, with its original source being the renowned story Nie Xiaoqian from Pu Songling's Liu Zhaizi. The play script currently held by the storyteller was written by Mu Zian. However, Mu Zian had made some minor revisions to the content. As the storyteller's voice echoed through the room, the once bustling tea house gradually fell silent. This romantic love story between a scholar and a female ghost instantly captivated everyone present. The storyteller's vocal skills were unparalleled, and with just a few words, he could evoke a sense of loneliness, combined with the thrilling and captivating story. Everyone present was spellbound, afraid to miss a single word, with only the storyteller's voice echoing through the air. As the story goes, Nie Xiaoqian was once a young and beautiful woman. However, she was framed by a corrupt county magistrate and forced into slavery, eventually being offered to the Black Mountain Demon. The Black Mountain Demon was a ruthless and cruel being. He turned Nie Xiaoqian into a wax figure, using it to imprison her soul, preventing her from reincarnating. She was doomed to serve him for eternity, enduring unimaginable suffering and agony. Everyone present heard these words and their faces turned red with anger. Especially the young man in the fine silk robes, who flew into a rage, stood up, and kicked over the table in front of him. "That Black Mountain Demon deserves to die. If I ever encounter him, I will draw my sword to prove the way of heaven and eliminate demons," rescuing Nie Xiaoqian from the fires of hell. The interrupted audience members glared angrily at one another. The young man in the fine brocade robes quickly sat back down, looking dejected, and continued listening to the story. As the story unfolded, the crowd grew increasingly hateful toward the Black Mountain Demon and increasingly sympathetic toward Nie Xiaoqian, who had been turned into a wax figure. At that moment, everyone wished they could become Ning Kaichen or Yin Xixia from the story, fighting demons and upholding justice. When the story ended, everyone present felt unsatisfied. How frustrating. If only we could travel back in time to eliminate this evil for the world. Who says otherwise? Nie Xiaoqian, such a young and beautiful woman, was turned into a wax figure. It's truly outrageous. Just as the tea house was buzzing with discussion, a little girl carrying a cloth bag walked into the tea house. The little girl walked straight up to the young man in the fine clothes and timidly asked, "Sir, would you like a newspaper?" The young man in the fine robes was still deeply engrossed in the legend of the demon sword and couldn't tear himself away. Hearing the little girl's words, he replied impatiently, "Don't bother me. Can't you see I'm in a bad mood?" The little girl was startled and nearly burst into tears. The young man in the fine attire immediately thought of the character Ning Kaichen from the book. If it weren't for Ning Kaichen's refined manners and polite demeanor, how could he have met Nie Xiaoqian, a woman like her, and created such a timeless love story between a human and a ghost? With this thought in mind, the young man in the fine brocade robes forced a smile and said, "Oh, little girl, I was rude just now. Please give me that thing you were holding. Newspaper. Right. That's it. Give this gentleman a copy of the newspaper. I won't haggle over the price." The young girl skillfully pulled out a newspaper from her cloth bag and handed it to the young man in the fine attire. The young man had no real interest, he was merely pretending to be cultured. However, the moment he opened the newspaper, he was immediately captivated by the article inside. The Pei family of Qinghe. A family of wax figures? The Black Mountain Demon. Making wax figures from living people. The young man in the elaborate attire suddenly brightened, then erupted in anger. Excellent! 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 There are such demonic beings in the world. A renowned noble family is actually a den of iniquity. The Pei family is 100 times more despicable than the Black Mountain Demon. If we do not eliminate this monster, where is justice in the heavens? As soon as he finished speaking, the young man in the splendid robes rushed out of the tea house. The same story unfolded in different tea houses. In no time, the tragic love story of Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian swept across the entire capital. The Black Mountain Demon became the target of everyone's condemnation. However, when these listeners emerged from the tea houses, they were startled to find that the streets were filled with angry citizens, scholars, and merchants, all in a state of uproar. When they tried to find out what was happening, the angry crowd didn't stop, instead throwing a newspaper into their hands. After reading the contents of the newspaper, the listeners' eyes grew wide with shock. The content of the storybook was strikingly similar to what the Pei family was doing at that very moment. Wasn't the Pei family just a living embodiment of the Black Mountain Demon? Having just finished listening to the storyteller's account, they were feeling a surge of anger and frustration with no outlet. Now the Pei family had walked right into the line of fire. Inside the chancellor's mansion, Du Yuhong held a cup of fragrant tea, his expression serene and content. Rarely getting a day off to rest at home, he naturally wanted to fully enjoy this hard-won peace in quiet. Away from the court's intrigues, he didn't have to worry about all the mess he'd gotten himself into. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and everything seemed so beautiful. Just then, a urgent shout rang out. "Master, something terrible has happened. Something terrible." The steward of the chancellor's mansion rushed over. Du Yuhong remained calm and said, "What a commotion. As officials, we must remain composed even if a mountain collapses before us or deer appear on our left." The steward, upon hearing this, quickly straightened his clothes and said, "The master is correct." Du Yuhong nodded in satisfaction, took a sip of tea, and asked, "What has happened?" The steward cleared his throat and bowed deeply before speaking. "Master, last night, without anyone knowing when, the city was plastered with posters. The posters accused the Pei family of Qinghe of turning women into wax figures while they were still alive. Additionally, young boys and girls are selling a new item called newspapers on the streets, which also contain the same accusations against the Pei family. In the brothels, tea houses, and entertainment districts, there is a play titled The Lover's Ghost, which appears to tell a story of love between humans and ghosts, but in reality, it uses the tale of human ghost love to subtly criticize the Pei family. Now, the common people, scholars, Confucian scholars, merchants, and wealthy gentry are all in an uproar. Public opinion is surging. Just moments ago, over 10,000 people gathered at the palace gates, with scholars beating the drums of petition, demanding the emperor severely punish the Pei family. And at this moment, the area in front of the palace gates is likely already completely surrounded. As the steward finished speaking, Du Yuhong, who was drinking tea, spit out all the tea in his mouth. He jumped up from his chair in shock. What did you say?" The steward said. "The people are in an uproar. If the master doesn't go there to uphold justice, the enraged citizens might storm the palace." Du Yuhong slapped his thigh, his expression changing drastically. His hands trembling, he pointed at the butler and exclaimed, why didn't you say so sooner? You'll be the death of me. What are you waiting for? Prepare the carriage." The steward rushed out, and Du Yuhong collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant. What have I done to deserve this? In his heart, he cursed the entire Pei family lineage to the 18th generation. At that moment, before the palace gates, countless citizens gathered. Scholars dressed in Confucian robes gathered at the front of the crowd. The petition drums, now overgrown with vegetation, were being beaten loudly. On the palace walls, countless imperial guards, clad in armor, stared at each other nervously. A squad leader trembled as he asked, What should we do, Commander? Shin Kangwoo, standing beside him, looked utterly despairing. Just moments ago, he had been awakened by his men from the listening bamboo pavilion. Upon arriving, he was immediately confronted with this chaotic scene. After listening to his men explain the entire situation, Shin Kangwoo felt as though the sky was about to collapse. What about tonight's expenses? They're all recorded under the Jinguigong mansion. What about the princess's orders? What about the street patrol arrangements? Recalling last night's events, Mu Zian's smile grew even broader. Shin Kangwoo covered his head, slapped the wall in front of him, and sighed dejectedly. I've been tricked. Chapter 87, The spark has ignited a wildfire. Outside the palace, the noise was deafening, and Shin Kangwoo felt overwhelmed. Have you reported this to His Majesty? It has been reported, but His Majesty has yet to issue any orders. Shin Kangwoo took a deep breath and silently cursed Mu Zian under his breath. In this situation, who dared to speculate on the emperor's intentions? Forcing them away would inevitably tarnish one's reputation. Moreover, among this group were not only commoners but also scholars from all over the country. If any of them were injured, it would be a disaster. Shin Kangwoo cursed under his breath. The Pei family is truly despicable. At that moment, within the imperial palace's hall of cultivating the heart, Xiaoyu was painting, while Xiao Xiuning stood by his side, behaving with great respect. Humph! The two of you are truly daring. Now the people outside the palace are in an uproar. What am I supposed to do? Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiuning hurried forward, grabbed Xiaoyu's arm, and smiled. Father, there is no need to worry. This matter will ultimately not cause you any trouble. Moreover, hasn't the Pei family always been your greatest threat? This is the perfect opportunity to gain some leverage over them. The Duke of Jingui's actions are entirely for the sake of national law and righteousness. Xiaoyu said, feigning anger. I haven't even married you off yet, and you're already siding with your husband like this. If you really were to marry him, what would become of you? Xiao Xiuning's cheeks flushed red, but she still stubbornly replied. This is all to restore justice to the world. Xiaoyu sighed deeply upon hearing this, feeling as though he had finally grown a cabbage only to have it snatched away by someone else. And it was he who had sent her away. Meanwhile, the crowd gathered at the palace gates grew increasingly restless. Just as things were about to spiral out of control, a scholar in a blue robe stepped forward and spoke. Fellow citizens, please hear me out. The Pei family has acted against heaven and the people, but we have gathered here to embarrass the emperor. There are laws of the state and rules of the family. Are we not rebelling by gathering here? Upon hearing these words, everyone turned their gaze toward him. Someone asked. Then what should we do? Are we just going to stand by and let these evildoers go unpunished? The crowd echoed in agreement. The scholar in the blue robe smiled slightly upon hearing this. Attacking the palace is a crime of rebellion, but if we go to the Pei family to demand justice, that is not punishable by law. Rather than waiting here in vain, why not all of us go to Qinghe County together to seek justice? We can also see for ourselves whether what was reported in the newspaper is true. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. The young man in fine attire from the tea house earlier burst into laughter. I am Zhao Mingcheng, the son of the current Wenin. I am here to uphold justice. Join me. Upon hearing this, more voices echoed from the crowd. Excellent. Zhao brother is truly heroic. I am Haya, the descendant of the Jinghai Marquis. Having witnessed this injustice today, I too shall become the righteous hero Yan Qixia. Let us destroy the wicked Black Mountain Demon and the Pei family of Qinghe. In no time, a large crowd of commoners and scholars set off toward Qinghe County. As they were about to depart, a scholar stepped forward and asked. Your words have truly opened our eyes. May I ask your honorable name? The scholar in the blue robe bowed respectfully and smiled. My name is Jia Su, courtesy name Wenhe. Within the Pei family's memorial hall, a sudden cold breeze blew in. Pei Liang, sitting beside the coffin, couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Before he could react, the mansion's steward rushed over. Master! Something terrible has happened. Pei Liang frowned upon hearing this. What's happened? The steward wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said. Someone from the inn in the city just came and said they won't be handling our Pei family's funeral banquet. Pei Liang's brows furrowed even more. How dare a Mirin offend me? Can't we find another one? The housekeeper's face grew even more grim upon hearing this. We've asked around, but no one is willing to take the job. Not only that, but the theater troops in the capital and the pallbearers have all sent letters returning our deposits. The third young masteress' funeral is tomorrow. This is troublesome. At these words, Pei Liang's expression changed abruptly. He kicked the steward in front of him to the ground with a forceful kick. This is outrageous. How dare these lowly merchants dare to defy the Pei family? Just as Pei Liang was raging, a slender voice entered the funeral hall from outside. Pei Liang looked closely and then stepped forward to greet him. Gu Xiong, why have you come? Tomorrow is the day of Jier's funeral. The visitor was none other than Gu Shiji, the current leader of the literary circle in the capital. At that moment, Gu Shiji's expression was stern. Upon seeing Pei Liang, who looked like a withered tree, he did not hesitate for a moment and cut straight to the point. I hear that you, Mr. Pei, have used living people to make wax figures. Is this true? Pei Liang was taken aback, then replied nonchalantly. It was merely the life of a lowly servant. Gu Shiji's brows furrowed upon hearing this. The next moment, he bowed down, lit 3 incense sticks, and placed them before the spirit tablet of Pei Xiaoji. Pei Liang, seeing this, felt puzzled. What does this mean, Gu brother? How can a master bow to a disciple? Gu Shiji roughly pushed away Pei Liang's outstretched hand and coldly said, From this day forward, our paths shall part ways. Pei brother, take care of yourself. With that, Gu Shiji turned and left without another word. Pei Liang was left standing there, stunned, unsure of what had just happened. However, what happened next left him speechless. Countless prominent scholars and literati rushed into the Pei family's funeral hall. When they saw the woman inside the partition, still bathed in the faint glow of candles, they all chose to sever ties with the Pei family without hesitation. Even the little cutie had already realized something was amiss. The reason the Pei family could wield such influence in the imperial court and manipulate the political landscape was not only because the Pei family had numerous officials in both the imperial court and local governments. The most crucial factor was that the Pei family enjoyed an impeccable reputation among the literati. This reputation was carefully cultivated by generations of the Pei family over the centuries. It is this reputation that truly keeps the Pei family standing firm. However, at this moment, Pei Liang could clearly sense that those connections and that reputation were fading away at an alarming rate. It was not until the appearance of Dongshan Xianqing that Pei Liang completely lost his composure. Pei Liang, looking haggard, sat before the coffin of Pei Xiaoji and asked Dongshan Xianqing, who stood before him, Are you here to sever all ties with the Pei family as well? Mr. Dongshan looked at the shadowy figures in the adjacent room and sighed deeply. Why has it come to this? The century-old reputation of the Pei family is ruined in an instant. With that, Mr. Dongshan turned and left without pausing for a moment. At that moment, all the disciples of the Pei family looked at each other in confusion, unsure of what had happened. Just then, Pei Jianji, pale-faced, rushed into the funeral hall. Looking at the stunned crowd in the funeral hall, Pei Jianji did not hesitate and immediately recounted everything he had seen and heard in the capital. As Pei Jianji's words fell, Pei Liang's expression changed from shock to anger, and then from anger to a deathly pallor. Pei Liang collapsed onto the ground, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself, The wax family! The wax family! At that moment, a figure once again flashed through Pei Liang's mind. He gave a bitter smile. Ha ha ha! Mu Zian! Mu Zian! Is this your doing? Pei Liang had completely lost his mind. The 4 words wax family were a devastating blow to the Pei clan. The moment that name was attached to them, the Pei family had already been sentenced to death. The spark had ignited a raging inferno. The Pei family was trapped like a turtle in a jar. Within the Jinguigong mansion, Mu Zian heard the cold, mechanical voice of the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice. Choice 1, stay and watch, retreat into the shadows and silently witness the Pei family's downfall. Reward, top-tier charm. The host will find it easier to gain others' trust and possess a fatal attraction toward those of other surnames. Choice 2, step forward, confront the Pei family head-on, and deal them a fatal blow. Reward, super endurance against pain, hunger, poisoning, and other negative effects increased tenfold. Ding! Please make your choice. Chapter 88, The Pei Family in a Dead End. Opening the door, a cold breeze swept in as the sun set. Mu Zian suddenly smiled and whispered, The wind is rising, the Pei family is doomed. Prepare the carriage. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making your decision. On the streets of Qinghe County, countless angry citizens rushed toward the scene. All the constables looked at each other in disbelief. Chen Yuanbai, the county magistrate, felt a chill run down his spine. As the crowd closed in, he shouted angrily, feigning fury. Disperse! Disperse! Or I'll have you all thrown into prison. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Mingcheng stepped forward from the crowd and shouted angrily. You're just a lowly official, how dare you block my way? I'm the son of the current Marquis of Wenan. Even if you had 10 times the courage, would you dare touch me? Chen Yuanbai was so enraged that his face turned alternately red and white. Although Zhao Gongzi is the son of a distinguished official, he cannot break the law. Do you know that you are now inciting the people to rebel? As Chen Yuanbai finished speaking, a scholar stepped forward and said, We are merely common scholars who witnessed an injustice. Today we heard that the Pei family has lost all humanity, using living people to make wax. We have come here to demand an explanation. As a prominent clan of the current Great Li dynasty, how dare the Pei family act so shamelessly? You, the official in charge of this region, not only fail to maintain peace and order, but also tolerate the Pei family's evil deeds. Now you dare to frame us with the charge of rebellion. You are trying to cover for the Pei family. In my opinion, you are the one who deserves to be executed according to the law. Chen Yuanbai was immediately flustered. Don't slander me. This is a false accusation. You're slandering this official. Zhao Mingcheng sneered. But in the legend of the White Snake, it was said that Nie Xiaoqian was persecuted by the local county magistrate and ended up meeting such a tragic fate. In my opinion, this county magistrate isn't a good person either. He must be colluding with the Pei family. Perhaps the woman who made the wax figure was also persecuted by him. Let us all rush into the Pei family now. We'll see for ourselves who is right and who is wrong. At Zhao Mingcheng's command, countless villagers surged toward the Pei family like a tidal wave. The constables were cowards who bullied the weak, so who dared to stop them now? In the blink of an eye, the boiling crowd had already stormed to the gates of the Pei family estate. A young man from the Pei family stepped forward and shouted angrily. What are you troublemakers doing here? Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Mingcheng kicked him to the ground with a single blow. He then charged into the funeral hall. The dark funeral hall was lit by flickering candlelight. At that moment, Pei Liang was directing his men to carry the wax figure away. However, Zhao Mingcheng had charged in too quickly, and the two collided head-on. With a loud clang. Startled, the servants dropped their grip, and the wax figure they were carrying fell to the ground. Under the force of gravity, it rolled down the stairs and came to rest at Zhao Mingcheng's feet. At that very moment, Zhao Mingcheng and the wax figure of the young girl locked eyes. First came terror, then an overwhelming wave of anger swept over him. Excellent! 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 The Pei family truly lives up to the reputation of a renowned family of the Great Li dynasty. Making wax figures out of living people. You truly deserve the title of Wax Family. As Zhao Mingcheng's voice fell, countless commoners and scholars surged into the funeral hall. Gazing at the wax figure of the young woman lying on the ground, flames erupted from every pair of eyes. Heaven cannot tolerate this. Heaven cannot tolerate this. The Pei family has truly become so heartless and ruthless. At this moment, even Pei Liang, who had seen countless dramatic scenes, felt a surge of panic. What are you doing? Don't you know that breaking into someone's home is a serious crime? The Pei family is a prominent clan. How dare you insult us? Seeing that Pei Liang remained defiant, Zhao Mingcheng roared angrily and kicked over the incense burner and offerings. Today, I'll make you understand why the flowers are so red. At that moment, Jia Sun, who had followed the crowd, shouted quietly. A message has just arrived. The mother of the woman turned into a wax figure has hanged herself. The daughter is dead, the mother has died. Heaven and earth bear witness. How tragic. Can these aristocratic youths really bully us so freely? Charge in and smash this wax figurine aristocratic family to pieces. No sooner had the words left his mouth than countless civilians rushed into the Pei family compound. Chaos erupted instantly. The funeral hall was instantly thrown into chaos. At that moment, a commotion of footsteps could be heard outside the Pei family gates. The next moment, countless soldiers poured in from outside the gate. Stop right there. Upon seeing the soldiers, the civilians who had been smashing and looting immediately stopped. A man in armor emerged from among the soldiers, looking arrogant, with Chen Yuanbai by his side, wearing a fawning expression. General Su. Look at these troublemakers. They're completely lawless. They dared to attack the Pei family. In my opinion, these civilians are no different from rebels. The man called General Su was Su Hao, a subordinate officer of the garrison troops stationed around Qinghe County. He had received no small amount of favors from the Pei family in the past. Now that his master had been bitten, this was his chance to prove his loyalty. Su Hao cleared his throat and immediately issued an order. These troublemakers. How dare they attack the Pei family? Arrest them all. The surrounding villagers and scholars heard this and glared angrily. As a general of the Great Li dynasty, you should be thinking of serving your country, yet you dare to bully the people for the sake of a traitor to the Pei family. Don't you fear the law of the state? Su Hao sneered in response. In Qinghe County, the Pei family is the law. You commoners dare to speak of the law in front of this general? Moreover, you have gathered a crowd to attack the Pei family, which is already a crime of rebellion. It is only natural for this general to lead troops to suppress the rebellion. Come on, grab that talkative scholar first. I'll bet he is the leader of the rebels. As soon as Su Hao finished speaking, a cold voice echoed from outside the door. According to the laws of the Great Li dynasty, any military commander who, without the emperor's or his superior officer's orders, dares to lead troops out of the border, shall be deemed a traitor, sentenced to death, and have his 3 generations executed. At these words, Su Hao's expression changed. Who is speaking? The crowd parted to make a path. In the flickering candlelight, Mu Ziyan stood there, clad in a python-patterned robe, his hands behind his back. At that moment, the setting sun was as red as blood, and Mu Ziyan, standing in the twilight, resembled a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. Pei Liang stared at Mu Ziyan's figure, his eyes flashing with endless hatred. It's you! You're the one who betrayed my Pei family. Ha 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 ha! You wax-faced scum! How cruel you are! How cruel! Pei Liang laughed madly, as if he had lost his mind. The fallen candlestick ignited the white silk hanging in the funeral hall. The once dark surroundings suddenly began to grow bright. Mu Zian's gaze swept over Su Hao's face. A murderous intent surged toward him, causing Su Hao to break out in a cold sweat. He had thought it was just a bunch of troublemakers causing a disturbance, and he saw it as an opportunity to prove his loyalty. But who could have anticipated that the esteemed Duke of the State would suddenly appear? Mu Zian spoke to Su Hao with a voice devoid of any emotion, uttering a single word. Get out! Chapter 89, A Hasty Conclusion. Su Hao was so terrified by Mu Zian's cold, single word that he nearly collapsed to the ground. Treason! Exterminate 3 generations! Any one of those words was enough to send him to his death 1,000 times over. Hurry up and leave! Hurry up! Su Hao, who had been strutting around arrogantly moments ago, immediately fled with his men, their tails between their legs. As the saying goes, they came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Chen Yuanbai was left standing there in shock. Looking at Mu Zian with his icy gaze, Chen Yuanbai swallowed hard and spoke. Prince of the state, you. Before he could finish, Chen Yuanbai heard a whistling sound in his ears. The next moment, Chen Yuanbai was grabbed by the neck by Mu Zian, who lifted him off the ground as if he were a small chicken. The intense suffocation caused Chen Yuanbai to struggle frantically, but it was all in vain. Mu Zian spoke coldly. Does it feel good to bully someone with your power? Chen Yuanbai's face turned red and swollen from lack of oxygen. The killing intent emanating from Mu Zian caused the temperature around them to drop noticeably. The emaciated Pei Liang shouted at Mu Zian. Are you planning to murder a government official? Mu Zian sneered coldly upon hearing this. Just a lowly official. As the words fell, everyone heard a crisp snap. Chen Yuanbai's neck was crushed by Mu Zian. He casually tossed Chen Yuanbai's body, which rolled to the entrance of the Pei family's residence. At that moment, the citizens of Qinghe County who were watching the scene saw Chen Yuanbai's body being thrown out. Their previously lifeless, numb eyes suddenly became clear. He's dead. That corrupt official is dead. Heaven has eyes. Heaven has eyes. You dog of an official. Did you ever think this day would come when you took my father's life? Ha 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 ha. Daughter, can you see this from heaven? This corrupt official is finally dead. For a moment, all the people of Qinghe County burst into laughter. But behind the laughter lay endless sorrow and despair. Over the years, the Pei family had ruled Qinghe County like local tyrants, holding absolute power over life and death. Anyone who had ever offended the Pei family would be arrested by Chen Yuanbai on various pretexts, followed by brutal torture. Moreover, during times of famine, the Pei family would use every means possible to force the people to sell their land. Those who dared to resist were either beaten severely, having their limbs broken, or killed on the spot. The land deeds and property contracts were personally sorted by Chen Yuanbai and delivered to the Pei family mansion. The entire Qinghe County has suffered greatly for a long time. Today, this corrupt official has finally met his end. The people of Qinghe County gathered around Chen Yuanbai's body, kicking and punching it viciously. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yuanbai's body was beaten into a pulp. Within the Pei family, seeing Mu Zian kill a county magistrate so brutally and ruthlessly, everyone was utterly shocked. In the cold silence, someone suddenly shouted, "Fire! Fire!" At those words, the villagers inside the funeral hall rushed out in panic. Outside the door, Zhao Yun led 500 elite soldiers from the frontline brigade, standing in formation to prevent the crowd from causing chaos. Flames erupted, engulfing the entire funeral hall in a sea of fire. Before the pitch-black coffin, Pei Liang's face flickered in the flickering flames. The two stared at each other amidst the flames. Suddenly, Pei Liang let out a bitter laugh. I never thought it would come to this. I never thought that the Pei family would be destroyed by your hands. Mu Zian remained expressionless upon hearing this. The Pei family was destroyed by you by your brutality, tyranny, and cruelty. Pei Liang laughed maniacally. Exchanging a lowly concubine for the Pei family's century-old legacy and reputation, the Duke of Jin is truly a master of tactics. A family of wax figures. A family of wax figures. Pei Liang's eyes turned blood red, filled with endless hatred. Seeing Pei Liang's state, Mu Zian couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for him. Who else was involved in that matter? Mu Zian's icy voice rang out. Pei Liang, who had been raving wildly, suddenly looked up, his gaze fixed on Mu Zian, then a mocking smile appeared on his lips. There are too many who want to kill your father. Back then, when your father personally helped that pretender to the throne ascend the imperial throne, his hands were drenched in the blood of all the great clans of the Great Li dynasty. Our Pei family was merely a tool in their hands. The connections involved are far greater than you could ever imagine. I'll be waiting for you in the underworld with Jier. Ha 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 ha. Pei Liang laughed madly. As if, in that moment, he was the victor. The flames in the spirit hall around him burned brighter and brighter. The flickering flames cast shadows on Mu Zian's body, making his figure appear and disappear. Had he won? On the surface, he had indeed won. In just 2 days, he had used the power of public opinion to incite the people and shatter the reputation the Pei family had built up over a century. However, Mu Ziyan felt no excitement whatsoever. All he felt was sorrow for this era. He had failed to save the innocent woman who had been turned into a wax figure. And he certainly couldn't change the world with his own strength. Fierce flames roared, emitting a crackling sound. Pei Liang laughed maniacally in the flames, and it all seemed almost mocking. One Pei family may fall, but there are countless others like them in the world. At that moment, a look of confusion flashed across Mu Ziyan's eyes. However, just then, a shout was heard outside the door. Mu Ziyan turned to see countless scholars, students, and commoners standing side by side outside the door. Their gazes pierced through the flames, fixing on Mu Ziyan. "Thank you, Prince of the State, for upholding justice for the people of the realm." In the next moment, all the gathered commoners bowed deeply. This bow was for the righteous path of the world. This bow was for the people as the foundation of the nation. As the flames flickered, Mu Ziyan's previously dazed eyes gradually grew sharp and focused. Indeed, one person alone cannot change this era. But as long as he planted a seed, it would grow into a towering tree in the future. And what he must do now is to dare to be the first in the world. In the flickering flames, Mu Ziyan couldn't help but recite. Heavy rain falls on Yuyan, white waves surge to the sky. Fishing boats outside Xinhuangdao. A vast expanse of water, not a trace of land. To which shore shall we go? Thousands of years have passed since then. Cao Cao wielded his whip, and at Jieshe Rock, he left behind his writings. The desolate autumn wind blows once more, and the world has been transformed. As the words faded, Mu Ziyan's gaze grew intense. That's right, the world must be changed. Ziren's thoughts gradually took shape in Mu Ziyan's mind. A loud laugh echoed, dispelling the pent-up emotions in his heart. Mu Ziyan laughed aloud, stepping out of the burning building and into the crowd of people at the entrance. Pei Liang saw Mu Ziyan turn and leave, feeling deeply humiliated. "You're not going to kill me? You'll regret it." Mu Ziyan paused at the door, glancing sideways. "There will be someone who wants you dead more than I do. Since death is inevitable either way, why dirty my hands?" With that, Mu Ziyan's figure vanished into the flames. Inside the funeral hall, Pei Liang stood by Pei Shaojia's coffin, cursing furiously. However, all of this was consumed by the flames. The next morning, the once prosperous Pei family was reduced to a charred ruin by the raging flames. On the beam of the main hall of the Pei family mansion, a rope swayed in the wind. The once mighty head of the Pei family had now hanged himself. Chapter 90, Painting a Rosy Picture for the Emperor. When the news arrived, Mu Ziyan and the others were already drinking tea inside the Prince of the State's mansion. Ning Hongchen, propping her chin up with one hand, couldn't help but ask curiously. Since the young master did not take Pei Liang's life, why did he still commit suicide? Jia Sun, standing nearby, smiled indifferently. The struggles between aristocratic clans are akin to the struggle for the imperial throne. When imperial power is weak, the feudal lords grow strong. When imperial power is strong, the feudal lords rebel. When the main branch is weak, the branches grow strong. When they grow strong, they seize power. Throughout history, those who lose power have always met the same fate, death. Pei Liang has brought such disaster upon the Pei clan. The elders of the clan would never allow him to continue his reckless actions. It's just like before the imperial examinations, when Pei Liang decisively abandoned his fifth son to appease the emperor's anger. At this point, Pei Liang has no value left. The most dignified way for him to exit the stage is death. Ning Hongchen remained puzzled. The head of the prestigious Pei clan is willing to die like this? Mu Ziyan set down his teacup and spoke softly. If he doesn't want a dignified death, someone will ensure he gets one. Just as the two were chatting, a sharp voice rang out from outside the Jinguigong mansion. Imperial edict. As the voice faded, Xiao Gonggang, dressed in red robes, entered the mansion carrying the imperial edict. Everyone present immediately knelt down. Mu Ziyan bowed respectfully. Xiao Gonggang wasted no time and unfolded the imperial edict in his hand, declaring, "By the mandate of the Heavenly Emperor, it is decreed, Xin Yuanbai, the county magistrate of Qinghe County, has been corrupt and accepted bribes. After serving as an official for 10 years, he has failed to bring benefits to the people of his region. Instead, he has become a traitor to the Pei family, oppressed the people, and abused his power for personal gain, betraying the emperor's grace. Jinguigong Mu Ziyan has rid the people of a menace and eliminated a traitor for the nation. He is rewarded with 100,000 taels of silver, 1,000 taels of gold, and a quantity of silk brocade. However, his actions did not align with national law. His merits shall be recognized, and his faults shall be punished. He is to be deprived of his salary for 1 year as a warning to others. If there is a recurrence, severe punishment shall follow without mercy. So ordered." Xiao Gonggang smiled broadly as he looked at Mu Ziyan and said, "The Prince of the State should receive the imperial edict." Mu Ziyan accepted the imperial edict. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Stirring up the people, killing the county magistrate, and forcing the death of Pei Liang. Any one of these charges was sufficient for execution, yet Xiaoyu simply let Mu Ziyan off lightly. The reason was that Mu Zian had directly helped Xiao Yu eliminate the Pei family, who had been a thorn in his side. With Pei Liang's suicide, the Pei clan's reputation in the scholarly circles was utterly ruined. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Yu directly purged the Pei family's influence within the imperial court. After this incident, the Pei family was completely ousted from the ranks of the top aristocratic families and had no chance of recovery. To be honest, if it weren't for Mu Zian killing the county magistrate of Qinghe County, Chen Yuanbai, which broke the rules, Xiao Yu would have considered promoting Mu Zian further. Zhao Gonggang smiled as he looked at Mu Zian and said, "Your Excellency, the Emperor has issued a verbal decree summoning you to the palace to audience with His Majesty. The carriage is already waiting outside." Mu Zian, upon hearing this, did not hesitate. He handed the imperial edict to Lu Ruosi and followed Zhao Gonggang to the palace. Although the Pei family had suffered a severe blow, Mu Zian now had to deal with the aftermath of his actions. Throughout history, it has always been said that it is better to prevent the people from speaking than to prevent a river from flooding. And now, Mu Zian had used the power of the press to destroy a centuries-old family in the blink of an eye. How could Emperor Xiao Yu not be concerned? As Mu Zian arrived outside the Hall of Cultivating the Heart, he heard a furious voice coming from inside the door. "How dare the commander of the Imperial Guard stay overnight at a brothel on duty? This is utterly outrageous." Mu Zian felt a chill down his spine. This tone was clearly not friendly. However, Mu Zian had no choice but to steel himself and proceed. As he stepped into the Hall of Cultivating the Heart, Mu Zian hurriedly bowed and said, "Your servant Mu Zian pays his respects to His Majesty." As soon as Mu Zian finished speaking, he heard a mocking voice from Xiao Yu's mouth. "My lord, the Duke of Jingguo truly has some skill. How did I never notice that you also have the ability to incite the people to rebel?" Mu Zian felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. "Your Majesty, I do not understand what you mean." In this situation, Mu Zian could only deny everything. Cough cough. A light cough echoed through the air. Mu Zian looked up and saw Xiaosun standing beside Xiao Yu, signaling to him with his eyes. Meanwhile, Xin Kangwu, the commander of the Imperial Guards, knelt on the ground with a dejected expression, silently enduring Xiao Yu's relentless scolding. To be honest, Xin Kangwu was in a pretty dire situation. Earlier, he had been knocked flying by Mu Zian with a single punch, completely disgracing the reputation of the commander of the Imperial Guard. Then he was sent by Xiao Yu to patrol the streets with the Jinwu Guard, where he could have stayed for a while before being transferred back to the Imperial Palace. However, he had been tricked by Mu Zian into going to a brothel to drink, nearly causing a rebellion among the common people. This was enough to ruin his career. At that moment, Xin Kangwu looked utterly despairing. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu on the dragon throne watched his daughter exchanging glances with Mu Zian, looking utterly helpless. How had he never noticed before that Mu Zian was such a ruthless individual? With the matter involving the Pei family escalating so severely, Xiao Yu had no choice but to intervene to quell the situation. Thus, Xiao Yu spoke directly to the point. "The matter with the Pei family ends here. I will issue an edict to reprimand them today." Mu Zian heard this and responded with a flattering expression. "Your Majesty is wise." Seeing Mu Zian's smooth-talking manner, Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel annoyed. This matter has already caused widespread public outrage. How do you propose to resolve it? And what about that newspaper? I know exactly what you've done. Mu Zian, knowing he couldn't escape the question, cleared his throat and said, "Your Majesty, the Pei family's practice of using living people to make wax is a crime against heaven and earth. This time, they have provoked the people's anger, and the disaster that has befallen them is their own doing. Though our great nation is wealthy and prosperous, there are still private slaves within the aristocratic families. This reveals the flaws in our legal system. Private slaves and concubines are treated like livestock. The aristocratic clans buy and sell slaves, causing countless families to be shattered and the people to suffer. Therefore, I humbly suggest that your Majesty issue an edict to abolish the system of private slaves, thereby demonstrating your great virtue. Furthermore, your Majesty could establish a uniform law stipulating that whenever hiring individuals from respectable families, a contract must be signed, and they must be released upon reaching the agreed-upon age. In this way, all the people of the realm, whether they are from the Pei family, the Lu family, or the Li family, will be the emperor's subjects, not the private property of the aristocratic families. This action would align with the will of the people, ensuring that servants are not considered lowly subjects but rather the emperor's subjects. This law, your Majesty, I shall call the labor law." Xiao Yu heard this and immediately felt a glimmer of hope. Mu Zian continued to press his advantage. Since the emperor seeks to balance the power of the aristocratic families, he must grasp the essence of public opinion. With the will of the people in hand, the aristocratic clans of the realm will pose no threat. And this newspaper is precisely the secret weapon I intend to present to your Majesty to counter the aristocratic clans. Xiao Yu, who had been in a somber mood, was instantly captivated by Mu Zian's words. "Speak quickly." Mu Zian cleared his throat lightly. "Your servant is growing weary from standing." Xiao Yu immediately replied. "Grant the Duke of Jingui a seat." At that moment, Shin Kangwu, who was kneeling beside him, was stunned. Wait, this isn't right. Is this how the plot goes? Clearly, Mu Zian was the mastermind behind the entire affair, so why was he the one taking the blame? After taking his seat, Mu Zian explained the role of the newspaper in a calm and composed manner. The reason the aristocratic clans hold such power is because they control the right to education and literacy. Therefore, they can deceive the people. The aristocratic families act as a barrier between the court and the people, preventing government policies from reaching the masses. What should have been policies beneficial to the country and the people, when passed down by these aristocratic families to the common people, become oppressive policies. And this newspaper is precisely the tool to break down the barrier between the court and the common people. Your Majesty can use this newspaper to monopolize the power of public opinion. All matters of state, policies, and strategic plans can be recorded in the newspaper and disseminated throughout the realm. Even renowned scholars and Confucian scholars from across the land can directly comment on the merits of current policies in the newspaper, exercising their right to offer suggestions and opinions. In this way, the common people can directly understand the true meaning of the edicts issued by the emperor through the newspaper. This fundamentally eliminates the possibility of policies beneficial to the nation and its people being deliberately misinterpreted. These aristocratic families will no longer be able to deceive the people, and over time, their reputation among the common folk will be severely tarnished. On the contrary, the court will establish its authority in the hearts of the people. Mu Zian spoke eloquently, his voice resonating like a bell. In this way, His Majesty will be able to govern with ease, both within and outside the court, with his edicts reaching every corner of the realm. His Majesty will undoubtedly be immortalized in history as a once-in-a-thousand-years emperor. Chapter 91, Rainy Night Ambush, Life and Death at the Brink. Upon hearing the words Emperor for the Ages, Xiao Yu's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. Xiao Yu was not the rightful heir to the throne, as his claim to the legitimate lineage was insufficient. Precisely because of this, Xiao Yu was determined to govern the country with all his might. He conquered the Great Chu Kingdom, subdued the barbarian tribes, established the imperial examination system, balanced the power of the aristocratic clans, and elevated the commoners. All these measures were aimed at securing a single line in the annals of history. Though not the rightful heir, he was a wise ruler. However, at this moment, Mu Zian presented him with an even more ambitious goal. Not merely to be a wise ruler, but to become an emperor for the ages. Which emperor could resist such a title? Mu Zian looked at Xiao Yu, who was slightly dazed, and knew that the newspaper matter had potential. At that moment, Xiao Yu's heart was ablaze with passion, but he also feared the potential influence the newspaper might have. Xiao Xiuning, standing nearby, immediately discerned the concerns in her father's heart and stepped forward to ask. The newspaper of the Prince of the State can sway public opinion. What if it falls into the hands of those with ulterior motives? Mu Zian smiled slightly upon hearing this, already having his response prepared. Your Majesty, newspapers are for the people. To convey information to the masses, the price cannot be too high. Therefore, I have temporarily set the price at 3 coins per newspaper. These words left Xiao Yu stunned. Although paper was already a common commodity within the borders of the Great Li Kingdom, its price remained relatively high. Xiao Xiuning immediately asked. Only 3 coins per copy? Won't the court have to subsidize the operation of the newspaper? Mu Zian also responded. Indeed. If we rely solely on selling newspapers, it would be a losing business. However, if we place advertisements in the newspaper, we can break even. Advertisements? Xiao Yu felt his mind struggling to keep up with Mu Zian's rapid speech. Advertisements are simply a way to spread information widely. For example, if a restaurant opens in the capital today and wants to spread the word across the country, they can pay to have an advertisement printed in the newspaper, along with a fee for the writer. Every citizen who buys the newspaper will read the advertisement, thus helping the restaurant promote itself while also earning money for the newspaper, a win-win situation. The fees earned from advertisements can then be reinvested into the newspaper's operations. As the newspaper spreads further, the costs will be spread out among more readers. This creates a virtuous cycle, allowing the newspaper to operate independently and no longer rely on government subsidies. Now, who in the world would be willing to engage in such a money-losing venture? At present, the newspapers in the Great Li dynasty are like subways in later times. No private entity can operate them except the state. Because the state can afford to wait for the subway to break even, which could take 10, 20, or even 30 years. But ordinary people simply lack the ability to withstand such risks. At this point, Xiao Xiuning turned to Xiao Yu and bowed respectfully. Your Excellency's words are a great benefit to the people. I humbly request that His Majesty establish the Dali newspaper to enlighten the masses. The coordination between Mu Zian and Xiao Xiuning was seamless. Their back-and-forth exchange left Xiao Yu speechless. At that moment, Xiao Yu was also calculating in his heart. As the saying goes, 3 people can make a tiger, let alone the voices of millions of people. The Pei family is the perfect example. Such a dangerous force must be kept under the control of the court. Therefore, even if it means incurring a loss, it must be done, especially when following Mu Ziyan's plan. This newspaper not only won't result in a loss but might even make a profit. What reason could he possibly have to refuse? With this thought in mind, Xiaoyu cleared his throat lightly. Since that is the case, then the matter of establishing the Great Li newspaper will be entrusted to the Duke of Xinghua. Xiao Ning, your son is here. You will assist in this matter. The establishment of the newspaper is of great importance and must not be taken lightly. Your servant obeys. After speaking, Xiaoyu's gaze fell once again upon Xingkanwu, and he immediately felt a surge of anger. You, the commander of the Imperial Guard, have dared to do such a thing. If it happens again, I will send you to guard the city gates. Xingkanwu felt deeply wronged but dared not speak up. After all, one was the most favored ninth princess of the current emperor, and the other was the powerful duke of the state. This servant thanks the emperor for his mercy. Mu Ziyan stayed in the palace from day until night. As night fell, Mu Ziyan was finally released by Xiaoyu. At the very moment Mu Ziyan left the palace, a messenger pigeon silently took flight from within the palace walls. Dark clouds obscured the moon, and the entire capital city seemed to be inverted like a bowl. Mu Ziyan sat in the carriage, closing his eyes to rest. The surroundings were so quiet it felt like a graveyard. Plop! Plop! In the pitch-black sky, droplets of rain began to fall. The horses' hooves clattered against the cobblestones. Just then, a piercing whistle cut through the darkness, followed by a furious roar. Die! In the next instant, a massive figure wielding a giant hammer plummeted from the sky. Within the carriage, Mu Ziyan suddenly opened his eyes. A thunderous clap echoed across the sky. Blinding light seemed to illuminate the surroundings as brightly as day. A deafening crash echoed through the air. The carriage Mu Ziyan was sitting in was instantly shattered by the hammer. The horses neighed in pain. Blood flowed everywhere. Rain the size of peas pelted the ground, forming a small stream. In the darkness, Pei Shaking, without expression on his face, slowly emerged from the shadows. Gazing at the carriage reduced to dust before him, Pei Shaking shouted excitedly. They're dead. Ha 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 ha. They're dead. Father. Mother. Third brother. I've avenged you. Just as the smile on Pei Shaking's face had not yet faded after 3 seconds, a bolt of lightning split the sky. In the rain-soaked night, a calm voice echoed. There are many who wish to kill me. Who do you think you are? Pei Shaking looked in the direction of the voice and saw Mu Ziyan standing with his hands behind his back on the roof beneath the lightning. Just as the burly man was about to smash the carriage, Mu Ziyan had already sensed his presence and leaped out from within the carriage. At that moment, Mu Ziyan's piercing gaze, illuminated by the lightning, emitted icy glints. It was clear that tonight's ambush had been carefully planned in advance. Pei Shaking, seeing this, let a cruel smile curl his lips. Mu Ziyan, no matter how you struggle tonight, you will die. Come out. Meet this renowned general of the nation. As soon as Pei Shaking finished speaking, countless figures began to stir in the darkness surrounding them. The cold gleam of blades shimmered with a layer of frost, and countless eyes stared at Mu Ziyan like venomous snakes. These were all the loyal warriors the Pei family had raised over the years, over 1,000 of them. And tonight, they had all been mobilized for one purpose alone: to surround and kill Mu Ziyan and avenge Pei Liang. Pei Shaoqing held a long sword in his hand and spoke coldly. I won't let you die so easily. I will make you watch as I sever your limbs and cut your throat. Let your blood serve as an offering to my father's spirit in heaven. On the rooftop, Mu Ziyan let the rain soak his body. At that moment, the system's cold voice echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice. Choice 1, fight to the death. Reward, Xinggang sword. Choice 2, retreat immediately. Reward, locked golden armor. Please make your choice. Chapter 92, The Wanderings of the Swordsman. The rain fell harder and harder, and a fierce wind swept away the dark clouds. The streets were filled with countless figures, and at that moment, all eyes were fixed on Mu Ziyan alone. Pei Shaking glared at Mu Ziyan with a mad and brutal expression, shouting furiously. You can't escape. Today, I will make you pay for your crimes with your blood. From the rooftop, Mu Ziyan sneered. Escape? With you worthless scum, you don't even deserve to make me run? As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Ziyan leaped down from the roof and landed directly in front of Pei Shaking. He also landed within the encirclement of these loyal followers of the Pei family. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making your choice. System rewards have been distributed. As the system's voice faded, Mu Ziyan reached out his hand. The next moment, a long sword emitting a cold glow was drawn from behind his waist. Mu Ziyan stood there holding the sword. Gazing at the heavens, the clouds stirred in all directions. With the sword in his hand, he asked the world, who is the hero? Even surrounded by enemies, Mu Ziyan remained unfazed. Pei Shaking's eyes fixed intently on Mu Ziyan. Once upon a time, he was the eldest son of the Pei family, enjoying endless wealth and honor. Yet now he had become a homeless dog. He had watched helplessly as his father was driven to suicide by the family. All his hatred, Pei Shaking blamed on Mu Ziyan. Mu Ziyan raised his long sword slightly and calmly looked at Pei Shaoqing, who was hiding behind the crowd, and said, "If looks could kill, I would have died countless times by now." This mocking remark sent Pei Shaoqing into a frenzy. He roared, "Kill him, and I'll reward you with 10,000 taels of silver." Where there's a reward, there's a brave man. And these men were already Pei Liang's loyal henchmen. "Step aside, young master. Let me crush this man who killed our old master into mincemeat with one blow." The tall man who had just smashed the carriage leaped into the air, holding a massive hammer. The hammer soared through the air like a mountain, crashing down toward Mu Ziyan. A thunderclap erupted in the sky. A deafening crash echoed through the air. The ground where Mu Ziyan stood was instantly pounded into a deep crater. Pei Shaking, seeing this, exclaimed with joy, "Is he dead?" Before he could finish speaking, the dust and debris were swept away by the torrential rain. There stood Mu Ziyan, standing on the giant hammer with one foot, his expression amused. The burly man was startled and immediately gripped the hammer tightly, attempting to lift it. However, no matter how hard he strained, the giant hammer, which was being held down by Mu Ziyan's foot, did not budge an inch. Before the burly man could react, a flash of sword light streak passed. The next moment, blood gushed out. The burly man's head rolled to the ground. Mu Ziyan wiped the blood off his Qinggang sword and laughed. "That's what killing looks like." Pei Shaking stared at the scene before him, stunned, then roared, "Everyone, attack together. I don't believe he can kill all of us." At Pei Shaking's command, countless assassins surged toward Mu Ziyan like rolling waves. In the rain-soaked night, sword lights intertwined with lightning, blood mingled with rain. On the Mu Ziyan walked leisurely. The Qinggang sword in his hand moved with the wind, leaving a trail of corpses in its wake. Amidst the severed limbs and broken arms, Mu Ziyan took one step after another toward Pei Shaking. The rain blurred his vision, but it sharpened his killing intent to its peak. With each step forward, Mu Ziyan murmurs a line. The Zhao Knight's horsehair banner flutters, the Wu hook shines like frost and snow. A sword thrust forward, piercing the throat. Blood spattered, staining his long robe red. A silver saddle gleams on a white horse, swift as a falling star. Countless sword lights came from all directions. Mu Ziyan grips the sword hilt with his other hand and sweeps it out horizontally. Swords clash. In mid-air, countless dazzling sparks erupt. 10 steps to kill one, 1,000 miles without a trace. The elite warriors blocking Mu Ziyan's path fell like wheat being cut down. When the deed is done, I'll fade away, hiding my name and form. As the words fell, Mu Ziyan's expression suddenly changed. His entire body shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. He broke through the rain curtain. 10,000 pounds of force, superhuman endurance, and a divine weapon in hand. At this moment, Mu Ziyan attacked without defense. The sound of the ballad of the knight-errant grew louder from his mouth. Casually passing by Xinling, he drew his sword and laid it across his knees. I fed him roasted meat and urged him to drink. 3 cups sealed our vow. The 5 peaks seemed light as a feather. After the dizziness and heat subsided, a sense of ambition arose. Watching the elite warriors the Pei family had nurtured for years fall one after another under Mu Ziyan's swordplay, Pei Shaoqing finally began to panic. "Kill him. I'll reward you with 2,000 gold pieces." Over 1,000 loyal followers charged toward Mu Ziyan. However, the power within Mu Ziyan seemed endless. With the power of 10,000 pounds behind him, not a single person could withstand a single strike from Mu Ziyan. In the blink of an eye, Mu Ziyan had already advanced 100 meters. Blood stained his python-patterned robe. Behind him, countless corpses lay on the ground, their blood pooling into a small stream. At this moment, even these elite warriors, who had been raised and trained from childhood, began to feel fear. They had never seen a monster like Mu Ziyan before. He seemed like an unstoppable killing machine. Mu Ziyan laughed heartily. This slaughter was utterly satisfying. His speed grew faster and faster. He charged forward like a wolf among sheep. As he killed, he sang aloud. To save Zhao, he wielded a golden hammer. Handan was the first to tremble. 2 heroic men of 1,000 autumns, the city of Daliang shines brightly. At that moment, these beautiful verses sounded like a dirge from the underworld in the ears of the dying soldiers. As Mu Ziyan raised his sword once more and severed a loyal follower at the waist, the situation completely collapsed. A ghost. This man is a ghost. Run! Run! A soldier dropped his weapon and fled in panic toward the rear. Pei Shaking, seeing this, flew into a rage. Useless fools! You're all useless. He has just one man. What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten how the Pei family raised you? None of you are allowed to run. None of you are allowed to run. Pei Shaking swung his sword and cut down a fleeing assassin. He intended to use this method to stop the mercenaries from retreating. However, this effort was doomed to fail. A thunderous explosion rang out, illuminating Mu Ziyan's blood-stained cheeks. At that moment, Mu Ziyan held a sword in one hand and gripped the hair of a dead soldier with the other. A flash of sword light. The assassin's head was cleanly severed. A faint smile appeared on Mu Xian's lips as he tossed the severed head at Pei Shaking's feet, murmuring softly. Even in death, the bones of a hero remain fragrant. I have no shame before the world's heroes. Who can write for you, the white-haired master of the Taishan classic? Rain fell. Pei Shaking was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, he could no longer tell whether the figure before him was human or ghost. With the sword in his hand, Mu Xian stood before Pei Shaking like a ghostly figure. Lightning flashes. Mu Xian's entire figure flickers in the darkness, appearing and disappearing. But those eyes, gleaming with cold intent, were fixed intently on Pei Shaking. Rain mixed with blood pooled at Mu Xian's feet, forming a vast sea of blood. Pei Shaking stared in disbelief at Mu Xian before him. A single man had slain over 1,000 elite warriors with just one sword. Was this even within the realm of human capability? Pei Shaking's voice trembled as he asked. Are you human or a demon? Mu Xian did not respond, raising his sword and striking out. Blood spurted everywhere. Pei Shaking's head flew high into the air. In mid-air, Pei Shaking watched helplessly as his headless body crashed to the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief. For this assassination attempt, he had even resorted to using the Pei family's hidden informant within the imperial palace. For this assassination, he had even mobilized the 1,000-strong elite troops the Pei family had been raising. He had the perfect timing, the perfect location, and the perfect allies. He had all three advantages. Why was he the one who ended up dying? He didn't understand. And he never would. In his final moments of death, it was Mu Xian's invincible figure. With Pei Shaking's death, the remaining 100 or so elite warriors scattered like birds and beasts. Mu Xian did not pursue them. He stood there, letting the rain wash away the blood on his body. Chapter 93, the sword hangs over the skull, summer fades and autumn arrives. Clang, clang. The sound of armor clashing echoed from the distant end of the street. A squad of Jinwu guards responsible for night patrol arrived late. In the rain-soaked night, Mu Xian's expression remained calm. Having caused such a commotion on this street, it took the Jinwu guards this long to arrive. If someone were to say there was nothing wrong inside, Mu Xian would never believe it. As the rain gradually stopped, an overwhelming stench of blood filled the air. Even the seasoned Jinwu guards, who had seen it all, were speechless at the sight of the bodies littering the ground. Mu Xian stepped over the headless corpse of Pei Shaking. As he passed by the Jinwu guards who had frozen in place, he spoke softly. Clean the street. With that, Mu Xian's figure vanished completely into the shadows. Mu Xian felt no surprise at this assassination attempt. A prestigious clan that had dominated the court of the Great Li dynasty for a century, if they couldn't even handle this, that would truly be laughable. At the same time, within a mansion in the capital, candlelight flickered. Pei Jianji knelt on one knee, and a weary voice echoed from the shadows. Has Pei Shaoqing made his move? He has. We've deployed the elite assassins we've been training for years to ambush Mu Xian on his way out of the palace. The Jinwu guards responsible for patrolling the streets have already been transferred. This time, Mu Xian is doomed. A smug smile spread across Pei Jianji's face, as if he could already hear the news of Mu Xian being chopped into mincemeat. The weary voice echoed once more in the darkness. Mu Xian is no ordinary man. He has been hiding his true abilities for years, and even I was deceived by him. Truly, he has been silent all this time, but now he has made a stunning debut. He secured control of Luzhou with a small force, and his poetry gathering on a painted boat shook the world. Reforming the imperial examination system, establishing the inner court, and now using public opinion to eliminate Pei Liang. Such cunning and tactics are not those of an ordinary person. Upon hearing these words, Pei Jianji's face betrayed a hint of disdain. It's all just luck on the part of that Mu fellow. A cold snort echoed in the darkness. Startled, Pei Jianji immediately lowered his head and dared not respond. Pei Liang is also a worthless fool. The Pei family, which has stood for a century, has been completely destroyed under his rule. It seems that Mu Xian has already made progress on that matter, otherwise, he wouldn't be so ruthless toward the Pei family. The weary voice in the darkness took a deep breath before speaking to Pei Jianji, who was kneeling on the ground. As the saying goes, even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. Though Pei Liang is dead, the Pei family must not perish. Your official position has been stripped, but there is no need to worry. It won't be long before I can restore your former rank. In fact, I can even help you climb even higher. Pei Jianji's face lit up at the words, but before he could utter a word of thanks, a cold voice rang out once more. Remember, you must serve those who feed you. Do you understand? Pei Jianji trembled all over, the oppressive presence of the superior figure in the darkness filling him with fear. I understand. I will follow your lead from now on. A sigh echoed through the darkness once more. The sword hangs over our heads. Time waits for no one. The esteemed Duke of the State, after leaving the imperial palace, was actually ambushed and attacked. When Xiaoyu heard the news, he flew into a rage. He ordered a thorough investigation into the matter. The eunuch who had relayed the intelligence within the palace committed suicide that very night. But that was far from enough. In his rage, Xiaoyu ordered the complete annihilation of the Duji Bureau, one of the 12 bureaus under the eunuch's jurisdiction. Xiaoyu had never been a merciful man. He would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than spare a single traitor. Moreover, eunuchs were the emperor's inner servants, and the presence of a traitor among them was utterly unacceptable. The Jinwu guards responsible for patrolling the streets that night were all sent to the border troops. Originally, Xiaoyu had already decided to spare the Pei family, but after being provoked by Pei shacking, the Pei family was truly doomed. Colluding with both internal and external forces, openly assassinating a duke. Such crimes would have been punishable by extermination of the entire family in any era. The entire line of Pei Liang was executed, though the second and third sons remain missing. In the imperial court, any official surnamed Pei was demoted 3 ranks if they held a high position. Those in the capital were transferred to outlying provinces. Taking advantage of this assassination, Xiaoyu completely purged the entire Dili bureaucracy of anyone associated with the Pei family. The imperial guard was dispatched throughout the night, and various charges were presented on Xiaoyu's desk. For a time, the entire Dili bureaucracy was filled with rumors and fear. The unluckiest of all was Xin Kanwu, who was directly demoted by the enraged Xiaoyu from commander of the imperial guard to a lowly soldier, tasked with guarding the city gates. As the mastermind behind it all, Mu Ziyan remained untouched. With Xiao Xiaoning's funds in place, Mu Ziyan began training his troops. In this era, troops who could follow orders without question were already considered elite. Professional warriors did exist, but they were limited to the imperial guard within the capital and the border troops. Why are there so many historical examples of the few defeating the many? It is because the true deciding factor on the battlefield is always that small group of individuals. These soldiers who tip the scales of victory are known as buku, or private armies. During the Battle of Hefei, Sun Quan's 100,000 troops were routed by Zhang Liao, leaving them surrounded and in disarray. As one of the 12 tiger generals of Jiangdong, Ling Tong, seeing the dire situation, sacrificed his entire 300-man unit to break through the encirclement and rescue Sun Quan. These 300 troops were Ling Tong's entire fortune. After sacrificing everything, Ling Tong faded into obscurity. During the Great Li's conquest of Chu, Mu Zheniying relied on 10,000 elite troops to establish his reputation as a great general. Mu Ziyan's goal was to create a true elite force capable of moving freely among 10,000 troops. Mu Ziyan selected 500 elite soldiers from the frontline army and the White Horse Righteous Army to form the Night Watch, with Zhao Yun as their commander. 3 meals a day were provided, with rice, wheat, and meat in ample supply. In addition to writing, archery, formation tactics, and martial arts, reading and writing were also mandatory. Every 2 weeks, there was an assessment, and anyone who failed was immediately expelled from the Night Watch. Additionally, Mu Ziyan designated a separate area within the frontline camp as a training ground. The aroma of meat wafting from the Night Watch camp every night made the soldiers of the frontline camp salivate. In this era of severe food shortages, even officials couldn't eat meat every day. Therefore, every soldier selected for the Night Watch trained relentlessly, fearing they might be dismissed. At that point, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing face. The matter of the Great Li newspaper was also progressing smoothly. After the incident involving the Pei family, the officials in the imperial court had come to understand the power of the newspaper. Moreover, with Mu Ziyan and Xiao Xiaoning leading the effort, the 6 ministries naturally gave their full support. As for the first editor-in-chief of the newspaper, after careful consideration, Mu Ziyan entrusted the position to Lu Ruosi. The editorial positions within the newspaper were filled by the candidates who had passed the imperial examination this time. Upon learning that their immediate superior was a woman, these newly graduated scholars, full of ambition and vigor, were clearly unwilling to accept this. It wasn't until Lu Ruosi opened with a poem titled Golden Mingpool, praising the cold willow, that she truly made her mark. These self-important candidates finally fell silent. After all, throughout the 1,000-year history of China, those who have left their mark in history are the virtuous, let alone someone of her background. With Lu Rui's strong presence at the Dali newspaper, the first newspaper in the literal sense of the word in the Great Li dynasty finally began operations. This newspaper was divided into 5 sections by Mu Ziyan. These were current affairs, expert commentary, oddities and anecdotes, fiction, and advertisements. To expand the newspaper's influence, the fiction section was personally written by Mu Ziyan. Previously, Shen Nu Yuhan had received a very positive response. To make the newspaper more appealing to the general public and increase its circulation, Mu Ziyan ultimately decided to publish the classic chapter-style novel Journey to the West in the newspaper. As the summer heat was dispelled by a gentle autumn breeze, the first newspaper of the Great Li dynasty was officially published. Chapter 94, Overnight Success, Frontier in Crisis. The political news section was personally compiled by the current Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. It clearly outlines the circumstances surrounding the Pei family affair and subsequently issues an imperial edict abolishing the system of private slavery. It also stipulates that anyone hiring laborers from respectable families must sign a contract, and upon its expiration, the laborers must be released. Although this cannot completely eradicate the exploitation of the common people by the aristocratic families, the change in the system is still a positive step forward. Beneath the political news, there is a smaller section written personally by Lu Ruoshi. It primarily explains the reasons behind the implementation of this edict to prevent it from being distorted by those with ulterior motives. Below that was the current affairs section, which dropped a major bombshell. The current literary leader, Gu Shiji, has voluntarily confessed in the newspaper that he failed to properly educate his disciples. He acknowledges that his failure to discern talent and his association with unscrupulous individuals led to the tragic events that unfolded. He announced his complete severance from the Pei family, withdrawing from the literary scene in the capital to retire to the mountains. For the literary circles of the capital, the past few days have been a time of widespread despair. The young prodigy they had pinned their hopes on, Pei Shaoji, is dead, and the literary leader Gu Shiji has retired. Overnight, the literary circle was left leaderless, forcing them to invite the long-retired Dongshan master out of seclusion to take charge. Compared to the literary elite, what truly piqued the curiosity of the common folk were the sections of the newspaper dedicated to oddities and novels. The oddities and anecdotes section was compiled by a newly appointed scholar from the newspaper office who had gathered these stories from the general public. It was a scandalous story about the current minister of the imperial secretariat, Gong Zhangming, from his youth. It was said that when Gong Zhangming passed the imperial examination, he was at the height of his glory, sleeping with women from all 18 brothels in the capital within 7 days. He even provided detailed reviews of each brothel, earning him a reputation as a true playboy. Who would have thought that the old man, who was always seen as rigid and outdated, had such a wild youth? This caused quite a stir in the capital. Many of his colleagues even went to visit the brothels in question, asking if his reviews were still available so they could experience them for themselves. Dong Zhangming, who had spent his entire life holding his head high, finally lost all his dignity in that moment. His wife, who had been by his side for 30 years, even moved back to her hometown. Enraged, Gong Zhangming, now with a head full of white hair, shouted angrily within his mansion. However, all of this paled in comparison to the popularity of Journey to the West. After the lines, in the chaos before heaven and earth were divided, the world was vast and empty, with no one in sight. The entire capital was set ablaze. Newspapers that originally cost 3 coins each were now being sold for 30 coins. Even then, there were no buyers. In taverns and teahouses, all the storytellers began recounting the tales of Journey to the West in unison. The Dali newspaper became an overnight sensation. Whether they were commoners, officials, or scholars, everyone was caught up in the trend of reading newspapers. And within this edition of the newspaper, Mu Ziyan naturally slipped in some personal messages. The first advertisement in the Dali newspaper was for Xiao Xiaoning's upcoming restaurant. Since Xiao Xiaoning had staked everything he had on Mu Ziyan immediately handed over the entire recipe for brewing wine to Xiao Xiaoning. Xiao Xiaoning was a man of action, and within just a few days, he had already secured a tavern. She then renovated the restaurant according to Mu Ziyan's specifications. Originally, the restaurant used large earthenware jars to store the wine. Mu Ziyan, however, opted to have small ceramic vessels custom made by opening a kiln. He also developed seasonal designs for spring, summer, autumn, and winter, as well as designs featuring the 4 gentlemen of the bamboo garden: plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and moreover, Mu Ziyan specially commissioned calligraphy by Dongshan master to be printed on the wine jugs, creating a limited edition premium version. This limited edition marketing strategy was truly mastered by Mu Ziyan. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes, and horses rely on saddles. The decoration of the restaurant was equally ingenious. Each wine jar, when paired with the surrounding decorations, forms a uniquely artistic composition. On the newspaper, Mu Ziyan also used the simplest and most direct promotional method, poetry. Throughout history, poems about wine have been as numerous as cow hairs. However, the most well-known and memorable one is undoubtedly Li Bai's "Will You Drink?" So when the line "Have you not seen the yellow river's waters coming down from the heavens, rushing to the sea never to return," appeared on the paper, all the wine lovers in the capital were in an uproar. Although Xiao Sunning's tavern hadn't even opened yet, the name Divine Brew had already spread like wildfire throughout the entire capital. Many prominent families even sent their servants to camp outside Xiao Xiuqing's tavern day and night. All for the chance to taste that, since ancient times, all sages have been lonely feeling. It was precisely this flawless marketing campaign that made the merchants of the capital immediately realize the profound potential of newspapers. After the first edition of the Dali newspaper was published, wealthy merchants rushed to the newspaper office to purchase advertising space for the next issue. For a time, the entire capital was subjected to a marketing dimension-lowering attack from the future. With the opening of Xiao Xiuqing's restaurant, the Divine Brew became an overnight sensation. Earning a fortune daily was already a rather understated description. Even Xiao Xiaoning found the success of his restaurant business somewhat hard to believe. The entire capital was soon filled with the aroma of wine. Xiao Xiuqing had no choice but to immediately increase production. The nobles who had been observing from the sidelines were now witnessing the powerful money-making potential of distilled liquor. They all changed their attitudes and begged Xiao Xiuqing to let them invest in the business. For a time, the threshold of the 9th princess's mansion was nearly worn flat by the nobles. As various tasks fell into place, Mu Zian finally had some rare downtime. Time heals all wounds, and the turmoil surrounding the Pei family gradually faded into mere gossip on the streets. However, just as everything was thriving, a swift horse broke the peace and harmony of the capital. Within the palace, 2 urgent military dispatches were placed on Xiao Yu's desk. The first dispatch was simple. The Xiongnu have invaded the border. Raid the grasslands. The so-called raiding the grasslands refers to these Xiongnu barbarians using the pretext of herding horses to raid and plunder, using the spoils to replenish their military supplies. Such invasions by the Xiongnu were not aimed at conquering cities or territories, but rather at plundering people, wealth, and grain. The Xiongnu dwell in a harsh, frigid region with scarce resources, a harsh environment, and a shortage of labor. Therefore, every autumn during the harvest season, these Xiongnu would launch raids to ensure they could survive the winter. The practice of raiding villages had long been a common occurrence. However, this time was different because the Xiongnu had suffered severe losses due to a cold disaster this year. This time, under the leadership of the left-wise king of the Xiongnu, they led an army of 100,000 troops in a massive campaign. This was no longer just a simple raid. The slightest misstep could spell disaster for the Great Li dynasty. As for the second military dispatch, it was a letter written by the left-wise king of the Xiongnu to Xiao Yu. The content of the letter is straightforward. The left-wise king wishes to marry the 9th princess of the Great Li kingdom in a political alliance. Chapter 95, War and Peace. Xiao Yu stared at the 2 military dispatches on the table with a somber expression. Since the Great Li conquered Chu, the world had enjoyed a decade of peace. Yet in those 10 years, there had been no fewer than 30 major battles with the Xiongnu. No one understood the might of the Xiongnu cavalry better than Xiao Yu. This battle was extremely challenging for Xiao Yu. Sitting on the dragon throne, Xiao Yu massaged his temples. He pondered whether the Great Li dynasty could withstand this battle. The night was deep, as if swallowing the entire capital city. The next morning, when news of the Xiongnu's 10,000 iron cavalry invading reached the court, the entire government was thrown into chaos. Over the years, the Great Li had engaged in skirmishes with the Xiongnu, but these were merely minor conflicts. But this time, with 10,000 cavalry charging in, it was clear that the Xiongnu were determined to fight to the death. Unless they tore a piece of flesh from the Great Li, this matter would be difficult to resolve peacefully. The Grand Hall was in complete chaos. Throughout history, war has never been a decision to be made lightly. The vast grasslands have produced every Hun as an excellent cavalryman. In an age before machine guns, cavalry were the absolute masters of the battlefield. 10,000 ironclad cavalry were enough to sweep the world clean. Moreover, the Great Li dynasty is already unstable, with remnants of the former Chu dynasty stirring trouble. If something similar to the Luzhou incident were to occur again, external wars would not cease, and internal conflicts would erupt anew. Even the slightest misstep could lead to the collapse of the Great Li dynasty's 13 provinces. Looking at the court officials arguing fiercely in the hall, Xiao Yu felt nothing but frustration. Enough! I summoned you here to discuss a plan, not to watch you behave like a bunch of women shouting in the palace. Xiao Yu covered his head with his hands and pointed at one person. Louis, as Minister of War, what is your opinion on this matter? Minister of War Louis stepped forward from the crowd, bowed deeply, and spoke softly. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, this war must not be fought. As soon as he spoke, the imperial censor stepped forward angrily and shouted. Are you suggesting that we surrender, Minister Liu? Louis, who had been interrupted, did not grow angry but turned to look at the imperial censor and asked. The Xiongnu's cavalry outnumbers ours by several times. If we cannot secure victory, how can we intimidate the world? Then the remnants of the former Chu state will surely stir up trouble again. The Qing tribes on the border are watching and waiting for their chance. Do you not see the chaos in Luzhou still fresh before our eyes? Tell me how to fight this battle. The imperial censor fell silent upon hearing this. The officials in the court also looked at each other in disbelief. Facing the overwhelming force of 10,000 Xiongnu cavalry, no one had the confidence to win. Xiao Yu, seeing this, couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, the image of that invincible figure once again flashed through his mind. If Shanning were here, I would have no fear of these barbarian hordes. Lu Yi's words clearly resonated with many officials in the court. For a time, the officials rushed forward to present their reasons why the battle should not be fought. At that moment, Du Yuheng, the chancellor, glanced sideways at the crowd. The next moment, an official stepped forward from the crowd and walked to the center of the hall. Your Majesty, once hostilities begin, it will be the common people who suffer. Since the left-wise king of the Xiongnu has expressed his desire to marry the 9th princess, why not let the emperor facilitate this union? Send Princess Jiu to the grasslands for a political marriage. The Xiongnu's southern campaign is merely a ploy for wealth. Now that our great state of Dali is wealthy beyond measure, what harm would it do to grant these barbarian tribes a meager portion of our bounty? In this way, we can subdue the enemy without fighting." At these words, the grand hall fell into complete silence. To begin with, the ninth princess is the most beloved daughter of Emperor Xiaoyu. Moreover, just a short time ago, Xiaoyu had already arranged a marriage between the ninth princess and the duke of the state. If he were to now send the ninth princess to the grasslands for a political marriage, it would be like rubbing Xiaoyu's face into the ground. Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes, glaring at the speaker, a chill emanating from him. Yet the man seemed oblivious, kneeling on both knees and shouting loudly. As the saying goes, sacrifice the small family for the greater good. The face of the prince of the state is insignificant. The welfare of the people is of utmost importance. One family's tears are better than 10,000 families' tears. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Xiaoyu rose angrily, slapped the dragon throne, and shouted, "Shut up!" The atmosphere in the grand hall froze instantly. The murderous intent on Xiaoyu's face was now impossible to hide. Just then, Du Yuhong stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, Minister Feng also has a heart filled with loyalty and dedication to the country. I suggest we summon the Duke of Jingguo and hear his opinion on the matter." Gong Zhangming, who had been closing his eyes to rest at the front of the group, suddenly opened his eyes. After sizing up Du Yuhong with a glance, he closed his eyes once more. Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, sat back on the dragon throne and gently stroked his forehead before speaking. "Summon the Prince of Jingguo." A swift horse galloped from the palace straight to the Duke of Jingguo's mansion. Inside the mansion, Mu Zian and Xiao Xiuning sat facing each other. Thanks to the newspaper's promotion, distilled spirits were in such high demand that they couldn't keep up with the orders. Xiao Xiuning had come this time to discuss with Mu Zian how to expand the distilled liquor business further. However, just at that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps disrupted the pleasant atmosphere. A young eunuch hurriedly approached Mu Zian, bowed deeply, and reported, "The emperor summons the Prince of Jingui to the court for an urgent meeting." Xiao Xiuning frowned slightly upon hearing this. What could be so urgent? The young eunuch, hearing this, did not hesitate to explain the entire situation. As the eunuch finished speaking, Xiao Xiuning's face turned pale. Though she had enjoyed a life of luxury and privilege as a princess since childhood, she was destined to have no control over her own fate. The words marriage alliance were a nightmare that no princess could escape. Throughout history, the imperial family had been ruthless, and Xiao Xiuning had no idea how her father, the emperor, would decide. At that moment, her hands trembled slightly. However, just as Xiao Xiuning's mind was in turmoil, a pair of hands gripped her trembling arms. Xiao Xiuning looked up and met Mu Zian's confident and composed gaze. "Since we are bound by a marriage contract, I will never betray you in this lifetime." The sun shone brightly, and Mu Zian stood in the glow. His voice was not loud, but in Xiao Xiuqing's ears, it rang like a thunderclap. Xiao Xiuqing lowered her head slightly, but a faint blush spread across her cheeks. "I believe you." Mu Zian rose slowly, gazing at Xiao Xiuning and asked softly, "Will you dress me?" Xiao Xiuning nodded. Mu Zian put on the python-patterned robe, and Xiao Xiuqing reached out to smooth out the wrinkles in the golden python-patterned robe. Every smile and frown was filled with endless tenderness. As Mu Zian approached the door, Xiao Xiuning suddenly grasped his hand. Her gentle tone carried a hint of stubbornness as she whispered, "This life, I will marry no one but you." In this world, true words are few and far between. A woman's blush speaks volumes more than 1,000 words. Mu Zian, upon hearing this, burst into laughter and walked out the door. As he crossed the threshold of the Jingui Gong mansion, the tenderness on his face vanished completely. In its place was an endless chill and murderous intent. The left-wise king of the Xiongnu? I'll see whose neck is harder, yours or my sword's. Chapter 96, Lies Never Hurt, Truth is the Sharpest Sword. Within the imperial palace, the heated debate continued unabated. The loud voices made Xiaoyu feel somewhat irritated. Whether the dynasty's collapse or saving face was more important, Xiaoyu's heart was torn. Although Mu Zian had already demonstrated his strength, the current confrontation involved a full 100,000 Han cavalry. Suppressing bandits and waging a national war were entirely different matters. If the army were to fail and allow the Xiongnu cavalry to penetrate deep into the heartland of the Great Li Kingdom, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, outside the imperial palace, a young eunuch bowed deeply and spoke softly. "Please wait here, Lord Jingguo. I will go report immediately." Mu Zian stood on the steps, the sounds of arguing echoing in his ears from within the hall. For a moment, Mu Zian felt a bit dazed. The Xiongnu's 100,000 troops had already marched southward to attack. Yet the ministers within the court were still discussing paying tribute to seek peace. The Xiongnu's military might was indeed formidable. If the front lines were dragged into a protracted war, there was a high risk of internal rebellion by remnants of the previous dynasty. But was it really worth turning to negotiate with that wolf lurking in the shadows just because of the fleas on one's own body? "Can you give me a piece of meat today and come back tomorrow to eat me?" Mu Zian couldn't help but recall Su Sun's essay, The Six States, in his mind. Today we see 5 cities, tomorrow 10 cities, and then we may enjoy a night's rest. But when we rise to look around, the Qin troops have already arrived. Since Mu Xian's father, Mu Zheniying, died on the battlefield, the entire Great Li kingdom seemed to have its backbone ripped out in an instant. The once mighty Great Li, which had once dominated the Chu kingdom with its tiny territory, was gone forever. Wealth, princesses, and even bloodlust had become mere bargaining chips in the realm of politics. Facing relentless enemies, they compromise, and compromise again. And then pin all their hopes on a single woman. As someone who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education in later generations, he knew honor and shame. He understood that those who are not of our kind have different hearts. He had witnessed the slaughter and devastation brought by the swords of foreign invaders. The 5 barbarians' invasion of China. The humiliation of Ginkong. And that day in Jinling City. 1,000 years of Chinese history were telling Mu Xian one thing. One step back, and you retreat step by step. Retreat means the downfall of the nation and the extinction of the race. Regarding the discussions currently taking place within the imperial palace, Mu Xian had only one thing to say, Galan Yang. Taking a deep breath, Mu Xian summoned a young eunuch with a wave of his hand, then leaned close to his ear and spoke softly. The eunuch, upon hearing this, bowed respectfully and departed. Inside the hall, Xiao Gonggang stepped forward and addressed Xiao Yu, who was holding his head. Your Majesty, the Duke of Jingui is waiting outside the hall. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu straightened his posture slightly. Mu Xian had already given him so many surprises at this moment, Xiao Yu even felt a hint of anticipation. Announce! Xiao Gonggang immediately stepped forward and shouted loudly. Announce! The Prince of Jingui is to enter the hall. The once bustling hall fell silent. Everyone's gaze turned toward the main hall's entrance. Clack! Clack! Accompanied by the sound of crisp footsteps, Mu Xian, dressed in a golden python-patterned robe, slowly appeared before everyone. With 3,000 men defeating 10,000, he secured the dominance of Luzhou. At the poetry gathering on the painted boat, masterpieces poured forth like rain, shocking the world. At the imperial court assembly, he dismissed the chancellor, established the inner cabinet, and forced the reform of the imperial examination system. Using the people as his sword, he ruthlessly cut down the first family of the Dali dynasty. Even the officials present had only seen Mu Xian's figure at the court assembly for the second time. But the shock he had caused had already taken root deeply. Mu Xian walked to the center of the hall, bowed, and said, Your servant Mu Xian pays his respects to His Majesty. Xiao Yu waved his hand. The Duke of Jingui, you may rise. Xiao Yu cleared his throat and asked, I presume the Duke of Jingui already knows why I summoned you here. Mu Xian wore a faint smile on his face. This servant knows. The officials present began to whisper among themselves. After all, Mu Xian didn't look like he was about to get angry. Had he already silently accepted it? Before anyone could react, Feng Shirlang, who had spoken earlier, stepped forward and spoke with righteous indignation. Since the Prince of Jingui already knows the ins and outs of the matter, he should also know that at this critical moment, one must not act on impulse. Personal dignity is trivial, the greater good of the nation comes first. As soon as Feng Shirlang finished speaking, Mu Xian, who had been smiling moments ago, suddenly grew cold. The Emperor is speaking to me. What are you barking like a dog for? At these words, Feng Shirlang's face turned from white to red. As a high-ranking official of the third rank, he had been insulted in such a manner. Feng Shirlang's body trembled, and the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat, causing him great discomfort. Xiao Yu, seeing this, couldn't help but feel exasperated. Minister Feng, step aside. I am speaking with the Duke of Jingui. Feng Shirlang, upon hearing this, could only grit his teeth and retreat silently back into the crowd. Prince Xin, what is your opinion on this matter? Xiao Yu's voice echoed, and Mu Xian asked with a puzzled expression. Why does your Majesty ask me? Have not the ministers already reached a decision in the court? Upon hearing this, everyone present exchanged glances. Dong Zhangming, who had been closing his eyes to rest, suddenly opened them, as if he had foreseen something. The Minister of War, Lu Yi, couldn't help but speak up. What does the Duke of Jingui mean by that? Matters of the court are no trivial matter. How could a decision be made so quickly? Mu Xian smiled wryly upon hearing this, then looked at everyone and said, After all the discussion, isn't it just about ceding territory, paying indemnities, marrying off princesses, and admitting defeat? At these words, the grand hall fell into an instant silence. Lies never hurt anyone. The truth is the sharpest weapon. Mu Xian stripped away their pretentious facade with brutal honesty. Mu Xian's voice echoed throughout the hall. All the officials present were left speechless by this single sentence. Ha ha ha. A loud, hearty laugh broke the eerie silence in the hall. Everyone looked over to see that the one laughing was none other than Gong Zhangming. Everyone was taken aback, even Du Yuhong looked perplexed. The Duke of Jingui really hit the nail on the head with that summary. Gong Zhangming glanced sideways at Lu Yi, who was still standing there in shock. Minister Lu must have too many wives and concubines at home. Louis looked confused, unsure of what Gong Zhengming meant. Gong Zhengming straightened his posture slightly before snorting coldly. All his fiery spirit has been worn away by beauty. At these words, Lu Yi's face turned pale. The expressions of the other officials in the court also grew peculiar, and some even struggled to suppress their laughter. After all, Gong Zhengming wasn't lying. Louis had 3 wives and 4 concubines, a full harem. A high-ranking minister of the Ministry of Rights had been directly humiliated in front of everyone, becoming a laughingstock of the court. Mu Ziyan fixed his gaze on Gong Zhengming. He hadn't expected this old-fashioned old man to have such backbone. Mu Ziyan silently made up his mind. He would inform Lu Ruosi upon returning and instruct the newspaper to temporarily withhold the remaining 28 sensational stories about Gong Zhengming. Let's spare this old man some dignity in his twilight years. On the dragon throne, Xiaoyu is also helpless. Mu Ziyan was simply too bold. Fortunately, he holds the prestigious title of Duke of the State. If it were anyone else, they would have died 100 times over. Xiaoyu cleared his throat and said, "Prince of the state, do not joke around. This matter concerns the stability of our great nation. Whatever your thoughts are, speak them all, and I shall pardon you of all charges." Chapter 97, A Dragon's Sword on the Tongue, Killing Without Spilling Blood. Mu Ziyan heard this and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He looked around and spread his hands, saying, "All the officials in the court are good officials and good people. They all claim to act for the sake of the people of the realm and refuse to wage war out of compassion for the suffering of the common folk. Yet I ask you all, are the people on our borders not also citizens of the Great Li dynasty? Are they not entitled to live, or must they be slaughtered and trampled by the Xiongnu? You are now ceding territory, paying indemnities, and feeding these Xiongnu with your own flesh and blood, nurturing them until they are fat and strong. Have you considered that one day these Xiongnu will return with their armies, ready to attack again?" Mu Ziyan sneered at the officials around him and laughed coldly. To entrust the safety of the entire realm to a woman, how utterly absurd. I believe that all the ministers and officials in the court are geniuses. If we were to marry a woman to the Xiongnu and send them some gold and silver, they would withdraw their troops. Why not seize such a golden opportunity? If the Xiongnu grow more greedy in the future and one woman is not enough, then send 2. If 10,000 taels of silver are not enough, then send 100,000 taels, or even 1,000,000 taels. Still not enough? Our great state of Dali has 13 provinces. What harm would it do to cede 1 province or 1 city to them? To you all, it's just a woman, some money, a city, or a piece of land, nothing worth mentioning. It won't affect your lavish lives in the capital, where you can indulge in pleasure and forget your worries. At these words, all the court officials fell silent. This Wang Ti, just a direct insult, it was like pointing a finger at their noses and cursing them. Mu Ziyan, seeing no one speak, couldn't help but snort coldly. Today, before the gates of this grand hall, this duke has prepared a gift for all of you. I believe it is most appropriate for the occasion. Xiaoyu on the dragon throne looked puzzled. Mu Ziyan spoke aloud. "Bring the items forward for the nobleman to see." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of eunuchs, each holding a wooden box, bowed their heads and walked into the hall. Xiaoyu gave a signal, and Xiao Gong immediately understood. He then stepped forward and took the wooden box from one of the eunuchs. Everyone in the hall looked at each other in astonishment. Just moments ago, Mu Ziyan had berated them harshly, and now they were being presented with a gift. Such behavior left everyone baffled, unsure of what Mu Ziyan was up to. Xiao Gonggang carried the wooden box to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu spoke calmly. "Open it. As you command." Xiao Gonggang slowly lifted the lid of the wooden box. A flash of peach color caught the eye first. Just as everyone was wondering what was inside the wooden box, Xiao Gonggang's expression suddenly changed. His previously straight body began to tremble uncontrollably. This. Xiaoyu furrowed his brows. "What is it? Bring it out for the emperor and the officials to see." Xiao Gongggang's voice trembled, but he dared not disobey Xiaoyu's orders at that moment. Xiao Gonggang reached into the wooden box and took out the object, then shook it in mid-air. Everyone saw a flash of peach blossom color dance in the air before settling down. When everyone focused their gaze, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. What Xiao Gonggang held in his hands was none other than a woman's palace robe. Du Yuhong, Louis, Feng Shilang, and all the court officials present felt their heads buzzing. Shame. Utter shame. In the center of the hall, Mu Ziyan stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes sweeping contemptuously around the room. He spoke. "This Duke of the State sincerely thanks all of you for your dedication to the nation and the people, and for devising such a brilliant plan to secure the nation. In the face of the Xiongnu cavalry, you disregard the lives of the borderland people. You dare to speak so boldly in the name of the nation and the people. The Hun's feet are trampling on your faces, yet you still turn a blind eye and amuse yourselves. Such a narrow-minded attitude truly humbles this Duke. I suppose all the sacred texts you've read have been devoured by dogs. To entrust the safety of a nation to a woman. Entrusting the lives of the people to money and grain. As he spoke, Mu Zian reached out and opened a wooden box, taking out the woman's palace attire. He then hurriedly walked up to Feng Sherlang. He gripped Feng Sherlang's arm tightly with one hand and smiled. In my opinion, this woman's attire would suit Feng Sherlang perfectly. Let this duke personally dress you in it today. Feng Sherlang had never seen such a scene before and was so frightened that he collapsed on the spot. Feng Sherlang's gaze turned toward the Chancellor Du Yuhong at the front. However, at that moment, he was pressing his head against the wall, afraid that Mu Zian would notice him. Du Yuhong regretted it deeply? Damn it! Why did I go and call that madman Mu Zian over here? At that moment, he could only pray that Mu Zian wouldn't notice him. Feng Sherlang looked around and saw that all his colleagues had lowered their heads, meet his gaze. At that moment, Feng Sherlang was utterly despairing. If this robe were really draped over him, how could he, Feng Sherlang, ever show his face in the imperial court again? However, Feng Sherlang was no novice in the bureaucratic world. He certainly had his own tricks up his sleeve. Seeing that there was no way to escape, he rolled his eyes and collapsed unconscious. It must be said that the ability to faint at a moment's notice was not something everyone possessed. Seeing Feng Sherlang faint, Mu Zian smiled slightly. This grand hall lacks nothing, except for high-ranking officials. Mu Zian walked up to the Minister of War, Louis, and handed him a wooden box. Minister Liu should take one. As the Minister of War, you have no courage whatsoever. Not even a shred of backbone. Facing the enemy, you only know how to retreat. You should be in charge of the music bureau. Why are you here in the Ministry of War? Louis, seeing this, panicked and hurriedly waved his hands to refuse. However, as a weak scholar, he could not resist Mu Zian. The wooden box was forcefully shoved into Louis's chest by Mu Zian. Holding the box, Louis's face was ashen. Unfortunately, he didn't have Feng Sherlang's abilities and could only grit his teeth and endure. Mu Zian surveyed the room, looking at the court officials bowing their heads, and asked with a smile. This prince has prepared many more gifts for all of you. Who else would like one? Mu Zian's voice rang out loudly, sounding like a death knell in the ears of the officials. All the court officials present turned their gaze toward Emperor Xiaoyu on the dragon throne. It was clear that Xiaoyu was also stunned. Who could have imagined that Mu Zian would dare to give the officials women's clothing? At that moment, the officials were all as if they had lost their parents. Some were already beginning to blame Du Yuhong in their hearts. What the hell is wrong with you? Why did you bring this living devil here? Has life been too smooth for you? And that Feng Sherlang is even more deserving of blame. Princess Xiao Xiuning and Mu Zian are already engaged. Why did you have to go and provoke them? Now look at what you've done. A lifetime of glory ruined in an instant. How will you ever show your face again after dressing up as a woman? At this moment, all the court officials had only one thought about Mu Zian. That is sheer madness. Chapter 98, The Forbidden Realm. Mu Zian stood at the center of the grand hall as fierce winds swept in from all directions. The wind made his python-patterned robe flutter wildly, and his cold gaze swept across the room. His presence alone silenced the entire court, leaving the officials in complete silence. At that moment, the sets of women's palace attire inside the wooden boxes were the most heartbreaking sight imaginable. As high-ranking officials of the court, they showed no sign of courage or resolve. Gong Zhengming, standing among the crowd, exhaled deeply. Thankfully, he was on the same side as this living tyrant. Otherwise, his old bones would likely meet their end here. Looking at Louis, whose face was ashen, and Feng Sherlang, who was lying on the ground coughing up phlegm, Gong Zhengming couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Given Mu Zian's methods, he would never let them off so easily. It was likely that tomorrow's front-page headlines would give this Lu Xingshu and Feng Sherlang a proper publicity boost. And there's a good chance that for the foreseeable future, these two will be buying real estate in the Dali newspapers. And given the nature of the journalists at the Dali newspaper, they wouldn't stop until they dug up every last detail of their past, even if the two of them were completely clean. At this thought, Gong Zhengming couldn't help but let a smile escape his lips. Finally, someone has pushed my trending topic off the top spot. Standing there, Louis's body trembled, his mind a blank. A high-ranking official like him had received clothes from a woman. This was the ultimate disgrace. If there weren't so many people around, he would have wanted to throw himself to his death in the palace. One could only imagine the consequences if this news were to spread. He, Louis, would become the laughingstock of the entire realm. What would his tombstone say when he died? A cowardly man without backbone, the Minister of War dressed in women's attire? It would be a disgrace for a lifetime. The court officials who had not spoken up to negotiate peace were now looking at them with pity. On the dragon throne, Xiaoyu remained in a state of shock. To humiliate court officials in front of the emperor in the grand hall, such a thing had never been heard of throughout history. However, at this moment, Xiaoyu could not utter a single word of rebuke. Because Mu Zian's words were spot on. The Xiongnu were invading from the south. This was not a matter of choosing between war or peace. What should be considered was how to defeat the enemy, defend the land, protect the people, and expel the barbarians. Mu Ziyan swept his gaze across the room and asked with a smile. You all were so eloquent earlier. Why are you all silent now? The gifts prepared by this duke are numerous. Who else desires one? After the court session, the prince will personally deliver them to his residence. Mu Ziyan's words made the already silent hall even quieter. These court officials had no favorites. Or rather, no one who had made it into this hall was a simple-minded individual. They all knew that Mu Ziyan was a madman. Now, anyone daring to suggest anything related to that matter would immediately be subjected to Mu Ziyan's signature moves that would ruin their reputation. It would ensure that they would be disgraced for all eternity, with no chance of redemption. Seeing no one speak, Mu Ziyan turned around and bowed deeply toward the dragon throne, where Xiaoyu was still in a daze. Your Majesty, all the officials in this hall believe that peace talks are not feasible. Mu Ziyan's voice snapped Xiaoyu out of his daze. At that moment, his throat felt dry. Even Mu Zhanaying had never achieved such a feat, silencing the entire court with a single person. But Mu Ziyan had done it. Xiaoyu was once again stunned by Mu Ziyan's reasoning and actions. Feng Shirlang attempted to morally blackmail Mu Ziyan by invoking the welfare of the common people. But Mu Ziyan's response far exceeded their expectations. You used the people to pressure me, so I will counter you with the greater good. A set of women's palace attire left these usually eloquent court officials speechless. Even Emperor Xiaoyu, the emperor himself, dared not mention the matter of peace anymore. For once it was mentioned, it would be tantamount to cutting oneself off from the world, and the label of it would be impossible to shake off. Xiaoyu took a deep breath. Does the Duke of Jingguo believe that this battle against the Xiongnu must be fought? Mu Ziyan bowed respectfully and spoke aloud. As the ministers in the court have said, war is never something that can be decided lightly. Once war breaks out, it will be a massacre of innocent lives. But I know this. A starving wolf will never think that a single act of mercy will spare you. Only by striking them hard enough to make them bleed, by striking them until they are dead, will they learn to fear us. How can we allow others to sleep soundly beside our bed? For these Xiongnu barbarians, only the words horses trampling the royal court can make them understand what pain is. What is the line that must not be crossed? Upon hearing these words, the embers of hope that had nearly been extinguished in Xiaoyu's heart once again blazed fiercely. Seal the wolves at Jushu. Water the horses at the vast sea. Carve your name on the Yanran mountains. Trample the royal court with horses. Who among men could resist the temptation of these 8 words? Not even an emperor. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and asked. The remnants of the previous dynasty still linger, the Chang cavalry surrounds the borders, and the 4 seas are in turmoil. What are we to do? Mu Ziyan straightened his back and spoke coldly. Slaughter the 10,000 Xiongnu soldiers, and the blood on our swords still stinks. When the wolf is dead, the dogs will cease their barking. Mu Ziyan's voice was calm, but the murderous and bloodthirsty aura emanating from him was overwhelming. That intent to kill made the air in the entire hall nearly freeze. Xiaoyu gripped the armrest of the dragon throne tightly. If we lose this battle. Before he could finish, Mu Ziyan interrupted him. Battle does not necessarily mean defeat. Not fighting is certain defeat. Rather than pin our hopes on feeding the wolves and hoping they retreat on their own, let us fight with all our might. Kill the wolves and eat their meat. Skin them and make fur coats. Xiaoyu heard this and couldn't help but stand up. War is no child's play. The lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers hang in the balance, and I must not act lightly. Mu Ziyan heard this and showed no fear, speaking aloud. Since the officials in the imperial court cannot make a decision, then why doesn't the emperor go to the imperial camp in the capital and ask the soldiers of the Great Li whether they are willing to fight? At these words, the previously silent court officials all raised their heads to look at Mu Ziyan. Du Yuhong's expression also began to grow strange. As the chancellor, he had navigated the court for decades, but he had never before been so unable to read a junior official as he was today. Mu Ziyan's actions were completely beyond his expectations. This had caused his carefully laid plans to go off course. On the dragon throne, Xiaoyu's expression was peculiar. What does the Duke of Jingguo mean? Your servant is willing to go to the imperial garrison to persuade the generals. The court officials present immediately let out a cold snort. Even Gong Zhangming felt that Mu Ziyan was being overly presumptuous at this moment. Those warriors were all reckless and unrestrained. In battle, they could only be motivated by rewards and favors. If it were Mu Zhanaying, there might still be a chance. However, Mu Ziyan, though he had some merits, lacked the necessary prestige within the military. How could he possibly sway the soldiers of the Imperial Guard? Xiaoyu's expression was complex. He naturally understood the difficulty involved. He also knew that Mu Ziyan could have stayed out of it, but this time he was willing to stand up for his daughter. This is a responsibility for a man, and an even greater sense of duty for a nation. Xiaoyu looked solemnly at Mu Ziyan and said, "This is no trivial matter." Mu Ziyan's expression was firm, his gaze intense. "If I cannot persuade the generals in the capital, I will voluntarily relinquish my title of Duke of the State and never return to court." Chapter 99, The Imperial Garrison. Mu Xian's voice was not loud, but every court official present heard him clearly. Gong Zhengming stared at Mu Xian's back in silence. Who would have thought that this young man would become the backbone of the Great Li dynasty, embodying its spirit and resolve? Before the dragon throne, Xiaoyu stood with his hands behind his back. Now he too stared at Mu Xian in disbelief. He never thought he would leave himself no way out. Xiaoyu stared deeply at Mu Xian standing in the center of the hall. His gaze swept over the faces of the officials, some filled with astonishment, others with disdain, and still others with mockery. The hall fell silent, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. After a moment, Xiaoyu spoke in a deep voice. I can give you this opportunity. But this matter is extraordinary. Any mistake will inevitably cause unrest in the military camp. If you fail. Xiaoyu paused for a moment before continuing. Then rest assured and remain my son-in-law. Do not meddle in state affairs henceforth. Mu Xian could clearly hear the favor in Xiaoyu's tone. However, at this moment, a man's pride would not allow him to back down. This servant obeys your command. As Mu Xian's voice faded, the court session ended abruptly. But the ripples it caused had only just begun. As the officials left the hall, Mu Xian turned to leave as well. Gong Zhengming, with his head covered in white hair, silently stopped beside Mu Xian and stroked his beard as he spoke. You are 3 times more resolute than your father. Although you have saved the 9th princess this time, you have also completely alienated the Lui faction. In the future, you will likely find it difficult to move freely within the court. Mu Xian glanced sideways at the elderly man beside him, who though aged still stood with his back straight, and smiled. I wield my sword toward the heavens with a laugh whether I stay or go, my loyalty remains as firm as the Kunlun mountains. Gong Zhengming heard this and stared blankly, gazing at Mu Xian's departing figure as if lost in thought. After a long while, Gong Zhengming murmured. Your father couldn't hold on. I wonder how far you can go. To defy the world, how could it be so easy? In the capital city of the Great Li dynasty, within the chancellor's mansion, Louis roughly threw the wooden box containing Mu Xian onto the ground. The box cracked open, revealing the pink silk inside a silent mockery. How dare you? This shameless brat! How dare you insult me like this? Feng Shilang, who had fainted earlier, had now regained consciousness, though his face remained pale. His eyes were vacant, and the reputation he had spent his entire life building had been completely destroyed by Mu Xian's single garment. The other ministers who had received gifts from Mu Xian also wore expressions of anger. We are all officials of the imperial court. How dare we be humiliated by a mere child? Even Mu Zhenaying, his elder brother, never dared to point his finger at us and berate us like this. The officials were now shouting and screaming like women at a marketplace. The Minister of War rose angrily and addressed Du Yuheng, who was seated at the head of the table. Master Du, are we just going to endure this? The others, seeing this, echoed his words in unison. As the situation on the scene was about to spiral out of control, Du Yuheng suddenly opened his eyes. His cold, piercing gaze swept over the crowd, and in an instant, the once chaotic hall fell silent. Du Yuheng took a deep breath and said, Do you think the shame we've already brought upon ourselves today isn't enough? Everyone trembled at his words. Du Yuheng picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then said, This matter is already under my control. You need not worry. As officials, our duty is to benefit the common people. How could Mu Xian, in his youth and arrogance, understand our well-meaning intentions? The emperor has spoken. As long as he cannot persuade those soldiers in the camp, he shall never again be allowed to involve himself in court affairs. This move has cut off Mu Xian's own future. He wants to be a tyrant, but we are not Zhang Han. Louis asked curiously. I wonder what plans Master Du has. Du Yuheng set down his teacup and spoke in a low voice. The hearts of the people are restless. As long as we divert the blame onto Mu Xian, he will inevitably be defeated. Moments later, everyone in the hall wore expressions of joy. Master Du, that's a brilliant move. Without shedding a drop of blood, we can strip Mu Xian of his power. Even if he is as sharp-tongued as ever, he won't be able to defend himself. Excellent. I'll see how Mu Xian fulfills his bold claims. Suddenly, the hall of the Du mansion echoed with joyful laughter. Within the residence of the Pei family in the capital. Since the entire Pei Liang branch had been completely eradicated, the resources they left behind were swiftly divided among the other branches. Although the Pei family had completely faded from the ranks of the top aristocratic families, as the saying goes, when a whale falls, all creatures thrive. For the main branch of the Pei family to be completely wiped out was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. The branch led by Pei Jianji naturally also reaped a fair share of the benefits. However, at that moment, Pei Jian stood respectfully at the back door. Before him, a middle-aged man handed him a letter and whispered, If you can accomplish this task, restoring your official position will be a mere formality. Do not let my master down. Pei Jianji trembled as he took the envelope, then spoke with a fawning expression. Please rest assured, sir. I will do my utmost. The middle-aged man nodded and then disappeared into the distance. Upon returning to his room, Pei Jianji eagerly opened the letter. After reading it repeatedly and ensuring he had memorized the contents, he immediately burned the envelope to ashes with a candle flame. After finishing all this, Pei Jianji shouted, "Someone, prepare a banquet at the Spring River Pavilion. This evening, I will be hosting a banquet for several colleagues." The servants, upon hearing this, immediately went to make arrangements. Inside the room, Pei Jianji's face betrayed a sinister smile. "Mu Ziyan, I'll see how you handle this." As night fell, the Spring River Pavilion was filled with laughter and merriment. After midnight, when the banquet had dispersed, a piece of news suddenly spread throughout the imperial army camp like flowers scattered by a heavenly maiden. The current prince of the state, Mu Ziyan, in order to protect the ninth princess Xiao Suning, who was betrothed to him. Despite the opposition of all the officials, he intended to send the troops of the capital's garrison to the frontier to fight against 10,000 Han cavalry. He intended to sacrifice the lives of these lowly soldiers to preserve his own love. The military camp erupted in chaos. Back when Mu Ziyan had done those crazy things to win Lu Yinxue's affection, there was no need to list them all. This is simply a case of past transgressions coming back to haunt him. Therefore, the soldiers of the Imperial Guard firmly believed that Mu Ziyan was willing to sacrifice their lives to save Xiao Xiuning. At that moment, every soldier in the Imperial Guard was seething with anger, eager to tear Mu Ziyan to pieces. Even the frontline camp was buzzing with rumors. In an instant, the entire Jingying camp turned into a powder keg. It only needed a single spark to ignite the explosion. Chapter 100, Departure. Within the Jingguigong mansion, candlelight flickered. Xiao Xiuning looked at Mu Ziyan with a complex expression. She had naturally heard about the matters concerning the imperial court. Xiao Xiuning never expected Mu Ziyan to go so far as to defy the entire court for her sake. At this moment, even 1,000 words could not describe Xiao Xiuning's current emotions. The moonlight was as gentle as water, streaming through the windows and spreading across the floor. The study seemed bathed in a silvery glow. Xiao Xiuning looked at Mu Ziyan and spoke softly. "Actually, you didn't have to do this. The emperor won't send me off to marry someone else." Mu Ziyan reached out and gently lifted a strand of Xiao Xiuning's hair from her temple. Not wanting to go and refusing to go are two different things. Xiao Xiuning bit her lower lip lightly, her fair complexion illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a fairy from the moon palace. The soldiers in the imperial garrison. Mu Ziyan smiled confidently. "Leave this matter to me." Mu Ziyan's confidence and domineering nature swept away Xiao Xiuqing's defenses like a rushing river. The voice of a maid outside the door echoed. "Your Highness, it's getting late. It's time to return to the palace." Mu Ziyan wore a faint smile on his face and spoke softly. "Rest assured." Xiao Xiuning nodded, a blush creeping up her cheeks. Just as she reached the door, Xiao Xiuning's delicate hands, which had been about to open the door, suddenly paused. Then, with lightning speed, she turned around, tiptoed, and gently kissed Mu Ziyan on the lips. Their lips parted instantly, and Xiao Xiuning's cheeks turned as red as ripe apples. In the next moment, she felt like a child who had done something wrong, unsure of what to do. She hurriedly pushed open the door and fled. Mu Ziyan was left standing there, feeling the lingering warmth on his lips. Mu Ziyan's mind was still reeling. How could he, a man of 8 feet tall, have been kissed by a woman? Just as Mu Ziyan was savoring the moment, a soft laugh suddenly echoed from the ceiling. "Do you like this style, young master?" Mu Ziyan cleared his throat. "When did you arrive?" A graceful figure flickered on the beam. Ning Hongqian sat cross-legged on the desk, propping her chin with one hand, and laughed lightly. "Just arrived a moment ago." As she finished speaking, Ning Hongqian coiled around Mu Ziyan like a crimson serpent. "If the young master finds me pleasing, this servant is not entirely unwilling." Mu Ziyan cleared his throat. "Get to the point." Seeing this, Ning Hongqian couldn't help but stamp her foot and give a playful hum. "You fool!" she then said angrily. Earlier, Mr. Zhao reported that Pei Jianji had invited his former colleagues to a banquet at the Spring River Pavilion. After the banquet ended, news spread throughout the Imperial Guard. They said that you, the esteemed prince of the state, intend to use the blood of the Jingying troops to protect your love. If my guess is correct, the soldiers in the Imperial Guard are likely already filled with righteous indignation. It will be difficult for you to persuade these soldiers tomorrow. Mu Ziyan heard this and showed no change in expression. It is better that the soldiers of the Imperial Guard are angry. Ning Hongqian heard this and felt utterly baffled. Everyone is so angry they could eat you alive, and you still think it's quite amusing. Could it be that you've been kissed senseless by Xiao Xiuning's kiss earlier? Seeing the confusion on Ning Hongqian's face, Mu Ziyan explained. If they still have anger, it means they still have spirit, not that they're numb. Ning Hongqian nodded, but he still didn't quite understand. But he couldn't shake the feeling that Mu Ziyan was holding back something big. Ning Hongqian was an assassin. He didn't care about the state of the nation. That Pei Jianji is as disgusting as a louse. Shall I help you? Ning Hongqian wiped his neck, making his meaning clear. Mu Ziyan shook his head and sneered. Fishing always requires bait. Pei Jianji isn't important. What matters is who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. No matter how high a grasshopper jumps, it's still just a grasshopper. The death of Pei Liang was just stirring up trouble. It seems the person behind this is getting impatient. Mu Ziyan stood with his hands behind his back, and it seemed as though he was already on the verge of uncovering the truth. Within the capital city of Dali, there were 6 elite military camps stationed at all times. These are the 5 armies: the Divine Mechanics, the Dragon Embroidered, the Flying Eagles, the Swift and Sharp, and the Assault. These 6 major camps are stationed around the capital city, guarding the imperial palace. These 5 camps are the elite forces of the Great Li dynasty, commonly referred to as the Central Army. Except for the Xinjiang camp, the remaining 5 camps undergo a rotation every 3 years within the border troops to ensure the combat effectiveness of these elite forces. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the darkness, Mu Ziyan, accompanied by Jia Su and Zhao Yun, arrived at the imperial camp outside the city. The court officials who had been humiliated by Mu Ziyan the previous day also arrived one after another as time passed. They wore faint smiles on their faces, as if they could already envision Mu Ziyan's humiliation. The commanders of the 6 camps were all present, escorting Mu Ziyan into the main tent of the military camp. Among the 6, only Zhang Han of the frontline camp was a familiar face. Zhang Han stepped forward and said, "Young master, we have already heard the news from the palace, but regarding today's matter, we truly cannot assist you in any way. Last night, there were some rumors circulating in the camp. Although I suppressed them immediately, there are many soldiers in the 6 camps, and it's inevitable that some hearts will be restless. I need not say more. The rest of you have also received the kindness of the former duke, and you will do your best to restrain your troops. However, whether we can persuade them in the end depends entirely on you, young master." Mu Ziyan nodded with a smile upon hearing this. Not leading the unrest was already the greatest assistance he could offer. The duke truly has great courage. The resentment within the camp is no small matter. The officials outside the camp gates are all waiting to see the Duke of the State make a fool of himself. The speaker was a burly, dark-faced man. Zhang Han immediately introduced him. "Young master, this is General Gui Jingda of the Dragon-Embedded Camp." Mu Ziyan smiled. "So you're General Gua?" Gui Jingda laughed heartily. "What else with all the general titles? When I was young, I also fought under the old prince of the state, and I had the honor of meeting you a few times. I heard of your heroic deeds in the Battle of Luzhou and am deeply impressed. Young Marquis, rest assured. No matter what others do, my dragon-embedded camp will stand by you and hold the fort." Mu Ziyan smiled upon hearing this, and his impression of the tall, dark-skinned man improved slightly. "Today, I would like to borrow something from all of you." Everyone bowed in unison. "The young Marquis may speak freely." Moments later, Mu Ziyan departed satisfied. Inside the camp tent, the 6 men looked at each other in astonishment. The military flags that had been hanging around the tent had all vanished. At that moment, the military training ground was already crowded with people. The soldiers, each with a fierce expression and clenched fists, stood in formation. Among the crowd, Lu Yunxue stood out prominently. Although Lu Yunxue had been stripped of his title, he was still an officer. Therefore, he did not need to crowd with the common soldiers and had his own separate area. In just a few days, Lu Yunxue seemed to have aged 10 years. At that moment, as she gazed at the high platform already erected in the center of the training ground, Lu Yunxue's expression was complex. She was well aware of the rumors circulating. Mu Ziyan had risked everything for Xiao Xiuning, leaving the entire court in silence. For a woman, this was undoubtedly a dream come true. He had once enjoyed such treatment himself, but it had been severed by her own hand. Now, she must witness this vow of eternal love with her own eyes. For Lu Yunxue, there was nothing more heartbreaking than this. However, no matter how much Lu Yunxue thought about it, she couldn't sense even the slightest hope that Mu Ziyan might win. Lu Yunxue took a deep breath and cleared her mind of all distractions. She and Mu Ziyan had long since parted ways. Since that was the case, she would come today to see for herself. Mu Ziyan's claim of being willing to defy the world for one person was utterly ridiculous. At that thought, Lu Yunxue felt an unusual sense of pleasure in her heart. Chapter 101, Provocation. As time passed, the soldiers in the training ground began to stir and make noise. In the distant tents, the imperial officials watched the training ground with smiles on their faces. "I'll see how Mu Ziyan manages to wrap this up. Haha, he'll probably be torn to pieces by these enraged soldiers." The court officials burst into laughter. It seemed as though they could already see Mu Ziyan's embarrassing situation. Just as the scene was about to spiral out of control, Mu Ziyan, the main protagonist, slowly ascended the platform. "I suppose you all have already guessed who I am. Yes, I am the very person you have been talking about, the one you wish to devour alive, the great general of the Li dynasty. Mu Ziyan." Mu Ziyan's voice echoed clearly across the field, and the once bustling training ground fell silent in an instant. At that moment, countless soldiers on the training ground fixed their gaze on the figure on the platform. The oppressive atmosphere on the scene seemed to freeze the air itself. Facing the tens of thousands of soldiers with fierce expressions, Mu Ziyan wore a faint smile on his face, strolling leisurely as if nothing were amiss. Lu Yi and the others in the distant tents saw this and smiled coldly. Playing to the crowd. Mu Ziyan's actions are nothing but a suicide mission. The others echoed his words. Exactly. Not only does he show no remorse, but he looks damn proud of himself. If he provokes a riot in the imperial camp, that'll be a real spectacle. At that moment, everyone present wore expressions of gleeful anticipation. On the high platform, Mu Ziyan stood with his hands behind his back, his elegant demeanor truly catching everyone's attention. The soldiers below, upon seeing this, began to shout insults. It's that pretty boy. He is using our lives to protect his mistress. How despicable. How utterly despicable. Spit on him. He looks so righteous on the outside. For a time, the training ground echoed with shouts and curses. Mu Ziyan heard this but showed no sign of discomfort. He remained composed as he looked down at the tens of thousands of soldiers below and spoke directly. That's right. I fought this battle to prevent my woman from being sent to a godforsaken place. The moment those words left his mouth, the once noisy training ground erupted into chaos. Among the crowd, Lu Yunxue was also taken aback. She had expected Mu Ziyan to explain himself properly. She had believed that his actions were for the sake of the nation and the people, not for personal gain. But she never expected that Mu Ziyan would admit it so openly. There was no explanation, no evasion, no clever rhetoric. So blatant, so direct. At that moment, Zhao Yun, who was present at the training ground, couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for Mu Ziyan. After all, there were tens of thousands of soldiers present at that moment. If a mutiny were to break out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Yun couldn't help but grip his long spear tightly. Inside the command tent, Zhang Han and the others also looked tense, fearing that Mu Ziyan might incite a mutiny. On the other hand, Wei Jingde burst into laughter. Young Marquis Hai is truly a straightforward man. He's nothing like those pretentious scholars who hide their true intentions behind every word. Such straightforward speech, I like it. The other generals in the tent were speechless, as Wei Jingde was also known for his carefree nature. Just as Zhang Han was about to step out to suppress the restless troops and prevent the situation from escalating further, two figures walked slowly into the tent. The 6 generals recognized the arrivals and were startled, immediately kneeling down. We humbly greet your majesty. We pay our respects to the 9th princess. Indeed, it was none other than Xiaoyu and Xiao Xiuning, father and daughter, disguised in plain clothes. Xiaoyu walked to the main seat in the tent and sat down. Rise, all of you. Thank you, your majesty. At that moment, the atmosphere inside the tent grew slightly tense. Zhang Han froze in place, unable to move forward or back. Xiaoyu glanced at him and said, "This is not the time for you to act." Zhang Han immediately stepped back and stood respectfully. From his seat of honor, Xiaoyu cast his gaze toward the training ground. He's quite bold, isn't he? He dares to say anything. Xiao Xiuning, standing beside him, smiled slightly. She had naturally heard Mu Ziyan's words. Though his words were crude, the domineering love he displayed was truly captivating. Xiaoyu looked at his daughter's delicate appearance beside him and sighed deeply. I shall see how he handles this today. Xiaoyu had come today for 2 main reasons. The first was to witness whether Mu Ziyan could indeed fulfill the bold promise he had made. Second, if there were any changes in the imperial garrison, he could step in immediately to suppress any unrest. At that moment, the angry shouts on the training ground rose like waves, each louder than the last. Mu Ziyan calmly produced a cloth bag. Yesterday, at the imperial court, this duke presented gifts to all the high officials of the court. Today, I have also brought a gift for all of you. Upon hearing the word gift, the tent where Lu Yi was stationed erupted in anger. This upstart. Does he dare to insult us again today? Xiao Yu's face was also grim. The officials in the imperial court were all scholars, incapable of lifting a finger, and at most could only raise a commotion. But here on the training ground, tens of thousands of soldiers were all battle-hardened warriors. If they were to become enraged, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the high platform, Mu Ziyan grabbed the item inside the cloth sack and threw it forcefully into the sky. As the wind blew wildly, the soldiers present finally noticed that what was floating in the air were the 6 military flags of the camps. The military flags were the soul of a regiment, symbolizing the honor of being a soldier. Among the fluttering banners were several pink and green fragments. Before the soldiers could react, Mu Ziyan swiftly grabbed the longbow he had prepared earlier. He kicked the quiver into the air with a single kick, then reached out to grasp the arrow. In the next instant, he drew the bow and knocked the arrow in one fluid motion. Whoosh! 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 A series of piercing whistles echoed through the air. The 6 military flags in mid-air were directly pinned to the bare flagpoles of the 6 camps by Mu Ziyan's 6 arrows. Such archery skills left all the soldiers present speechless. 6 arrows in quick succession. Even the strongest and most skilled archers on this training ground could never achieve such a miracle. However, what shocked them even more was the military flags on the flagpoles of the 6 camps were now completely covered by 6 pieces of women's clothing. As the fierce wind blew, the military flags flapped, causing the 6 pieces of women's clothing to dance in the wind. Red, green, yellow, pink, purple, and white. The 6 colors danced in the wind, creating a rather pleasing sight. However, for the tens of thousands of soldiers of the 6 camps on the training ground, they felt as though their blood was boiling in their veins. Rage made their breathing grow heavy. Inside the large tent, Xiaoyu stared at the scene before him, completely speechless. Zhang Han covered his face, and Gui Jingde also suppressed his smile, replaced by a chill running down his spine. The military flag is a symbol of dignity. And at this moment, using a woman's clothing to cover the military flag is the greatest insult to the imperial garrison. Gui Jingde's face turned red with anger, and 2 streams of hot air burst from his nostrils as he coldly said, "What does the Duke of Jingui intend by this? Are you trying to provoke a rebellion among the 6 regiments of the capital?" Chapter 102, Boiling. On the training ground, once the soldiers saw what was happening, they could no longer contain themselves. The once orderly ranks began to twist and contort. Shouts and curses rang out in a deafening chorus. Even the squad leaders of each unit struggled to contain the enraged soldiers. This was the prelude to a camp-wide uproar. The commanders inside the main tent never expected that Mu Ziyan would take their military flags and nail them together with women's clothing. Mu Ziyan saw this and sneered, looking toward the loudest commotion. "Are you soldiers of the Xiaorui camp?" A disdainful snort echoed from the crowd. "That's exactly who we are. Although the Prince of Jingui is a powerful nobleman today, he has no right to humiliate us like this. We have all fought valiantly for the great cause of the Dali dynasty." Mu Ziyan smiled upon hearing this, then asked in return, "Insult? Is putting on a woman-esque garment considered humiliation? Then let me ask you this. If a bandit breaks into your home, kills your parents, kills your children, then takes your wife, steals your wealth, and finally burns down your house, is that an insult? When you see your woman being raped by bandits and you can only stand by and watch, is that an insult? When your brothers, sisters, elders, and fellow villagers are brutally slaughtered, and you hope to trade a woman for your own survival, do you consider that an insult? If one day your sons and daughters grow up and ask you, 'Father, where is my mother?' will you tell them that it was you, their father, who cowardly handed their mother over to the bandits? At that time, will you be able to look your children in the eyes? Do you think this is a disgrace? Can you swallow this humiliation?" Mu Ziyan's voice rang out, startling the soldiers of the Xiaorui camp. Just as the atmosphere grew quiet, a young officer suddenly shouted, "How can we endure this? We must avenge this blood debt with blood." Hearing this, the other soldiers also shouted in unison, "We cannot endure it." Mu Ziyan smiled upon hearing this. "That's right. We can't endure it. Because we are men. We cannot let bandits take our women, take our gold and silver, and we must still greet them with smiles. A man can be without money. He can be without talent. But he cannot be without courage, without backbone. Would you let your woman marry a bandit? Would you let your daughter marry a Hun?" Mu Ziyan glared at a soldier from the Xiaorui camp. Everyone around him fixed their gaze on him. The soldier's face flushed red, and he roared, "No!" Mu Ziyan declared loudly. "Good. That proves you're still a man. I am Mu Ziyan, and I am a man. I cannot let my woman be taken by another, even if he has the so-called invincible Hun cavalry. In my eyes, even the heavenly king himself wouldn't stand a chance." Mu Ziyan's voice was so loud that every soldier on the training ground could hear him clearly. Such simple and straightforward words struck the hearts of all the soldiers present. At that moment, the gaze they cast upon Mu Ziyan grew softer, and some even felt a hint of sympathy. Inside the large tent, Xiaoyu and the 6 generals all wore expressions of disbelief. Just moments ago, the 2 sides were ready to fight to the death, yet now it seemed as though they were about to become brothers? In the distant camp, Louis smashed the porcelain cup in his hand. "That scoundrel! He's such a smooth talker. These fools are so gullible. How could they be swayed by his few words?" The others were also filled with resentment. Mu Ziyan cleared his throat, and the chaotic noise in the training ground gradually subsided. Lu Yunxue stared at the figure on the high platform in disbelief, as if seeing him for the first time. Mu Ziyan spoke calmly to the soldiers on the training ground. "We cannot control life, and we cannot control death. But between life and death, we can choose how we die. Shall we die like cowards, hiding our heads in the sand, or shall we die as warriors on the battlefield? If sending a woman to marry an enemy could bring peace to the world, then there should be no war in this world. Why do the Xiongnu attack us, the Great Li, instead of attacking other countries? The reason is simple. Because they think we are weak and easy to bully. Peace. It can only be achieved through absolute strength. It must be fought for in one bloody battle after another. Not by begging and groveling. Only when the barbarian tribes surrounding us know that the Great Li dynasty is 100 times stronger than they are will they dare to target us again. The weak are meant to be beaten. The weak are meant to be bullied. This is the unchanging iron law of the ages. Today, seeing that you dare to scold me and insult me, I am overjoyed. Because I know you still have blood in your veins. You still have backbone. You haven't completely lost your sense of honor. What are those Xiongnu worth? This time, we will not only defeat them, we will trample their royal court under our hooves. Don't you curious about what it's like to be a Han princess? At these words, the training ground erupted into laughter. A rough-looking man raised his head and asked with a grin, "Did the prince of the state taste them?" Mu Ziyan replied calmly, "No, but if you can capture one, this duke will personally reward you." The rough-looking man was overjoyed upon hearing this. Ha ha ha. Even an old cow like me can try some foreign meat. Ha ha ha. The soldiers burst into laughter upon hearing this. Crude. Lustful. But that's the best bonding agent between men. Mu Ziyan asked again. It's to let these Xiongnu destroy our greatly kingdom, letting our wives, children, and wealth become their private property. Or should we charge into their royal court, capture their horses, cattle, and women? At these words, the training ground erupted once more. But this time, the uproar was not one of anger but of excitement. Everyone was shouting, "Seize the war horses! Seize the cattle and sheep! Seize the women!" The cries echoed endlessly, as if they could shatter the heavens. Mu Ziyan raised his hand and clenched his fist. The boiling crowd fell silent instantly. At that moment, Mu Ziyan had completely taken control of the situation. The dignity of our great Li dynasty is not something that can be upheld by a single woman, but by the soldiers here and the millions of people behind you. All the soldiers felt their heads buzzing. A fiery flame seemed to burn within their chests. Mu Ziyan had pushed the atmosphere of the entire training ground to its peak. Yet he had no intention of stopping. What is the dignity of a nation? As Mu Ziyan's voice fell, everyone's gaze fixed on him. Even Xiao Yu and the 6 camp commanders inside the main tent couldn't help but turn their attention toward him. The camp where Louis was stationed also fell silent. It was as if the entire world had been paused in that instant. Mu Ziyan raised his head to look at the heavens and earth, then spoke in a solemn voice. The dignity of the nation is at stake. No surrender of territory. No indemnity. No marriage alliances. No tribute. Mu Ziyan's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Like a thunderclap. The training ground fell deathly silent. At that moment, even Xiao Yu's heart seemed to stop beating. Mu Ziyan struck his chest with his fist and roared to the heavens. Emperor! Defend! The national gates! Emperor! Die for the nation! Chapter 103, Sharp Spirit. As Mu Ziyan's voice fell, the entire hall fell silent. Inside the large tent, Xiao Yu clenched his fists tightly, while Xiao Xiuning, standing beside him, breathed heavily. In the distant camp, Louis, who had originally intended to watch the spectacle, fell flat on his butt. Lu Yunxue, amidst the crowd, looked dazed. No territorial concessions. No indemnity payments. No marriage alliances. No tribute. The emperor will defend the nation's gates. The ruler will die for the state. Who could hear these words and not feel their blood boil and their backs straighten? Even these illiterate soldiers, who had never read a single word in their lives, felt as though a dormant beast had awakened within them. An indescribable force surged through their limbs and bones. They longed to rush to the border and tear those Xiongnu into pieces. Mu Ziyan raised his hand above his head and shouted with all his might. Kill the enemy. Serve the nation. Claim military glory. Blood debt. Blood repayment. March on the royal court. Zhao Yun, amidst the crowd, immediately shouted in response. Kill the Xiongnu. Seize military glory. As Zhao Yun's loud voice echoed, the soldiers around him were immediately stirred into action and joined in the chorus. Kill the Xiongnu. Seize military glory. Kill the Xiongnu. Seize military glory. Kill the Xiongnu. Seize military glory. One shouted to 10, 10 to 100. 100 to 1,000. Each shout louder than the last. Each wave more intense than the previous one. Until the entire sky resounded with the furious shouts of the soldiers of the Great Li Kingdom. Like a erupting volcano. Surging. Passionate. Inside the large tent, Xiao Yu closed his eyes, quietly feeling the waves of sound echoing around him. The words echoed endlessly in his mind. The emperor guards the nation's gates, the king dies for the state. The sharpness of his former resolve seemed to return in that moment. In the distant camp tents, all the court officials unconsciously turned their gaze toward the main seat, where the Minister of War, Li Yi, stood frozen in place. The Ministry of War. Commander of all military affairs. The backbone of the nation. Yet this very pillar had been crushed under the foot of Mu Ziyan. But now, he was reclaiming it with the most passionate and resolute determination. Reforging this backbone into something even harder. After a long while, Louis sighed deeply. In that instant, he seemed to have aged 10 years. He then rose and silently left the camp. The other court officials, seeing this, exchanged glances. At that moment, they all understood. Mu Ziyan had not only avoided the trap they had set for him, but had instead used this opportunity to establish a reputation within the camp that rivaled that of his father, Mu Zhanaying. This was truly a case of trying to steal a chicken but ending up losing the rice. This Muzian is so cunning. He is no less than his father. These soldiers in the camp are all useless. They were so easily led astray by Muzian. That's right. They're all uneducated brutes. We actually placed our hopes on these brutes. It's laughable. The officials inside the camp were seething with anger. A minister of war spoke up loudly. I should go expose that scoundrel's true colors right now, before everyone else is deceived by him. Right. Exactly. Just as the counselor was stirring up the crowd, a cold snort suddenly came from outside the door. Do you all think the Great Li dynasty is too complacent? At these words, everyone turned to look, and the official who had been shouting earlier turned pale with fear and immediately knelt down on both knees. Your servant dares not. The others also bowed their heads in unison. We, your subjects, pay our respects to His Majesty. Xiao Yu, with a cold expression, led Xiao Xiuning and the commanders of the 6 camps into the tent. The court officials all lowered their heads, dared not look up. Xiao Yu's icy gaze swept over the crowd. The next moment, he suddenly drew the sword from Zheng Han's waist. A flash of cold steel gleamed. The Minister of War kneeling on the ground felt a chill on the top of his head. The next moment, a thunderous crash echoed in his ears. A wooden pillar supporting the camp tent snapped in two and crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The official's hat was also sliced off, leaving only a small portion remaining. The court officials inside the tent trembled in fear, daring not to utter a word, and lowered their heads even further. Amidst the dust, Xiao Yu stepped forward, thrusting his sword into the ground, and surveyed the scene coldly. From this day forward, anyone who dares to speak of peace shall meet the same fate as this pillar. Xiao Yu's voice was icy cold, and the court officials immediately knelt down in submission. We obey your command. At that moment, the court officials finally remembered that the emperor before them was not a cowardly heir to the throne. He was the ruthless man who had followed Mu Zhenaying, stepping over countless corpses drenched in blood, to ascend the throne step by step. After doing all this, Xiao Yu turned and left. The commanders of the 6 armies looked down at the court officials kneeling on the ground and couldn't help but sneer. What were these so-called high-ranking officials but a bunch of cowards afraid of death? On the training ground, the voices grew louder and louder. Mu Zian had completely stirred up their emotions. He had redirected their hostility toward the Xiongnu. On the outskirts, Jia Su watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but marvel. The young master is truly a divine being. Lu Yunxue, amidst the crowd, felt a mix of emotions. Mu Zian's words had indeed set her heart ablaze. But the more her heart burned, the more sorrowful she felt. Gazing at the figure on the high platform, surrounded by adoring admirers, Lu Yunxue sighed deeply and then quietly hid herself behind the crowd. In the imperial palace, within the hall of cultivating the heart, Xiao Yu's heart was also filled with mixed emotions at that moment. He was delighted that the Great Li had such a pillar of the state as Mu Zian. He was equally concerned about Mu Zian's potential to stand out and face adversity. After a long while, Xiao Yu sighed softly. Do you think I should appoint a crown prince? Upon hearing this, Chao Gonggang, who was attending nearby, paled and hurriedly replied. This is the emperor's family matter. The servant dares not speak out of turn. However, your majesty is in the prime of your life. You will surely govern the Great Li kingdom into a time of peace and prosperity. The matter of the crown prince concerns the foundation of the state. Touching it is tantamount to courting death. And since Emperor Xiao Yu ascended the throne decades ago, he has yet to name a crown prince. This has made the princes all envious. However, Emperor Xiao Yu deliberately suppresses these princes, preventing them from getting involved in court politics or building their own factions. The reason for this is naturally because his throne was seized by force. Therefore, he did not want his own sons to engage in a bloody struggle for the throne. This was Xiao Yu's deliberate attempt to escape his past. However, the position of crown prince must eventually be decided. Today, on the training ground, when he heard those words, no compensation, no tribute, no cession of territory, no marriage alliance. The emperor will defend the nation's gates, and the king will die for the state. Xiao Yu suddenly felt as though he had grown old. The sharpness of his youth had long been worn away by time. Therefore, he once again harbored the intention to designate an heir. However, among the many princes, choosing a successor was indeed a difficult task. Just as Xiao Yu was deep in thought, a young eunuch rushed in from outside. Your Majesty, the Duke of Jingui requests an audience. Chapter 104, War and Traitors. Inside the Hall of Tranquil Heart, Xiao Yu and Mu Zian stared at each other, neither of them speaking first. After a long silence, Xiao Yu finally broke the awkward atmosphere. You're more cunning than your father. As he spoke, a fleeting expression of nostalgia flashed across Xiao Yu's face. It was here that your father personally placed me on the throne. At that time, the realm was in chaos with rebellions breaking out everywhere. The faction of the former crown prince was causing constant unrest. It was your father who personally led the troops to suppress the rebellion, allowing me to secure the throne. In the years that followed, you drove out the Chang cavalry, resisted the Xiongnu, and conquered the Great Chu, establishing the mighty state of Dali as it stands today. Having said this, Xiao Yu's gaze returned to Mu Ziyan. Although you claim to have swayed the generals of the Imperial Guard, that does not mean you have won. Mu Ziyan replied calmly. Does your majesty believe we cannot win the battle against the Xiongnu? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu took a deep breath and said, suppressing bandits and waging a national war are not the same thing. Even your father would not dare to guarantee victory against these 10,000 Xiongnu. Mu Ziyan straightened his posture slightly. This battle concerns the honor of the Great Li dynasty and the stability of the borderlands for the next 20 years. I am willing to risk my life without hesitation. Xiao Yu sighed deeply and said, you are your father's only son. Mu Ziyan understood the meaning behind Xiao Yu's words and smiled calmly. This battle is not only for the millions of people of the Great Li dynasty, but also for Princess Zhou. Therefore, even if it means facing a sea of fire and swords, I am willing to go. Moreover, on the training ground, I have already made a bold declaration before the tens of thousands of soldiers of the Imperial Guard. If I do not personally lead the troops into battle, would that not be breaking my word? Xiao Yu stood with his hands behind his back and smiled. Very well, I have not misjudged you. When you return victorious, I will allow you to marry the ninth princess. Mu Ziyan bowed his fist in response. Thank you, your majesty. After leaving the palace, Mu Ziyan headed straight for the Ministry of Works. A military campaign is no trivial matter. Provisions, supplies, and military equipment are all indispensable. The Great Li dynasty was severely lacking in horses, and to be precise, all Central Plains dynasties were in short supply of horses. To confront the Xiongnu, who were renowned for their cavalry, Mu Ziyan had to focus his efforts elsewhere. The divine arm crossbow was the gift Mu Ziyan had prepared for the Xiongnu. After all, even the invincible cavalry of the Jin dynasty, which once swept across the land, could not match it. Upon hearing that Mu Ziyan had arrived at the Ministry of Works, the Minister of Works immediately came out to greet him. After all, Mu Ziyan's name was now associated with the plague god. Those who had offended him had all met unfortunate ends. Mu Ziyan's visit was naturally to inquire about the progress of the divine arm crossbow's production. Upon hearing that Mu Ziyan had come to request the crossbows, the Minister of Works' heart sank in relief. Before long, a crossbow with a bow length of 3 feet and 3 inches and a string length of 2 feet and 5 inches was brought forward. The Minister of Works smiled as he introduced it. The divine arm crossbow crafted by the Prince of Jingui is truly a first-rate weapon. It can still pierce iron armor from 300 paces away. Mu Ziyan held it in his hands, felt its weight, then drew the string, placed an arrow on the bow, and pulled the trigger. With a sharp sound, the arrow collided with the wall, sparks flying in all directions. The arrow pierced the wall as easily as a knife through tofu. Mu Ziyan nodded, satisfied with the crossbow's performance. First, produce 1,000 divine arm crossbows. The current situation was too urgent. Equipping the entire army was simply unrealistic. These 1,000 divine arm crossbows would be prioritized for equipping the Night Raiders. In this era, the divine arm crossbow was equivalent to a sniper rifle, and in the hands of the Night Raiders, it could be used to its fullest potential. As news of the Xiongnu invasion spread, the entire capital city erupted into chaos. Rice prices skyrocketed, further fueling panic. Xiao Yu, enraged, immediately ordered the Imperial City Bureau to conduct a thorough investigation. Within 3 days, 18 grain merchants who had hoarded supplies were executed. The Dali news agency immediately published news reports to reassure the public and stabilize grain prices. As expected, the Minister of War, Louis, and that Feng Shirlang were both dismissed from their posts. Gossip, rumors, and scandals circulated endlessly. The idle scholars at the Dali newspaper were particularly enthusiastic about it. They visited the relatives and friends of Lu Shangshu and Feng Shirlang to gather stories. For a time, the two of them became the scapegoats of the capital. Everyone wanted to beat them up. Louis even earned the reputation of being a beautiful minister. As for Feng Shirlang, his situation was even worse. The gates of his mansion were splashed with dung every day by angry citizens. Walking on the streets, he was pointed at and cursed at, so scared that he dared not step out of his house. However, after the Great Li newspaper published Mu Ziyan's words spoken in the palace hall and the training ground, the panic that had gripped the capital vanished instantly, replaced by anger toward the Xiongnu. Especially the line, no compensation, no tribute, no cession of territory, no marriage alliances. The emperor will defend the nation's gates, and the king will die for the state, became widely quoted. Many vagabonds in the capital eagerly signed up to join the army, determined to fight the Xiongnu at the border. As preparations for war were in full swing within the capital, in the border city of Fuling within the Great Li Kingdom, flames rose sky high. Countless Xiongnu cavalry charged through the city with reckless abandon. Screams, pleas for mercy, and curses echoed through the air. Blood glowed an eerie red in the flickering flames. The bodies of countless Fuling city soldiers lay piled up in heaps. Dismembered limbs littered the ground, and the entire city of Fuling resembled a hell on earth. Fierce flames raged before the city lord's mansion. A man clad in armor, with arrows piercing his body, stood there. This man was none other than Dihu, the commander of Fuling City. At that moment, blood flowed endlessly from the wounds on Dihu's body, pooling at his feet to form a dark pool. Dihu knelt on one knee, using one hand to grip the hilt of his sword, barely managing to keep himself upright. His eyes bloodshot, he glared intently at a young man in scholar's robes standing before him, then roared. You will not die a good death, Pei Xiaoqiu. You have betrayed my trust. You traitorous dog, you colluded with the Xiongnu and opened the city gates while I was unprepared. You worthless piece of trash. You're no better than a dog or a pig. The man standing before Di, who was none other than Pei Liang's fourth son, Pei Xiaoqiu, who had escaped from the capital. Long before Pei Xiaoqiang had sent his family's loyal guards to assassinate Mu Zian, he had already been secretly transferred. After all, attempting to assassinate a duke was a capital offense, regardless of success or failure. Therefore, temporarily leaving the capital was the best choice. However, no one had anticipated that, despite such meticulous planning, Pei Xiaoqiu would actually be killed by Mu Zian in retaliation. The main branch of the Pei family was completely annihilated. Pei Xiaoqiu, who was once the fourth young master of the prestigious Pei family, has now become a homeless dog. The commander of Fuling City, Dihu, had once been indebted to the Pei family, so he took the risk of sheltering Pei Xiaoqiu. But what Dihu never could have imagined was, Pei Xiaoqiu had actually defected to the Xiongnu. This time, when the Xiongnu invaded the south, Pei Xiaoqiu served as their guide. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Pei Xiaoqiu opened the gates of Fuling City, allowing the Xiongnu troops to enter the city unopposed. By the time Dihu realized what was happening and tried to resist, it was already too late. Without the protection of the city walls, the defenders of Fuling City were no match for the Xiongnu cavalry. In just half an hour, this once impregnable fortress was breached from within. At that moment, the flickering flames illuminated Pei Xiaoqiu's face. Looking at the horrific scenes around him, Pei Xiaoqiu felt no remorse, but instead wore a satisfied expression. In the distance, a Han cavalryman effortlessly sliced open the chest of a civilian with his curved sword. Blood gushed out as the Han cavalryman burst into laughter. Similar massacres were taking place throughout the city of Fuling. Pei Xiaoqiu, his face contorted with rage, shouted at Dihu, who was already on the brink of death. You bastard? Humph. I've long since ceased to be a man of the Great Li. This city of Fuling is merely the beginning. I will make the entire Great Li pay with their lives for the Pei family. If you had surrendered to the left-wise king back then, the city of Fuling wouldn't have ended up like this. Blame yourself for being so arrogant. Dihu stared at the like Pei Xiaoqiu in front of him and spat a mouthful of blood onto his face with all his strength. Pei Xiaoqiu's smile froze on his face, replaced by a cold expression. You have no shame. Is that it? Pei Xiaoqiu stepped forward, raised his sword, and swung it toward Dihu. Just as his blade was about to strike Dihu, Dihu suddenly sprang forward and grabbed Pei Xiaoqiu by the throat. The guards who had been watching the commotion from the sidelines were instantly stunned. Dihu, covered in blood, looked like a dying wild tiger. I, Dihu, have betrayed the Great Li dynasty and the people of the city. Even if I die today, I will kill you, you traitor. With that, Dihu mustered all his strength, raised the broken sword in his hand, and swung it toward Pei Xiaoqiu, who was struggling desperately. Pei Xiaoqiu was utterly terrified. Save me! Save me! Just as Dihu's broken sword was about to slice through Pei Xiaoqiu's throat, a piercing sound suddenly cut through the air. An arrow pierced through Pei Xiaoqiu's ear but struck Dihu's forehead directly. Chapter 105, Massacre. Dihu's lifeless body crashed heavily backward. Pei Xiaoqiu's guards immediately swarmed forward and hacked the body into a pulp. Feeling the excruciating pain in his ears, Pei Xiaoqiu collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony and screaming in horror. My ears! My ears! Clatter! Clatter! A Han cavalryman, towering like a black tower, burst out laughing and charged forward on his horse. Seeing the charging horse about to collide with him, Pei Xiaoqiu jumped up from the ground in terror. Whoa! The Han cavalryman reined in his horse at the last moment, and the hooves came to a halt just an inch away from Pei Xiaoqiu. Pei Xiaoqiu, who had been about to fly into a rage, froze in terror when he recognized the rider on the horse's back. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his ears, he hurriedly bowed and said, Greetings, General Tej. The man who had arrived was none other than Helian Tej, the commander of the vanguard forces of the Xiongnu's southern campaign. The arrow that had just killed Dihu was his handiwork. Helian Tej looked down on Pei Xiaoqiu and said, The battlefield is a dangerous place, Pei Gongzi. It's not suitable for someone as weak as you. If I hadn't intervened just now, you would have been dead. Han people value even the smallest kindness and repay it with great gratitude. So I saved your life. How do you plan to repay me? That arrow just now, if it had been off by even an inch, it would have pierced his own head. This clearly showed that Taigu didn't value Pei Xiaoqiu's life at all. Although he was saved, he lost an ear. For someone who values his appearance as much as Pei Xiaoqiu does, this was worse than death. Though Pei Xiaoqiu was furious inside, he had no choice but to endure it. In terms of talent and learning, he was no match for his older brother, so he could only serve as a guide in the vanguard. Therefore, when faced with the Xiongnu, he couldn't muster even a shred of resistance. Gritting his teeth to endure the pain in his ear, Pei Xiaochu spoke in a fawning tone. Lord Taigu, all the treasures and women of the city are at your disposal. And the money hidden by the wealthy families in the city, I can find it all and present it to you. Taiga sneered upon hearing this, drew his horsewhip, and struck Pei Xiaochu with a loud crack. The intense pain caused Pei Xiaochu to collapse instantly. You cunning Han Chinese think I'm a fool? All the treasures in this city are mine. Don't try to pull any tricks in front of me. I hear you have a beautiful wife. Bring her to my camp tonight to serve me, and that will be your repayment. Pei Xiaochu turned pale at the words, about to speak. The next moment, Tai Ji's whip had already struck his body. Taiga sneered coldly. You're nothing but a dog. Don't dare to make any demands. After speaking, Taiga mounted his horse and rode off to join the massacre. Pei Xiaochu stood frozen in place, his rage boiling uncontrollably within him. The guards surrounding him approached and asked, Master, your injuries. Pei Xiaochu roared angrily. Get out of the way. With that, Pei Xiaochu picked up his sword and hacked viciously at Di Hu's corpse. This was all my doing. Mine. Pei Xiaochu still seemed unsatisfied, wielding his knife as he charged into the city lord's mansion behind Di Hu. Moments later, screams echoed through the city lord's mansion. Covered in blood, Pei Xiaochu wildly hacked at the women and children inside the city lord's mansion, venting his anger with reckless abandon. Soldiers pass like combs, bandits like rakes. Pei Xiaochu had completely lost his mind. As his dignity was trampled under the iron spears, the last remnants of his humanity were utterly extinguished. The once mighty fourth young master of the Pei family had now become a slaughtering machine no different from the Huns. He aimed his slaughtering blade at his own kin. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up like mountains. Screams echoed throughout the night. Flames raged all night long, until the entire city of Fuling was reduced to charred ruins. At dawn, Taigu emerged from his tent. The scent of a woman still lingered on his body. The lewd sounds from the large tent had echoed all night long. Pei Xiaochu stood at the entrance of the tent, looking haggard. Last night, he had been ordered by Taigu to guard the tent. The so-called guarding the tent was nothing more than a humiliation. Taigu looked at Pei Xiaochu, who was already struggling to stay upright, and smiled lightly. Women from the Central Plains are indeed different from our women on the grasslands. As he spoke, Taigu leaned down, his towering figure looming over Pei Xiaochu, and whispered into his ear with a smile. Very smooth. Pei Xiaochu's face, wrapped in bandages, looked comical, but he dared not show any sign of displeasure. If the general likes it, it's her honor to serve you. Upon hearing this, the mockery on Tai Ji's face vanished instantly. Looking at the humble and submissive Pei Xiaochu, he felt a sudden sense of boredom. Get out. Pei Xiaochu, upon hearing this, hurriedly left as if he had been granted a pardon. As Pei Xiaochu's figure grew distant, Tai Ji's personal guards couldn't help but sneer. Such a worthless fool. I really don't understand why the left Xianwang still holds him in such high regard. Taigu said disdainfully. He is just relying on the fact that he read a few books. There is nothing special about him. Even if he was once powerful, he's now nothing more than a dog under my command. And besides, he's not even a man anymore. I thought he'd at least storm in last night to argue with me, but instead he just sat there and listened the whole night. If all the educated men of Han are like him, then the Great Li will be easy to conquer. This is my chance to make a name for myself across the land. Ha 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 ha. Amidst Hellion Tej's savage laughter, the Xiongnu's vanguard cavalry began advancing toward the next city. When news of Fuling City reached him, Xiaoyu was furious. Within the Jinguigong mansion, Mu Ziyan stared at the report in his hands, saying nothing. The traitor of the Pei family, the defending general killed in battle, the Xiongnu slaughtering the city, just 12 words, but behind them lay mountains of corpses, rivers of blood, and the wails of the people. Moments later, Mu Ziyan rose and addressed Zhao Yun and Jia Su beside him. When he, Zilong, follow me into the palace in full armor. Chapter 106, Full River Red, all of you head south, I alone head north. I will not regret until the royal court is destroyed. Inside the imperial palace hall, Xiaoyu was furious. Fuling City is a crucial border stronghold. It is the first line of defense against the Xiongnu. Now that Fuling City has fallen, the Xiongnu vanguard has penetrated deep into the territory of the Great Li dynasty. The consequences are unimaginable. In the hall, Chancellor Du Yuhong frowned deeply. Your Majesty, the situation at the border is unclear, and the Xiongnu have already entered our territory and are rampaging. Mobilizing the main army will still require some time. In my opinion, we should first dispatch a vanguard force to the border to stabilize the situation. Xiaoyu nodded upon hearing this and immediately asked, who is capable of undertaking this crucial mission? At this, everyone in the court looked at each other in silence. After all, if they were to go now, they would have to face the Xiongnu's 100,000-strong army alone. Let alone winning, surviving under the Hun's iron hooves would be another matter entirely. The atmosphere in the grand hall grew awkward, as no one was willing to take on such a thankless task. Although the generals all desired military glory, none were willing to engage in such a losing endeavor. For a moment, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence. Xiao Yu's expression grew increasingly grim as time passed. Just as Xiao Yu was about to lose his temper, a clear voice rang out from outside the hall. "Your servant! I volunteer!" The silent officials in the hall all turned their gaze toward the door. There stood Mu Ziyan, clad in a lion-patterned battle armor, walking slowly into the hall. The armor plates glinted in the sunlight, casting a cold, piercing glow. With each step Mu Ziyan took forward, the armor plates on his body clanged together, producing a pleasant sound. Upon reaching the center of the hall, Mu Ziyan looked calmly at Xiao Yu, who was sitting on the dragon throne with a look of surprise, and spoke firmly. "I am willing to lead the troops to the borderlands to crush the momentum of the Xiongnu and uphold the might of the Great Li Kingdom." Mu Ziyan's voice was not loud, but every court official present heard it clearly. Chancellor Du Yuhong spoke up upon hearing this. "General Mu, this matter is of the utmost importance. The fall of Fuling City is a severe blow to the morale of our Great Li nation. If the vanguard forces sent out are defeated again, the outcome of this battle will be perilous." Mu Ziyan's expression remained unchanged. The moment he chose to enter the palace, he had already made up his mind. Looking around at the officials present, their expressions varied. Even though Mu Ziyan had once led 3,000 men to defeat 10,000. But that was against bandits, mere starving outlaws. This time, they were facing 10,000 elite Xiongnu warriors, a challenge 100 times more difficult. Although Mu Ziyan's words had previously stirred up the troops. But talk is cheap when faced with 10,000 Hun cavalry, mere morale was insufficient. In the eyes of these court officials, Mu Ziyan was still the same ignorant playboy, at best having become a bit more eloquent. Fu Zhang, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice, stepped forward and spoke. "Your Excellency, as a high-ranking official of the Great Li dynasty, this mission is far too dangerous. If you were to suffer defeat, the morale we have worked so hard to build up would be completely shattered. In my opinion, the Prince of Jin should remain in the capital. Such dangerous missions should be left to the generals in the court. The gap between bandits and the elite cavalry of the Xiongnu is as vast as the heavens." Fu Zhang's meaning was clear: let Mu Ziyan serve as the spiritual totem for the troops. The other officials also began to speak up, and the once silent hall once again erupted into chaos. Mu Ziyan took a deep breath, paying no heed to Fu Zhang's words. His gaze was fixed firmly on Emperor Xiao Yu seated on the dragon throne. Mu Ziyan understood that the only one who could make the final decision at this moment was the emperor. Xiao Yu was also hesitating, as Mu Ziyan was currently too prominent, having already become the object of adoration for the people of the Great Li. If Mu Ziyan were to be defeated, it would deal a severe blow to the morale of the entire Great Li in their fight against the Xiongnu. Moreover, Mu Ziyan was his own son-in-law. Even if he were to lead the army into battle, he would still have some protection. Even if he were defeated, he could at least return with his life intact. But going deep into enemy territory alone would truly mean being completely alone, with life and death entirely in the hands of fate. Just as Xiao Yu was still hesitating, Mu Ziyan suddenly spoke up in the grand hall. "My hair stands on end with anger. Standing by the railing. The rain has ceased." The sudden sound from Mu Ziyan's mouth caused the once noisy hall to fall silent. "Raise your eyes, look up to the sky, and let out a mighty roar. Your heart burns with heroic resolve." As Mu Ziyan uttered the second line, the faces of the court officials betrayed a hint of shock. Since the poetry gathering on the painted boat, Mu Ziyan had once again composed poetry in front of everyone. Before the officials could grasp the meaning of his words, Mu Ziyan's voice suddenly grew high and piercing. 20 years of fame are but dust and soil. 8,000 miles of clouds and moon. Do not idle away your youth, lest you find yourself gray-haired and filled with sorrow." Mu Ziyan's voice echoed throughout the grand hall. "Fuling has fallen, yet it remains unconquered. The subjects' hatred burns. When will it be extinguished? Drive the long chariot and crush the gap in the Helan Mountains. With a noble ambition, we shall feast on the flesh of the barbarian foes. With laughter, we shall quench our thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu. Wait until we can start anew. Reclaim our old lands. March toward the imperial palace." The song ended. The surroundings fell silent. Mu Ziyan bowed once more, clasping his fists, his voice firm. "While all of you head south, I alone go north. I will not regret it until I break the enemy's capital." Mu Ziyan's voice echoed throughout the hall. After an unknown amount of time, a sudden round of applause broke the silence. "The Duke of Jingguo truly has great courage. With lofty ambitions, we feast on the flesh of barbarian foes. With laughter, we quench our thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu. If I were 30 years younger, I would join you in this battle." Everyone turned to look and saw that the speaker was none other than Gong Zhengming, with his head completely white. At that moment, the smile on Gong Zhengming's face was so carefree and exuberant. Xiao Yu, seated on the dragon throne, was overwhelmed with emotion. Mu Ziyan had completely convinced him with a poem, clearly demonstrating his resolve. Xiao Yu looked at Mu Ziyan straight back in the center of the hall and asked, What is the name of this poem? Muzian took a deep breath, his expression solemn and serious.
It was an inheritance of Yuwomu's heroic spirit, but also the helplessness of having unfulfilled ambitions before one's death.
Muzian spoke slowly, enunciating each word clearly. This poem is titled Man Jiang Hong. Xiao Yu's face betrayed a hint of resolve. A mighty eagle must spread its wings to soar through the sky. A true dragon must dive into the sea to stir up the waves. On this mission to the frontier, I grant you the authority to act at your discretion. Matters of state and military importance are to be decided by you alone. I bestow upon you the imperial sword. Any who cowers in battle and retreats may be executed without hesitation. Remember not to disappoint me. Having received Xiao Yu's approval, Muzian bowed deeply. The servant obeys your command and thanks you for your kindness. Xiao Yu turned and waved his hand, as if not wanting others to see the expression on his face. Muzian slowly exited the grand hall. As Muzian's figure disappeared completely, the hall fell silent once more. As the chancellor, Du Yuhong sighed deeply. No matter where or when Muzian appears, he always causes a commotion. After leaving the palace, Muzian headed straight for the camp of the Night Watch. As the saying goes, train soldiers for 1,000 days, use them for a single battle. In this battle, Muzian would pit 1,000 against 10,000. Chapter 107, Crimson robes shimmer in the cold moonlight, iron armor heads to the battlefield. Within the Ninth Princess's mansion, when the news of Muzian's impending departure to lead the troops reached her, Xiao Xiuning, who was sewing a red robe, suddenly stopped. Is the news confirmed? The maidservant nodded. It was reported by Chao Gonggang. Xiao Xiuning heard this and showed no expression on her face, but the speed of her embroidery unconsciously increased. The maid, seeing this, couldn't help but express her concern. Princess, this journey to the border is a mission with a high risk of death. Why not persuade the Duke of Jingguo to accompany the army for some protection? Besides, there are so many military generals in the court. Why does the prince of the state need to go personally? Xiao Xiuqing did not look up, continuing to sew the red garment in her hands. After a long while, she finally spoke. When is he leaving? The maid replied softly. The Duke of Jingguo has already gone to the military camp. He should depart before the city gates are closed tonight. Xiao Xiuqing nodded. There is still time. Xier, go help me prepare some things. While you're at it, go to the Dali newspaper office and have them bring Miss Lu here. I have something to discuss with her. The maidservant named Xier nodded and immediately turned to carry out the orders. When Muzian's orders arrived, Xian Yeyu immediately sprang into action. After a month of rigorous training by Zhao Yun and the investment of thousands of taels of silver, these 1,000 night raiders were now the elite of the elite in the Great Li army. The most obvious improvement was in their horsemanship. Each night raider could now control 3 war horses simultaneously. In an era of severe horse shortages, riding 3 horses at once was an absolute luxury. Moreover, every member of the Night Watch could withstand 10 moves against Zhao Yun without being defeated. Remember, during the Battle of Fengming Mountain, the entire Han family of 5 could only withstand 6 moves from Zhao Yun. The first batch of divine arm crossbows, urgently produced by the Ministry of Works, were personally delivered to the Night Watch camp by the Minister of Works after court proceedings concluded. Clothed in battle armor, their faces covered in black armor, wielding long spears, with steel swords on their left sides and long bows on their right, and carrying divine arm crossbows on their backs. The entire Night Watch was armed to the teeth. Within the camp, no one spoke. All the members of the Night Watch were silently packing their belongings. This battle would pit them against 10,000 elite Xiongnu warriors, and no one knew how many of the 1,000 would return. Jia Su stood aside and asked, "Are you not going to bid farewell to the 9th princess?" Muzian remained calm, his gaze fixed on the distance as he spoke softly. A man should not act like a woman. As night fell, the 1,000 soldiers finished their preparations. Zhao Yun, clad in dragon scale armor, held a silver-tipped halberd and rode a white horse named Zhao Yue. Anyone who saw him would praise him as a fine-faced general. Reporting to the young master. The night troops have finished their preparations. Under the moonlight, Muzian donned a lion-headed helmet, held a square-headed halberd, wore a green-hilted sword at his waist, and carried a thunderous bow on his back. With one hand, he pulled himself onto the red horse and mounted it. The war horse's neighing seemed to shake the heavens. Muzian swept his gaze over the crowd before him and spoke aloud. "We are heading into a sea of swords and blood. Are you all willing to join me?" 1,000 warriors, clad in armor, their eyes gleaming with a cold light, shouted in unison. "We dare to charge into the mountain of blades. We will not retreat from the sea of fire. We will be the first to charge into every battle. We will die without turning back." Muzian's lips curled into a faint smile. He tugged the reins and laughed loudly. "This journey, to conquer the Wolf's Den, to drink from the Han Sea. Giddy up." The sound of hooves tore through the night sky of the capital city. Muzian rode straight toward the city gates of the capital. However, just as Muzian rode his horse out of the city gates, countless red lanterns suddenly lit up the walls of the capital city. These lanterns spread out like winding dragons toward the distance. From his horseback, Jia Sun pointed at the city walls and said to Mu Ziyan, "Young master, look." Mu Ziyan followed Jia Sun's gaze. The next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. Amidst the swirling red silk, Xiao Xiuning stood proudly on the city wall, adorned with a phoenix crown and a wedding veil. By her side stood Lu Ruosi, also dressed in her wedding attire. Under the moonlight, red silk ribbons danced in the air, and colorful lanterns hung down. Outside the capital city walls stood her husband, clad in armor, about to set off for battle. On the city walls, a wife in her wedding attire waited for her husband's return. Men go to war for their country and its people, to protect their wives and children. They don their armor, grasp their swords, and rush to the battlefield thousands of miles away. On the city walls, Xiao Xiuning and Lu Ruosher were only 100 meters apart from Mu Ziyan. Beneath the red robes, white garments peeked through. No words were spoken. This was the most silent confession, and the most solemn promise. Whether in this era or 1,000 years hence, the way we express our love is always subtle. It is revealed unintentionally within the realm of the mind. If you return, I will greet you in a red robe. If you do not return, I will send you off in white. The moonlight is gentle, intoxicating the world in this moment. On the red horse, Mu Ziyan and I gaze at each other in silence. Looking back one last time, he burst into laughter and galloped away, leaving behind a solitary, proud silhouette. No vows of eternal love. If you return, I will marry you. If you die, I will follow you. A red robe reflects the cold moon, and iron armor heads to the battlefield. In the distance, Ning Hongchen, hidden in the darkness, watched Mu Ziyan's departing figure in silence for a long time. She glanced sideways at the two figures dressed in wedding attire, a bitter smile curving her lips. She was a person who walked in the darkness like was too luxurious for her. Perhaps she had never dared to hope for a place in Mu Ziyan's heart. But at this moment, she hoped he would remember her forever. The autumn wind blew, and the red robe fell. Ning Hongchen's figure vanished into the darkness. Within the city walls, where the lights were dim, Lu Yunxue stared blankly at the red silk fluttering freely on the city walls. At this moment, no one could know what was going through her mind. Perhaps regret, perhaps jealousy. But it no longer mattered. From the small courtyard behind her, the curses of Lu's grandmother echoed, and Lu Ming was once again drunk to the point of unconsciousness. The once glorious female marquis had vanished completely. Without Mu Ziyan's love and the protection of the Jinguigong mansion, Lu Yunxue finally understood the cruelty of this world. But alas, it was all too late to change anything. The outline of the capital city grew increasingly blurry in the darkness until it vanished completely. The further one traveled toward the frontier, the more desolate the surroundings became. And Mu Ziyan's destination this time was Lianzhou in the frontier regions. Lianzhou, a battleground of 100 wars, borders Luzhou to the south, and to the north lies the Xiongnu, while to the south it is separated by the western Chang. Every spring and autumn, Lianzhou inevitably suffers invasions from the Xiongnu. This only adds to the already dire poverty of Lianzhou. When Mu Ziyan led 1,000 night raiders on a swift march for several days and arrived at the borders of Lianzhou, a sense of desolation swept over them. Along the way, they barely saw any living creatures. At present, Lianzhou is the front line in the battle against the Xiongnu, with their vanguard forces having already breached Fuling City and entered Lianzhou. Therefore, after nightfall, Mu Ziyan did not choose to advance further but instead decided to set up camp temporarily. The nearest city to Fuling was Wui City, which was also Mu Ziyan's ultimate destination. It was essential to block the Xiongnu vanguard at Wui City and wait for the main forces of the Dali Empire to arrive. In the camp, Mu Ziyan and Jia Su were discussing their next plan. Zhao Yun rushed in with news. "Report, young master. Scouts have reported that there are flames rising into the sky 10 kilometers away. A group of Xiongnu have attacked the county town ahead. There are approximately 500 cavalry, with an unknown number of infantry." Mu Ziyan furrowed his brows upon hearing this. He never expected the Xiongnu cavalry to have already penetrated so deeply into the heartland of Lianzhou. The situation was far more serious than he had imagined. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice. Choice 1, ignore it and preserve your strength. Reward, 3,000 caddies of fine rice. Choice 2, go to the rescue and slay the Xiongnu. Reward, randomly summon one general. Please make your choice." Chapter 108, The Human Inferno. Mu Ziyan hesitated not a moment and immediately issued his orders. "Leave 100 brothers to guard the camp and supplies. The rest of you mount up." Zhao Yun immediately stood up and relayed the order. 500 Xiongnu weren't too many, making them the perfect test for Mu Ziyan to see the results of his training over the past few months. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on making your decision. Shall we begin summoning a random general?" Mu Ziyan hesitated not a moment. As the saying goes, it is easy to gather 1,000 soldiers, but hard to find a single general. A top-tier general like Zhao Yun could almost single-handedly decide the outcome of a battle. "System summoning in progress, please wait." "Ding! The system has successfully summoned 3 generals. First, the 7th hero of the Sui and Tang dynasties, the cold-faced, icy-speared Luo Chang. Upon hearing the name Luo Chang, Mu Xian's expression lit up. During the late Sui and early Tang dynasties, the country was in chaos, and heroes from all walks of life emerged. Among these heroes, Luo Chang stood out the most. Although Luo Chang ranks 7th among the 18 heroes of the Sui and Tang dynasties, his status in the hearts of the people was far from ordinary. He was later hailed as the Divine Spear Guardian. His exploits included winning the championship in Yangzhou, capturing 5 dragons in a single day, and defeating 5 kings in battle feats that were truly awe-inspiring. Had he not died young, his achievements would undoubtedly have been extraordinary. Before Mu Xian could react, the system's voice sounded again. Second place, General Lan Yu of the Ming dynasty, the Duke of Liang. This one was even more formidable. As the younger brother-in-law of Chang Yechen, another legendary figure of the Ming dynasty, Lan Yu's abilities were no less than Chang Yechen's. The Battle of Fishing Boy Lake completely crushed the northern Yuan court. In the 20th year of the Hangwu era, he was appointed general, and the following year, he was granted the title of Lianghua Gong, earning him the title of the foremost military general of his time. However, despite his formidable abilities, Lan Yu had an arrogant and tyrannical personality. He was eventually executed on charges of rebellion in the 26th year of the Hangwu era, with over 20,000 officials, military officers, and soldiers implicated in the case. This is the famous case of Lan Yu, one of the 4 major cases of the Hangwu era. If Lan Yu had not been executed, even if Xu Di were given 100 dares, he would not have dared to rebel. Third place. The 7th hero of Liangshan, the Thunderbolt Fire Qin Ming. Originally, Mu Xian was quite excited when he saw Luo Chang and Lan Yu. But upon hearing the name Qin Ming, Mu Xian was left speechless. Although Qin Ming was among the top fighters in the water margin, he was nothing compared to these two. Moreover, Qin Ming was a prime example of a traitor. Back then, he was framed by Wu Yong, resulting in the deaths of his entire family. Any normal person, upon losing their wife and children and seeing their family destroyed, would have fought to the death against the bandits of Liangshan Marsh. Yet Qin Ming? Not only did he not seek revenge, but he was actually recruited by Song Jiang and joined the Liangshan Mountains, becoming one of the 5 tiger generals. To be honest, this is really hard to believe. What's the point of calling him Thunderbolt Fire when he's more like Thunderbolt Extinguisher? Ding! Summoning complete. Please select one person to eliminate. The system will randomly choose one general from the remaining 2. Mu Xian didn't hesitate for a moment and kicked Qin Ming flying with a single kick. Ding dong! The system is summoning. Please wait. Luo Chang and Lan Yu are both top-tier military generals. Summoning either one would be a surefire win. As a flash of white light passed, Mu Xian heard the system's voice again in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned the 7th hero of the Sui Tang era, the cold-faced, icy spear-wielding Luo Chang. Character identity has been assigned. Please check your inventory. After the system withdrew, Zhao Yun also arrived promptly to report. The 900 night soldiers were fully prepared. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Mu Xian led the group and set off at full gallop. At the same time, flames erupted in the distant county town. 500 Xiongnu cavalry charged through the county town on horseback. Their curved swords effortlessly slit the throat of a civilian. The blood seemed to make them even more excited. Each Han cavalryman's horse was adorned with severed heads on both sides. These heads belonged to men, women, and even infants. The Huns had braided their hair together, resembling a string of copper bells. With each gallop of the horses, the dried-out skulls collided, emitting a dull thud. In the raging flames, countless charred corpses emitted a putrid stench. Besides the Xiongnu, the mountain bandits and rebel troops who had followed them were also rampaging. They rampaged through the county town, venting their lust. Women were reduced to playthings for their lust, while men were gathered together and slaughtered. In the hands of these savages, the common people had no power to resist. The entire county town resembled a hell on earth. They could only watch as their wives and daughters were slaughtered and humiliated, powerless to do anything. The moon in the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and the entire county town seemed to be inverted like a bowl. There was no light or hope. Only despair and slaughter. Mu Xian led his troops in a frantic dash. However, when the others arrived, they were met with a scene straight out of a demonic hell. The people wailed, the Xiongnu laughed maniacally, and the rebel troops plundered everything in sight. Mu Xian felt a surge of anger erupting from his chest. Without a moment's hesitation, without a single pause, 900 night warriors charged into the county town like a pack of wild beasts. Faced with the sudden appearance of the cavalry, the Xiongnu were clearly taken aback. But in the blink of an eye, they snapped out of it. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Before they could stop their brutal acts, the red stallion had already charged right in front of them. Mu Xian's eyes blazed with a cold light in the darkness. The Fang Tian Huaji in his hand swept through the air in a full moon arc. With a single swing, the Hun who was raping the woman was severed in two at the waist. The force of 10,000 pounds erupted instantly, and blood spattered like fireworks in the air. Mu Xian's spear strike sounded the trumpet call for the counterattack. The 900 night warriors transformed into the Grim Reapers of the night. In response to the Hun's screams, there was only slaughter and silence. Mu Xian leaped out of the flames on his horse. The flames illuminated his face, making him resemble a demon emerging from hell. Zhao Yun followed closely behind, his long spear moving like a ghost. A flash of cold steel appeared first, followed by the spear striking like a dragon. The spear effortlessly pierced through the armor of the Xiongnu warriors. At that moment, only blood could quell Zhao Yun's rage. Leave none alive. Kill them all. 900 warriors charged forward without pause or word. Though still immersed in rape and plunder, the Xiongnu and rebel bandits were now nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. After a period of chaos, the scattered Han cavalry began to regroup. These were the elite of the Xiongnu cavalry, daring to venture deep into the heart of Lianzhou to plunder. Although they were caught off guard by Mu Xian, the dozen or so surviving cavalrymen quickly regained their composure. They charged toward another city gate with reckless abandon. Although the Night Watch were elite troops, they had traveled a long distance and were exhausted. Exhausted and weary, they were momentarily unable to stop the dozens of cavalry from breaking out of the encirclement. Zhao Yun's face betrayed his anger. It's too late. They were about to escape to safety. In the darkness, a sudden, crisp horse's neigh echoed through the night. The next moment, a fierce wind swept away the dark clouds in the sky. Moonlight as smooth as water bathed the earth. The fleeing Xiongnu cavalry looked ahead in shock. There, in the pitch-black city gate, a man, a horse, a long spear, standing tall and proud. Chapter 109, The White Horse Youth, the Cold-Faced Spear. The cold night wind rustled the long hair at his temples. The charging Xiongnu cavalry roared in their language. Get out of the way. However, the figure within the doorway remained motionless. In this desperate situation, the dozen or so Xiongnu cavalrymen unleashed their ferocious side. Then swords drew from their sheaths, glinting coldly in the moonlight. At the forefront was a Han centurion. His face twisted in fury as he swung his curved sword and shouted to the men behind him. Charge forward. Kill that Han dog blocking our way. The warhorses charged at breakneck speed. The distance between the two sides was closing at a visible pace. Zhao Yun, who was in pursuit, shouted, "Friends ahead! Help me stop these bastards!" As Zhao Yun's words fell, the figure inside the gate began to move. The sound of hooves grew louder. The figure charged toward the dozens of retreating Xiongnu cavalrymen. The next moment, the warhorse leaped into the air. Like a silver meteor breaking through the sky. A long spear emerged from the dark, as if held by the hand of death. Moonlight illuminated his face. Upon the white horse sat a young man with clear, handsome features, white teeth, and red lips. He wore a silver crown, his face covered by a headband, his bangs reaching his eyebrows, and his hair flowing down to his shoulders. He was clad in a white robe, with fish-scale armor over it, a bow drawn and arrows nocked, a sword at his waist, and a whip hanging from his hip. The Han centurion recognized the rider and sneered with contempt. He shouted in the Xiongnu language, "Brothers, do not fear. He is nothing but a fair-faced youth." Before his words had even finished, a long spear had already pierced his throat. Blood gushed out, staining the young man's white robe red. Stars twinkled in the sky. Cold light flickered everywhere. The Han centurion at the forefront fell straight to the ground. The Han cavalrymen following behind immediately pulled back their reins. The white-clad youth glanced disdainfully at the twitching corpse on the ground and coldly said, "Scum! These Xiongnu cavalrymen never expected their own centurion to be killed by a single spear thrust from the young man before them." Among the Xiongnu cavalry, there was a form of punishment known as pulling the squad and beheading. Any soldier who loses their commander must be executed along with their entire unit. And this centurion was precisely the commander of their unit. With their commander dead, even if they managed to escape the county town, they would still be executed. In desperation, these dozens of Xiongnu warriors glared fiercely at the young man before them. "Kill him! Kill him!" As the words fell, the Han cavalry once again urged their horses forward, charging toward the young man before them. The young man saw this and coldly snorted. He gave a sharp tug on the reins, showing no fear. His long spear traced a beautiful arc in the air. In the blink of an eye, the two collided head-on. In an instant, swords and spears clashed. Sparking flames erupted into the night sky. Zhao Yun saw this and pulled back the reins, leaving the battlefield to the young man before him. The youth's long spear moved like a serpent striking, light and agile yet filled with deadly intent. The spear swung left and right, deflecting the curved swords of the Xiongnu warriors. The spear tip pierced the throats of the charging Xiongnu with pinpoint accuracy. Blood spattered onto his fair cheeks, making the chill emanating from his body grow even more intense. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Han cavalry were all cut down from their horses. The spear pierced through a Hun's chest, trailing a spray of blood. At that moment, a Han cavalryman emerged from behind. His cold, gleaming curved blade swung down toward the young warrior's neck with a heavy blow. He laughed savagely. Die. Zhao Yun saw this and his expression changed instantly. He drew his bow and arrow, ready to act. However, he was suddenly grabbed by Mu Ziyan, who had rushed over. Zhao Yun looked at Mu Ziyan in confusion. From atop his horse, Mu Ziyan smiled slightly. Such worthless scum don't even deserve our hands. Before Zhao Yun could react, just as the Hunnik warrior's curved blade was about to strike, the young man on horseback suddenly turned around. In the instant he turned, the long spear was already thrust forward. The curved sword was still 3 inches away from the back of his neck. However, the spear had already pierced through the Hun's head as easily as piercing tofu. The young man gripped the spear shaft tightly and twisted it. The Hun's head exploded instantly. With a loud thud, a headless corpse crashed heavily to the ground. The spear dripped with blood. The white horse stood amidst the flames. The bow's back glowed with the setting sun, and the sword shone like frost. The autumn wind swept through the city as he rode out of Xianyang. Mu Ziyan smiled. Such a display of skill could only come from the cold-faced, icy-speared Luo Chang. He urged his horse forward and asked aloud, "What a fine young man on a silver horse! Are you Luo Chang, my brother?" Luo Chang on the white horse heard this and paused slightly, narrowing his eyes and asking, "May I ask who you are?" Before Mu Ziyan could introduce himself, Zhao Yun spoke up. "My young master is none other than Mu Ziyan, the prince of the Great Li dynasty." Upon hearing this, Luo Chang's eyes lit up. "You are the prince of the state who defeated 10,000 with 3,000, securing the conquest of Luzhou, and slew the former great general of the Chu dynasty, Ling Tian?" Mu Ziyan smiled. "That is indeed me. May I ask where you come from, Mr. Luo?" Luo Chang smiled in response. "I heard that the Xiongnu are causing trouble at the border of Liangzhou, so I came here to protect the border and ensure the safety of the people. I never expected to encounter the Jingui Gong here. These Han scum. They've lost all humanity. I kill these dogs 100 times over and still not feel satisfied." Gazing at the county town still engulfed in flames, Luo Chang clenched his teeth in anger. Mu Ziyan, upon hearing this, spoke solemnly. "If you're not satisfied with killing them here, then join me in heading to Wui City. There are still 10,000 heads of those barbarian Huns waiting for you to cut off. I wonder if Brother Luo still has the courage." Luo Chang laughed heartily upon hearing this, his face hardening with ruthlessness. "How dare I not? 10,000? What is that? Even 1,000,000 wound scare me." Zhao Yun bowed his fist in response. "Excellent. Let us see how Brother Luo will shake the world in the future." With Luo Chang's arrival, the situation was completely pacified. The flames raged all night long, finally subsiding at dawn. Although Mu Ziyan had arrived quickly, the bodies strewn haphazardly throughout the city still sent a chill down one's spine. Hundreds of captured Xiongnu were bound and gathered together. Those bandits and outlaws who had joined the Xiongnu in the rebellion last night were all captured. The surviving civilians gathered together, glaring fiercely at these criminals. At that moment, the villagers were so enraged they wanted to devour them alive. One of the bound bandits shouted, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! We were all forced by these Huns. We are also citizens of the Great Li dynasty." No sooner had he finished speaking than a furious shout rang out. "You dare call yourself a citizen of the Great Li kingdom?" The crowd parted to the sides, and Mu Ziyan, clad in lion-patterned armor, emerged from the crowd with a cold expression. Following behind him were the two generals Zhao Yun and Luo Chang. The bound Xiongnu, upon seeing Mu Ziyan, erupted into chaos and shouted in broken Han Chinese, "We are warriors under the command of Left Xianwang. If you dare to kill us, Left Xianwang will not spare you." Before the Hun could finish speaking, Luo Chang, quick as a flash, kicked him to the ground. He then stepped on the Hun's face and coldly said, "Shut up, you scum." The captured bandits shouted at Mu Ziyan, "General, spare my life. I am willing to go to the front lines to fight the Xiongnu." "That's right. We're all willing to atone for our sins. I will donate all my possessions, just spare my life." They were like drowning men clinging to their last straw. The instinct to survive made them willing to abandon all dignity. The surrounding villagers, seeing this, turned their gaze toward Mu Ziyan. Many of the women were dressed in rags, having just endured a nightmare the night before. Some had lost their children, some their husbands, and some their parents. Yet the very demon responsible for all this now knelt on the ground, begging for his life. Zhao Yun, Luo Chang, and all the night watchmen and villagers fixed their gaze on Mu Ziyan. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Mu Ziyan's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice. Choice 1, spare his life and recruit him. Reward, 1,000 sets of armor and weapons. Choice 2, slay him to quell the people's anger. Reward, 1,000 pounds of horse feed. Please make your choice." Chapter 110, It's not about knowing you're wrong, it's about knowing you're going to die. The system's voice echoed in Mu Ziyan's ears. 1,000 sets of armor and weapons, and 1,000 pounds of horse feed. The priorities were clear. Mu Ziyan suddenly smiled and walked toward the man who had just begged for mercy. The bandit, seeing this, immediately knelt down and crawled forward, bowing his head. Please spare our lives, honorable sir. We are all common people of the Great Li Kingdom. We were merely led astray by evil thoughts. If you are willing to spare us, we are willing to follow the general and swear allegiance to him until death. Mu Ziyan's hand reached for his waist, a faint smile on his face. Go to the battlefield to fight and atone for your sins? The bandit nodded repeatedly. I've trained for several years. The martial arts world calls me the River Dragon. If we go to the battlefield, we'll surely be able to kill a few Xiongnu with our own hands. Mu Ziyan's smile grew wider. So you're saying you're very strong? Seeing this, the bandit immediately began to boast. My skills are such that 7 or 8 ordinary men couldn't even get close to me. If it weren't for... Before he could finish, a cold gleam flashed in the next instant. The bandit's voice abruptly ceased as the Qinggang sword pierced directly through his mouth. Blood spattered everywhere, dripping down the sword tip onto the ground. This sudden scene left the surrounding bandits, who were still frantically begging for mercy, frozen in place. Mu Ziyan gripped the sword hilt, looking down at the kneeling men with a cold expression. You want to atone for your sins. But the military rations of the Great Li dynasty are not meant to feed scum and traitors. Mu Ziyan drew the Qinggang sword, and the rebel's lifeless body crashed heavily to the ground. The surrounding ruins, still smoldering from the fire, and the suffering civilians who had witnessed the carnage, were all there to bear witness. National enmity and family hatred. Such things cannot be measured by material goods. There is no need to hesitate in making a choice. Throughout history, traitors have always been more despicable than invaders. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making your choice. The reward will be delayed. Please check your inbox. Blood dripped onto Mu Ziyan's feet. The sound of clinking metal echoes. Mu Ziyan looked down on these traitors with contempt and coldly pronounced their death sentence. Not a single one shall be spared. Execute them all. At these words, the bound men began to break down and curse furiously. We have sincerely repented. Why won't you spare our lives? You dog of an official. Dog of an official. I am a soldier of Fuling City. If it weren't for that traitor surnamed Pei, we would never have become traitors to the Xiongnu. I can still fight. I can still fight. Sir. We were wrong. We were wrong. Mu Ziyan sheathed his Qinggang sword and coldly scanned the chaotic rebels. If apologies were enough, why would we need laws? You know you're wrong, but you only know that you're about to die. At Mu Ziyan's command, the Xiongnu and rebel bandits were all slaughtered. Blood stained the ground red. The surrounding villagers, witnessing the scene, knelt down and wailed in grief. Mu Ziyan coldly surveyed the corpses on the ground and said in an icy tone, cut off the heads of all the Xiongnu and forge them into a tower. In the blink of an eye, 500 Hunnik heads were neatly stacked together, forming a small mountain. Half a day later, Jiasu arrived at the county town with the remaining 100 night watchmen. Mu Ziyan did not rush to leave but chose to stay in the county town to rest and regroup. Jia Sun naturally took on the task of comforting the people. Zhao Yun and Luo Chang were tasked with sweeping the area around the county town, checking for any remaining Xiongnu raiders, and gathering intelligence. The final report enraged Mu Ziyan. Fuling City had fallen, and the Xiongnu vanguard had entered Liangzhou. However, due to the presence of Wui City, the Xiongnu vanguard was temporarily unable to breach the city walls. The Xiongnu followed a strategy of waging war to sustain the war, so their supplies were limited. The Han vanguard commander, Taigu, ordered a portion of his forces to disperse into Liangzhou to raid and loot. Facing the Xiongnu cavalry, the governors of several major cities in Liangzhou not only failed to mobilize their troops to eliminate the enemy. Instead, they withdrew all the garrison troops from the surrounding villages and counties. This move left these villages and counties exposed to the Hun's slaughter. When Zhao Yun was patrolling the area, he discovered that many villages had been completely wiped out. The scenes were too horrific to behold. The bodies of the civilians were carelessly discarded by the roadside, left to be devoured by wild dogs. To the Xiongnu, the people of the Great Li Kingdom were no better than pigs or dogs. Mu Ziyan could not bring himself to criticize the actions of the prefects. There is always a trade-off in their eyes. The slaughter of a few villages and counties was insignificant. Protecting the great city of Liangzhou was the top priority. Mu Ziyan was not a saint, but witnessing the horrors before him, a surge of uncontrollable anger grew within him. All of this could have been avoided. Fuling City was more than capable of holding the Xiongnu vanguard forces out of Liangzhou. However, due to Pei Xiaochu's betrayal, the entire Liangzhou region had to endure such suffering. Families were destroyed, and wives and children were separated. At this moment, Mu Ziyan had made up his mind the traitors must pay the price for their betrayal. Though they had just endured a nightmare, for the surviving civilians, life must go on. The fires were extinguished, and after a brief period of grief, the people once again began to struggle for survival. As evening fell, Mu Ziyan was discussing the next plan with Jiasu. Zhao Yun and Luo Chang hurriedly entered. Master, there are villagers gathered outside who wish to see you. Mu Ziyan paused for a moment, unsure of the situation, but still stepped out of the room. At that moment, outside the county office where Mu Ziyan was staying, countless villagers had gathered. They were dressed in rags, and some even had bandages wrapped around their bodies. Upon seeing Mu Ziyan appear, all the villagers' gazes turned toward him. An elderly man with a hunched back, leaning on a cane, stepped forward. If it weren't for your rescue today, we would have had no chance of survival. Everything in the city has been burned to the ground. We have no idea how to repay you for saving our lives. Mu Ziyan spoke in response. Protecting the land and its people is our duty. Allowing you to suffer at the hands of the Xiongnu is my failure. How could I possibly accept your gratitude? The old man bowed in response. A life saved must be repaid. As the old man's voice faded, the surrounding villagers parted to the sides. In the next instant, the courtyard in front of the county office was piled high with countless bundles of green barley straw. The old man looked up at Mu Ziyan and spoke in a hoarse voice. Our county has only 100 households left. Each household will contribute 10 pounds of fodder, which will amount to 1,000 pounds of fodder for the war horses. With this, the generals can feed their horses and head to the frontier to kill more Xiongnu for us. This will comfort the souls of our fellow villagers who died today at the hands of the enemy. As the old man's words fell, all the villagers present knelt down and bowed their heads, shouting in unison, "Generals! Avenge us!" At this heart-wrenching scene, Mu Ziyan was overcome with emotion. He looked around at the crowd and said, "Today, I, Mu Ziyan, swear here. I will not return until the Xiongnu rebels are defeated." Chapter 111, Wui City. The aspirations of the common people throughout history have always been simple: to live and eat their fill is their greatest dream. Mu Ziyan looked at the neatly stacked fodder ahead, each bale weighing 1,000 pounds, heavier than Mount Tai. The night passed in silence, but at that moment, every night watchman felt a surge of pent-up anger in their hearts. Within the county town, the sounds of war horses chewing fodder mingled with the grinding of knives by the night watchman, and the ominous sound of death approaching. Time was of the essence, and Mu Ziyan could not linger here any longer. After a day of rest and preparation, Mu Ziyan once again led his troops straight toward Wui City. As they approached Wui City, the scenery grew increasingly desolate. Along the way, countless villages had been completely razed, leaving only ruins and rubble. Mu Ziyan witnessed all of this, and the anger in his heart grew ever more intense. On the way to Wui, Mu Ziyan once again clashed head-on with some Xiongnu raiders. He slew over 100 Hun cavalrymen, but the Night Watch also suffered some casualties. After 7 or 8 days of forced marching, the ancient and imposing outline of Wui City came into view. The frontier region lacked the prosperity of the capital, but it had a touch of the rugged, desolate beauty of the wilderness. Wui City was shrouded in a thick layer of sand and dust, with arrows protruding from the city walls. Mu Ziyan did not enter the city directly but chose to hide temporarily. With 1,000 night watchmen, they were too conspicuous and risked alerting the Xiongnu. Climbing a hill, Mu Ziyan used the telescope awarded by the system to look toward Wui City. Less than 5 miles from Wui City lay the main camp of the Xiongnu vanguard forces. Mu Ziyan handed the telescope to Jia Su. Moments later, Jia Su lowered the telescope and said, "There are at least 5,000 Hun cavalry in this vanguard camp. If we include the scattered cavalry in Liangzhou, a Hun vanguard force may number around 10,000 cavalry. Xiongnu cavalry have always relied on battle to sustain themselves, and since they move as swiftly as the wind, they cannot carry large quantities of provisions. Therefore, a prolonged siege is highly disadvantageous for them. If it weren't for the fall of Fuling City, which allowed them to resupply, the situation in Wui City wouldn't be this dire. At present, these vanguard forces are waiting for the main army of the Xiongnu left Wise King to arrive and join them. If Wui City falls again, the entire Liangzhou region will become a playground for the Xiongnu. Moreover, with these two cities as their base, the Xiongnu cavalry can obtain a steady supply of provisions and use Liangzhou as a starting point to advance into other regions." Mu Ziyan nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The Great Li dynasty lacks horses, so it does not hold the advantage in open field battles against the Xiongnu. It can only rely on fortified cities to wage a war of attrition. Once the Xiongnu can no longer endure the siege, they will eventually retreat. However, after being resupplied at Fuling City, they no longer had any rear concerns, allowing them to boldly launch offensives and sieges. Mu Ziyan summoned Zhao Yun and instructed him to carry his military orders to Wui City after nightfall, then enter the city at an opportune moment once it was deep into the night. Mu Ziyan's 1,000 cavalry were too few in number, so they had to strike unexpectedly and avoid revealing their presence too early. Meanwhile, at the camp of the Xiongnu vanguard, Taigu was drinking heavily, with a fragrant roasted lamb before him. On either side of him were 2 beautiful women, their smooth skin being roughly caressed by his calloused hands. Before Taigu stood Pei Xiaochu with a fawning smile. Even though one of the women in Tai Ji's arms was his own wife, he dared not show the slightest sign of displeasure. Reporting to General Taigu, the number of scout riders sent out recently has been reduced. Among them, a squad of 500 warriors has not returned for an extended period. In my opinion, it is likely that the court of the Great Li has dispatched reinforcements. Moreover, the grain and supplies looted from Fuling City in recent days have nearly been depleted. After hearing Pei Xiaochu's words, Helian Tej roughly pushed away the woman in his arms. Then he tore a piece of meat from the roasted lamb leg and chewed it voraciously. Lamb fat dripped down his chin and onto his chest as he spoke with a vicious expression. You Han dogs are all cowards. You don't even have the courage to fight me. You cowardly Han dogs, what right do you have to occupy the fertile lands of central China? Taigo was also deeply frustrated. After capturing Fuling City, he was brimming with confidence and immediately led 10,000 cavalry to attack Wui City. He had expected an easy victory, but to his surprise, the defenders of Wui City chose to fortify the city and refused to come out to fight. While cavalry were unmatched in open battle, they were utterly helpless when it came to siege warfare. Although Taigu organized several attacks, all were repelled by the defenders of Wui City. Both sides were now locked in a stalemate. Taigu swallowed the piece of lamb in his mouth and let out a satisfied belch. He then wore a cruel, bloodthirsty smile on his face. But don't worry, the left-wise king has already been informed of my situation. The divine weapon he obtained from the Persians will arrive tomorrow. Even if Wui City is as tough as a turtle's shell, this general will pry it open. Having said this, Taigu looked down on Pei Xiaochu, who was smiling obsequiously, and said, You, take your worthless men and go capture 1,000 Han Chinese for me. Pei Xiaochu asked in confusion. What use does the general have for capturing those ordinary civilians? Before he could finish, a loud crack echoed through the air. Tai Ji's whip had already struck Pei Xiaochu's face. You don't deserve to ask me questions. If you fail to complete the task. Taigu grabbed the iron skewer used for roasting lamb and pressed it against Pei Xiaochu's throat, smiling as he spoke. Then I'll turn you into a roasted whole lamb. With your delicate, tender skin, you'll be delicious. Pei Xiaochu's face turned pale instantly, and his body began to tremble. He hurriedly begged for mercy. General, spare my life. I'll do it. Not just 1,000 people, even 10,000 commoners, I'll bring them all to you. As he spoke, Pei Xiaochu's pleading gaze fell on the woman sitting beside Tai Ji's chair. This woman was none other than his wife, Dyer, but at that moment, she was already Iron Ge's plaything. At that moment, Dyer's face was filled with despair. She couldn't even imagine that her husband had not only handed her over to the Xiongnu, and now, at this very moment, he was begging her to save him with no sense of honor. How utterly shameful. But as a woman, Dyer had no control over her own fate. Tai Ji's gaze followed Pei Xiaochu's eyes to the limp figure of Dyer on the ground, a sneer curling at the corners of his lips. He then roughly threw Pei Xiaochu to the ground, turned around, sat down, and wrapped his arms around Butterfly's waist. His rough hands gripped Dyer's pale, despairing cheeks, as if she were a pet being toyed with. Pei Xiaochu, who had been thrown out of the tent, fled in panic, dared not linger. Taigu looked at Dyer, whose face was filled with despair, and laughed. This is what your men from the Central Plains are like, nothing but useless trash. One day, the iron hooves of our grassland warriors will crush your kingdom. When that day comes, your men will all become our slaves, and your daughters will all become our playthings. Ha 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 ha. In Tai Ji's eyes, the Han people were utterly weak and insignificant. At that moment, he was still immersed in his drunken delusions. Once I break through this so-called Wui City, a mere position as commander of 10,000 vanguard troops wouldn't even be worthy of me. Then I will be the first general under left Xianwang. I will be the one above all others. As he spoke, Taigu tore open Dyer's clothes. His eyes gleamed with madness as he vented his bestial desires on her body. Such scenes were common throughout the Xiongnu camp, with captured Dali civilians being herded like cattle and sheep. From the military tents came the heart-wrenching screams of women. These Xiongnu were reveling in their madness, indulging in unrestrained pleasure and release. Little did they know that outside the walls of Wui City, a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent were already fixed firmly on them. Chapter 112, Scum. Pei Xiaochu, who had fled in panic, was still trembling with fear. He immediately led his personal guards to capture civilians to fulfill his orders. He had been humiliated, and his woman had become another man's plaything. This twisted the once arrogant Pei Xiaochu's mind. As Lu Sun once said, the brave draw their swords against the stronger, while the weak draw their swords against the weaker. Pei Xiaochu vented all his anger over his cowardice and incompetence on the innocent people of the Great Li Kingdom. It seemed that only through brutal slaughter could he salvage his meager self-respect. At midnight, the gates of Wui City opened a narrow gap just wide enough for one person and a horse to pass through. Under the cover of darkness, Mu Zian led the night watch into the city. The entire city of Wui was even more devastated than Mu Zian had imagined. Before Mu Zian could take a closer look around, an old man with white hair and clad in armor hurried forward. This is Chu Xuesong, the commander of Wui City, paying respects to the Duke of the State. Mu Zian stepped forward, returned the bow, and then asked, General Chu, what is the situation within the city? Chu Xuesong sighed deeply and said, Fuling City is a strategic stronghold, housing 7/10 of the garrison troops of Liangzhou. Yet it was breached and slaughtered by the Xiongnu, leaving few survivors. Wui City has gathered the remnants of Fuling City's troops, but there are only 5,000 infantrymen left at present. The garrisons in the remaining cities of Liangzhou are barely 1,000 men each, struggling to hold their positions, let alone provide reinforcements. The situation was worse than Mu Ziyan had imagined. War is such that one step behind means falling further and further behind. A single mistake requires 1,000 efforts to rectify. Moreover, the Xiongnu cavalry mobilizes extremely quickly. The 9-10,000 man cavalry units led by the left-wise king of the Xiongnu will arrive outside Wui City within days. Meanwhile, the Great Li army would require 2 months to deploy to Liangzhou. The time difference between these two forces now rests entirely on the 5,000 defenders of Wui City and the 1,000 night raiders brought by Mu Ziyan. 6,000 men will face 10,000 elite Han troops. The difficulty is unimaginable. Mu Ziyan took a deep breath and made his decision immediately. They must eliminate the 10,000 Han vanguard troops before the Han left-wise king arrives at Wui City. The following morning, the previously quiet Xiongnu vanguard camp began to buzz with activity. The defenders of Wui City immediately took up their positions in readiness. Mu Ziyan, Xu Shuason, Jia Su, Zhou Yun, Luo Chang, and the generals of Wui City all climbed onto the city walls. The captain of Wui City looked at the distant Xiongnu troops with disdain and said, "These fools! Even if you give them another 10 years, they won't be able to breach our Wui City." The other generals of Wui City nodded in agreement. Although the garrison of Wui City was not large, as long as the city walls remained intact, the Xiongnu cavalry could not breach them. In the distance, He Liantig, clad in armor, gazed at Wui City from his horseback, his face brimming with confidence. "Bring it out!" At He Liantig's command. Over 100 Xiongnu warriors surged out of the camp, carrying dozens of large pots and setting them up not far from the gates of Wui City. This distance was perfectly positioned outside the range of the archers' arrows. This allowed the defenders on the city walls to clearly see their actions without being within range of arrows. Watching the Xiongnu busily setting up their pots, the generals on the city walls all wore expressions of confusion. Luo Chang crossed his arms across his chest and looked down at the scene outside the city walls with disdain. These Xiongnu must be mad to dare to cook right under our noses. Mu Ziyan leaned against the city wall, narrowing his eyes. He sensed that the Huns must have a deeper purpose behind their actions. Sure enough, as dozens of large pots were set up, the next moment, countless citizens of the Great Li dynasty were herded like livestock to the boiling pots. Some of these people were from Fuling City, while others had been captured yesterday by Pei Xiaochu himself. These ragged citizens gathered together, their eyes vacant. Surrounding them were fierce-looking Xiongnu soldiers. Anyone who dared to resist was immediately killed. A Han cavalryman rode forward and shouted in broken Chinese toward the generals on the walls of Wui City. "Our lord, the commander of 10,000 households, is merciful. If you open the gates and surrender now, he will spare your lives. If you continue to resist, when the city falls, it will be a day of slaughter." Hearing the Hunnish soldiers' threats, the defenders of Wui City were not about to back down. Whoosh! 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 A series of whistling sounds filled the air. Countless arrows rained down from the sky. However, this Hun cavalryman was cunning. He had positioned himself just outside the range of the arrows. The arrows embedded themselves into the ground. The Han cavalryman couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Your Han arrows are too weak and powerless." Seeing the Huns taunting from above, the defenders on the city walls couldn't help but curse. "You bastards! These!" A burly man with a full beard shouted. "Damn it! Whoever kills him, I'll treat him to a feast." Before the words had even finished, the defenders on the city walls suddenly heard a deafening explosion. An arrow streaked across the sky like a meteor. Just as the Xiongnu cavalryman was still laughing hysterically, the arrow pierced straight through his head. In front of everyone's eyes, the Hun's head exploded like a watermelon. The warhorse dragged the headless corpse away, leaving a bright red trail of blood before the gates of Wui City. The burly man with a full beard on the city walls laughed heartily at the sight. "Excellent aim. Kill those bastards. Who fired that arrow?" "I, Niu Er, will not go back on my word." No sooner had he finished speaking than Niu Er felt an unusual gaze from all around him. Niu Er was puzzled, but fortunately, his brother beside him nodded his head. Immediately, Niu Er looked in the direction his brother had indicated. There, before the city wall, Mu Ziyan stood proudly with his thunderous bow in hand, the wild wind from beyond the frontier blowing his hair at his temples. Who else but Mu Ziyan could have fired that arrow just now? Upon seeing this, Niu Er immediately shrunk his neck. "Are you trying to get yourself killed by taking the current prince of the state to drink flower wine?" Taigo, who had been looking relaxed moments ago, stared in disbelief as the man he had sent out was struck down by an arrow. But anger surged once more in his heart. "Damn it! Damn it! On the day the city falls, I will slaughter every last person in Wui City." Taiga felt as though his face was being ground into the ground. He shouted angrily, "Bring out the items the left Xianwang bestowed upon me." The next moment, from the camp of the Xiongnu, 2 exquisitely crafted catapults were pushed out. Seeing the catapults, the generals on the walls of Wui City immediately sensed trouble. They had assumed that these Xiongnu cavalry lacked siege weapons, but they never expected them to suddenly produce 2 catapults. However, before anyone could figure out where the Xiongnu had obtained these devices, under the leadership of Pei Xiaochu, the Xiongnu warriors directly threw the captured civilians into boiling iron cauldrons. The scene before their eyes left everyone speechless with horror. Luo Chang, seeing this, clenched his teeth in anger and said, "These scum! How dare you be so heartless and brutal?" Zhao Yun's eyes flashed with cold light. The long spear in his hand trembled with anger. Mu Ziyan's ominous premonition finally came true. Chu Xuesong's cloudy eyes fixed intently on the scene before him, demanding angrily, "What are these Xiongnu doing?" Just as everyone was still confused about the situation, Jia Su, who had remained silent among the crowd for a long time, finally spoke up. "These Xiongnu are using the people of our greatly state to make corpse oil.